The Star River rolled turbulently, and the netherworld manifested. There was no hellish landscape as legends described, nor the eerie glow of ghostly fires or fox cries, only the truly miraculous work of nature. At the Reincarnation Passage, an endless queue of humanoid figures moved slowly. If only I could draw the Divine Reincarnation Gift Pack, or even a lower tier would be fine. A handsome young man in the queue murmured while gazing at the reincarnation lottery system flickering in the sky. This man was Yi Xian, who had died and now stood at the netherworld's Reincarnation Passage waiting for his next life. Everyone entering the Reincarnation Passage would undergo a lottery to draw a Reincarnation Gift Pack, which determined whether they would enter the Heavenly Path, Human Path, Azura Path, or Hell Path. Some thought the lottery was random, but it was not. The knowledgeable knew that this reincarnation lottery was closely related to one's past life. At that moment, a sallow and thin middle-aged man in the queue mocked, Yi Xian's muttering, "You. Now you're in the netherworld, there's no daytime, don't daydream." Next, hearing the call from ahead, Yi Xian ignored the man's mockery and walked straight forward. With a nervous heart, he clicked on the reincarnation lottery system. Suddenly, the interface began to vibrate. A purple golden light burst forth with a loud bang, stunning everyone present, including the man who had just mocked. Bang! Congratulations, Reincarnated, you have drawn the Divine Reincarnation Gift Pack. Before Yi Xian could react, the treasure chest in the sky began spinning rapidly, emitting billions of golden rays that blinded everyone present, including Yi Xian. Congratulations. You have drawn the Divine Talent Chaos Divine Body. Congratulations. You have drawn the top-tier background son of a sovereign. Congratulations. You have drawn the Divine Weapon Divine Sword Long Yuan. Congratulations. You have drawn the Divine Beast Companion 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. Congratulations. You have drawn. As the cold voice echoed in his mind, Yi Xian stood stunned motionless. Though Yi Xian appeared expressionless, his heart was in turmoil. Everyone in the netherworld knew that drawing the Divine Gift Pack meant an extraordinary life in the next incarnation, a true step to greatness. The saying 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west was but a beautiful fantasy. If you were reborn in a desert where even water was unseen, who would care about the east or west of the river? Not only Yi Xian doubted, but others did too. Slowly coming to his senses, Yi Xian asked the ethereal voice in his mind, bewildered. Can you explain this Divine Gift Pack? Perhaps due to the appearance of the Divine Pack, the emotionless lottery system actually deigned to explain for the first time. Chaos Divine Body, a unique constitution, a once activated grants Chaos Divine Powers. Yi Wudi, top martial emperor of Xuanxu realm, known as the strongest below the emperor, undefeated in his era, suppressing an age. Yi clan, the top inheritance clan of Xuanxu realm, with vast influence that makes countless forces tremble. Hearing this, Yi Xian knew that Yi Wudi must be the sovereign mentioned earlier, his father. And this Yi clan was presumably his own family. Divine Sword Long Yuan, one of the ancient divine artifacts capable of slaying. A Divine Lord. Divine Beast 5-Clawed Golden Dragon, when fully grown, can rival. A Divine Lord. Hearing the brief, yet powerful introductions, Yi Xian was numb, utterly numb. Soon the cold voice in his mind faded away. Yi Xian foolishly asked, "That's it. The subsequent rewards are to be understood by the Reincarnator." Before he could say anything more, another voice rang out. "Reincarnator who drew the Divine Gift Pack, please perform the corresponding action to activate the Reincarnation Passage. Time limit 1 minute." Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned, completely stunned. Corresponding action? What corresponding action? Damn it, not even a hint. Before Yi Xian could think, the gift pack in the sky had disappeared, and the purple golden light slowly faded. 30 seconds remaining, the cold voice reminded in his mind. Feeling that the golden light had faded, everyone slowly opened their eyes. And so everyone witnessed a spectacle that would be recorded in the annals of the netherworld. Yi Xian, standing before the Reincarnation Passage, faced everyone arrogantly. He gave a thumbs down with one hand, raised his middle finger with the other, and then made a throat-slitting gesture. The crowd was bewildered, stunned, furious. Boom! The Divine Reincarnation Passage is open. Upon hearing the cold voice again, Yi Sun felt immense relief. At that moment, he found the cold voice surprisingly considerate. It made him feel secure. Seeing the gradually chaotic crowd around him, Yi Xian shouted, "Come and hit me." With that, he dashed into the passage in one swift stride. The passage is now officially open. Other reincarnators must not approach or interfere with the passage, or they will lose their reincarnation qualification. Hearing the emotionless voice, everyone immediately halted their forward rush. The netherworld fell silent, dead silent. Everyone stared at Yi Xian in the Reincarnation Passage. If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have died countless times by now. But at that moment, Yi Xian had no interest in the soul bodies around him, because the cold voice sounded in his mind again. "Congratulations, Reincarnator, for successfully angering everyone in the netherworld. You have obtained the hidden benefit of the Divine Gift Pack system binding. Then the cold voice was replaced by an ethereal one. Ding's system bound successfully. After the divine reincarnation passage disappeared, did that guy just make a throat-slitting gesture and flip us off? Before anyone could answer, the man continued, hoarsely insulting me is one thing, but making a throat-slitting gesture at me. I'm already a ghost dead like this, and he still treats me like this. As soon as he finished, the netherworld erupted into chaos full of curses and spittle. Damn it, I haven't even seen what was in the divine gift pack. An elderly ghost cried with tears streaming. In the cosmos world. In the cosmos, cultivators are divided into 7 realms: martial artist, martial master, venerable king, saint, sovereign, and emperor. The pinnacle of the sovereign realm is also called a great power. There are 9 upper realms, 36 middle realms, and 72 lower realms. Each realm contains countless states and cities. Between each realm is vast cosmic starry space, where even sovereigns face great danger. Thus, in the 72 lower realms, many people spend their entire lives knowing only one realm, unaware of the 71 others. One of the 9 upper realms, Xuanqi realm. The inheritance clan, Yi clan. Martial extremity hall. It's been a whole day, why hasn't the baby been born? Is Xueji okay? A handsome and spirited man paced anxiously outside the martial extremity hall of the Yi clan. Fourth brother, don't worry. Sister-in-law will be fine. A person beside him comforted. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind rose across heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of the entire Xuanqi realm became violently turbulent, surging toward the central region. Why has the spiritual energy suddenly become so violent? This is a celestial phenomenon. Quickly investigate what's happening. Could a divine treasure be about to appear? Or is someone breaking through to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm? Go find the cause. Orders were issued from all directions. Numerous martial artists in Yi City, Xuanqi realm, knew that these days were the birth period of the son of Yi Wudi, the top sovereign of the Yi clan, a great inherited clan. There had been no sign before, but now it seemed this child was extraordinary. Within moments, a huge vortex of spiritual energy had formed at the martial extremity hall of the Yi clan. After about half an hour, wah wah wah, with the sound of a baby's cries, wind and thunder roared. Other great clans and super sects in Xuanqi realm all turned their gaze here. This is the birth of Yi Wudi's child. Seeing the spiritual storm at Yi City, they immediately understood. Then everyone saw a baby in swaddling slowly float out of the hall, hovering in midair. Watching the abnormally violent spiritual energy and the baby in the air, the world changes. The emperor's son appears. An ancient existence of the Yi clan stared fixedly at the baby in midair, murmuring. The Yi clan, one of the 9 great realms, a premier inherited clan of the Xuanqi realm. To the entire Xuanqi realm, the Yi clan was a terrifying existence that many dared not speak of. Every time they made a move, the Xuanqi realm was sure to be shaken and soaked in blood. Yi Wudi of the Yi clan, the 4th son of the previous clan leader, a top-tier royal of the age, hailed as the number 1 below the emperor in the Xuanqi realm. Yi Wudi had slain countless martial artists across the Xuanqi realm, his very name causing even the greatest experts to tremble. In the most recent operation of the Yi clan, the entire world had undergone a baptism of blood. Yi Wudi single-handedly fought 7 royals, a battle that shook the heavens and earth, living up to his title of undefeated royal. Yi City, the headquarters of the Yi clan. Here the Yi clan reigned supreme. Even royals had to act with restraint. Countless martial artists filled the city. At that moment, everyone halted their tasks, gazing up at the floating city in the center of Yi City. That was the true seat of the Yi clan. At that moment, directly above the floating city, 4 divine beasts, azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger, materialized. Opposite them, the ancient evil beasts, Hunden, Xiongqi, Taowu, and Taotai, slowly manifested their phantom forms, standing in opposition. Qilan Fenghuang, by Zai Dapeng Pishioswani. Phantom forms of countless ancient divine and evil beasts materialized around the 4 divine and evil beasts. Whether inside Yi City or outside, everyone stared fixedly at this scene. Battle was imminent. The 4 divine beasts clashed with the 4 evil beasts, and all other beast phantoms surged into action. Dragon's breath. Vermilion bird's flames. Tiger's roar. Tortoise's bellow. A series of heaven-shaking roars caused everyone in Yi City to stagger, heaven and earth convulsing. As the great battle erupted in the sky, streams of the great Tao's origin and laws rained down upon Yi City and the surrounding 10,000 miles. Countless martial artists felt their realms subtly loosening, immediately sitting cross-legged to absorb the primordial laws. This is the Yi clan's blessing, the gift of the Yi clan's young master. Countless cultivators in the city shouted excitedly. In the center of the Yi clan's floating city, the chains of order. Look, could that be the chains of order recorded only fragmentarily in ancient texts? A Yi clan disciple stared wide-eyed at the infant in midair and exclaimed, There around the swaddled infant, chains of order formed from the origin of laws encircled him, creating a magnificent spectacle of 5 stars illuminating the world. The gazes of other great figures from the Xuanxu realm also turned toward Yi City. To be born in the same era as an undefeatable man like Yi Wudi, is it our fortune or our sorrow? Must our descendants also be crushed by the weight of the Yi clan's future offspring? Another great figure gazed at the chains of order and the swaddled infant with desolate eyes. An hour later, the divine beast battle in the sky ended, and the phantom forms slowly faded away. The martial artists in the city awoke from their enlightenment one after another. Hundreds of millions of warriors bowed from afar toward the floating city. Then, a completely new scene materialized in the air. In the sky, a figure radiating golden light slowly took shape. This colossal being had golden hair and emerald eyes, wore a dark robe, and gripped a divine sword. Opposite, a figure with purple hair and black robes also slowly materialized, wielding a demonic blade, his demeanor arrogant as he stared at his counterpart. As the two colossal figures emerged, neatly arranged armies appeared all around the heavens. Gods, demons, this is a scene from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. This time the voice came from outside the Xuanxu realm. It seemed great figures from the other 8 realms had also been drawn here. No sooner were the words spoken than the battle between gods and demons erupted. Shouts of battle, roars of rage, figures fell one after another. They dissolved continually. Seeing this, every martial artist felt their hearts surge, staring at the scene in the sky with disbelief. Is this the ancient war of gods and demons? A martial artist gazed at the scene with blazing eyes. At this moment, the ancestral land of the Yi clan trembled. An ancestor stepped out, looked at the scene in the sky, and murmured, "This is the blessing of gods and demons. Our Yi clan shall be unmatched in the world." Ha ha ha. The battle of gods and demons entered its final phase. Heavenly Tao melodies resounded, and the power of gods and demons merged into the chains of order surrounding the infant. Blessing of gods and demons. It's the blessing of gods and demons. The middle-aged man who had earlier comforted Yi Wudi stared at this scene with excitement. Even Yi Wudi's eyes shone with emotion. His child was truly meant to be unmatched in the world, truly invincible. Just as everyone thought it was over, a sudden upheaval occurred in the sky. The martial artists in Yi City felt the spiritual energy around them become extraordinarily dense. Look to the east. A great shout rang out. Countless cultivators looked eastward in confusion, and then they witnessed a sight they would never forget. Purple chi from the east. Many great figures monitoring Yi City stared eastward in astonishment. At this moment, a faint purple chi rose from the east. This wisp of purple chi acted like a catalyst, causing more and more purple chi to ascend. This phenomenon in the universe was called the purple chi from the east. The purple chi traveled from the east, extending all the way to the central state city of the Xuanxu realm, its end reaching the swaddled infant hovering above the Yi clan's floating city. Purple chi spanning 90,000 li. Could that be the chi of the great Tao, the Hongmeng purple chi? An old man stared at the purple chi in the sky, his lips trembling as he spoke. This man was the former clan leader of the Yi clan, Yi Tianxin, father of Yi Wudi. Even they had never seen such a thing, so they could only speculate. Wah! The cry of an infant rang out. The 10th Sand-mile purple chi scattered over the world, benefiting the people. This is the grace of the Yi clan's young master. Let no one miss this opportunity. Absorb as much as you can, Yi Tianxin declared in a stern voice. This merit naturally fell upon the Yi clan, an immortal achievement that would last 10,000 generations. Ding! Special effect of the divine gift package. The effect of Mengpa soup, halved. The reincarnated begins to regain independent consciousness. At the sound of an ethereal voice in his mind, the swaddled infant opened his eyes and rolled them around. Damn, no wonder it's a divine gift package. Truly amazing. The entrance was so flashy. If I weren't still an infant, I would definitely wield 2 swords and let the world see my style. The unusual phenomena faded. The Yi clan's patriarch stepped forward and took the swaddled infant. The old man smiled as he looked at him, and Yi Xian thought, so this is our old patriarch. He looks immortal, not bad. From now on you shall be called Yi Xian. The old man looked at the infant in his arms, his face full of smiles, and announced in a clear voice. The old man named him Yi Xian, revealing his great expectations. Yi Xian of the Yi clan. First conquer the Xuanxu realm and achieve eternal renown. Yi Xian reached out his chubby little hand, grabbed a tuft of the old man's beard, and then babbled as he waved it around. The pained Yi Tianxin and everyone else burst into laughter. Not far away, several other white-haired old men stared intently at the infant in Yi Tianxin's arms. Third brother, don't you dare steal him from me. Respect your elder, understand? Upon hearing this, the white-haired old man standing in the middle looked at the first with disdain. TCH, respect the elder. Who can't see that this child has the potential to become an emperor? I can't become an emperor myself, but becoming an emperor's teacher. That's quite tempting. What are you all fighting for? Haven't you noticed the ancestor from the ancestral land staring at the child with shining eyes? One of them turned to look at the ancestral land, shuddering. Damn, that look is like a lecher seeing a naked girl. Yi Tianxin noticed everyone's expressions. Don't even think about becoming this child's master. None of us can. Old man, don't stare at me. Come see. Upon hearing Yi Tianxin's words, the several of them gathered around. After seeing the infant in the swaddling clothes, surprise once again appeared in their eyes. Could this be the legendary ancient divine body, the chaos divine body? A chaos divine body. Barring any accident, he will surely become an emperor. They spoke one after another. Look further. Hearing this, the Yi clan ancestor instantly understood and used his great divine art to gaze upon Yi Xian. The future is a complete chaos. Cannot be seen, cannot be divined. The Yi clan ancestor trembled as he murmured, "That's why I said none of us can become this child's master." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Cannot see the past, cannot see through the future. The potential of an emperor, the karmic burden is too great. Even more so for the teacher of an emperor. Though all present were royals who could overshadow the Xuanxu realm, this immense karmic burden made even them hesitate to reach out. To become an emperor, the path is inevitably paved with blood and slaughter. Since ancient times, emperors were not made merely by cultivation. They fought and killed their way to supremacy. In the universe, 9 realms, 1 emperor per realm, unchanged for 1,000,000 years. As several elders engaged in heated debate, a chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the Reincarnator for successfully binding the system. Congratulations, host, on receiving the novice gift pack, granting you 3 free exchange opportunities. System. Yi Xian was overjoyed, realizing that the voice had heard in the reincarnation passage was real. He immediately turned his gaze toward the so-called system. Before Yi Xian floated a system panel resembling a high-tech touchscreen. The panel divided exchangeable items into 4 major sections: weapons, techniques, artifacts, and rare treasures. Yi Xian scanned each section one by one. The weapons section contained mortal Iron King weapons, Emperor weapons. Even the legendary divine weapons were available for exchange, though not in great quantity. This was only to be expected, as even the Yi clan openly possessed but a single divine weapon. The techniques section similarly featured different grades, yet no low-level techniques appeared. Perhaps this system has its own pride, Yi Xian mused. As long as the exchange conditions were met, anything imaginable could be obtained here. After glancing at the final section, rare treasures, Yi Xian understood its purpose. It contained unusual items like the mind-awakening herb. System, how can I obtain these items? After a moment of thought, Yi Xian addressed the panel. Soon an ethereal voice replied. Exchanging any item requires spirit stones and battle merits. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian pressed on without hesitation. What are spirit stones and battle merits? Spirit stones are the universal currency of the cosmic world. The host may learn of them later. Battle merits are tied to the host's conquests during their growth, the system explained. Can I save the free exchange opportunities for later? Yi Xian asked further. Yes, the ethereal voice replied. After a long silence, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly gleamed. Can I exchange for some experts? Nothing too powerful. Just a few emperor-level ones will do. The system remained silent. Yi Xian continued. Or maybe some ultimate weapons. Nothing too strong. Just ones that can cleave a legendary emperor in one strike. The system remained silent again. Nothing too powerful. It thought. How had it ended up bound to such a shameless host? Could it choose again? The host may open the panel to find any item for exchange as long as it is available, the ethereal voice finally said after a long pause. Hearing this, Yi Xian stopped his nonsense. He felt tricked again, given the claim that anything imaginable could be. As Yi Xian pondered the consequences of unlocking the hidden benefits of the reincarnation gift pack, he couldn't help but shudder. Good thing Head fled quickly. Those people had made no effort to hide their murderous intent, even though Head already been killed once on his way to the underworld. Why did little Yi Xian just shudder? It must be cold outside. Let's head in first. The group chatted as they walked inside. Hearing their conversation, Yi Xian rolled his eyes in disdain. The next day, System, where are my divine sword Long Yuan and divine golden dragon? Why haven't they arrived? Because the host has successfully bound the system. Long Yuan and the golden dragon will be obtained through other means later, not directly gifted. Yi Xian wondered in his mind. What the? How can you do this? You can't treat me like this. You know your arrival wasn't easy. Yi Xian wailed in his mind, his cries heart-wrenching. The system was speechless. It knew its arrival had been difficult, but it hadn't realized just how difficult. Since those 2 high-tier items are gone, give me something simple, Yi Xian said. Like, let me see how handsome he'll be in the future. The system was taken aback, expecting a request for items, not this. This host was utterly shameless. Was it too late to switch? Despite its reluctance, a hazy image slowly unfolded before Yi Xian. The image showed a man with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, bright teeth, and an imposing demeanor, lounging against a tree. Truly dignified, awe-inspiring, elegant, and dashing. A handsome youth, Yi Xian remarked. System, is this me, eh? The system was silent. Isn't it you? Would it be me? I've never seen such a brazen person, it thought. When he saw a delicate petite woman sitting cross-legged under the tree, looking utterly endearing, Yi Xian said, "This woman is truly breathtakingly beautiful, with a face that could shame the moon and flowers. The two of them are a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Receiving no response from the system, Yi Xian fell silent, though his eyes kept darting around. Above Yi City. The Xintian sect of Yi City comes to offer congratulations celebrating the birth of the invincible emperor's son and the heavenly heart emperor's grandson. May the Yi clan endure forever. With a loud cry, the Nangong clan comes to congratulate, honoring the birth of the Yi clan's grandson. Auspicious signs descend, and purple qi comes from the east. May the Yi clan dominate for 3 ages and remain unrivaled in this era. The Nangong clan was Yi Xian's mother Nangong Zuetzi's family. The well-wisher was Nangong Zuetzi's elder brother, the current clan head of the Nangong clan. The Earth Treasury Palace congratulates. The Floating 2 Ancient Clan congratulates. One booming congratulatory message after another came from outside. Only first-rate powers were qualified to stand here today. Even if you stood here, you wouldn't dare cause trouble with so many big shots present. Inside the Martial Extremity Hall. Precious nephew, I'm your uncle. Call me uncle. Nangong Shueji looked at the gesticulating man with a dark expression. Faced with this face so close, Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped it. Slap. A crisp sound rang out, and everyone fell silent. Well hit, Xianer. Hit that unserious uncle of yours. Nangong Shueji encouraged. The man stared at Yi Xian, who glared back with big dark eyes and waved his chubby little hands, then burst into, "Good lad, nice strength. Get up and spar with your uncle." Now not just Nangong Shueji, but the entire hall was speechless. Brat, get out of here. You're scaring my grandson. Hearing this voice, the man immediately stepped aside sheepishly. So this is my grandfather, Yi Xian thought. What a boss. From now on, he wouldn't even need his invincible father to fight. Just summon a few old masters, and he could strut around unchallenged. As the saying goes, the whiter the hair, the higher the skill. With his status here, he was practically a cultivation aristocrat of several generations. If some protagonist wanted to rise up, he, the ultimate villain boss, would just stand there, send people to drain the river, and see how they could cross it. Know this life, I want to be the protagonist too. Watch me carve out my own world. Yi Xian, wrapped in swaddling, kept fantasizing in his mind. At a grand palace of the Yi clan. I declare Yi Xian as my clan's new imperial son. Yi Wudi announced with a booming voice, using his great divine power. This announcement was both a proclamation and a warning. It told those present that Yi Xian was the Yi clan's imperial son and warned them not to step out of line. Hearing the Yi clan's decision, all the well-wishers narrowed their eyes. An imperial son, appointed at birth. They would have to give proper instructions upon returning to their own clans. Soon 5 years had passed. Third brother Xianer has turned 5. It is time for the ancestral rite. Make the arrangements. This ceremony shall be witnessed by the entire clan. Yi Tianxin spoke calmly to the white-haired elder beside him. Very well. With that, the refined elder turned and departed to prepare for the ancestral rite. The ancestral grounds of the Yi clan. As the most ancient lineage of martial arts inheritance, the Yi clan had existed for 1,000,000 years. Within the grounds, 100 jade coffins were arrayed in splendor, showcasing the clan's glorious history. On the Yi clan's training grounds, all members from the oldest patriarchs to the youngest children stood in orderly formation. The vast arena seemed almost crowded. Third brother, activate the celestial screens. At these words, the refined elder raised his hand, and 4 massive screens materialized around the training grounds. The screens displayed the scene within the ancestral grounds. Yi Xian stood to the side, his wide eyes taking in everything with curiosity. Since birth, he had never suckled milk. He could speak at 2 months old. He ran at 1 year of age. By 4, he had reached the latest stage peak of a martial master. Yet the Yi clan found this unremarkable, for Yi Xian was a prodigy, the clan's divine son. Watching the scene before him, Yi Xian was inwardly stunned. Damn, so many white jade coffins. Truly a grand household. Soon the ancestral rite commenced. First bow, second bow, third bow. As the resonant voices rang out, everyone in the ancestral grounds and on the training field performed the initial 3 bows. After the crowd finished, Yi Xian, the divine son of the Yi clan, first bow. The sonorous voice called out once more. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood what he must do next. He straightened his robes, stepped forward solemnly, and bowed deeply before the 100 coffins of the ancestral ground. Just as the officiant prepared to speak again, a sudden upheaval erupted. A fierce gale swept through the ancestral grounds accompanied by unending thunderclaps. Soon the 100 coffins trembled violently, and the entire grounds shook as if struck by an earthquake. What is happening? Everyone stared in shock at the scene. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the hidden achievement 100 coffins trembling. Reward Divine Beast Golden Dragon. Yi Xian heard the voice echoing in his mind. No way this actually works. He thought of his divine sword. Yi Xian was about to bow again. The white jade coffins in the ancestral grounds shook even more violently. Then everyone witnessed a sight they would never forget. Above each white jade coffin a spectral figure materialized. Some even appeared rather impatient. Yi Xian's lips twitched as he watched the eager figures. Even if you've been lying there for hundreds of thousands of years and haven't breathed fresh air in ages, there's no need to be this hasty. Though they were mere apparitions, each exuded immense pressure. Some onlookers even had sweat beading on their foreheads. After a few breaths, the 100 figures with solemn expressions bowed in unison toward Yi Xian. Among them were former emperors of the Yi clan. Yi Xian was bewildered. What the hell? So many people crawling out of coffins, and they're all bowing to me. I don't know whether to move or stay still. Even more absurdly, some looked terrified, as if he might devour them. The crowd in the ancestral grounds quickly retreated to a corner. Good heavens, I dare not accept this. The refined elder, now stripped of his composure, spoke with lingering fear. Yi Xian's ancestral right 100 coffins tremble. The divine sun bows, and the ancestors return the courtesy. The Yi clan's patriarch murmured as he watched. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the hidden achievement Ancestors Salutation. Reward Divine Sword Long Yuan. The ethereal voice echoed in his mind once more. Hearing this little, Yi Xian gazed at the 100 spectral figures before him with burning eyes. A strand of glistening drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. These are all good people. They've solved my mount problem and my divine weapon issue. Am I seeing things? Is the divine son drooling? Is he hungry? Upon hearing this, the old patriarch rapped the speaker on the head. If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut. Just as the elder was about to retort, the 100 spectral figures began forming complex hand seals. Vast amounts of law energy surged from the air, converging into a river that rushed straight toward Yi Xian below. Though the torrent of Tao laws seemed ferocious, it turned remarkably gentle upon entering Yi Xian's body. This is the ancestral blessing power. Yi Tianxin at the forefront nodded as he observed. None had imagined that the legendary 100 coffin tremor and ancestral blessing truly existed. The ancestral blessing power. Only a Yi clansman acknowledged by all the deceased in the ancestral grounds during the rite could receive it. Legend held that the recipient would lead their family to a new pinnacle. Now the Yi clan was already the most supreme hereditary house in Xuanxu realm, one of the 9 great realms of the universe. If they rose another step, those in the ancestral grounds upon this thought turned to gaze fervently at Yi Xian, who wore a look of pure bliss. The Yi clan patriarch addressed Yi Tianxin and the others. Xianer has reached the required age. After the rite, let him cultivate in the ancestral secret realm. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Burp. In the deathly silent training grounds, a sudden jarring belch rang out. Then everyone heard Yi Xian shout at the 100 spectral figures in the air, that was sweet. Got any more? Everyone stood dumbfounded. Just as they expected something incredible to happen, the spectral figures all shook their heads with gentle smiles. Yi Xian reluctantly looked away, only to feel a prickling sensation on his back. He spun around and saw his aunt's uncle's grandfather and uncles all staring at him with blazing eyes. What the hell is that look? Yi Xian shuddered inwardly. They're not going to eat me, are they? Boom. A thunderous roar from the sky shattered the intimate scene. Everyone startled and looked up. The 100 spectral figures in the ancestral grounds slowly faded. With a flash of lightning, 2 gaping black hole-like maws appeared in the sky. Everyone held their breath, gazing upward. They still vividly recalled the celestial phenomenon at Yi Xian's birth. 2 beams of light descended at breakneck speed, landing in the ancestral grounds before Yi Xian. The onlookers' expressions showed they had grown numb to such occurrences. As the dazzling light faded, 2 radiant orbs came into view. Within the left orb floated a gleaming sword whose mere image on the celestial screens exerted immense pressure on the training grounds. Turning to the other orb, it shimmered with purple gold light, revealing the vague silhouette of a long golden scaled beast suspended within. The Yi clan patriarch stared in astonishment. This must be the ancient divine dragon race recorded in the classics, and possibly the imperial clan, the 5-clawed golden dragon. As the purple gold light faded, a tiny golden dragon floated over and nuzzled against Yi Xian. Yi Xian's large eyes were filled with confusion. Damn, a golden dragon cub. How am I supposed to ride this? Yi Xian complained indignantly to the system. 5-clawed golden dragon cub can be leveled up as a battle pet, growing alongside its master. Hearing the ethereal voice again in his mind, Yi Xian finally felt some comfort. That doesn't sound too bad. Yi Tianxin gazed at Yi Xian from a distance and murmured, it seems our Yi clan must make a preemptive move to intimidate some petty troublemakers in the Xuanqi realm. The other's eyes lit up at his words, as if fighting was something to be eagerly anticipated. Upon the ancestral land. After the ancestral rites concluded, Yi Tianxin announced to the heavens a message that once again set everyone's blood ablaze. The Yi clan emerges to teach the petty scoundrels a lesson. Though spoken as a lesson, everyone understood its true implication. The severity of the lesson, however, hinged upon the Yi clan's stance and the choices of other forces. No sooner had the announcement been made than the training ground erupted into fervent response. The Yi clan had refrained from action for so long. Initially, with the birth of Yi Wudie's son, the clan patriarch, they wished to avoid entangling themselves in further karma. They had intended to wait until Yi Xian reached adulthood, then have him represent the clan in their dealings. Yet now it seemed some could no longer restrain themselves. Since that is the case, let us make a preemptive move as a celebration for Yi Xian's 5th birthday. Behead all who defy the rules, and if necessary, even a great power may be slain. Perhaps only the blood of great powers can truly instill fear in the world, Yi Tianxin declared with a murderous tone, glancing at the several elders beside him. In contrast, the elders seemed as though they hadn't heard a word Yi Tianxin said. Who should we strike first? Let us first chastise the most brazen among them. Very well, let us begin here, advancing on 4 fronts. Yi Xian, standing beside Yi Tianxin, stared wide-eyed at the heated discussion. Ah, the privilege of a powerful background, to strike whomever one pleases. Behold the commanding tone, the imposing figure. Truly a mere conversation could reduce enemies to ashes. Grandfather, are we going out to fight? Yi Xian asked, his face alight with excitement as he watched the fervent discussion. Hearing his query, Yi Tianxin smiled and nodded. They are going to teach the disobedient a lesson. Yi Xian's dark, glistening eyes rolled mischievously. Can I go too to teach them a lesson? This? Yi Tianxin hesitated, gazing at the young Yi Xian. Big brother, let Xianer go. Let the world behold the celestial visage of our Yi clan's imperial son. Yes, yes. The others chimed in agreement. Hearing the chorus of assent, Yi Tianxin took a deep breath. Very well, third brother, Xianer's safety is in your hands. There must be no mishap. The elder addressed as third brother nodded solemnly. Third grandfather, don't look so grim. Rest assured, Xianer will protect you. Yi Xian clenched his chubby little fists, gazing at the white-haired elder with a domineering air. Ha ha ha, good. Third grandfather believes in Xianer. The white-haired elder burst into laughter. Hearing this, everyone joined in the laughter. News of the Yi clan's imminent action spread instantly across the mystic void realm, plunging all hearts into turmoil. In Yuta City, third grandfather, must we slaughter them all? Looking down at the clamor of battle and the bloody scenes, Yi Xian felt no discomfort, only asking in his childish voice. Spare my clan, I beg you, spare them. This was my own choice. Amidst the carnage, heart-wrenching pleas for mercy echoed. The elder replied, Xianer, in this world, everyone has the right to make their own choices, whether a lowly slave or a lofty emperor. But everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Even if that consequence is the loss of life, it is the one who made the choice that must bear it. The elder paused for a moment. Gazing at the masses fleeing below, the elder continued, in many sects and clans, many have the right to choose, but lack the opportunity. Thus the leader's choice becomes their choice. Yi Xian interjected with sudden understanding. Since they did not choose to leave the clan or sect, it means they are willing to bear the potential outcome. Hearing Yi Xian's summary, the white-haired elder nodded approvingly. Pondering this, Yi Xian suddenly asked, if I make a wrong choice in the future, will the Yi clan end up like this? Xianer, remember this, you are the imperial son of our Yi clan. Your choices represent the will of the Yi clan. This too is the Yi clan's choice. The elder looked at Yi Xian with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, third grandfather, Xianer will protect the Yi clan well. Our Yi clan shall become the foremost clan of the universe. Yi Xian declared with a childish, yet resolute tone, gazing at the carnage below. This was Yi Xian's promise to the Yi clan and his promise to his third grandfather. Ha ha ha, excellent. Third grandfather awaits that day, and the Yi clan awaits it. The elder laughed heartily, also looking downward. Cries for mercy continued. The sounds of slaughter persisted, but the refined white-haired elder and the adorable child in midair were no longer there. 1,000 li south of Yuta City. At Qingyang Peak, the setting sun cast its rays down from the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but deathly silence, with broken walls and ruins everywhere, rivers of blood. It was plain to see that a cataclysmic battle had once taken place here. This was hardly surprising in a world where power reigned supreme. When one's strength was meager, one was but an ant. When one's power transcended, all beings were but ants. Ding detected a potential follower for the host. Hearing the voice in his mind, his follower, Third grandfather, let's go take a look over there. Yi Xian pointed at Qingyang Peak, not far from the Yi clan's contingent. The elder smiled faintly. Qingyang Peak. Very well, if Xin'er wishes to go, then we shall go. Upon entering Qingyang Peak, the first sight to greet them was the sea of crimson blood covering the ground. It seems a major heritage clan has made its move. The Qingyang sect was nearly a first-rate force. To annihilate them entirely is beyond the capability of ordinary powers. Observing the scene before him, the elder spoke softly. Yi Xian, however, paid no heed to the elder's words. Instead, he approached a dead corner and looked at a little boy trembling with his head bowed. Third grandfather told me that everyone has the right to choose, but not everyone has the opportunity. I think I can give you that opportunity to choose. Yi Xian continued, follow me, and you will gain the power to avenge yourself. Hearing this sudden voice, the little boy lifted his head. At that moment, a ray of setting sun fell upon Yi Xian. With the evening glow at his back, the child gazed calmly at the trembling boy before him. In that instant, the words spoken by the child before him became a beam of light, guiding the little boy through the darkness before nightfall. The elder was right. Oh, everyone has the right to choose, but not everyone has the opportunity. And Yi Xian had given this little boy that opportunity to choose. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the boy recalled what a senior sister had said to him before her death: never ever seek revenge. Even in death, that senior sister did not tell him who the culprit was. What she didn't know was that at the start of the battle, he had clearly heard the shouts outside and knew who his enemy was. But often, even knowing the truth, one is powerless to act. It seems the closer one gets to the truth, the more helpless one becomes. But now he had another choice. Without any hesitation, the little boy nodded, stood up, and followed Yi Xian away. 100 years later, the boy would return to Qingyang Peak, to the very dead corner where he had once stood up, and would remain there for a long, long time. The elder said nothing about the boy Yi Xian had brought back, for it was merely a choice made by their imperial son. Only then did Yi Xian turn to the little boy and ask softly, what is your name? My name is Qingsong, the boy replied. With those two brief exchanges, their conversation ceased. Third grandfather, let's go to the next place. Yi Xian said to the elder. Very well. In the northern Nanling mountain range. Yi Xian and the elder had now arrived at one of the sects within the northern Nanling mountain range. Below, battle raged as well. Qingsong stood half a step behind Yi Xian, watching the scene beneath them. Yesterday, it had been the same for Qingyang's sect. Qingsong now knew that those below were members of the heritage clan, the Yi clan. And the child before him was the legendary imperial son of the Yi clan, Yi Xian. That white-haired elder was the legendary martial grand power, a peak emperor. Standing in midair, Qingsong silently made a decision as he watched the carnage below. He too would one day possess the ability to stand high above, overlooking the masses beneath. And he would remain standing there forever. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Yi Xian had now reached the age of 15, no longer the child with a milky voice he once was. At 15, Yi Xian possessed sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes with a bright gaze and pearly teeth. Anyone who saw him would exclaim in admiration, a jade-like gentleman unmatched in the world. He stood there like a painting of rare beauty, making one reluctant to look away, as if each glance might be the last. Beside Yi Xian stood a youth with a cold, aloof expression, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. It was a stark contrast to Yi Xian's gentle and spring-like demeanor. The youth was none other than the little boy from before, now having also reached the early saint realm. Qingsong, don't always wear such a stern face. It's not attractive. The youth twitched the corner of his mouth and said, as long as I can fight, that's enough. You're wrong, as sometimes beauty can be as lethal as any divine weapon. Yi Xian looked at Qingsong, whose face was full of murderous intent, and sighed. Qingsong remained noncommittal. Don't you want revenge? Now isn't the time to strike at them, but we can still collect some interest. Whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you. Yi Xian didn't dwell on the matter, instead gazing ahead and speaking calmly. The youth's body trembled upon hearing this. He had never doubted the words Yi Xian once spoke to him, and so he trained day after day, waiting for this day to arrive. Although it wasn't a direct confrontation with the ultimate boss, as the saying goes, a meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and revenge must be taken step by step, especially when the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. Qingsong understood this well. Prepare yourself, we set out tomorrow. With that, Yi Xian turned and walked away. In the prince's hall, Yi Xian gazed at the panel displaying a royal weapon, the Qingyang spear, priced at 100 million spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the exchange button. Aside from a temporary lack of battle merit points, spirit stones were the last thing Yi Xian lacked, given his family's deep reserves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging the royal weapon Qingyang spear. A flash of golden light followed, and a weapon cool to the touch appeared in his hand. The spearhead gleamed with a cyan light, exuding a chilling aura. The next day, in the main hall of the prince's palace. Qingsong. For me. Song looked at the royal weapon before him, a puzzled expression on his face. Obviously, how can you go into battle without a proper weapon? Song then took the Qingyang spear. He said nothing more, words were unnecessary. What Yi Xian had given him could not be expressed in mere sentences. It was all etched in his heart. After receiving the royal weapon, Song couldn't help but brandish it. With each swing, a wave of scorching heat surged through the air. It's called the Qingyang spear, Yi Xian said with a faint smile, watching Song's astonished expression. Qingyang, a fitting name. Song gently caressed the spear's shaft. Let's go. Time to set out. Soon Yi Xian and his group arrived at the Tianfeng sect southwest of Yi City. We'll start with the Tianfeng sect. Yi Xian looked calmly at the Tianfeng sect, which stood on high alert. If you die, I'll destroy the Tianfeng sect for you, but I won't deal with your other enemies. Yi Xian spoke again, his tone flat. The Tianfeng sect's leader was merely at the late Saint realm, a slightly larger ant to the Yi family. But for Song it was different, he was only at the early Saint realm. So Yi Xian told him that avenging himself depended on his own abilities. Outside the Tianfeng sect's mountain gate, Song stared coldly at the sect's disciples and announced loudly, Song, former disciple of the Qingyang sect, has come to pay respects. The vast Tianfeng sect fell silent at the youth's shout from beyond the gate, with no one answering for a time. Song, former disciple of the Qingyang sect, has come to pay respects. Song called out again, showing no impatience. After a moment, an elderly man slowly emerged from the Tianfeng sect. He looked at the youth hovering in midair outside the gate and sighed, "Ah, what must come will come." This man was Feng Guiyun, the Tianfeng sect's leader, and one of those who had participated in the annihilation of the Qingyang sect. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The old man gazed at the youth before him with astonishment. But what he couldn't fathom was not Song himself, but the richly dressed youth standing nearby wearing a faint smile. Neither side spoke much. After exchanging glances, Song and the old man clashed in battle. From the start, Song's aggressive and unrestrained style allowed him to trade blows evenly with Feng Guiyun, who was at the late Saint realm. Several elder-like figures within the Tianfeng sect, seeing their leader unable to quickly subdue the spear-wielding youth, began to stir. "I advise you all not to move." The few who were about to act froze at the sight of the smiling youth nearby, halting in their tracks. Everyone in the Tianfeng sect was horrified by this scene. Dominance, confidence, arrogance no longer sufficed to describe the youth behind. Soon hundreds of exchanges had passed, and the battle reached a fever pitch. The more Feng Guiyun fought, the more alarmed he became. The youth's momentum only grew stronger, especially with the spear in his hand, which was at least a low-grade royal weapon. Bang! With a clash, both sides retreated. Song slowly raised the Qingyang spear and said coldly to the old man, "The one who kills you is Song of the former Qingyang sect, and the weapon is the royal spear Qingyang." Spear fall. With those words, Song's aura peaked instantly, and a massive flame-wreathed spear shadow hurtled toward the old man. Seeing the spear shadow charging at him, the old man unleashed his strongest attack. The two forces collided. Boom. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar followed, and the dust slowly settled, revealing the scene within. The old man was disheveled, his spirit and energy plummeting to their lowest. Across from him, Song's breathing was erratic, with a faint bloodstain across his chest. The old man, his spirit waning, looked at Yi Xian behind him. "After I die, can you spare the rest of the Tianfeng sect?" He knew that the one truly capable of destroying the sect was the richly dressed youth who had watched everything with calm detachment. "Song, what do you think?" Yi Xian didn't answer the old man, but instead looked at Song, who stood opposite him. Hearing this, the old man also turned to Song, his eyes filled with hope, resignation, entreaty, and a trace of anger. Song met the old man's gaze without acknowledgement, then turned and walked back to stand behind Yi Xian. The answer was clear. You had the right and the chance to choose, but since the Tianfeng sect chose to follow you, this choice belongs not only to you, but to everyone in the sect. Yi Xian said calmly to Feng Guiyun. Hearing this, the old man finally closed his eyes in despair. "Let's fight them to the death." Someone in the Tianfeng sect shouted angrily. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." A melee erupted. As several Tianfeng sect elders charged at him, Yi Xian said to Song with a smile, "Need a break." Before he could finish, Song had already rushed out with the Qingyang spear. "Damn, stealing my thunder." Yi Xian then strode forward to join the fray. The eldest elder among the Tianfeng sect members charged straight at Yi Xian. He knew that the richly dressed youth was the true decision-maker. Only by capturing him could the sect's danger be averted. Seeing the old man rushing at him, Yi Xian simply threw a punch. The moment the elder made contact with Yi Xian's fist, a storm of shock and disbelief raged in his mind. Bang! The elder's figure, which had surged toward Yi Xian with formidable momentum, was sent flying back in utter disarray. A saint. Impossible, a saint so young. The elder stared in disbelief at the richly dressed youth who had sent him flying with a single punch. But he had forgotten that Qingsong was also already at the early saint realm. The crowd below, still locked in battle, were all dumbfounded by the sight. "The prince is truly fierce," murmured one of the Yi clan disciples, swallowing hard. "The prince is mighty. The prince is mighty." The other Yi clan disciples shouted in excitement. "Old man, you've been disappointed, haven't you?" Yi Xian strolled up to the elder, revealing a row of white teeth as he smiled. You're the prince of the Yi clan, Yi Xian." The elder stammered in terror. But Yi Xian didn't answer. Then, as the elder's pupils dilated with fear, Yi Xian threw a punch. The punch seemed ordinary, but to the elder it felt like the very essence of the Tao, inescapable. "Ding, congratulations, host, for killing a saint. Battle merit points increased by 50. Hearing the voice in his mind, Yi Xian shuddered with excitement, then charged fervently toward the other elders. "Ding, congratulations, host, for killing a king. Battle merit points increased by 5. With each ethereal chime in his mind, another king or saint fell at Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian glanced at the remaining venerables, martial masters, and even martial artists, losing interest instantly. He had noticed that killing ordinary martial artists brought no significant change in battle merit points. About 15 minutes later, the great battle below had subsided. The Tianfeng sect now resembled the former Qingyang sect, broken and battered, covered in scars of war, with crimson stains everywhere. But this time there was no sunset, no evening glow, no children. Only the blazing midday sun and the youth standing beneath it. Ding. The host has spearheaded the annihilation of Tianfeng sect, a second-tier sect in the Xuanxu realm, earning 500 merit points. Slaying a king grants 5 merit points. Slaying a saint grants 50 merit points. Slaying an emperor grants 500 merit points. Slaying a sovereign grants 500 merit points. Plus additional merit points awarded for commanding large-scale sect warfare. Seeing this, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "System, why were no merit points awarded for the sect master of Tianfeng sect's death at Qingsong's hands?" "Because Qingsong acted out of personal vengeance, not as the host's vassal." Hearing the system's explanation, Yi Xian gained a clearer understanding of how merit points were calculated. Withdraw the forces. Gazing down upon the battlefield where the great clash had just concluded, Yi Xian declared in a resonant voice. To an outsider, those words might have seemed puzzling, but those below were scions of the imperial lineage, long accustomed to the imperial heir's decisive, unorthodox ways. The imperial heir's main hall of the Yi clan. "Grandfather, I'm back." Upon returning, Yi Xian found Yi Tianxin already waiting there. Yi Tianxin did not inquire about the Tianfeng sect campaign. Such details were unnecessary. He merely nodded with a faint smile and said, "The Yi clan's annual grand contest draws near. This year it is time for you to step forth." Hearing Yi Tianxin's words, Yi Xian nodded in quiet understanding. Though as imperial heir he held the right to abstain from the contest, he had never participated in any major competition before. The elder generation of the Yi clan might know Yi Xian's true strength, but the younger generation, youth is inherently fervent among the scions of such a mighty clan, as the Yi clan pride ran especially deep. Many may not have been arrogant to the point of disdain, but few lacked lofty ambition and fierce self-regard. "Grandfather, may I review the dossiers of the other saints and saintesses?" Yi Xian asked, gazing steadily at Yi Tianxin. "Of course. Likewise, before the contest, they too will be granted access to your dossier." Yi Xian nodded faintly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Let them see his dossier. There was no objection. His dossier contained only one line: imperial heir of the Yi clan. No, perhaps by tomorrow another line would appear: annihilated the second-tier sect Tianfeng sect. Yet such a feat was well within the reach of other saints and saintesses. Thus they would wonder only why he had raised Tianfeng sect, not how he had done it. Huang Courtyard. Grandfather, please tell me just how formidable Yi Xian truly is. I swear I won't tell anyone else." Elsewhere in the Yi clan's aerial city, a petite, delicate girl clung to an elder's arm, swaying gently as she pleaded with girlish charm. This heart-melting maiden was Yi Yuan, the saintess of one of the Yi clan's 4 collateral branches. The white-haired elder before her was the third grandfather, the third younger brother of the Yi clan's former patriarch, and Yi Xian's revered senior. Stop shaking. You're making my head spin." The white-haired elder looked helplessly at the girl and sighed. "You've met Yi Xian yourself. Why not ask him directly? I haven't seen the imperial heir very often, and how could I possibly bring myself to ask such a thing?" The girl murmured softly, lowering her gaze. Watching her expression, the elder's lips twitched, and a dark line appeared across his brow. "It's not some forbidden secret you're asking about. Why must you look so flustered? By the way, you say you've met him several times. What do you think of his cultivation base?" The elder paused, then added with a gentle smile, "Well, each time I saw the imperial heir, he gave the impression of being utterly frail, someone who couldn't even lift a chicken. But a woman's sixth sense tells me he is exceptionally strong. Yi Yuan gazed up with wide, earnest eyes deep in thought. At this, the dark line reappeared across the elder's forehead. Then why ask me? Besides, for now you may rely on that very feminine intuition. Yi Yuan replied instantly, no, that won't do. The elder stared blankly. Why not? Before he could finish, Yi Yuan straightened up, cleared her throat solemnly, and declared, because a woman's sixth sense is stronger. That statement left the elder utterly speechless. His mouth opened, closed, then remained silent. He strode away in gloomy silence, muttering inwardly, I, a sovereign-level martial sovereign, reduced to wordless frustration by a mere girl. Yi Yuan watched the elder depart quietly, then pouted and followed suit. Old man, what are you doing tagging along to the Imperial Heir's Hall? The elder trailing behind her sighed again. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm headed to the Imperial Heir's Hall too. Me too. Let's go together. Yi Yuan beamed guileless and radiant. The elder's lips twitched once more. Then he simply turned and walked toward the Imperial Heir's Hall, his expression deeply resigned. Along the way, numerous Yi clan disciples hastily stepped aside as the elder strode past with uncharacteristic haste. What's wrong with the Supreme Elder? He looks like someone just stole his spirit stones. Fool, do you dare speak so lightly of the Supreme Elder? That disciple quickly added, still, he does look like he's been cheated, though judging by his expression it'd take at least several billion spirit stones to make the grievance believable. The white-haired elder had no patience for such gossip. His sole concern was reaching the Imperial Heir's Hall without delay. Imperial Heir's Hall. Well, Yi Tianxin watched calmly as Yi Xian closed the dossier of the saints and saintesses. All exceptionally formidable. Especially the eldest Saint Yi Lu Yun, who reached the latest stage saint realm in mere decades, boasting an illustrious record of undefeated victories. Yi Xian observed, still holding the dossier. He spoke these words while deliberately excluding himself. After all, he was by every measure an anomaly. Indeed, Lu Yun is widely acknowledged as the strongest among the four saints and saintesses. Do you believe you can defeat him? Yi Tianxin studied Yi Xian with quiet, penetrating intent. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Only battle will tell. Ha ha ha. Xianer remains as confident as. Just as Yi Xian and Yi Tianxin conversed, a booming, vigorous laugh echoed from outside the hall. Yi Xian turned, and seeing the two newcomers, his face lit with genuine delight. Third grandfather. You've come. Before the elder could utter a word, the girl behind him sprang forward. Great-grandfather. Ha ha ha. Yuan has arrived too. Yi Tianxin smiled warmly at the girl. Old man, I haven't even spoken yet and you're already rushing ahead, the white-haired elder chided, casting a mock-stern glance at her. Great-grandfather, look. Grandfather's scolding me again. Yi Yuan darted to Yi Tianxin's side, clinging to his arm with practiced charm. Yi Tianxin waved a dismissive hand. No matter, no matter. Yi Xian stood nearby, observing the scene with a tranquil smile. Strangely gazing upon this petite, delicate maiden, he felt a vague, distant familiarity, as though he had met her long, long ago. Yet try as he might, he could not recall, so he let the thought drift away. Iner, weren't you just asking me about the Imperial Heir? The white-haired elder interjected. Now he stands before you. Ask him yourself. Instantly Yi Yuan's gaze turned to Yi Xian. Before her stood a man of sharp, sword-like eyebrows and star-bright eyes. His brocaded robes draped over him with regal elegance, as if the garment itself were elevated by his presence, not the other way around. The Imperial Heir is so handsome. Oh, I mean, he feels incredibly powerful. Yi Yuan murmured absent-mindedly. The elder watched black lines blooming across his brow once more. I should never have brought this girl here. Long time no see, little sister Yuan. Yi Xian smiled gently. From now on, call me Brother Xian in private. No need for formal titles. Yes, Brother Xian. Yi Yuan snapped back to attention and cried out elated. You're not going to ask anything? The elder stepped between them, lips twitching. What is there to ask? Yi Yuan blinked up at her grandfather with wide, innocent eyes. Ask what? It goes without saying. Yi Lu Yun and the other two combined wouldn't last a single strike against Brother Xian. She declared this with solemn conviction. Too kind, too kind. You're no slouch yourself, little sister Yuan. Yi Xian feigned modesty, raising both hands in polite protest. The elder ignored their light-hearted banter and turned instead to Yi Tianxin. Xianer is ready to retrieve the Long Yuan blade. At those words, Yi Yuan's expression shifted instantly. When the Imperial Heir pays homage to the ancestors, 100 coffins tremble in unison. When the Imperial Heir bows his head, the ancestors themselves return the gesture. These two lines had echoed through the Yi clan since childhood, known to every soul, young and old. Even beyond the clan, many cultivators had heard the legend. Some believed it, others dismissed it as myth. Yet she herself had stood witness, felt the earth-shaking resonance firsthand. Even now the memory remained vivid, seared into her mind. Let us go to the ancestral realm's secret realm. Yi Tianxin said, glancing between them. May I accompany you? Yi Yuan's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Hearing her request, neither Yi Tianxin nor the elder answered immediately. They fell silent contemplating. Before either could speak, Yi Xian smiled softly. Of course you may. Yi Xian understood their hesitation, but placing the Longyuan blade there had only ever been a matter of timing. Yi Tianxin exhaled slowly. Very well. Yuan, you will stay close to your grandfather. Do not wander. Yi Yuan, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, said nothing, only nodded fiercely her resolve at the ancestral grounds. Soon the four arrived at the ancestral grounds. After entering, Yi Xian walked beside her, and Yi Yuan could even feel the events of 10 years ago seemingly replaying before her eyes. The four reached the center of the ancestral grounds where Yi Tianxin formed a complex hand seal. As the seal completed, a pitch-black entrance appeared before them. Without any hesitation, the four stepped inside. Moments later, the white jade coffins vanished, replaced by a scene of birdsong and floral fragrance. Before them floated celestial islands devoid of any buildings, only crystal-clear springs, towering trees that pierced the clouds, and swirling mists. Every breath was filled with an intense concentration of spiritual energy, as if they had stepped into a paradise. This was precisely the Yi clan's ancestral secret realm. Yi Xian had spent most of his time here cultivating, drinking enlightenment tea, and feasting on celestial beasts. Yi Tianxin led the three to a towering lush tree. This sky-shrouding tree was the legendary enlightenment tree upon which grew the enlightenment tea. Legend had it that the leaves of the enlightenment tea tree bloom once in 1,000 years, bear fruit once in 1,000 years, and take another 1,000 years to form leaves. That the Yi clan's secret realm possessed this legendary tree would surely make countless factions envious if revealed. Of course, many forces were already aware of it, yet none dared to seize it, for most martial artists valued their lives. Xianer, you've come, an elder said, looking at the four beneath the enlightenment tea tree. Ancestor, they greeted. This elder was the Yi clan's patriarch-level figure, Yi Lindao. As they conversed, a golden beast flew toward them and nuzzled affectionately against Yi Xian. This beast was the golden dragon from years past, which had lived in the secret realm alongside the dragon abyss sword. When Yi Xian came to cultivate, he brought both the golden dragon and the dragon abyss here. Yi Xian gently stroked the golden dragon's body and whispered a few words, after which the golden dragon swiftly flew off in a certain direction. Yi Yuan also recalled that during Yi Xian's ancestral rites, divine objects descended from the heavens. One was the golden dragon before her, and the other was the dragon abyss sword, their current objective. Grand Elder, where is the legendary dragon abyss sword? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Someone has already gone to retrieve it. Yi Tianxin replied. Someone went to get it. Yi Yuan looked blankly at the four beside her, then thought of the golden dragon that had just fallen. Soon the golden dragon returned before them, this time carrying a moderate-sized orb of light in its mouth. After placing the orb on the ground, it flew aside to wait. System, what should I do? Yi Xian asked, looking at the dragon abyss sword within the orb. An ethereal voice responded, host need only drip a drop of blood. That's simple. Suddenly realizing something, Yi Xian thought, could I have done this blood bonding over a decade ago? Yes. Yi Xian's face immediately twisted like a bitter gourd. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier, and why did you make such a big fuss? The host did not ask at the time. Another silence fell, a deathly silence. Yi Xian quickly exited this state to avoid being infuriated to death by this brain-dead system. Knowing the method, Yi Xian immediately walked to the orb and dripped a drop of blood. The blood touched the orb and instantly merged into it. Then the orb slowly faded, revealing the divine sword dragon abyss within. An invisible ripple spread outward from the dragon abyss sword. Yi Tianxin exchanged glances with the other two, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. This invisible ripple had even caused the aura of 3 Emperor Realm martial grandmasters to waver slightly. But soon the ripple dissipated as if it had never existed. The three let out a sigh of relief, their expressions were, that's it. Yi Yuan looked curiously at the dragon abyss, which had erupted with a ripple and then fallen. Given the worried looks of Yi Tianxin and the others at the Imperial Prince Hall, she had thought something extraordinary would happen when the dragon abyss emerged. Yi Tianxin stepped forward, looked at the dragon abyss in Yi Xian's hand, and took a breath. This sword is at least an Emperor artifact. The pressure from its ripple is identical to that of our Yi clan's Emperor artifact. Yi Xian heard his grandfather's words, but did not respond. The dragon abyss was no Emperor artifact. It was in truth a divine artifact. Holding the dragon abyss, Yi Xian felt its icy chill and imagined he could cleave an emperor in one stroke. Of course, this was merely a pleasant fantasy, at least for now. Xianna, let me see it. Ancestor Yi Lindao said calmly. Yi Xian handed over the dragon abyss without hesitation. Yi Lindao gazed at the sword in his hand and murmured, this sword is too quiet, like an ordinary iron blade. At best a prettier one. That is its terror. The sword aura is concealed, hidden yet unreleased, Yi Tianxin added. Yi Xian quietly scanned them. Yi Lindao and the others looked at the sword comparable to an emperor artifact with only deep awe, no trace of greed. Yi Yuan, however, was more interested in the golden dragon and had already chased after it, disappearing somewhere. Not long after, Yi Lindao returned the dragon abyss to Yi Xian, signaling him not to reveal its news for now. Yi Xian nodded and put the sword away. On the eve of the Yi clan grand tournament, at the Grand Saint Prince's main hall, Sister Yuan, have you truly seen Yi Xian? A youthful-looking man asked the girl before him. This youth was the Yi clan's fourth Saint Prince Yi Guanyao. Seated nearby were the Grand Saint Prince Yi Liuyun and the second Saint Prince Yi Baiqi. The ranking among the four Saint Princes was determined by age. Of course, not only that, I also saw the golden dragon and that divine sword that appeared during Brother Xian's ancestral rites 10 years ago, Yi Yuan said proudly. Hearing her address, Yi Guanyao exclaimed in surprise, Sister Yuan, you actually call the Imperial Prince Brother Xian. You're not planning to defect, are you? Impossible. When I face the Imperial Prince tomorrow, I will go all out. You'd better not hold us back. Yi Yuan said disdainfully to the youth. I would never hold anyone back, the youth said excitedly. The other two men watched the back and forth and felt their heads spinning. Then Yi Luyun asked Yi Yuan. Yuan, you said Yi Xian has obtained the Dragon Abyss. Yes, the Dragon Abyss is now with Brother Xian. Hearing this, the Grand Saint Prince fell into thought. Brother Liyun, don't worry. The Imperial Prince said he won't use the Dragon Abyss when fighting us tomorrow, Yi Yuan assured him. Seeing her confident expression, Yi Liyun's mouth twitched. This girl, why did she have to be so blunt? Though he was indeed worried about that, given the rumor that the Dragon Abyss rivaled an Emperor artifact, did she have to say it out loud? The second Saint Prince Yi Baiqi, who had remained silent, spoke softly. Yuan, you've met Yi Xian the most times. What do you think of his strength? I feel he's very strong. He said he could take on 10 of me without a problem. Yi Yuan recalled earnestly. The two to the left twitched their mouths again. That was as good as saying nothing. Her feelings were never accurate. Yet unbeknownst to them this time, Yi Yuan's feeling would prove remarkably precise. Woe so domineering. The fourth Saint Prince, Yi Guanyao, jumped up in admiration. He could probably take on 20 of you, Yi Yuan said disdainfully to the reckless fourth prince. Seeing her contemptuous look, the fourth prince disagreed. Impossible. At most 15. The four bantered back and forth. The scene once again descended into chaos. The next day, at the martial arena, the Yi clan's annual tournament had officially begun and the arena was already packed. All disciples form ranks immediately and take your seats in the viewing stands in order, a middle-aged man announced loudly across the arena. Soon the previously chaotic arena quickly fell into orderly rows. Looking at the seats in the viewing stands above the arena, the disciples began to whisper among themselves. At the Yi clan's training ground, after the middle-aged man shout, the Yi clan disciples on the field immediately arranged themselves in orderly rows with an elder standing before each column. I heard that all 4 holy sons will participate in the clan competition this time, a young man in the square asked his companion beside him. Not only that I heard, even the mysterious Imperial Son will join as well. Upon hearing his companion's question, the Yi clan disciple replied with a hint of pride. The Imperial Son is participating. Really, I barely see him even once a year. It's absolute. If you think you can see the Imperial Son, my impression of him is still from when he was a 5-year-old child at the ancestral rite. The crowd shuddered upon hearing this. Yi Xian performed the ancestral rites. 100 coffins stood in perfect alignment. The Imperial Son bowed his head. The ancestors returned the gesture. Every member of the Yi clan was intimately familiar with these 2 lines. The most anticipated battles of this clan competition were undoubtedly those between the Imperial Son Yi Xian and the 4 holy sons and saintesses, for these 5 were the most acclaimed among the younger generation of the Yi clan. Look, the holy sons and saintesses are here. A loud shout jolted the daydreaming few back to reality. With the arrival of Yi Luyun and the other 3, the square erupted into fervent cheers. Among them, Yi Luyun and Yi Yuan garnered the loudest acclaim. Holy Son Luyun is so handsome. Oh, Saintess Yuan is so beautiful. I want to marry a woman like her someday. Oh, Holy Son Baiqi. Holy Son Guanyao. The fervor in the training ground became utterly uncontrollable. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, a roar suddenly arose, drowning out all other voices. Oh, Holy Son Liuyun, I want to be your lackey. Suddenly the square fell silent. The man who had roared looked around at the crowd staring at him with varied expressions, and his face instantly flushed crimson. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Before the man could react. Oh, Saintess Yuan, I want to be your lackey too. The square erupted once more. The elders at the front of the teams were infected by the atmosphere, their faces also reddening, barely restraining themselves from roaring. But, in the midst of this scene, a team in the very center of the training ground remained remarkably calm. These people are so ignorant. A strikingly beautiful woman in the team murmured disdainfully. Hearing her words, the others in the team nodded in tacit agreement. They concurred with the woman's opinion. This team was precisely the one that had followed Yi Xian to the Tianfeng sect. When Yi Xian was 6 years old, he had, randomly, selected 360 children from the clan. These 360 chosen ones were directly subordinate to the imperial son's lineage, answering only to Yi Xian's command. It could be said that these few hundred people were the ones who understood Yi Xian best aside from Yi Tianxin and other clan elders. Because of this, they could remain so indifferent to the cheers on the training ground. The only deity in their hearts was the imperial son Yi Xian. Lead elders, please quickly guide your teams to their seats in the viewing stands. The voice of the middle-aged man from earlier rang out again. Hearing the voice from the high platform, the elders led their teams towards the viewing stands. Hey, Brother Feng is the leader of that team beside us, a clan elder. He looks very unfamiliar. During the seating process, a man looked at the neighboring team and asked his companion in confusion. The man called Feng replied, "You wouldn't know this. I heard that leader was brought back by the imperial son 10 years ago and has been by his side ever since. Of course he looks unfamiliar to you." The man paused and continued, "As for the team behind him, they are from the imperial son's palace." Hearing this, the man suddenly understood. No wonder they were so calm just now. Soon all personnel on the training ground were seated in the viewing stands. The seats for the clan's holy sons and the imperial son were on the high platform at the far end. Everyone seated on the high platform was a person of noble status within the Yi clan. At this moment, all seats on the high platform were filled except for the fifth from the last. Why hasn't the imperial son arrived yet? He must be delayed by something. What could be so important? Even the clan head and the supreme elders are here. What could the imperial son have to do? At this moment, a woman with a sharp face in the viewing stand sneered. "What do you mean? Since when is it your place to question when the imperial son arrives?" Hearing the woman's words, the beautiful woman from the imperial son's lineage immediately retorted angrily. "What could I mean? Who knows if the legendary imperial son is afraid to face holy son Luyun and the others and dares not come?" The sharp-faced woman retorted, unwilling to back down. The beautiful woman was about to strike upon hearing this. "Huiyin, what are you doing? Sit down," Qing Song shouted at the woman who was about to erupt. Hearing Qing Song's words, Hua Yin sat back down, though her eyes glared fiercely at the previous woman. Seeing Hua Yin retreat, that woman wanted to say more, but upon meeting Qing Song's gaze, she merely snorted and fell silent. Just then, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Following the gasp, there was utter silence. A young man appearing to be 14 or 15 years old slowly walked into the square. The youth was clad in a bright yellow brocade robe, wore jade boots, and had a jade crown binding his hair. Around his waist was a black belt adorned with a ruby. Truly, he was a gentleman unparalleled in the mortal world, as flawless as jade. On the viewing platform, there was adoration, awe, gratification, and even those with starry-eyed infatuation. You have to admit the imperial son's appearance is as lethal as an imperial artifact. Holy son Yi Guanyao on the high platform remarked enviously at the stunned crowd. The others, upon hearing Yi Guanyao, surprisingly nodded in unison. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the center of attention achievement. Reward 3 special free entrances. No way this works too. Hearing the ethereal voice in his mind, Yi Xian murmured. Looking at the new entrance options on the panel, Yi Xian clicked without hesitation. Just as the crowd regained their composure, the sky suddenly roared with wind and thunder, lightning flashing. But soon the once dark and stormy sky instantly cleared. The dazzling sunlight shone down on Yi Xian like a spotlight, enveloping him in a hazy aura, making him difficult to see clearly. My! The Yi clan elders watched this scene with astonishment, especially ancestor Yi Lindao, whose eyes gleamed as he looked at Yi Xian. When the crowd looked again, they found Yi Xian seemed both present and absent. This must be the wonder of Xian'er's chaos divine body, Yi Tianxin said softly, seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes. Normally, the Yi clan ancestor would not participate in events like the clan competition, but this year was different because of the imperial son Yi Xian. When the imperial son appears, heaven and earth transform. Someone in the viewing stands shouted, and the silent competition erupted into unparalleled cheers. Seeing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly, shook his head, and began walking towards the arena. With every step, Yi Xian took a 5-colored lotus bloomed beneath his foot, accompanied by the resonance of the Tao echoing heavily in everyone's minds. 1 step begets 1 lotus, 10 steps the lotus blossoms. The Yi clan experts on the high platform exclaimed in shock as they watched Yi Xian approach the arena. Soon Yi Xian stood on the arena platform and gave a slight bow towards the high platform. At this moment, Yi Xian had transformed back into the gentle jade-like youth, as if the domineering world-dominating person from moments ago had never existed. This entrance was indeed flashy. System well done this time, Yi Xian praised in his mind with satisfaction. On the high platform, Holy Son Yi Baichi watched Yi Luyan beside him and asked in a low voice, "How do you feel?" "I can't win." Upon hearing Yi Baichi's question, Yi Luyan blurted out. He simply couldn't see through Yi Xian, but could feel that faint, intangible pressure. The Yi clan's former patriarch Yi Tianxin looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile and declared, "Since everyone is here, this year's clan competition officially begins." Hearing Yi Tianxin's voice, the area around the arena erupted once more into earth-shaking cheers. Many disciples were already itching to step up and display their skills, hoping to catch the eye of the figures on the high platform and achieve a meteoric rise. The competition of the Yi clan officially commenced with the appearance of Yi Xian. The Yi clan functions much like a grand martial arts sect existing in another form, divided into ranks such as the Holy Sun core disciples, ordinary disciples, and servant disciples. Each level of disciple has access to different cultivation resources. For the disciples of the Yi clan, being born into the clan is both a fortune and a misfortune. The fortune lies in their ability to witness the highest vistas of the mysterious realm from birth. The misfortune is that maintaining that view becomes exceedingly difficult. In other places one might be a genius, but within the Yi clan, with its million-year legacy, one could merely be a disciple with decent aptitude. There are not many legendary tales of rising from humble beginnings. For some, their talents are predetermined from birth. The clan competition mainly serves to assess the progress of disciples under 20 years old over the past year. Those who perform excellently during the clan competition may receive guidance and cultivation from elders or higher-ranking figures. Furthermore, those who stand out might even attract the attention of prominent figures on the high platform for personal training. Becoming a holy son is not out of reach. Thus, many disciples exert themselves on this day, using all their skills in hopes of standing out on the arena. Of course, many disciples also aspire to join the elite group led by the fiery and enchanting ladies. There is a saying in the Yi clan that the concentration camp of the elite is the genius camp of the Yi clan. Those who enter the elite hall not only gain substantial cultivation resources, but can also compete with the best of their peers. Receiving a signal from Yi Tianxin, the orderly man proclaimed loudly once more. This clan competition aims to assess the cultivation of all disciples. The competition is merely a sparring match to be stopped upon a point. Let the grand competition begin. This year's clan competition feels much more lively than in previous years. An elder remarked, watching the bouts on the arena with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was astonished as he observed the arena. Is that a postnatal constitution? Yi Xian thought, gazing at a robust man grappling with his opponent in the arena. He then tossed 1,000,000 spirit stones into the system. Not enough. Seeing no response from the system, he tossed in another 9,000,000 spirit stones. Ding! Detection successful. Postnatal ancient battle body. Hearing the ethereal voice in his mind, Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Postnatal ancient battle body. He then glanced at the panel. The postnatal battle body, while not innate, surpasses the innate. Its bearer is born to fight. In battle, they grow increasingly valorous, having faced numerous setbacks, yet maintaining a resolute spirit, possessing an unwavering determination on the martial path. Gazing at the description on the panel, Yi Xian's eyes shone with astonishment. He looked up at the figure fighting fiercely in the arena. Indeed, as the description indicated, that robust figure grew increasingly formidable with each battle. Boom! Soon the man charged up a punch, sending his opponent flying without any flamboyance. Brutality, I like it. Yi Xian murmured, watching that figure. Yi Zhan wins. Many elders on the high platform nodded. Yi Zhan, do you wish to continue challenging for the position of Holy Son? An elder on the high platform asked Yi Zhan, his voice resonating. At 18, Yi Zhan had already reached the pinnacle of kingship, deserving the title of genius. He could challenge his peers who were holy sons, and if successful, become the 5th holy son of the Yi clan. However, upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Zhan shook his head, responding in a deep voice, I wish to join the... The crowd erupted in astonishment. For many, the allure of becoming a holy son far outweighed that of the... The elder turned to Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood up, smiling lightly. After the clan competition, you can come directly to the elite hall to find me. All right. Yi Zhan grinned broadly at Yi Xian's words. Soon the clan competition was nearing its conclusion. The most anticipated match, the battle between the elite and the 4 holy sons, was about to begin. This was Yi Xian's first true display in public. Not only the spectators, but even those on the high platform were looking forward to this battle. Then the 4 holy sons descended from the high platform into the arena, awaiting Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian did not hesitate, stepping onto the arena, gazing with a calm smile at the 4 across from him. There were no unnecessary pleasantries. Yi Xian looked at the 4. Who will come first? Or will you all come at once? Wow! The audience gasped at Yi Xian's words. However, Yi Luyan did not perceive Yi Xian's words as a joke or arrogance. That is precisely my intention. Yi Luyan replied without hesitation. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more at the words of the Holy Sun. The four then bowed respectfully to Yi Xian, saying, "Please guide us, elite." Yi Xian returned the bow, saying nothing further, and retreated to the opposite side of the arena. The referee, momentarily stunned by the scene, quickly regained composure, clearing his throat. "I declare the battle between the elite and the four holy sons officially begins." As the referee's voice echoed, an intense battle intent erupted from Yi Xian, his gaze burning with fervor at the four opponents. It was indeed time for him to act. The world only remembered him as the exceptionally gifted child from many years ago. It was high time to reintroduce his name to the world. As the battle was about to ignite, Yi Xian did not draw the Long Yuan, for it was unnecessary. Instead, he charged at the four in the arena with bare fists. Seeing Yi Xian rushing towards them, Yi Guanyao immediately met his fist heat. Yi Xian shook his head. The two figures collided instantly. Bang! The spectators barely caught a glimpse of one figure rapidly flying backward, landing outside the arena. On the ground, Yi Guanyao struggled to stand, breath weak, gazing in terror at Yi Xian in the arena. "So strong. I couldn't even withstand a single punch." Yi Guanyao admired. "Thank you, elite, for your mercy." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Now the three of you should team up, otherwise your chances of victory are quite slim." At this moment, Yi Yuan and the others looked to Yi Luyan. Seeing the two looking at him, Yi Luyan took a deep breath, asking, "May I ask, elite, have you reached the saint level?" Yi Xian, caught off guard while preparing to strike again, paused. "What is this operation?" Yet he did not conceal the truth, shaking his head instead. Seeing Yi Xian shake his head, Yi Luyan instantly exhaled, but before he finished exhaling, Yi Xian's voice came through. "I am at the mid-saint level." Yi Luyan, who had just begun to exhale, suddenly broke into a violent cough. I haven't even made a move yet, how could it be?" Yi Xian looked at this scene, speechless. Quickly, Yi Luyan composed himself, then without hesitation said, "We concede." "What? I just stripped down my pants and you tell me this?" Not only those on the high platform, but the spectators were also astonished. "But I still wish to see how great the gap is between me and the elite. I hope the elite can consent." Yi Luyan paused for a moment before speaking earnestly, "Sure." Yi Xian responded without hesitation. At this moment, only Yi Xian and Yi Luyan remained on the arena. Soon an invisible aura of the great law of the Tao surged from Yi Xian once more. This aura seemed unbound by space, arriving in front of Yi Luyan in the blink of an eye. "This is the law of space." An elder gasped in shock, watching Yi Xian on the arena. "Indeed, it is the law of space, the saint's law of space. And judging by how Xian is wielding it, he is clearly extremely proficient." Yi Tianxin spoke softly. Watching the instant attack of the great law approaching him, Yi Luyan gathered all his strength to defend. The seemingly invisible attack struck Yi Luyan, and his constructed defenses began to shatter. After a few moments, Yi Luyan felt the oppressive sensation suddenly vanish. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Looking up, Yi Xian had returned to his harmless appearance. "Thank you for your guidance, elite." Yi Xian casually waved his hand, smiling lightly. "You did well too." As for what Yi Xian meant by well, whether it referred to character or strength, remained uncertain. The training grounds. When Yi Xian retracted his aura, silence fell all around. On the arena, there was shock. There was worship, intense worship. At this moment, Yi Xian had officially become a deity-like figure in the hearts of the Yi clan's younger generation. On the high platform, there was relief, there was admiration, and also anticipation for the future. Recalling all that had transpired, Yi Xian in their hearts was now nearly approaching the status of Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi had elevated the Yi clan's prestige in the Xuanxu realm to its peak, but it was not enough to lead the clan to a higher echelon. However, Yi Wudi's son Yi Xian was different, a mid-stage saint at the age of 15. The elder on the high platform saw a brand new future for the Yi clan and Yi Xian. A profound silence descended. No cheers, no shouts. Silence spoke louder than words. The Yi clan's annual clan competition concluded in such an atmosphere. From this day onward, the name Yi Xian would once again resonate throughout the Xuanxu realm. From then on, no one within the Yi clan would refuse to accept Yi Xian. The younger generation gradually ceased pursuing the position of Saint Sun, taking pride instead in joining the training camp and becoming members of the Imperial Sun Hall. Imperial Sun Hall. "So have you decided who to challenge?" Yi Xian asked the burly man before him. After the clan competition ended, Yi Xian returned to the Imperial Sun Hall and saw Yi Zhan already waiting at the door. At this moment, in the open space outside the hall, the 360 members of the Imperial Sun Hall training camp stood in neat formation. And of course, at the very front stood Qingsong. Looking at these people, Yi Zhan scratched his head. "I challenge him. I feel he is the strongest." Yi Xian followed Yi Zhan's gaze. "Qingsong, are you sure you want to challenge him? He is an early-stage saint." Yi Xian asked again. Hearing early-stage saint, Yi Zhan showed no fear, but instead revealed, an eager expression. I've decided. I want to challenge him. All right. In that case, everyone else step back. The others quickly scattered, leaving only Yizhan and Qingsong standing in the center. Looking at the unarmed Yizhan, Qingsong said softly, "You have no weapon, so I shall." He was about to put away the Qingyang spear in his hand. No need. Fight with weapons. Before Qingsong could speak, Yixian looked at Yizhan. What weapon do you prefer? Or are you skilled in physical combat or fist techniques? Hearing Yixian's question, Yizhan answered without hesitation, "Axe. A big axe." Looking at Yizhan's massive frame, Yixian understood what he meant by a big axe. System, open the weapon panel. Yixian said, looking at the panel in his mind. Soon a panel filled with weapons appeared before him. As soon as it opened, the first thing that caught his eye was the big axe Yizhan had mentioned. Sky-rending axe. A high-grade imperial weapon axe weighing 1,000 jin. With one strike, its wielder can shatter mountains and rivers and rend the very sky. A brief description of just a few dozen characters conveyed to Yixian the immense power of this battle axe. After a moment's thought, Yixian did not hesitate and pressed the exchange button. The sky-rending axe, like the Qingyang spear, cost 100 million spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for the high-grade imperial weapon sky-rending axe. The axe materialized in Yixian's hand. The moment it appeared, the simple-minded Yizhan's eyes lit up. This? You wanted an axe, didn't you? Here. Yixian nodded and tossed the sky-rending axe to Yizhan. An imperial weapon. As soon as he caught the battle axe, Yizhan exclaimed in surprise. That's right. This axe is called the sky-rending axe. It weighs 1,000 jin, and they say it can rend the sky. Yixian looked at Yizhan and continued. If you perform well, this imperial weapon is yours. Not only that, but I can also give you a surprise. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Yizhan's eyes, and he thumped his chest in assurance. I can't guarantee rending the sky, but I can try rending that guy with the spear. Hearing Yizhan's words, Qingsong's mouth twitched. This big fellow sure had a big mouth. Yixian smiled, said nothing, and stepped back again, quietly watching the two fight. As everyone took their places, the battle between the two was on the verge of erupting. The moment they engaged, Yizhan immediately fell into a disadvantage as the gap in their cultivation levels was evident. Qingsong instantly thrust out dozens of spear strikes. Yizhan, not to be outdone, raised his 1,000 jin battle axe and blocked all the spear shadows. After blocking Qingsong's attack, Yizhan lifted his axe and swung it at Qingsong. With Yizhan's tometer to frame and that colossal 1,000 jin axe, the sheer momentum of his charge was intimidating enough. As for Qingsong, facing the ferociously charging Yizhan, even he had to temporarily avoid the brunt of the assault. Soon the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. The expected one-sided outcome did not occur. Yizhan, who had been at a disadvantage at the start, not only showed no signs of exhaustion, but grew stronger and more valiant with each passing moment. This Yizhan is no ordinary man. Hua Yin watched the fighting Yizhan with a grave expression. Judging by his aura, Yizhan is likely of a special constitution. A handsome man beside Hua Yin nodded in agreement. Boom. The two exchanged dozens more moves, and after a fierce clash, they each pulled back some distance. Qingsong looked at the big man before him with a solemn expression and praised him. You are indeed very strong, but as you are now, you are perhaps no match for me. With those words, Qingsong's aura surged once more, and an extreme spear intent emanated from him. Spearfall. The surrounding onlookers witnessing this scene quickly retreated even further. Sensing the power of this technique, Yizhan showed no fear. He raised his giant axe, and using all his strength cleaved a beam of black light forward. Soon the two attacks collided. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed and dust filled the arena. It was several breaths before the scene within was revealed. Yizhan's aura was now faintly unstable, and his breathing had become heavy. Qingsong, however, only showed a brief moment of fluctuation before returning to normal. Clearly, it was Qingsong, the early-stage saint, who had the upper hand in the end. Yet the fact that Yizhan, a later-stage king, could fight this long against Qingsong was a testament to his own formidable strength. Judging by Yizhan's expression, he was clearly unsatisfied with the result, but he showed no sign of discouragement. Wait until I become a saint, I'll come back and see how I beat you to the ground. Yizhan said in a deep voice to Qingsong. You better be quick about it, or by the time you reach the saint realm, I might already be at the mid-saint stage. Qingsong retorted without backing down. Yixian paid no heed to their bickering. He looked at Yizhan and said, good performance. Hearing Yixian's praise, Yizhan scratched his head sheepishly. Thank you for the compliment, Imperial Son. Seeing his demeanor, Yixian found it amusing and took out a cultivation technique manual, tossing it to Yizhan. As I said, if you performed well, I'd give you a surprise. This is a cultivation technique that complements the sky-rending axe. Looking at the manual in his hands, Yizhan's face instantly lit up with joy. Does this mean I'm part of the training camp now? Of course. Yixian replied with a faint smile. Are these The imperial weapon and the technique. Really for me? Yi Zhan looked at the heavy sky-rending axe in his hand and asked again. After all, many sovereigns might not even possess a single imperial weapon. Even in a major clan like the Yi clan in the Xuanxu realm, imperial weapons were not as common as cabbages on the street. They're yours. It's just an imperial weapon. I have plenty more, Yi Xian said dismissively. Hearing this, Yi Zhan scratched his head and grinned foolishly. All of you go and cultivate. I will announce something after some time. Yi Xian addressed the crowd in a clear voice. Everyone bowed respectfully and replied yes. Half a month later, the Yi clan's Sky City was a self-contained realm. From the outside it appeared unremarkable, but upon entering one discovered a hidden paradise. In the Hall of Clarity. As Yi Xian entered the hall, it was already filled with people. At a glance, all were members of the clan who held power and influence. Except for the Yi clan's ancestor Yi Lindao, everyone else had arrived. Grandfather, third grandfather, father. Yi Xian entered the hall and respectfully greeted the elders. Shinner, take your seat first. As the imperial son, he held a special status within the clan and naturally had a place in such clan meetings. The reason I've called everyone here today is for one matter. The War God Tower. Clan leader Yi Wudi addressed those around him. The War God Tower. Hearing Yi Wudi's words, Yi Xian asked in confusion. Shinna, you've spent most of your life within the clan since birth, so you're not very familiar with this War God Tower. The War God Tower is a unique feature of the Xuanxu realm located in its northern region. Legend has it that this tower is the divine artifact of the ancient war god, containing its own inner realm and opening only once every 10 years. Yi Tianxin explained to Yi Xian. Are there any conditions for entering this war god tower? Hearing that the tower opened only once a decade, Yi Xian began to ponder. Indeed, there are conditions. Firstly, entrants must be under 20 years of age. Secondly, their cultivation must have reached the king realm. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded. It seemed this so-called war god tower was specifically designed for those with exceptional talent and cultivation. But Yi Xian paid little attention to this condition. For many in a grand clan like the Yi, such a restriction was virtually non-existent, let alone for Yi Xian, a figure of imperial son status within the clan. They'll have someone send additional information about the war god tower to the imperial son's palace shortly. Yi Tianxin said no more on the matter to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded in understanding. After the two finished speaking, Yi Wudi declared, this time the imperial son Yi Xian will represent our Yi clan at the War God Tower. Hearing Yi Wudi's words, no one raised any objections, as Yi Xian was the optimal choice in terms of both age and cultivation. Moreover, it was time for the name of the Yi clan's imperial son to resound once more across the Xuanxu realm and even the 9 great realms. Let the world witness that the current Xuanxu realm still remained under the dominion of the Yi clan. The goal was to transfer the shadow of fear that other powers and ancient clans held for Yi Wudi onto Yi Xian. Third uncle will lead the team for this expedition to the War God Tower. Yi Wudi looked towards an elegant elder with white hair. This elder was none other than Yi Xian's third grandfather. The elder nodded and said, no problem. After discussing further details, the meeting concluded. Back at the imperial son's palace, as soon as he returned, Yi Xian saw the materials on the War God Tower had arrived and began to peruse them. The War God Tower. The tower had 9 floors, each floor a separate heaven. 9 floors, 9 heavens, 9 realms. Could there be a connection between them? Upon seeing the initial information, Yi Xian associated it with the 9 great realms of the Xuanxu realm. He then shook his head and continued reading. As for the entry restrictions, Yi Xian paid them no heed. Located in Luofeng City in the northern Xuanxu realm. After a quick overview, Yi Xian set down the materials. Brother Xian. Just then a pleasant female voice came from outside the hall. Hearing this voice, Yi Xian smiled and shook his head. It must be that girl Yi Yuan. Looking up, he indeed saw Yi Yuan entering the hall. Although only 14 or 15, she was already strikingly beautiful, with long straight legs and a slender waist that highlighted her exceptional grace. Why are you here? Yi Xian asked with a faint smile. What am I not allowed to come? Yi Yuan retorted with a hint of feigned anger. Seeing her adorable expression, Yi Xian said nothing. Yi Yuan continued, Brother Xian, are you going to the War God Tower? Yi Xian nodded yes. Why? Do you want to go too? Brother Lu Yun and the others are going to a secret realm to cultivate, and that brat Yi Guanyao insists on tagging along, saying he was too traumatized last time. So, I was thinking of going with you to the War God Tower. Yi Yuan looked at Yi Xian expectantly. Yi Xian had no objections. All right, but you must listen to me outside. Of course. Am known throughout the clan as the most well-behaved one who never causes trouble. Yi Yuan patted her proud chest, assuring Yi Xian. Hearing the words well-behaved and never causes trouble, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. That might work on others, but he certainly didn't believe it. Then he'll go prepare. Yi Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Yi Xian nodded and watched her dash out of the hall shaking his head. This girl. At the ancestral grounds. It said that one can obtain divine beast blood essence in the War God Tower. They'll bring Xiao Jin along this time. Yi Xian murmured softly. With that, Yi Xian entered the ancestral grounds. The Yi clan's secret realm. Entering the secret realm, once more Yi Xian took a deep breath of the dense spiritual energy that washed over him. Soon he saw a golden figure speeding towards him. It was the golden dragon from the secret realm. I haven't given you a name yet. From now on you'll take my surname and be called Yi Jin. Yi Xian gently stroked the golden dragon. Hearing that it now had a name, Xiao Jin joyfully circled Yi Xian several times. Watching the jubilant Xiao Jin, Yi Xian asked the system, "System, isn't Xiao Jin a divine beast? Why can't it communicate with me telepathically even after all these years?" Host obtaining divine beast blood essence can accelerate the activation of the golden dragon's divine dragon bloodline. Upon activation and transformation, it can receive the divine beast's inheritance. An ethereal voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian thought to himself, divine beast blood essence. Just as I suspected. How much is needed? 1 drop. The system replied succinctly, saying as little as possible. Just 1 drop. Can the divine beast blood essence be exchanged? Yi Xian asked again. No, the host must find and obtain it on their own. Hearing the answer, Yi Xian muttered under his breath, can't do it again. What a shady merchant. Was it being mocked by this foolish host again? It was just an assistant, not a master key. Forget it. It seems this trip to the War God Tower is unavoidable. Yi Xian stopped teasing his system and murmured while watching Xiao Jin circle around him. Shinra, are you going to the War God Tower? An elder strolled over from the center of the secret realm. Ancestor. Seeing the Yi clan's ancestor approaching, Yi Xian bowed respectfully. Yes. This time I might even obtain divine beast blood essence in the tower to accelerate Xiao Jin's bloodline awakening. Yi Xian added. That's good. It's time for you to go out. Your father once suppressed countless prodigies of the Xuanxu realm in the War God Tower. This time don't disgrace his name. The Yi clan's ancestor nodded in approval, speaking casually. Hearing the ancestor's words, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Rest assured, ancestor. Not only will I not disgrace him, but I will also make the world know me as Yi Xian, the imperial son of the Yi clan, and not merely as Yi Xian, the son of Yi Wudi. Yi Lindao laughed heartily. Good lad, ambitious. They then talked for a while under the enlightenment tea tree before Yi Xian took his leave with Xiao Jin. Although Xiao Jin's divine dragon bloodline was not yet fully awakened when it enlarged its form, it already bore a considerable resemblance to a divine dragon. It would be quite impressive to show off outside the Imperial Sun's palace. Yi Xian immersed himself completely, gazing at the system interface before him and murmured, the Xuanxu 18 generals. It's time to put that plan into action. At the rear mountain of the Yi clan. At this moment, the rear mountain was packed with hundreds of people, all standing in solemn and orderly formation before an open space. In their eyes, there was both trepidation and barely concealed excitement. This day had finally arrived. I'm sure you all know why I've gathered you here today. Yi Xian gazed calmly at the hundreds before him and spoke. Years ago, you came to the Imperial Sun Institute's training camp. Although Yi Xian didn't elaborate, many within the clan understood that this so-called training camp was in truth a genius training camp. Those who entered were of similar age, their bone structure and talent ranking among the finest of the Yi clan. The woman who had mocked them during the earlier clan competition was precisely one who had not been selected, and naturally, she harbored a grudge. Next, you 360 will be randomly divided into 20 groups of 18. Within each group, you will engage in a melee. Yi Xian enunciated each word. A melee, someone exclaimed. This method could yield results quickly, but it undoubtedly posed a tremendous challenge for the participants. Because there would be no time for rest in between, one had to fight until the very end, until only oneself remained standing on the field. Furthermore, this battle determines whether you can become one of the 18 Mystic Void Generals. So once the fight begins, there are no close friends you've lived with day and night, no clansmen, only opponents. Looking at the hundreds before him, Yi Xian's expression was cold. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved, and instantly hundreds of light orbs appeared in the air. The light orbs numbered exactly 360, no more no less. When the light orbs appeared, Yi Xian looked at the crowd with final gravity and said, also during this selection, battle, life and death are not to be considered. Hearing this, the sound of breathing within the crowd grew heavy. Observing the changing expressions on their faces, Yi Xian paused and then spoke again. You now have 10 breaths to decide whether to withdraw. I guarantee that even if you step back, you will at least become a clan steward in the future. After 3 breaths, the breathing in the crowd grew heavier and the struggle on many faces intensified. At the 5th breath, one person finally stepped out of the line and moved to the side, with that one taking the lead soon. People began to withdraw one after another. When faced with life and death, even a resolute martial artist, when choosing between growing stronger and their own life, many chose the latter. After 10 breaths, exactly 180 people had withdrawn. The struggle had vanished from their faces, replaced by ease, relief, and a trace of regret. Yi Xian nodded, looking at this half, and said, "Don't burden yourselves. Withdrawing doesn't signify cowardice, it's merely a small choice in your lives. Do you understand?" "We understand," this half roared loudly. It was precisely this withdrawal today, and Yi Xian's words, that would drive these nearly 200 people to fearlessly charge at the forefront in every future battle. But that was all for later. Yi Xian looked ahead. "All right, return now." The 100 people bowed respectfully to Yi Xian and then left the rear mountain. Looking at the remaining 180 people before him, Yi Xian knew very well that during those 10 breaths, not a single one among them had remained unshaken. But in the end, they chose to stay. Now their eyes held no fear or hesitation, only resolve. Yi Xian raised his hand and waved again, and the light orbs in the air diminished from 360 to 180. Seeing the light orbs in the sky, the crowd hesitated no longer and reached out to catch them. Soon, they were divided into groups of 10. Watching the assembled crowd who had made their selections, Yi Xian's cold voice rang out again. "Let the group with the number 1 on their light orb begin." Upon hearing Yi Xian's voice, a team of solemn-faced individuals stepped forward. "Good. The one who fights to the very end will be the holder of that number 1. As Yi Xian's voice faded, the 10 people on the field instantly erupted into a fierce battle. The 10 tacitly paired off into 5 pairs. Although it was called a melee, no one attempted to have 9 people gang up on one. Of course, Yi Xian did not wish for such a thing to happen either. "Qingsong, Yizhan, you two watch. If anyone is defeated, take them out," Yi Xian said calmly as he observed the melee before him. The two merely nodded in response, saying nothing. Half an hour later, the battle arrived at its final confrontation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, watching the last 2 competitors on the field. One was a stunningly beautiful woman, Hui Yin, from the group, while the other was also quite popular within his team. Both were now utterly exhausted. Hui Yin looked at her opponent and spoke. "How about we settle this with one decisive strike?" "Just what I was thinking." As she spoke, their flagging auras surged once more, and they clashed in an instant. A cloud of dust rose. After a few breaths, the dust cleared, revealing the scene within. Both lay collapsed on the ground, motionless. Seeing that Yi Xian had not spoken, the others dared not move. Soon the others saw Hui Yan's hand twitch on the ground. Breathing heavily, she slowly rose to her feet. Though she swayed precariously, her eyes shone with light as she looked at Yi Xian. Meeting Hui Yan's gaze, Yi Xian said with a faint smile, "You win. From now on, you are one of the 18 generals." Upon receiving the answer, she saw a smile curled at the corners of Hui Yan's lips before she collapsed to the ground. "Take them both down," Yi Xian said flatly. After Qingsong brought them down, Yi Xian handed over 2 medicinal pills. "Give these to them." Next group. And so the battles continued until dusk before the 18 groups produced their victors. In the end, the 18 generals consisted of 2 young women and 16 young men. All 18 were around 18 years of age, and their cultivation bases were without exception at the latest stage peak of the king rank. It could be said that these 18 were the most talented and resolute among the younger generation of the Yi clan, second only to the Holy Sun. At this moment, the 18 ultimate victors stood before Yi Xian, their spirits high and radiant. From today onward, you are the 18 Mystic Void Generals. Remember, your goal is not merely the Mystic Void Realm. You must make your names resound throughout the entire cosmic world. Looking at the 18 before him, Yi Xian declared loudly. "What must we do?" Hui Yin looked at Yi Xian and asked. "Starting tomorrow, you will embark on external training for 5 years. During these 5 years, you must at least reach the Emperor Realm so that I can hear of your achievements in the Mystic Void Realm." Yi Xian paused, looking at the crowd, and asked, "Do you have confidence?" Hearing Yi Xian's question, the 18 did not hesitate for a moment and roared loudly, "Yes." "Good. From now on, your code names will be the number each of you holds from General 1 to General 18. Understood?" "Understood." Yi Xian looked at this scene with satisfaction. For the Yi clan to become the number 1 clan in the cosmos, these 18 would play a crucial role in the future. Seeing the 18 in high spirits, Yi Zhan scratched his head. "Imperial Son, what about me? What about—" Listening to the burly man beside him, who was a head taller than himself, Yi Xian was speechless. "You're coming with me to the Martial God Tower." "What, you don't wanna—" "I wanna go. I wanna go." Yi Zhan immediately nodded frantically. Yi Xian paid no further attention to the simple-minded giant Yi Zhan. Instead, he looked up at the sky sparsely dotted with stars and a bright moon and murmured, "This mystic void realm, even the cosmic world, is too quiet. It's better to stir up some chaos. Only in turbulent times can heroes emerge." Within the Yi clan's Crown Prince Hall, Yi Xian, standing with hundreds of others before the 18, declared solemnly, You may form teams for training or venture out alone. I care not for the process, only the result. Do you understand? We understand. Yi Xian nodded and fell silent. The 18 generals bowed to him in unison, then turned and departed with resolute gazes. The hundreds behind, Yi Xian watched the retreating figures of the 18 generals. Their eyes held admiration, envy, and regret. On this day, the entire Yi clan knew that 18 had left the Crown Prince Hall, yet none grasped the true meaning of this departure. Once the 18 generals vanished from sight, Yi Xian turned slowly to face the crowd and said, "Though you were not chosen among them, your cultivation must not falter. The future of the Yi clan deserves your witness." Hearing his encouragement, the crowd erupted with fervor, shouting, "We shall not disappoint the Crown Prince. Xianer will be a great leader." Watching from afar, Yi Tianxin smiled with satisfaction. Third brother prepared to set out. Very well. At the main hall of the Yi clan, Yi Tianxin, Yi Wudi, and other high-ranking members stood outside, gazing expectantly at the departing Yi Xian and his party. In the southern prefecture of Xuanqi realm, a martial grandmaster, eyes gleaming with divine light, fixed his gaze on Yi Xian's group, leaving Yi City in the central prefecture. The Yi clan's crown prince has emerged. How intriguing. His form is shrouded in mist beyond even my perception. In another celestial domain of Xuanqi realm, a martial grandmaster likewise stared toward Yi City in the central prefecture. 15 years ago, when the Yi clan's crown prince was born, auspicious signs descended, and purple qi stretched for 90,000 li. How brutal will the struggle for the Xuanqi throne be in this era? The crown prince of our Lu clan is no pushover either. The struggle for the throne. A middle-aged man snorted in response to the elder's words. The Yi clan's crown prince descended, and all under heaven came to celebrate. Now that the prince had emerged, the world once again turned its gaze upon him. Outside Yi City, third grandfather, it seems many are watching us. Yi Xian spoke with a faint smile, sensing the gazes converging from all directions. The Dragon Emperor, hearing this, found it unsurprising. They are grandmasters from various clans and sects. They are afraid. Besides the two of them, the Yi clan's journey included Yi Yuan Qingsong and other qualified disciples. Winter Spring Valley. Elder, will the Yi clan truly pass through here? A young man asked the elder before him. At this moment in Winter Spring Valley, thousands of li north of Yi City, a group lay in silent ambush. They will, the elder affirmed. If Yi Xian were present, he would be astonished to find a martial grandmaster personally lying in ambush within Winter Spring Valley. Several dozen li from Winter Spring Valley. Yi Chunlong gazed at the valley ahead, a thoughtful look in his eyes, but he said nothing. Soon Yi Xian and his party entered Winter Spring Valley, and everyone instantly felt the temperature drop several degrees. Winter Spring Valley, as its name suggests, was far colder than its surroundings, and a perennial spring flowed within, giving the valley its name. Just then, dozens of figures suddenly erupted from one side of the valley, charging at Yi Xian's group. Yi Chunlong narrowed his eyes and casually dispersed the incoming attack. Yang Tianfeng, Grand Executor of the World Pavilion. The World Pavilion, taking silver for lives akin to assassins, yet operating in the open. Meeting Yi Chunlong's gaze, Yang Tianfeng gave a helpless smile. I have no choice. They offered far too much. Yi Xian looked at the elder and his companion's excitement surging within him. The World Pavilion. They are all merit points, mountains of merit points. With that thought, he swept his gaze across the scene before him. An early-stage emperor, a martial grandmaster, and a host of saints and kings. They truly thought highly of him. Yang Tianfeng ignored Yi Chunlong's stare and turned to Yi Xian. You must be Yi Xian, the crown prince of the Yi clan. Indeed. What business brings you here? Yi Xian replied with a faint smile. I was entrusted to bring some trouble to the crown prince, Yang Tianfeng said, his expression darkening. Yi Xian, as if growing weary, turned to Yi Chunlong. This grand executor is far too noisy. Third grandfather, I must trouble you to hold this blabbermouth at bay for a moment. Without a word, Yi Chunlong instantly lunged at Yang Tianfeng. Yi Xian said no more, raising his hand and sweeping it forward. Leave none alive. The Yi clan members surged forward instantly. The World Pavilion side stared in confusion at the charging Yi clan forces. What kind of tactic was this? Who was ambushing whom? They hadn't even finished speaking, and the other side had already... Before Yang Tianfeng could speak, Yi Chunlong was already upon him, a fist aimed at his face. Yang Tianfeng could only roar in anger and retaliate. You old rogue, what is the meaning of this? His only response was an unrelenting barrage of attacks and the bombardment of Tao principles. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already closed in on the early-stage emperor. Chaotic divine light seal. Seeing Yi Xian charging at him, the emperor sneered. What trash crown prince, so arrogant and But the moment Yi Xian touched him, the emperor felt a strange disturbance within his body and cried out in panic. What is this? My power, how can this be? Yi Xian shook his head. We came to fight, yet you still waste time with words. Showing off. That was his own specialty. How could he let someone else steal the spotlight? With that, Yi Xian threw a punch at the terrified emperor. Taste this fist. You are the first. The emperor, his power reduced to less than a tenth, could not evade the incoming strike, no matter how he tried. The onlookers watched as the emperor, who had been sneering moments before, had his physical body obliterated by a single punch from Yi Xian, who even seized his primordial spirit. What, trying to flee? Yi Xian remarked, looking at the writhing emperor's primordial spirit in his grasp. Witnessing this, Yang Tianfeng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. While locked in combat with Yi Qianlong, he muttered, one punch to shatter an emperor. And what divine art was that just now? It felt of chaos. The more Yang Tianfeng thought, the more terrified he became, and he soon fell into a disadvantage. Seeing his distraction, Yi Qianlong taunted, still letting your mind wander at a time like this. With that, his assault grew fiercer, forcing Yang Tianfeng back step by step. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain an emperor. Merit points 500. Hearing the ethereal voice in his mind, Yi Xian smiled. He casually crushed the primordial spirit in his hand and strode toward the other saints. At that moment, a saint locked in combat with Yi Yuan saw Yi Xian obliterate their emperor with a single punch, nearly leaping out of his skin in terror. When he saw Yi Xian charging in his direction, his courage evaporated. With a loud cry, he turned and fled at top speed. Flee! You've come this far. Where do you think you can go? As he spoke, a surge of law power erupted from Yi Xian, and a strike chased after the fleeing figure. The attack seemed to transcend space and time, instantly reaching the man's back. Seeing the strike upon him, the man could only muster a desperate defense, but it shattered in an instant. His entire form exploded into a mist of blood, his soul utterly annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a saint. Merit points 50. At the sight of Yi Xian's commanding silhouette, Yi Yuan cheered at the perfect moment. The crown prince is invincible. The rest of the Yi clan, their morale soaring, echoed the cry. The crown prince is invincible. The crown prince is invincible. At that moment, Yang Tianfeng was forced back once more by Yi Qianlong. Seeing the dire situation, he roared, retreat. With that, he hurled a law-based divine art at Yi Qianlong, then turned and fled at lightning speed. Yi Qianlong did not give chase. A martial emperor grandmaster determined to escape was no easy prey. Yi Xian watched the fleeing members of the world pavilion and said with a light laugh, he may leave for now because he has the strength. But as for you, what makes you worthy? Yi Qianlong, standing high in the sky, raised a hand and instantly sealed the space at the center of Winter Spring Valley. Elder save. Screams rang out one after another. Soon only the Yi clan remained in Winter Spring Valley. Yi Xian murmured softly toward the direction Yang Tianfeng had fled. The world pavilion has indeed existed for far too long. Yi Qianlong said nothing, only smiled faintly. A mere world pavilion. How dare it provoke the heavens? This battle spread quickly. At the same time, the feat of Yi Xian, the Yi clan's crown prince, shattering an emperor with a single punch, struck fear into many factions. Though it was merely an ordinary emperor, it was no small achievement. Inside a tavern in Luofeng City, in the main hall on the first floor, a man who appeared to be a storyteller stood in the center. The storyteller was a middle-aged man with a goatee. In his left hand, he held a purple gold teapot, occasionally taking a sip from its spout, while his right hand clutched a rolled-up book. Storyteller, get on with it. Tell us about the recent battle of the Yi clan's divine son at Winter Spring Valley. A man in the hall shouted loudly. Let me tell it slowly. Hearing the man shout, the storyteller unhurriedly took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. As for this Yi clan divine son, he is truly a heaven-sent child. Before his birth, auspicious signs appeared, divine beasts danced, and gods and demons bestowed blessings. It is said that when he was born, he grasped a divine sword, and upon landing performed a shocking supreme divine technique. The storyteller had some insight, though he embellished the tale, it was not far from the truth. As for the part about sword dancing upon landing, even Yi Xian would have shouted bravo upon hearing it. As the crowd listened intently, a young man in the tavern looked at the storyteller with a faint smile. Is it really that miraculous? Storyteller, don't spout nonsense. At this, the crowd loudly echoed the young man's words. Following the gaze, the storyteller saw a youth on the second floor clad in fine brocade, accompanied by several people with deep, profound auras. Since ancient times, those who could freely tell stories in public were invariably knowledgeable. He looked at the youth and said, Young master, this is no exaggeration. This storyteller witnessed it with his own eyes. Oh, then tell me more about that recent battle of the divine son at Winter Spring Valley. How was it? The youth still spoke softly with a faint smile. Hearing this, just as the storyteller was about to speak again, a melodious voice drifted in from outside the tavern. Young Master Lu, why trouble a mere storyteller? The voice arrived before the person. Everyone hurriedly looked outside the tavern and saw a woman of breathtaking beauty walking in. The woman wore a blue dress that clung to her graceful figure, revealing a pair of straight jade-like legs. Her skin was fair and delicate as if carved from fine jade, and she exuded a soft, enchanting aura like a born seductress. Gulp! The tavern was instantly filled with the sound of countless people swallowing. The tavern fell silent, so that a pin drop could be heard. With each step the woman took, it seemed to tread on everyone's hearts. Even the handsome youth on the second floor was momentarily dazed. Then, Miss Luo, who do you think I should trouble? But the youth quickly regained his composure, putting on a look of surprise. This little woman wouldn't know. But naturally you should trouble someone of equal status to young Master Lu, such as the legendary Divine Son. The woman called Miss Luo responded with a coquettish smile. As she spoke, she had already ascended to the second floor and found an empty seat for herself. Words spoken carelessly fall on attentive ears. Her words struck the others present like a thunderbolt. Wasn't the legendary Divine Son? She mentioned the very same one the storyteller had been talking about. And the phrase equal status suggested that the youth upstairs was also from an ancient martial arts family, moreover his status was extraordinarily high. The storyteller on stage naturally realized this, as well, breaking out in a cold sweat. Taking advantage of their conversation, he quietly slipped away. Young Master Lu naturally noticed his departure, but he was in a good mood at the moment, and chose to ignore it. The youth on the second floor merely smiled calmly at the woman's words, and said nothing more. Outside Luofeng City. Luofeng City is truly vast. Though it doesn't compare to Yi City, it's still quite impressive. Yi Xian and his group had already arrived outside the city. Yi Yuan among the group gazed at the massive city before her and exclaimed in admiration. Hearing her words, Yi Xian nodded perfunctorily. But Yi Yuan didn't mind, as she had indeed been talking quite a bit along the way. The group had realized that Yi Yuan was someone who simply couldn't sit still. She was fine within the clan, but once outside, she truly unleashed her nature. Soon they entered Luofeng City. Yi Chenlong walked beside Yi Xian, informing him about the city. He mentioned that the city lord of Luofeng City was a genuine emperor-level martial arts grandmaster. Yi Xian was not surprised by this. After all, due to the martial god tower, Luofeng City was naturally a rather impressive city. Thus, having an emperor-level grandmaster stationed there was not unusual. Upon entering the city, Yi Yuan dragged Yi Xian to a tavern, clamoring for a meal. As for why they chose this particular place, in Yi Yuan's words, it was because this building looked high class. As soon as they reached the tavern entrance, Yi Xian sensed several powerful auras locking onto him. A few of them even rivaled Yi Chenlong. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively and walked into the tavern with a faint smile. At that moment, the two people on the second floor narrowed their eyes, simultaneously looking down at Yi Xian. Yi Chenlong also sensed the auras in the tavern. He looked up at the two factions on the second floor and said softly to Yi Xian, "Xianer, that man is Lu Ming, the current divine son of the Lu family. As for the woman, she should be the holy maiden of the Luoyun sect." Yi Xian gave an almost imperceptible nod. On the second floor of the tavern, the people beside the two figures whispered something to them. The woman looked at the young Master Lu on her left with a knowing smile and winked. A faint pressure emanated from both of them as they cast their gazes downward again. Feeling the gaze return, Yi Xian's expression turned from calm to cold. "Do you two find me that pleasant to..." After he spoke, the tavern once again fell into the same pin-drop silence as when the woman had arrived. At this moment it felt as if only Yi Xian on the first floor and the two on the second floor existed. Ignoring the astonished stares of the crowd, Yi Xian led his people directly to the second floor. He observed the man and woman before him. The man was exceedingly handsome, but still fell a tiny bit short compared to himself, Yi Xian mused inwardly. As for the woman, she seemed soft and boneless, stunningly beautiful, a complete extreme opposite to Yi Yuan's delicate charm. But Yi Xian only glanced at her once before averting his gaze and speaking flatly, "Young Master Lu, of the Lu family." Then turning to the woman he added, "Miss Luo, of the Luoyun sect." Yi Xian had identified them both right away, but they showed no surprise. Instead, the woman, looking at Yi Xian as if he were not of this mortal world, spoke first. "You must be the rumored Yi clan divine son Yi Xian. This little woman is Luo Yueshi of the Luoyun sect. I have long admired your reputation, divine son." "Oh, long admired my reputation, yet I've hardly heard of your name," Yi Xian said casually. His words caused the corners of the mouths of those behind him to twitch. Their divine son was truly one of a kind. Hearing this, Luo Yuex's expression remained unchanged. "It is only natural that you haven't heard of me. After all, this little woman is not a prominent figure like the Yi divine son. What you say is reasonable." Yi Xian actually nodded in agreement. With that, Yi Xian fixed his gaze on Luo Yueshi before him, and the atmosphere grew tense. After a few breaths, the cold-eyed Yi Xian instantly transformed into a warm, spring-like youth, smiling faintly. "Miss Luo Yueshi, hello." As he spoke, he even clasped his hands in a salute to Luo Yueshi. At this point, even Luo Yueshi nearly lost her composure, but she ultimately held back and gave Yi Xian a bewitching smile. This scene amazed the many martial artists on the first floor. The sharp-browed youth who had just entered was able to chat and laugh freely with the two upstairs, and he referred to himself as Yi. In the Xuanxu realm, there might be many who called themselves Yi, but there was only one who could stand on equal footing with ancient noble families and top-tier sects, and even shout at them. The divine son of the ancient Yi clan, Yi Xian. Some who witnessed this even broke out in a cold sweat. What was happening in this tavern today? The figures appearing were more formidable than the last. As for Yi Xian upstairs, after speaking with Luo Yueshi, he said no more and simply turned to leave with his... At the top of the stairs, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned back to the two behind him, smiling faintly. Our first meeting hasn't been very pleasant, to be honest. I hope for a better start next time. After saying this, he walked straight towards a private room on the third floor. Luo Yueshi watched Yi Xian leave, still wearing a smile on her face. Lu Ming's eyes dropped, his face dark and ominous, lost in thought. An expert who had just entered the Emperor realm behind Lu Ming said softly, "Divine Son, should we stop him? Do you think you can take him down? Or rather, do you truly have the guts to stop him?" Lu Ming stared at the departing Yi Xian and said word by word, "Subordinate." The Emperor-level expert was drenched in cold sweat, bowing his head without daring to utter another word. On the third floor of the tavern, Yi Xian and his companions rented 2 private rooms. As the most elevated establishment in Luofeng City, the private chambers of Tianxiang Tavern naturally possessed a certain distinctiveness. The room was antiquely elegant, with a massive sandalwood table inlaid with purple gold at its center. Yi Xian and the others sat around it, making the space appear vast and empty. "Yi Xian, shall we visit the curio market of Luofeng City later? I heard it's one of the city's greatest highlights." Yi Yuan spoke with wide, expectant eyes. Curio market. Yi Xian had already learned something about this market before arriving. Due to Luofeng City's unique geographical location, whenever the War God Tower was about to open, the city's bustling activity rivaled that of some major prefectural cities. Thus, a curio market had emerged where one could encounter all sorts of peculiar items. Bartering was allowed, as were direct purchases. All right. Yi Xian also wished to see what made this so-called curio market special. An hour later. "This should be the curio market," Yi Xian remarked, gazing at the vast motley gathering before him. Aside from Yi Xian and his 3 companions, the others had settled in at Tianxiang Tavern and were free to roam. Upon arriving at the curio market, Yi Yuan rushed in with unrestrained excitement, vanishing in an instant. Yi Zhan, acting as her bodyguard, followed closely, curiously glancing around. In contrast, Qingsong remained stoic, trailing behind Yi Xian with an icy demeanor. Yi Xian, long accustomed to Qingsong's attitude, shook his head indifferently and proceeded inward. After wandering for quite some time, Yi Xian found nothing particularly novel. Just as he intended to venture deeper, a man clad in a black robe not far to his left began hawking loudly. "Take a look, take a gander. Don't miss out if you pass by. A fine ancient tripod for sale. A superior ancient tripod. Perfect for brewing soup, boiling water, or steeping medicinal wine to invigorate the spirit. Selling cheaply, only 1,000 spirit jades." Intrigued by this peculiar sales pitch, Yi Xian found it novel. Approaching the black-robed man, Yi Xian crouched down and browsed the stall, his gaze finally settling on the so-called ancient tripod. "You have quite a collection of curious items here." Yi Xian looked up at the black-robed man with a faint smile. "Is this tripod truly so miraculous? But even if it can brew soup and boil water, it's hardly worth 1,000 spirit jades. After all, 1,000 spirit jades equated to 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even if this tripod could not only brew soup and boil water, but also roast food, it still wouldn't be worth 1,000 spirit jades." Noticing Yi Xian's scrutinizing gaze, the black-robed man's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, but he quickly regained composure. "Young master, you are not aware," the black-robed man said with a serious expression. "An ordinary tripod can indeed brew soup and boil water, but this one is different. The soup and water prepared with it are exceptionally nourishing. Moreover, using this tripod to steep medicinal wine guarantees you'll be bursting with vitality at night," the black-robed man added with a sly, mischievous grin. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips twitched. This fellow couldn't even come up with a decent excuse. Seeing Yi Xian's lack of reaction, the black-robed man suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously. "To be honest with you, young master, this tripod actually originates from the 9th floor of the War God Tower, containing a trace of divine demon power." "Something from the 9th floor of the War God Tower? True divine demon power?" Yi Xian feigned astonishment. "If that's the case, it's truly a precious item. Would you really sell it? You're not making this up, are you?" Yi Xian asked with a sardonic smile. At his doubt, the man immediately straightened up. "In business, integrity is paramount. There's not a shred of falsehood." "Very well, I'll take it." Young master, the price is negotiable, we can." What did you say?" The black-robed man was taken aback. "I said I'll take it. What not selling? Selling, of course I'm selling. Since this is my first sale, I'll give you half off, 500 spirit jades. Seeing Yi Xian about to change his mind, the man quickly added, no need. Here 1,000 spirit jades. The ring contains 1,000 spirit jades to consider the spatial ring a gift. Yi Xian shook his head, tossing a spatial ring to the black-robed man. Hey, you there? Put down that tripod. This young master wants it. Just as Yi Xian tossed the spatial ring to the black-robed man, a jarring voice rang out from not far away. At the sound, not only Yi Xian, but even Qing Song behind him was stunned. In this Xuanxu realm, someone dared to snatch something from Yi Xian. Yi Xian feigned surprise. Me? He then looked at the black-robed man in confusion. Is he talking about me? The black-robed man, questioned by Yi Xian, paused for a moment before nodding inwardly. If not you, then me. Just then the one who had shouted reached them. This person had an erratic aura, a gaunt, sallow complexion, was accompanied by 2 heavily made-up women and followed by a retinue of arrogant guards. He was the epitome of a dissipated, overindulgent young master. Hey, you there? I want that medicine tripod. The man repeated loudly. By now a crowd had gathered around them, murmuring softly. Isn't that Ding Cheng, the young master of the Ding family? That lad is probably in for trouble. Someone in the crowd whispered, recognizing the man's identity. Another disagreed. It's not certain he'll come out worse. Look at the youth's demeanor and appearance. He's no ordinary person. With the War God Tower about to open, Luofeng City is full of formidable dragons now. After this remark, those around nodded in agreement. But why would he want to snatch an ordinary tripod? Who knows? Didn't you hear him call it a medicine tripod? Probably intends to steep medicinal wine in it, a man explained with a knowing grin. In the midst of the scene. But I've already paid for it, Yi Xian said with a faint mocking smile. Paid? How much? They'll give you 10 times that amount, the man declared condescendingly, curling his lip. 1,000 spirit jades. Yi Xian raised one finger slowly. How, just 1,000? How much? 1,000 spirit jades. The man's face contorted as if he'd eaten something foul, and he jumped up roaring. 1,000 spirit jades. Are you trying to fool ghosts? Do you know who I am? I'm Ding Cheng. How dare you mess with me? Ding Cheng bellowed, his face twisted with Ding Cheng. Yi Xian turned to Qing Song with a blank look. Have you heard of him? No. Yi Xian then shifted his gaze to the black-robed man. The black-robed man, seeing Yi Xian's eyes on him again, felt a vein bulge on his forehead. He thought to himself, why are you looking at me? You're a local and don't know him. How would I? Could he be some big shot on par with that Yi clan's imperial son? With that thought, the black-robed man actually began sizing up Ding Cheng again. But one glance was enough to dismiss such an unrealistic notion. Then, this young master indeed paid 1,000 spirit jades to purchase this ancient tripod from me, the black-robed man confirmed with a nod. So do you still want to offer 10 times the price? Yi Xian asked with a sardonic smile. 1,000 spirit jades. Is this youth a fool? A man in the crowd murmured softly. No, he looks quite sharp and clever, especially those eyes. Exactly 2, no more, no less. Hearing this exchange, the onlookers edged away. Who was the fool here was anyone's guess. Seeing the mocking expressions on Yi Xian and the black-robed man, Ding Cheng flushed crimson. Guards, Ding Cheng shouted in fury. Bring me 10,000 spirit jades. Young master, we don't have that many spirit jades, a guard stammered. The crowd watched with contempt as Ding Cheng threw his weight around. Don't have them. Do you think I don't know that? If you don't have them, just take them by force. Ding Cheng snapped. The 3 before the stall stared in disbelief. Was this even allowed? Luofeng City truly had all sorts of odd characters. Ouch! Ouch! All of Ding Cheng's guards were now lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Qing Song clapped his hands, his expression impassive, and returned to stand behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian, in contrast, remained exactly where he was, unmoved, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the man before him, who appeared utterly spent. Now do you still want it? By now Ding Cheng was terrified beyond measure, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Yi Xian. You just wait. Dare to oppose me, the Ding family, in this Luofeng City. Oh, seeking reinforcements. Yi Xian looked at the man before him with a nonchalant tone. They'll likely be at the Tianxiang Tavern for a while. You can come find me there any time to reclaim this cauldron. You just wait. With that, Ding Cheng hurriedly fled toward the exit of the curio market. Seeing their master flee, the guards lying on the ground scrambled to their feet and chased after him, terrified that the 2 demons before them might casually dispose of them. Be sure to come quickly. No sooner had he spoken than Ding Cheng had vanished from sight. Who would have thought that Ding Cheng, despite his frail appearance, could run so fast? Ha ha ha. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter, mocking Ding Cheng's panicked flight. A moment later, Qing Song, let's go. With that, Yi Xian strolled off on his own to explore elsewhere. Watching Yi Xian and his companion leave, the man in the black robe narrowed his eyes. But he quickly averted his gaze, looking at the ring in his hand with delight. Young masters from the Xuanqu realm are indeed generous, unlike those in my homeland. All a bunch of misers. Your Highness. Qingsong caught up to Yi Xian and said, that man in the black robe, just now. He then cast a suspicious glance at the small cauldron Yi Xian was tossing in his hand. He's no ordinary person, he's probably around your age. Yi Xian looked at the small cauldron in his hand. But he guessed one thing right. There is indeed a trace of true demon power inside. Guessed? Qingsong was startled, finding it hard to believe. Otherwise would he have sold it to me? Yi Xian turned to glance back, but the man in the black robe had already disappeared, and he spoke indifferently. Neither of them mentioned Ding Cheng, who had vowed to return with reinforcements. Reinforcements? Yi Xian was just hoping for something to do. The more sovereigns that came, the better. If they didn't show up, he would think little of that young Master Ding, though he already held him in low regard. At the Ding family mansion in Luofeng City, Ding Cheng finally staggered back to his own estate in a panic. Seeing the guards behind him, he flew into a rage. They usually swaggered around, but when it mattered most, they were utterly useless. The angrier he got, the more he lashed out, kicking and punching them. Aren't you all so tough? So tough. A bunch of useless fools, duds. Cheng'er, what's happened to you? A fierce-looking middle-aged man emerged from the mansion, eyeing Ding Cheng as he beat his subordinates, and asked in confusion. Second uncle. Seeing the man before him, Ding Cheng immediately burst into tears. Second uncle, I was beaten by someone. This fierce middle-aged man was Ding Hu, the second master of the Ding residence, a sovereign-level expert at the initial stage. What? Ding Hu's eyes bulged. Who dares to strike you? Do they have no regard for the Ding family? But then Ding Hu looked at Ding Cheng with suspicion, pondering something. Second uncle, there were only two of them, and their cultivation was at most at the saint level. Seeing Ding Hu's disbelief, Ding Cheng thought quickly and said, it's because I accidentally discovered an ancient cauldron in the curio market. That cauldron seemed to contain some kind of divine or demonic power. At the mention of divine or demonic power, Ding Hu's expression shifted. An ancient cauldron? Where is it? Though anxious inside, Ding Hu maintained a stoic face. It was taken. Ding Cheng quickly replied. I was about to make the deal when those two snatched it away. If Yi Xian were here, he would have to admire Ding Cheng's skill at shifting the blame. Ding Hu naturally knew it had been taken, or else Ding Cheng wouldn't have been beaten. As for the opponent's cultivation level, Ding Hu completely overlooked it. His mind was now entirely fixated on the true divine and true demonic power. Where are they? They'll go get justice for you. Ding Hu asked with feigned indignation. The Tianxiang Tavern. Ding Cheng immediately replied. I heard them say they'd be staying at the Tianxiang Tavern for a while, and told me to have the Ding family come find them there. What? Outrageous. Men head to the Tianxiang Tavern. Ding Hu roared. Yes. A dozen capable fighters from the Ding family responded respectfully. At the curio market. This. Watching Yizhan, who was loaded down with loot, Yi Xian picked up a so-called ancient cultivation manual and was taken aback. Brother Xian, look at all these I bought. True curios. Yi Yuan said proudly. Yi Xian helplessly rubbed his forehead, then mysteriously said to Yi Yuan, let's go back to the Tianxiang Tavern. There's a show to watch. With that, Yi Xian turned and walked out. A show. Yi Yuan widened her adorable eyes, then eagerly scurried after him. At the Tianxiang Tavern. Second uncle, hurry, don't let that brat get away. Ding Cheng said anxiously. Hearing this, Ding Hu and the Ding family members quickened their pace. Inside the tavern. Brother Xian, didn't you say we were watching a show? Yi Yuan asked Yi Xian. Isn't it here? No sooner had he spoken than a dozen men burst through the tavern door, their demeanor fierce, and among them was even a sovereign-level expert. Their second uncle, those two brats. Ding Cheng pointed in a direction. As soon as he did, he spotted Yi Yuan beside Yi Xian, and his eyes immediately lit up. Seeing Ding Cheng's reaction, Ding Hu gave him a sharp rap on the head. Wincing in pain, Ding Cheng looked at Ding Hu's glare and said sheepishly, Right, first things first, let's get the item back. Then we can invite them to the mansion for a visit. Kid, hand over the item. Ding Hu strode up to Yi Xian and his companion, snarling, apologize, offer some compensation, and well, let this slide. Otherwise what? Otherwise you'll take us to your Ding mansion for a visit. Yi Xian said with a sardonic smile, catching Ding Cheng's lecherous gaze. Brother Xian, that bastard's eyes are really wandering. Yi Yuan frowned, annoyed by Ding Cheng's persistent staring. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Seeing that Yi Xian and his group completely disregarded them, Ding Hu's aura surged and he lunged at Yi Xian. In his mind, the ancient cauldron must be on this young man at the center. Yi Xian watched Ding Hu charging toward him with a calm gaze. Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura of laws emanated from Yi Xian, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to churn violently. He raised his hand. Chaos Divine Light Seal. Ding Hu instantly felt a strange sensation, his power faltering. What is this? A single punch. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Ding Hu was sent flying backward, crashing onto the street. 2 breaths. 1 punch. By now Ding Cheng was utterly dumbfounded. He rushed out to help Ding Hu up. Second Uncle R. Are you alright? Uffed. Ding Hu, barely standing, spat out a mouthful of blood, his arm hanging limply. Watching Yi Xian slowly emerge from the tavern, Ding Hu recoiled several steps in terror. Qing Song, please invite our friends from the Ding family inside, Yi Xian said with a faint smile, looking at Ding Hu and Ding Cheng. You too, my master requests your presence. Qing Song approached them and made a gesture of invitation. Hearing Qing Song's address, Ding Hu's body trembled. To be called master by a young man at the initial saint stage, this was no ordinary figure. Inside the tavern, stepping back into the tavern, Ding Cheng finally realized he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. At a table, the Ding family fighters who had accompanied Ding Hu sat trembling with fear. You, the shifty-eyed one, go inform your family head. Bring something to ransom them. After Ding Hu and Ding Cheng entered, Yi Xian pointed at one of the men at the table and said, as for how much to bring, that depends on how valuable you two are to the Ding family. Yes, yes, yes. No sooner had he spoken than the man had vanished from sight. At the Ding residence, the messenger soon arrived at the street where the Ding family lived. As soon as he reached the Ding mansion's gate, he hurried inside. Family head, has the family head returned? The man grabbed a young servant and asked anxiously. The family head is entertaining guests in the main hall. The servant quickly replied. Upon hearing this, the man shouted and rushed toward the main hall. As soon as he entered, he saw the family head Ding Ying chatting and laughing with a middle-aged man. Family head, something terrible has happened. What's all this noise? Don't you see there's a guest? Ding Ying scolded the messenger. Family head, it's a disaster. Despite Ding Ying's rebuke, the man shrank his neck, but continued, the young master and the second master have been detained. What did you say? Ding Ying roared, explain everything clearly. The man quickly recounted the entire incident. He even embellished, claiming that Yi Xian said if Ding Ying didn't come, he could wait to collect their corpses. Moments later. Outrageous. Do they think the Ding family is a pushover? Ding Ying then turned to the middle-aged man beside him and said, Brother Wang, my apologies for the spectacle. No matter, no matter. Let Wang accompany you, Brother Ding, to see this so-called youth. The man called Wang waved his hand. Then I thank Brother Wang. Ding Ying bowed. With that, the 3 men set off together with a menacing air. At the Tianxiang Tavern. Young Master Ding, what fine gifts do you think your father will bring to redeem you? Ding Cheng kept his eyes tightly shut, his lips trembling as he said, Young Master Yi, I don't know. Though his eyes were closed, Ding Cheng thought to himself that once his father arrived, he would make sure to kill that bastard young Master Yi. And if he could also take that pitifully beautiful woman back, it would be perfect. Seeing the sudden ferocious expression on Ding Cheng's face, Yi Xian drew an iron sword and placed it against Ding Cheng's neck, smiling faintly. Better not to think about some things, or you might not live to see your father. Feeling the cold steel and Yi Xian's killing intent, Ding Cheng shuddered. Then the patrons in the tavern saw the floor beneath him become wet. Yi Yuan looked at Ding Cheng with disgust and turned to walk away. Just then, Prince, that man is back with 2 middle-aged men. A member of the Yi clan whispered to Yi Xian. As soon as he finished, Yi Xian saw the 3 men storm into the Tianxiang Tavern with fierce expressions. Since you're back, go sit over there, Yi Xian said indifferently to the messenger. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You'll get what's coming to you soon. The man glared at Ding Ying and said fiercely, Family head, it's this brat. Ding Ying followed his gaze, and upon seeing the calm, Yi Xian, his eyes narrowed. He couldn't see through this youth at all. Then he noticed Ding, who slumped to the side with a limp arm, and Ding Cheng trembling incessantly. By now, Qing Song had taken over from Yi Xian, holding a mystic blade to Ding Cheng's neck. Ding Ying's face darkened as he looked at Yi Xian and asked, May I ask what the meaning of this is? The head of the Ding family. Yi Xian said flatly, Where are the ransom items? Ransom? Ding Ying was taken aback. What a bold brat, completely disregarding him. Release my son, kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I might consider giving you a swift death. Yizhan, what did... Yi Xian looked back at the large man Yizhan. Prince, he said to kneel and kowtow 3 times. Yizhan scratched his head and repeated seriously. Upon hearing Yizhan's words, Yi Xian's mouth twitched. He shouldn't have asked this simpleton. Idiot, who told you to speak? Yi Yuan slapped Yizhan on the head. Hearing their exchange, the middle-aged man accompanying Ding Ying felt a jolt in his heart. He had just heard the large man address the youth as Prince. And that large man's surname was Yi. Could it be such a coincidence? Had he forgotten to check the almanac today? Ding Ying, seeing Yi Xian completely ignore him, flew into a rage. Since you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. Celestial Prison. Ding Ying immediately used the sovereign's special technique, Celestial Prison, instantly trapping Yi Xian and the others. Brother Ding, don't. The other middle-aged man shouted when he saw Ding Ying act directly. Moi. Ding Ying looked at the man who had called out to him and said confidently, Brother Wang, no need for you to intervene. Let me capture him first. Lucky I'm a reasonable man. What interest should I collect later? Yi Xian thought calmly, his gaze unwaveringly steady within the celestial prison. Just as Ding Ying finished speaking and reached for Yi Xian suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure surged through the tavern. Feeling the astonishing pressure from above, the middle-aged man's face twisted as if he had eaten something foul. Ding Ying naturally felt this pressure as well. It was undoubtedly that of a sovereign-level powerhouse. Soon an elegant white-haired elder slowly descended from the third floor. Senior, this is a matter between the Ding family and him. Ding Ying said cautiously to Yi Qianlong on the third floor, please do not interfere, senior. Afterwards the Ding family will generously reward you. Ding Ying, true to his position as the head of the Ding family in Luofeng City, still spoke loudly despite the pressure even before a sovereign. The Ding family. Are they formidable? Yi Qianlong replied casually. With that, Yi Qianlong had already reached the second floor. With each step he took downward, the pressure on Ding Ying intensified. By the time Yi Qianlong reached the first floor, Ding Ying was in a half-kneeling position, cold sweat streaming from his forehead. The celestial prison trapping Yi Xian and the others shattered at the sound. Ding Ying raised his head with difficulty to look at the elder before him and said, Senior, might you be the sovereign Qianlong? The man surnamed Wang quickly stepped forward respectfully and said, this matter is our fault for not recognizing a true master. Please, sovereign Qianlong, ask me to show mercy. Yi Qianlong said coldly, you are a discerning man, which is why you can still speak standing. But who? Yes. It was my impertinence. The man surnamed Wang quickly replied, then stepped aside, not daring to utter another word. Upon hearing the name Sovereign Qianlong and seeing the fear in Wang's demeanor, Ding Ying instantly understood why Wang had tried to stop him earlier. Connecting this to the earlier conversation between Yi Xian and the others, Ding Ying murmured, Prince Sovereign Qianlong. Yi. Extreme terror flooded Ding Ying's eyes. He had stumbled upon the Yi clan and even attempted to capture. You are very fortunate. Yi Qianlong said to the half-kneeling Ding Ying. You should understand why you are merely kneeling. I understand, I do. Ding Ying quickly replied. It was my blindness, my failure to recognize a true mountain offending the prince. Ding Ying believed he was still alive because he hadn't actually harmed Yi Xian. But whether he truly had the ability to harm Yi Xian remained unknown. Yi Xian watched the scene impassively, sensing that many eyes were fixed on this place. Yi Xian looked around, his gaze sharp and unyielding. At a distance from the tavern. Let's go, Saintus. There's no need to watch the rest. An elder said softly to the enchanting woman beside him. The enchanting woman nodded and turned to leave. If Yi Xian were here, he would surely recognize her as Luo Yueshi, whom he had encountered earlier. Upon hearing of Ding Ying's arrival, Ding Cheng finally summoned the courage to open his eyes and survey the scene inside the tavern. When he saw Yi Xian and the others ensnared within the heaven and earth prison cage, a thrilling plan instantly took shape in his mind. But the moment did not last, not even for a breath. Ding Ying, who had just been swaggering with arrogance, was instantly subdued by a white-haired elder descending from the upper floor with nothing more than a casual gesture. Ding Cheng immediately rolled his eyes upward and fainted. Yi Xian strolled forward from behind, stepping calmly to stand before Ding Ying. Third granduncle. Very well, Yi Qianlong nodded. The matter below is now yours to decide, Xianer. With that, he lifted his gaze toward the tavern's entrance, his eyes seeming to pierce across 10,000 miles. Esteemed elders of the clans, this was but a minor scuffle, hardly worthy of your attention. Instantly the tavern, moments earlier under comprehensive surveillance, fell into utter silence. Seeing Yi Xian approach, Ding Ying strained to lift his head, his expression trembling with terror as he gazed up at Yi Xian. His former arrogance utterly vanished. Lord Ding, shall we speak properly now? Yi Xian asked, still wearing a serene smile as he looked down upon Ding Ying, who knelt half-collapsed before him. With a negligent wave of his hand, Yi Qianlong dispelled the oppressive spiritual pressure weighing upon Ding Ying. Gasping for air, Ding Ying staggered upright, his entire body screaming with agony. After only a moment, hearing Yi Xian's question, Ding Ying knew the Ding family's fate was sealed, but for now survival demanded resolving the crisis before him. He could only pray Yi Xian would truly embody magnanimity and forgive a petty man's transgression. After a brief pause, Ding Ying strode directly toward Ding Cheng, and the others hauled Ding Cheng upright from the floor, then seized a cup of wine from the table and poured it toward him. Wretch, rise at once and beg forgiveness from the imperial prince. Father. The moment Ding Cheng opened his eyes and saw Ding Ying looming before him, he burst into a wail. Imperial prince, I was blind to your true stature. Forgive this unworthy fool. Spare me just once. With that, Ding Cheng prostrated himself 3 times before Yi Xian, striking his forehead against the floor with sharp, hollow thuds. Yet Yi Xian was no living bodhisattva, though Ding Cheng at least showed commendable sense. You surely recall what I said to return home. You must redeem yourselves with rare heavenly treasures. At Yi Xian's words, Ding Qing instantly nodded, frantically, relief flooding his face. Yes, I remember. The Ding family will deliver a response most satisfactory to your Imperial Highness. Ding Ying hurriedly produced a spatial ring and extended it toward Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian's voice cut through their incessant pleas. I no longer desire ransom. Ding Ying's heart lurched. He dared only whisper, might I ask, what does your Imperial Highness require? It is but a modest request. Only one arm. His left arm. Yi Xian said coolly, his gaze settling on Ding Cheng as though speaking of something utterly mundane. Ding Cheng nearly fainted again. Yi Xian remained silent, observing the group before him. A flash of grim resolve crossed Ding Ying's face. He drew a treasured blade and brought it down toward Ding Cheng's left arm. Blade met flesh. Before Ding Cheng could even register what was happening, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air and his left arm tumbled to the floor. Even as the severed limb struck the ground, Yi Xian's sword flashed forth, another swift, merciless stroke. Ding Cheng, whose consciousness had just begun to blur, shrieked anew. How unfortunate. You chose the left arm. A soft sigh drifted through the tavern. Remember well, should you dare attempt to reattach either arm, this punishment shall no longer suffice. Then it will not be one arm, but the entire Ding family that perishes. A faint aura of killing intent rippled from Yi Xian as he spoke. Ding Cheng collapsed unconscious once more. Ding Ying bowed hastily. We understand. Such was the advantage conferred by lineage. Even two mid-tier sovereigns were forced to bow their heads before ancient martial clans like the Yi family. Yi Xian reflected silently upon this thought, his gaze lowered in quiet contemplation. May we depart now, eh? Ding Ying ventured cautiously. After several breaths, seeing Yi Xian give the faintest nod, Ding Ying swiftly ushered the Ding family away from the tavern, leaving the spatial ring behind in Qing Song's hands. Watching the Ding family flee in panic, Yi Xian remarked calmly, the lord of the Ding family is no trivial figure. Yi Qianlong replied, to hold firm in a city as chaotic as Luofeng demands decisive action and unflinching resolve. Does third granduncle believe my judgment lacks severity? Yi Xian asked, watching the retreating figures. Then almost immediately he added, death is easy, effortless. I could erase the Ding family entirely, or even raze Luofeng city itself, and none would dare protest. But that is not what I seek. Sometimes living is far more agonizing than dying, is it not? Thus passed the minor incident involving the Ding family of Luofeng City. Word quickly spread among the city's cultivators. Those formidable figures at Tianxiang Tavern were no ordinary masters. With the Ding family's fate serving as stark warning, every major clan in Luofeng City issued strict edicts forbidding their heirs from provoking trouble. And during the period preceding the War God Pagoda's opening, many even barred their more arrogant youths from leaving home altogether. 3 days later, Shenna let us go. At last the War God Pagoda reopened, and the Yi clan along with all their companions hastened toward the city's outskirts. 500 li beyond Luofeng City. Look there. That handsome youth is Li family's direct heir, the Luofeng City branch. Already at the peak of the King realm despite his youth. And that maiden, the one of exquisite grace, is the holy maiden of Yi City's Xintian sect. And over there, as the crowd exchanged remarks, a thunderous chorus of bestial roars echoed across the sky, silencing the clamor instantly. Every eye turned toward the distant horizon. Soon 9 immortal cranes came into view, soaring from the southern sky, each bearing a massive palanquin aloft. Its roof gleamed like a celestial palace. At its center rested a luminous pearlescent orb, so radiant in the sunlight it seemed to blaze with inner fire. Dozens of dark-furred Xian tigers marched behind the palanquin, lending it an air of regal splendor. What majesty! Whose scion could possibly arrive with such grandeur? As the 9-crane palanquin drew nearer, onlookers stared in awe, until the characters, Nangong, emblazoned upon its surface stirred gently, though no wind blew. A seasoned cultivator gasped, the Nangong family has arrived. Immediately thereafter the palanquin descended and settled upon the earth. Pearl curtains parted slowly. A graceful woman stepped forth, draped in flowing white robes, her jet-black hair cascading like a river of ink, every subtle movement radiating transcendent beauty. The moment she alighted, she swept her gaze across the assembly. Observers hastily straightened their robes and stood tall, their eyes bright with reverence as they beheld the maiden beside the palanquin. She turned to the middle-aged man beside her. Uncle Yu Yif, cousin Yi Xian, and the others not yet arrived. Hearing her words, those with keen perception instantly deduced her identity, Nangong Qiuyi, daughter of the Nangong clan's patriarch. The middle-aged man was none other than Yu Xian's sovereign, the sworn brother of Nangong Wentian. Qiuyi Yi Xian and his party are likely en route, and rumor says they've already stirred up quite the commotion. Yu Xian replied with a gentle smile. Another delegation approaches. Whooshed. Shrike. From Luofeng City's direction, two formations surged forward at blinding speed, their overwhelming auras agitating the ambient spiritual energy into violent turbulence. Who arrives now? A man in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Even as he spoke, both parties halted in unison, taking their positions before the war god pagoda. Surveying the two contingents, many among the crowd exuded profound ocean-deep auras. Their leaders, a man and a woman, stood apart, the woman exuding natural bewitching charm, forming a striking contrast to Nan Gongqiu. The man, meanwhile, possessed refined aristocratic features and bore himself with effortless nobility. At the sight, murmurs erupted across the crowd. Nan Gongqiu, however, turned her head aside, thinking Yi Xian had finally arrived, only to find these two unwelcome interlopers instead. Yet Lu Ming's eyes lit up the instant he caught sight of Nan Gongqiu's gaze. Finally, after a short wait, another powerful wave emanated from the direction of Luofeng City. In the blink of an eye, an elegant white-haired elder landed before the war god tower with a group of youths. At the forefront of the crowd was a young man in a white brocade robe, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, exuding a spring-like warmth that put others at ease. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they marveled at the youth whose beauty would shame even many women. Some onlookers revealed expressions of reverence and fear, for he was one of the most untouchable figures warned about by their elders. Yi Xian, you're finally here. As Yi Xian surveyed the war god tower before him, a melodious female voice reached his ears, stirring a sense of familiarity. Turning around, he saw a woman in a white dress approaching briskly with a radiant smile. Gazing at her, and the middle-aged man beside her, Yi Xian hesitated before testing Chua. This woman was his maternal uncle's daughter, his cousin Nangong Chua. He hadn't seen her in years, and was surprised at how much she had grown. Nangong Chua stepped closer, noting his probing expression, and said, "What, don't you recognize me?" Yi Xian teased with a faint smile. "I just didn't expect Chua to have grown so much, turning into a real big white goose." "Oomph." Hearing his jest, Nangong Chua let out a soft snort, then lowered her head as a faint blush crept. The sight captivated the onlookers, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Yet soon sighs arose as they glanced at the man before the girl, with his sharp brows and stellar aura. Only such a man could be worthy of the big white goose. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, observing this scene, had a flicker of gloom cross his face. Unfazed by others' thoughts, Yi Xian bowed to the elder beside Nangong Chua, saying, "Uncle Yu." Yu Xian waved dismissively. "I didn't expect you to have grown so much in just a few years, Xianer." Sensing the faint aura emanating from Yi Xian, Yu Xian was slightly surprised, but refrained from Such was the power of Yi Xian's ancient physique, the chaos divine body. Unless he willed it, even a latest-stage emperor expert could not see through him. Turning to look at Lu Ming not far away, Yi Xian said slowly, "Brother Lu, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Ming responded with composed politeness. Truly a scion of a great clan, his emotions were impeccably controlled. As the crowd waited, the war god tower trembled violently. Then dazzling beams of light radiated from Yi Xian squinted, murmuring, "So this is the war god tower." "Here." Yu Xian spoke softly to Nangong Chua. "The war god tower won't open again for at least a year. You must be careful during this time." Nangong Chua nodded solemnly. Yu Xian then turned to Yi Xian. "Xianer, please look after Ir, and rest assured, Uncle Yu, it'll keep Chua safe," Yi Xian replied. Satisfied, Yu Xian nodded and stepped aside with Yi Chenlong. "Yi clan disciples," Yi Xian declared, "follow me into the tower and show the world the might of our Yi family." Hearing their prince's command, the Yi clan disciples fearlessly entered the dark, gaping maw suspended before the war god tower. Nangong clan, Luoyan sect, Lu family, Li family. Shouts rang out as more and more people stepped into the passage, entering the war god tower. Inside the passage, as soon as he entered, Yi Xian felt a mysterious light sweep across his body, likely the tower's unique detection mechanism. Soon after passing the inspection, everyone landed in a plaza paved entirely with jade bricks. The silence was absolute, eerily so. "Prince, there's a stone tablet over there." A disciple behind Yi Xian pointed ahead. "This must be the mystic ancient tablet of the war god tower," Yi Xian murmured, gazing at the ancient tablet before him. The crowd gathered beneath it, looking up at the so-called mystic ancient tablet. The tablet soared into the clouds, its peak invisible to the naked eye, with faint shimmering light flickering across its surface. Yi Xian stared at the monument that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Legends said the tablet recorded the names of all prodigies who had entered the war god tower, and only those meeting the standard could leave their mark upon it. While everyone hesitated, a fiery-haired man leaped into the air, declaring before the tablet, "Since no one wants to make the first move, let me, Huolingtan, begin." With that, Huolingtian ignited his aura, unleashing an extreme flame force, revealing his cultivation at the early Saint realm. Hua Lingtian, the saint son of the first-rate flame sect, was only 19 and already an early saint. All eyes fixed on him midair. Blazing cloud palm. At his peak, Hua Lingtian roared, channeling a surge of flame law force. With a thunderous crash, the blazing cloud palm slammed into the ancient tablet. Everyone, including Hua Lingtian, watched for changes. Dong! A loud sound echoed as the tablet blazed with light. Soon the result appeared. Hua Lingtian's name soared upward, settling after a few fluctuations at the upper middle section. Hua Lingtian, rank 999. A monotone voice resounded across the plaza. Undeterred, Hua Lingtian gazed at the tablet with a spirited look. Soon a tiny crystalline droplet condensed from the tablet and slowly fell into Hua Lingtian's brow. As it entered, his spirit jolted, and he moved aside to sit cross-legged. The droplet from the tablet was the legendary life Holy Spring. A single drop could vastly enhance one's spirit, physique, and meridians. The Flame Sect has produced a promising talent, Yi Xian remarked with an air of maturity, watching Hua Lingtian's red hair. Inspired by his reward, others rushed to attack the tablet for their names. Even Yi Xian's eyes brightened. Life Holy Spring was a treasure, not even in his system's inventory. Qin Jian, rank 5000. Soon the second tester's rank appeared, but no Life Holy Spring emerged despite the wait. Is there a requirement for ranking? Yi Xian wondered. Wang Air, rank 8000. Yi Xia, rank 1900. Since Hua Lingtian, no one had entered the top 1000. Then Luo Yueshi stepped forward gracefully, saying, "Let me try." Before anyone could react, Luo Yueshi erupted with a powerful aura. Some gazes turned dreamy at the sight of her. "Wake!" The disciples from Yi and Nangong clans near Yi Xian snapped out of it, sweating coldly as they looked at Luo Yueshi. "Thank you, Prince." Boom. Luo Yueshi, rank 120. Gasps rippled through the crowd at the tablet's announcement. Then 3 droplets of life Holy Spring condensed before the tablet. Greedy eyes burned upon them, threatening chaos, but all held back. Luo Yueshi smiled faintly at Lu Ming and Yi Xian before retreating to a quiet corner. "Your Highness, let me try." Yi Zhan gazed fervently at the towering Xuanxu ancient steel. Don't strike recklessly, gather your momentum first." Yi Xian suddenly called out to Yi Zhan, saying this. "All right." Though puzzled by Yi Xian's words, Yi Zhan scratched his head and nodded. With that, Yi Zhan stepped to the forefront of the crowd. "That big fellow resembles the legendary Wild Clan." Staring at the dark-skinned 7-foot giant, Yi Zhan, the onlookers showed astonishment. After 10 breaths. What is he doing? Why hasn't he struck? Even Hua Lingtian at the Saint Realm barely entered the top 1000. He's at the peak of the King Realm, he might not even leave a mark. Afraid of failing and losing face, ha ha ha. The crowd watching the motionless Yi Zhan began to taunt him. Yi Zhan, however, ignored the jeers from behind and continued to gather his momentum. Soon the crowd saw a surge of battle intent rising from him. This battle intent kept climbing. After a while, this aura. Luo Yueshi opened her eyes, sensing the battle intent radiating from Yi Zhan, which now rivaled her own. Yi Zhan tightened his grip on the heaven-splitting axe and slowly raised it. Heaven-splitting strike. Such a terrifying attack. The crowd murmured in fear, watching Yi Zhan's back. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a black light plunged into the Xuanxu ancient steel. After a brief silence. A beam of light shone from the steely, and Yi Zhan's name soared from the bottom. It quickly reached the 154th position. The ranking stabilized after a momentary fluctuation. Yi Zhan, 154th place. An icy, emotionless voice rang out again. The crowd that had been mocking fell into utter silence. He, at the peak of the King Realm, ranked 154th. A man in the crowd stammered, "This means he can at least rival the Holy Maiden of the Luo Yun sect." Yi Zhan, after receiving 3 drops of the Life Saint Spring, excitedly retreated behind Yi Xian. "Well done." Yi Xian praised, looking at Yi Zhan's simple grin. Could this Xuanxu ancient steel be broken?" A woman suddenly remarked. Hearing this, the crowd erupted into commotion. Many eagerly stepped forward. Lu Dang, 80th place. Huang Neng, 9323 place. As the cold voices sounded, the crowd was stunned. Gradually, the gazes toward Yi Zhan shifted, especially among those who had mocked him earlier. After a brief quiet, "Someone else is going." A pitifully charming young girl walked to the steel. It was Yi Yuan, who had been beside Yi Xian. She could no longer hold back, watching the others leave their marks. Now it was her turn. Boom. Soon, with a crash, Yi Yuan's name appeared on the steel. Yi Yuan, 150th place. Another peak of the King Realm. This imperial art, she just used the legendary Yi Emperor's seal. A cry of surprise erupted from the crowd. After receiving 3 drops of the Life Saint Spring, Yi Yuan stepped back. Nangong Chioa, 62nd place. Qingsong, 50th place. Lu Ming, 35th place. As 3 cold voices echoed, the crowd fell silent, staring numbly at the few ahead. Forget the others, but who is this Ching Song? A youth with a boyish face asked, looking at the cold-eyed Ching Song. His rank is even higher than Nangong Chioa of the Nangong clan. Keep your voice down, he seems to be one of the Yi clan prince's men. The man beside him quickly urged. At the mention of the Yi clan prince, the speaker glanced at Yi Xian in the distance. Meeting his gaze, he quickly averted his eyes in fear. The square was roughly divided into several factions: the Yi clan and Nangong clan alliance, the top-tier Luo Yun sect faction, the ancient Lu clan faction, and a few other unknown top-tier forces standing alone. Finally, the largest group comprised first-rate and second-rate powers. So far, nearly everyone from the Yi clan faction had successfully left their mark. More terrifyingly, the Yi clan accounted for over 60% of the top rankings. How could the crowd not be astonished? Half an hour later, only a handful of people on the square had yet to test. Since no one else is coming, let me wrap things up. Seeing the prolonged inactivity, Yi Xian declared loudly. Yi Xian's words instantly drew a response from the crowd. The prince is invincible. The prince is invincible. The Yi clan members roared passionately, their eyes fixed on the tall, slender figure of Yi Xian. Luo Yueshi narrowed her eyes at this sight. She hadn't expected Yi Xian's prestige within the Yi clan to have reached such a level of blind worship. Yi Xian raised his hand to quiet the restless crowd and flew into the air before the stele. Gazing at the ancient monument before him, he murmured, "Xuanqiu, ancient stele." Then the crowd saw a long sword appear in Yi Xian's hand. It was the divine sword Long Yuan. Looking at Long Yuan in his grasp, Yi Xian said calmly, "Today let this stele feel our power." As he finished, Long Yuan trembled violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of pressure burst forth. Even those far away felt the sword's oppressive aura. Could that be an imperial artifact? Lu Ming wondered, eyeing the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Impossible. Since when did the Yi clan possess such an imperial artifact? Feeling the hum of Long Yuan, Yi Xian smiled. Then let's do it. Yi Xian tightened his grip, and Long Yuan blazed with cyan light. Bang, bang, bang. An astonishing aura erupted from him, causing the space around him to crack. Everyone on the square held their breath, staring at the white-robed youth in midair. Soon he seemed to flicker, becoming a chaotic Dao aura emanated from Yi Xian, making him appear godlike. 7 stars, demon-slaying strike. Then the crowd saw Yi Xian swing Long Yuan toward the Xuanqiu ancient stele. A flash of cyan light, yet no one wanted to miss this moment. They all used their abilities to squint at the sky. The strike landed on the stele with no immediate effect, like a stone sinking into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The brief calm gave way to a massive explosion. The crowd barely saw an intensely bright light on the stele before thunderous roars followed. The entire Xuanqiu ancient stele trembled violently. Many in the crowd widened their eyes, staring fixedly at the stele. Yi Xian. An icy voice called out, but only his name was spoken before it fell silent. Yi Xian's name lit up at the bottom of the stele, then shot upward. In an instant it reached the 1000th place. Another moment it climbed to the 100th. 50, 30, 20, 11. Is he about to enter the top 10? A man in the crowd murmured at the soaring name. Suddenly the rising rank stopped at 11th place, as if frozen there. Just as everyone assumed Yi Xian's rank was 11th, the halted name suddenly surged upward again. 5, 2. As they watched Yi Xian's name climb higher on the ancient stele, the breathing of many in the square grew heavy. No one could see the names of the top 10 on the stele, but many in the Xuanqiu realm knew that every past great emperor of this realm had always been among the top 10. After a moment, the emotionless voice echoed through the square once more. Yet many felt that even it seemed stirred with excitement this time. Yi Xian first on the ancient stele. As the words fell, a golden light blazed from the Xuanqiu ancient stele. First. Someone stammered, their lips trembling. Before the ancient stele, a single drop of spring water slowly took form. That is the legendary divine spring of life. While the crowd stared in astonishment, 10 drops of sacred spring gradually materialized around the divine spring. They spun rapidly around the central drop, like ministers paying homage to their sovereign. Soon the divine spring drew the surrounding 10 drops into Yi Xian's brow. The divine sun is invincible, possessing the aptitude of a great emperor. The aptitude of a great emperor. The square erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Lu Ming watched Yi Xian in midair with a darkened expression. As for Yi Xian Ding, congratulations, host, for topping the Xuanqiu realm's ancient stele. Rewards Sacred Heart Mirror capable of blocking 3 attacks at the great emperor level. Hearing the voice in his mind, Yi Xian exclaimed excitedly, attacks at the great emperor level. Doesn't that mean with this mirror in hand, I rule the world? Since there were currently no great emperors in the Xuanqiu realm, it meant he could rampage freely again. But it only blocked 3 strikes. If it were infinite, he'd lend it to his father to spar with great emperors in other realms. The system was speechless at its host's imagination. Coming back to himself, Yi Xian landed gracefully and stood calmly, as if the sly figure in his mind moments ago wasn't him at all. In the square, many people's gazes toward Yi Xian. Some held admiration, others fear, and a few sighed with regret. To be born in the same era as such a peerless genius, was it fortune or misfortune? The divine son of the Yi clan with the aptitude of a great emperor. A young man in the crowd murmured, recalling his elder's words as he watched Yi Xian. Alas, he sighed. The ancient steel test is over. Soon the cold voice rang out again. First, congratulations to those who left their names on the steel. You are qualified to remain in the War God Tower. Those who failed will be sent out. As he spoke, beams of light flashed across the square, teleporting a portion of the crowd away. Those ranked in the top 1,000 on the steel may enter the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of the 2nd heaven. The top 200 may enter the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers of the 3rd heaven. All others may enter the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers of the 1st heaven. Hearing this, someone asked loudly, what are the differences between the layers? The spiritual energy density in each lower layer is double that of the previous one. Each layer contains rare treasures, spiritual herbs, ancient secrets, and more, but they differ from one another. The Tower Challenge mode now begins. Please enter your corresponding teleportation passage. As the words ended, 3 spiritual light passages soared into the sky. Be careful, all of you, Yi Xian said to the Yi clan disciples behind him. They nodded in response. Let's go. With that, Yi Xian, Nangong Chioa, and a few others stepped into the passage to the 3rd heaven. As they did, the rest followed one after another into their designated passages. So this is the 3rd heaven, Yi Xian murmured as he surveyed the scene. Besides Yi Xian's group, Lu Ming, Luo Yueshi, and a man from the 72 realms were present. Yi Xian glanced at the man who was watching them warily and muttered, could this be the legendary favored son who rose from obscurity? Seeing the man's caution, he paid it no mind. Suddenly, a soul-like form materialized before them. Welcome to the 3rd heaven. I am the Tower Spirit of the War God Tower's 3rd heaven. The same cold voice from the Xuanshu ancient steel spoke. Tower Spirit, what must we do? Lu Ming asked, looking ahead. The 3rd heaven has 3 layers, the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors of the War God Tower. You are all challengers now. Success allows entry to the next layer, failure keeps you on the 7th floor. Each layer is a small world. Challengers may cultivate while awaiting the tower's opening or seek treasures, imperial arts, or even legendary celestial techniques. Hearing the Tower Spirit's latter words, everyone's eyes narrowed. Although the voice in the square had mentioned chances for fortune in each layer, the odds clearly increased the higher one climbed. I want to challenge the tower. The man from the 72 realms. The 7th and 8th layers offer only 1 challenge attempt each. Do you confirm? I do, the man affirmed after a brief pause. As he spoke, the man vanished, transported to an isolated space for his challenge. Watching him disappear, Yi Xian said, let's see if he succeeds first. With that, Yi Xian leaped onto a nearby giant tree, leaning against the trunk with closed eyes, feigning sleep. Yi Yuan and the others sat beneath the tree, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes snapped open. He took in the surroundings, the giant tree behind him and the people below. When his gaze fell on Yi Yuan's delicate, pitiable appearance, he froze. System, get out here. Host. What was wrong with his host, now all furious? He hadn't exchanged for anything recently. Hearing the ethereal voice in his mind, Yi Xian snapped. You unscrupulous merchant. The vision of my future I saw when I was born. It's this very scene. That woman is Yi Yuan. You. After 3 years, the ethereal voice spoke again. He had only done as asked, showing him his grown self. This ungrateful host. Host blessed by heaven's fate, the past cannot be deduced, the future cannot be seen. Merely glimpsing the present is already a feat. Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words, though he felt the system was pulling his leg. Still, he grinned. At least you have some insight. Find this divine son won't stoop to your level. After a long pause, I'm not even sure you qualify as a petty person. Yi Xian frowned. Silence ensued. As the saying goes, the best way to break silence is to leave it. Yi Xian, well versed in this, quickly ended his exchange with the system. The moment he withdrew, he saw the challenger had reappeared. The man stared directly at Yi Xian. Damn, Yi Xian sighed in exasperation. I didn't do anything just now, so why is he staring at me again? When Yi Xian looked back, the man averted his gaze and turned away. Lin Yang of Qiushui Realm, middle realm challenge failed. The Tower Spirit's cold voice echoed. Watching the man leave, Yi Xian asked, Tower Spirit, what is the trial to pass the 7th layer and enter the 8th? Lu Ming looked at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. Surely such questions wouldn't be answered. Don't look at me like that, oh, I was just asking. Noticing their gazes, Yi Xian remained unflustered. Challenge the Xuanshu Realm's Yi Wudi. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Especially Lu Ming, who never expected the Tower Spirit to actually answer Yi Xian. At this moment, the few present turned their gaze back to Yi Xian. Is this the privilege of being at the top of the ancient steel? Yizhan rumbled in a low voice. It was unexpected that Yizhan, usually so dull-witted, could display a moment of sharpness. Sai being too handsome is truly a burden. Yi Xian touched his face and sighed as he noticed the others staring at him again. As Yi Xian finished speaking, Nangong Qiuwa instantly blushed and lowered her head. The others rolled their eyes in unison. This imperial son of the Yi clan was not only formidable in cultivation, but also possessed unparalleled audacity. Though it was indeed true that he was very handsome. After a brief moment, upon hearing about the challenge against Yi Wudi, Luo Yueshi, and Lu Ming each departed, intending to attempt the challenge only after they felt confident. After the two had left, Yi Xian looked at Qing Song and the others and said, "If my guess is correct, the guardian of the 7th level is my father during his early sage stage." "Are you really just guessing?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Otherwise, could it be that his own father had told him? The key was that he hadn't even asked Yi Wudi when he arrived. Yi Xian ignored Yi Yuan and continued, "So I suggest you all cultivate on the 7th level for a while before challenging." Qing Song entered the tower only after reaching the mid-sage stage. "Be wary of Lu Ming when I'm not around." Yi Xian looked at Qing Song and said. Hearing Yi Xian's instructions, the group nodded solemnly. "Cousin, are you going to challenge the tower?" Nangong Qiuwa asked Yi Xian with concern. Yi Xian grinned and declared, "I'm going to go beat up my old man." With that he said, "Tower spirit, I wish to challenge the tower." This time the tower spirit neither spoke nor offered any explanation. Yi Xian vanished from the spot. "Let's head that way and see what treasures the 7th level holds." Watching Yi Xian disappear, Yi Yuan temporarily assumed the role of leader and pointed in a direction. The group nodded and departed, harboring no doubt about Yi Xian's words. He intended to defeat Yi Wudi, who was at the early sage stage. Thus, after Yi Xian challenged the tower, he would likely proceed directly to the next level, so the group did not wait there. His vision darkened. Yi Xian appeared in an isolated space. Staring at the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. After Yi Xian materialized, a phantom figure also emerged within the space. "Challenger Yi Xian, you shall face the guardian Yi Wudi." The tower spirit's emotionless voice rang out, and the young Yi Wudi looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Yi Xian, are you from the Yi clan of the Xuanxu realm?" Yi Xian was taken aback once more. "You don't recognize me?" "Challenger, I am merely a consciousness separated from the original, possessing only memories up to the age of 19. The young Yi Wudi explained, seeing the confusion in Yi Xian's eyes. "I see." Noticing the resemblance between Yi Xian's features and his own, Yi Wudi asked again, "I wonder how the current me is faring." Yi Xian's expression turned serious. "You are now the patriarch of the Yi clan, incredibly powerful, known as the strongest under the emperor realm in the Xuanxu realm. So I still cannot become an emperor after all." Yi Wudi lowered his head and sighed. Seeing the young Yi Wudi's demeanor, Yi Xian wondered inwardly. It seems my father already knew he couldn't become an emperor. He'll have to find an opportunity to ask him about this after leaving. Since that's the case, come Yi Xian, let me witness the prowess of the Yi clan scion. The young Yi Wudi regained his composure and fixed an imposing gaze on Yi Xian. Sensing the aura emanating from the young Yi Wudi, Yi Xian lowered his eyes and murmured, "Indeed, he's at the early sage stage. But I must say my father was quite dashing in his youth. Only a tiny bit less than me." Yi Xian did not draw Long Yuan, as it was not yet necessary. Suddenly an aura of spatial laws surged from Yi Xian. Spatial laws? The young Yi Wudi stared at the poised Yi Xian in shock. A bone age of around 15, yet you've comprehended spatial laws and reached the mid-sage stage. Haha, it seems the Yi clan still dominates the Xuanxu realm. Yi Xian twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at his young father with a hint of disdain. Can't you say the disciple surpasses the master? So lacking in taste. Boom. The two auras instantly clashed. Yi Xian's entire figure became hazy and indistinct, while in contrast the young Yi Wudi radiated the power of the 5 elemental laws simultaneously. Yi Xian's gaze sharpened. This was his father's 5-element spirit body. Let me experience the legendary 5 elements spirit body. As he spoke, sharp stone pillars erupted beneath his feet. With a shift of space, he arrived in a vast empty area. The young Yi Wudi observed Yi Xian's ease and said, "Yi Xian, show me your full strength, or else I'll knock you out with one punch, patriarch." Yi Xian retorted, meeting the young Yi Wudi's gaze. This time it was Yi Wudi's turn to twitch his mouth. Truly they were from the same clan, sharing the same nature. If the young Yi Wudi knew that the person before him was his own talented son from many years later, who knew what he would think? Yi Xian ceased his banter and grew serious. After all, his father was renowned as the strongest under the emperor realm in the Xuanxu realm. Even though this version was only 19, he was still far beyond ordinary geniuses. Thunderclap. With a soft cry, arcs of lightning wreathed Yi Xian's body, and the air crackled with explosive sounds. Lightning laws. Seeing the lightning arcs around Yi Xian Yiwudi was astonished once more. Lightning escape. In an instant, Yi Xian vanished from his spot and appeared right before the young Yiwudi. Aware of Yi Xian's power, the young Yiwudi swiftly erected a defense. Soon a wall of fire rose to block Yi Xian's path, ripples of energy flowing across its surface as streaks of golden light danced within. 3,000 thunderstorm fist. With Yi Xian at the center, 3,000 lightning arcs shot out simultaneously, making him appear like a thunder god. Boom. Crack. With a resounding blast, the young Yiwudi's defense shattered instantly. Water escape. As his defense crumbled, the young Yiwudi retreated at lightning speed. After retreating to a spot, Yiwudi halted. He knew that before Yi Xian, who had mastered both spatial and lightning laws, evasion was futile. Stopping, the young Yiwudi suddenly spoke. Yi Xian, you are incredibly strong. As he finished, his aura surged again, showing signs of breaking through the early sage stage. But ultimately it settled at the peak of the early sage stage. 5 elements, heaven incinerating art. An aura of the great Tao of the 5 elements continuously emanated from Yiwudi. Moments later, the 5 auras merged into one, forming an imposing attack that hurtled toward Yi Xian. Watching the incoming 5 elements heaven incinerating art, Yi Xian felt a hint of pressure. Of course, Yi Xian felt only the slightest bit. This was evidently one of his father's ultimate techniques, possessing the demeanor of a mid-tier emperor art. Thunderflame seal. With a soft shout, a fiery aura surged from Yi Xian's body, already wreathed in lightning arcs. Witnessing this, even the young Yiwudi couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn fire laws." Again, bang! The thunderflame seal collided with the beam of 5 elements, resulting in a brief standstill. But soon the thunderflame seal broke through the beam's resistance and struck Yiwudi, sending him flying. A mystic light surged over the young Yiwudi as he stood up shakily and said with relief, "You have defeated me. The tower challenge is successful. Is there no reward?" Yi Xian quickly asked. "The reward is that you may proceed to the 8th level for cultivation." Yiwudi shook his head and replied. Seeing Yi Xian's dejected expression, a vein of black lines appeared on Yiwudi's forehead. This kid had comprehended only high-level Tao laws. The techniques he used almost all bore the mark of emperor arts. Yet he still acted like a miser. And was the Yi clan already this formidable now? Casually unleashing emperor arts. Just as the young Yiwudi was about to speak, a voice interrupted. "Challenger Yi Xian, tower challenge successful. Entering the 8th level." The tower spirit's cold voice rang out at the opportune moment. A flash of golden light swept over, and Yi Xian found himself in an environment of exceptionally dense spiritual energy. On the 8th floor of the War God Tower, Yi Xian murmured as he gazed at the floating celestial islands around him. "Is this the 8th floor of the War God Tower?" Huff! The concentration of spiritual energy had indeed multiplied exponentially. Suddenly his eyes brightened as he watched the myriad of strange beasts flying in the distance. Could I obtain the essence blood of a divine beast on this 8th floor? With this thought, Yi Xian immediately dashed into the distance. Boom! With a single punch, he obliterated one of the celestial hounds among the beasts, and a condensed essence orb materialized, floating before his eyes. So this is the beast essence of the War God Tower. He glanced at the saint-level beast essences in his hand, shook his head, and casually tossed them into the system's warehouse. Thanks to the system, even the spatial ring on Yi Xian was stored within the system warehouse. Now, a mid-stage saint, he would need to challenge the guardian again to enter the 9th floor. After casually slaying a few more beasts and collecting their essences, Yi Xian shook his head and halted his actions. "Tower spirit, I wish to challenge the guardian and enter the 9th floor. The 8th floor offers only one chance. Does the challenger wish to proceed?" The tower spirit's emotionless voice echoed across the 8th floor. Hearing the tower spirit's words, Yi Xian knew this guardian would be far more formidable than the previous ones. Yet without any hesitation, he nodded and said, "Proceed." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from amidst the beasts. Watching Yi Xian disappear, the surrounding beasts gradually dispersed. On an endless, boundless grassland, Yi Xian's figure reappeared. A vast prairie. Seeing the flat, open expanse, even Yi Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The War God Tower is truly mysterious and extraordinary. He could now imagine the terrifying might of the tower's original master in life. Could a legendary emperor truly possess such power? Yi Xian pondered with a dazed expression. "Yi Xian, we meet again." As he was lost in thought, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. "This?" Yi Xian looked at the figure slowly emerging before him and said with exasperation, "Isn't this the 8th floor?" The thought of having to defeat his own father twice left him feeling rather odd. "No." Yi Xian suddenly spoke up. "How do you recognize me?" The young Yiwudi understood his meaning and explained slowly, "The two consciousnesses of mine within the War God Tower are connected. I knew the moment you defeated my early saint self on the 7th floor. I see. Early saint. Hearing Yi Wudi's words, Yi Xian focused his gaze on the youth before him. Indeed, although the Yi Wudi on the 8th floor still appeared to be 19 or 20, he had already reached the late saint stage, even edging close to the emperor realm. His father, the undisputed strongest below the emperor, was indeed no legend. Those of his father's generation had truly been unfortunate. Then, as if struck by a thought, Yi Xian murmured, "Even so, he never became an emperor. Why?" Seeing Yi Xian lost in thought, the young Yi Wudi did not interrupt, waiting in silence. After a moment, Yi Xian cleared his mind. "Let's talk about entering the 9th floor first. Want to enter the 9th floor? Then you'll have to defeat me." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Wudi replied calmly, "Have you ever been to the 9th floor?" Yi Xian suddenly asked. "I have, otherwise you wouldn't be seeing me on the 8th floor." Yi Wudi paused, then added, "The people there are all very strong. All very strong. There's more than one." However, Yi Xian would later understand exactly what Yi Wudi meant by all very strong. Neither spoke further. Two astonishing auras surged skyward across the endless grassland. "I know you didn't go all out on the 7th floor, but on this floor you'll have no choice but to give your all." Yi Wudi, now radiating 5 colors, declared loudly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew this well. Even as a mid-stage saint, he could blast apart a newly ascended emperor from the Tianxialu with a single punch. But that was partly due to that emperor's complacency, and mostly because that emperor was no peerless genius. On the plain, Yi Xian's body crackled with lightning arcs intertwined with flames. Yi Wudi was enveloped in flames, golden light swirling. With every step he took, the ground beneath him cracked and split. Water evasion. The Yi Wudi before him suddenly vanished, then shot toward Yi Xian like a bolt. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes sharpened, and he let out a hearty laugh. "Come, let's fight." Thunderclap. Lightning evasion. Bang. The two figures collided instantly, neither employing any flashy techniques. They clashed fist against fist, palm against palm. Boom. Boom. Bang. A series of thunderous impacts echoed across the boundless plain. It brought a lively clamor to the once silent, empty prairie. Had anyone been present, they would have marveled. Is this truly a battle between two saints? After another exchange of blows, both retreated to their respective sides. 3,000 thunderstorm fist. With a mighty roar from Yi Xian, the clear sky above was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder roared. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck, and a colossal fist imprint materialized before Yi Xian, its phantom form crackling with violent arcs of lightning. The law of flame blazed fiercely upon it, adding even greater power. Seeing the awe-inspiring thunderfire fist before him, Yi Wudi also laughed heartily. "Haha, well met." Blazing golden palm. In front of the opposing Yi Wudi, an equally enormous palm imprint appeared. The palm was entirely fiery red, with the great Tao law of flame dancing wildly, as if the surrounding spiritual energy itself was ablaze. At the center of the palm, a golden light spun continuously, as if it were the true killing technique. Yi Xian stared at the massive palm, his eyes narrowing. Another 5 elements fusion technique. Huh. With two simultaneous shouts, the fist and palm imprints collided, locked in a stalemate. Seeing this, both fighters tacitly circulated their internal spiritual energy once more. 5 elements, heaven scorching art. A colossal beam of light composed of gold, azure, black, red, and yellow slowly took shape. This technique, wielded by the Yi Wudi of the 8th floor, was even more formidable. Yi Xian also formed hand seals. Chaos divine fist. Watching Yi Xian's attack, Yi Wudi's eyes revealed deep shock. What had he just witnessed? From within that fist imprint, he vaguely perceived the origin of the great Tao, the chaos of space-time. Rumble. Before Yi Wudi could react, the two attacks were respectively channeled into the fist and palm imprints in the air. The massive explosion forced Yi Xian back a single step, which he firmly halted. Yi Wudi, on the other hand, was blasted back dozens of meters, his aura weakened. "You are very strong," Yi Wudi praised, looking at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian has successfully cleared the tower and may enter the 9th floor." The tower spirit's cold voice soon rang out across the plain. "Since I defeated you, will your guardian phantom be replaced by mine?" Yi Xian asked, puzzled. No, Yi Wudi shook his head in reply. Seeing the confusion on Yi Xian's face, Yi Wudi offered no further explanation, only gazing at him with expectant eyes. Then a beam of golden light shone upon Yi Xian, and his figure on the plain vanished without a trace. Yi Xian did not learn the answer he sought. Nor did Yi Wudi tell him that it was because his phantom was destined to remain on the 9th floor. With a soft hum, Yi Xian appeared on the 9th floor of the War God Tower. "Hey, wait, I haven't even finished." Yi Xian kept shouting at the empty air. After a long while, without any response, he grew bored and stopped, beginning to survey the so-called 9th floor of the War God Tower. "It doesn't seem much different," Yi Xian murmured, observing the surroundings that were identical to the previous 2 floors. Sovereign-ranked beasts. Spotting several beasts in the distance, a gleam flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Whether I can break through to the late Saint realm and challenge the final guardian of the ninth floor all depends on you. With a loud cry, Yi Xian dashed forward. At this moment, he still had no idea who the guardian of the ninth floor was, nor did he understand what the young Yi Wudi meant by saying they were all very strong. Forget it, breaking through to the late Saint realm is the real priority. An hour later. Damn it, what's going on? I've been running for an hour, but it feels like those beasts are always just in the distance. The saying a mountain seen from afar wears out the legs must describe this. Lightning escape. Another hour later, Yi Xian finally spotted a beast at the early sovereign realm. When they met, both pairs of eyes gleamed simultaneously. Damn! Staring at the beast's large copper eyes that shone upon him, Yi Xian was taken aback. My eyes gleam because defeating you yields a beast essence, but why are you staring at me like that? Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a heat at the center of his brow. A mark slowly emerged. Reaching up to touch his forehead, Yi Xian instantly understood why. Live's Holy Spring. Ordinarily, the Live's Holy Spring wouldn't have driven the beast so wild, but Yi Xian's brow contained something more. A single drop of Live's Divine Spring. For the beasts within the War God Tower, this was more alluring than anything else. What are you looking at? Come and get it if you dare. Yi Xian roared at the tortoise-like beast before him. With that, Yi Xian charged forward and engaged the beast in a fierce struggle. Moments later, with his hair slightly disheveled, he tossed the beast essence in his hand and grinned. Think you can mess with me, huh? He tossed the beast essence into his system warehouse and resumed his search. Shortly after, he thought, no, I need to conceal the aura of this thing first. Saying this, Yi Xian began browsing through the system panel. In the system's rare treasures section, Spirit Concealing Cloth. It could change colors and forms at will and mask the aura of precious natural treasures on one's person. The exchange cost was 5,000 merit points. Damn, 5,000. This was the first time Yi Xian used merit points to purchase something from the panel. Glancing at the 5,400 merit points in the top right corner, savings he had accumulated for a long time, Yi Xian steeled himself and pressed the exchange button. Otherwise, he would be swarmed and killed by the sovereign beasts before even obtaining any beast essences. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for the rare treasure Spirit Concealing Cloth. A silk-like item then appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Looking at the remaining 400 merit points, he sighed. Time to work hard again. Condense. With a thought, the Spirit Concealing Cloth in Yi Xian's hand transformed into a white headband. White. Staring at the white headband, the corner of his mouth twitched. How unlucky. In the blink of an eye, the headband changed again, taking on a red form with a milky white gemstone set in the satisfied Yi Xian tied the red headband around his forehead, the milky white gemstone perfectly covering the center of his brow. Once it was on, the sacred life aura from his forehead vanished without a trace. Pleased, he touched his forehead and set off once more to collect beast essences. 3 days later, after gathering nearly 100 beast essences had accumulated in his system warehouse. Among them were essences from early and mid-sovereign realm beasts, but he had yet to encounter a late sovereign beast, though even if he did, he might not be able to defeat it. Just then, a startling aura erupted not far to Yi Xian's right. Sensing it, his eyes lit up. This is a late sovereign realm beast. Without hesitation, Yi Xian sped toward the source of the aura. Moments later, this is too many. Hiding behind a massive boulder not far from a cave, Yi Xian activated his eye technique to peer inside. At the cave entrance, 2 early sovereign beasts patrolled ceaselessly. His gaze ventured further inside, revealing nearly 30 beasts. Yi Xian stared dumbfounded. Almost half of them were at the mid-sovereign realm. A gulp sounded in his ears. As his gaze swept over the group, a beast at the forefront suddenly turned toward Yi Xian's position and let out a thunderous roar. A strange cry, half canine, half feline, echoed out. Not good. Hearing the roar, Yi Xian didn't hesitate for a second, turning and fleeing at top speed. At the cave entrance, just as Yi Xian fled, a massive beast with cyan wings and a dark crimson body, roaring at the direction Yi Xian had fled, the beast gave chase. Hearing the roar, Yi Xian turned, looking back, nearly scared the soul out of him. What rotten luck. A Qiongqi. Recognizing the beast's form, Yi Xian cried out with a grimace. A tiger-shaped beast with cyan wings on its back was speeding toward him. To Yi Xian's horror, dozens of sovereign beasts followed behind this Qiongqi. With a yell, Yi Xian fled for his life once more. A peculiar scene unfolded on the 9th floor. A tiny figure raced ahead desperately, while behind it Qiongqi led dozens of beasts in a frenzied pursuit. One might have thought Yi Xian had committed some heinous crime. Other beasts witnessing this scene hurriedly moved aside, fearing they'd be caught in the stampede. Thunderclap. Lightning escape. Seeing the relentless pursuers, Yi Xian drew on his qi to flee faster. Arcs of lightning scattered in the air. After fleeing for thousands of li, the Qiongqi finally stopped glaring ferociously at the spot where Yi Xian had vanished. With a roar to the heavens, it turned and led the other beasts away. as if to say, don't let me catch you. After running for a long while without the Qiongqi giving chase, Yi Xian finally stopped to catch his breath. I didn't even do anything, he murmured, still shaken. I just took a look. Could it be a female Qiongqi? No, I can't swallow this. Chasing me for so long. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. When had he, the imperial son of the Yi clan, ever been so humiliated? Suddenly he thought of Xiao Jin and summoned him from the system's alternate space. As soon as Xiao Jin appeared, he circled around Yi Xian affectionately. Xiao Jin, grow big, Yi Xian said seriously, spreading his arms. Having lived with Yi Xian since childhood, Xiao Jin understood his intention instantly, even without conscious communication. With a dragon's roar, Xiao Jin, who had been in a miniature state, instantly swelled to several tens of zhang. A majestic five-clawed golden dragon appeared in midair, exuding a faint oppressive aura. Looking at Xiao Jin before him, Yi Xian couldn't help but grin. After a brief rest, Yi Xian set off once more toward the cave with little Jin by his side. Throughout the journey, little Jin maintained its colossal form, its draconic aura radiating with overwhelming majesty. As a result, not a single beast dared approach the duo. When they encountered some early-stage sovereign beasts along the way, the creatures immediately fled upon sight of the golden dragon. Witnessing this, Yi Xian felt that little Jin had never been so useful. He grew increasingly confident in the plan he had devised. Under his full-speed sprint, they soon arrived near the cave once again. This time, Yi Xian did not hide behind the boulder. Instead, he hovered boldly in midair, not far from the cave entrance. At the sight of Yi Xian and the golden dragon behind him, the two beasts guarding the cave trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Roar! The Qiongqi's thunderous bellow echoed once more, and a dark crimson beast charged out of the cave. As it glared at the provocative Yi Xian, the Qiongqi prepared to launch an attack. This time it would surely tear that swift-footed one to shreds. Suddenly, the enraged Qiongqi halted. Its eyes brightened as it fixed its gaze on the golden dragon behind Yi Xian. That was a genuine golden dragon. If it could devour this dragon. As expected, it only intimidates early to mid-stage sovereign beasts, Yi Xian mused. Seeing the Qiongqi's covetous stare, Yi Xian pointed at the distracted beast and shouted, "Want a taste? Come catch me, and it's yours." Little Jin, run. With that, Yi Xian leaped onto the golden dragon's back. Roar! Little Jin, aware of the urgency, turned and fled in the predetermined direction. Seeing the duo in the air about to escape, the Qiongqi flapped its wings and gave chase at tremendous speed. So you want to catch me, eh? Yi Xian launched a relentless barrage of attacks at the pursuing Qiongqi. Hundreds of lightning spheres condensed from the law of thunder struck the beast in rapid succession. After hurling hundreds of lightning spheres, even Yi Xian felt a momentary exhaustion. The Qiongqi's body was charred black. Roar! Enraged by the assault, the Qiongqi roared, its eyes locked onto Yi Xian on the golden dragon's back. Though the spheres hadn't inflicted substantial damage, their sheer number was overwhelming. Even its formidable defenses were scorched black. Furious, the Qiongqi accelerated its pursuit. Little Jin, faster, Yi Xian urged. Heeding his command, the golden dragon quickened its pace. After a long while, almost there, Yi Xian murmured on the dragon's back. Noticing the Qiongqi slowing, his eyes narrowed. Losing steam, that wouldn't do. With that thought, Yi Xian raised his hand and hurled dozens of lightning spheres mixed with fireballs at the Qiongqi. Feeling the attacks, the faltering Qiongqi lost all reason and madly chased the golden dragon once more. The golden dragon suddenly surged in speed, darting toward a nearby valley. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. Shrink, Yi Xian commanded. In an instant, the colossal little Jin transformed into a miniature golden dragon and vanished. Roar! Just as little Jin disappeared, a formidable beast's roar erupted from the valley. Hearing it, Yi Xian's face lit up with joy. He had sensed a powerful presence in this valley while being chased by the Qiongqi, and his guess proved correct. Thunderclap, lightning escape. Yi Xian vanished into the valley in a flash. The pursuing Qiongqi, sensing his residual aura in the air, hesitated for a moment before charging into the valley. Roar! Roar! Two beastly cries rang out simultaneously. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stood atop a peak dozens of li away, watching the scene unfold in the valley. In the valley, a demonic ape dozens of zhang tall warily eyed the Qiongqi that had intruded into its territory. The ape's eyes were bloodshot, and its exposed fangs were taller than Yi Xian himself. Its aura clearly marked it as a latest-stage sovereign beast. Roar! The demonic ape roared repeatedly at the Qiongqi. Feeling provoked, the Qiongqi responded with a defiant roar. The battle between the two colossal beasts was imminent. The demonic ape, known for its brute strength, wasted no time. It lunged, grabbed the Qiongqi, and slammed it into the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash sent dust flying in the valley. That ape is truly savage, Yi Xian remarked, shuddering as he watched from the distant peak. Little Jin, perched on his shoulder, nodded its tiny head in agreement. As the dust settled, the Qiongqi appeared, enraged by the ape's attack. The Qiongqi rose, flapped its wings, and soared high into the sky. Aware of the ape's superior ground combat, it opted for a Hitandran strategy. Roar! With a beastly cry, a massive fireball erupted from the Qiongqi's maw, striking the demonic ape's colossal frame. Stung by the attack, the ape was knocked back dozens of steps. The ape materialized a spiritual staff, dozens of zhang long, in its hand. Gripping the staff, the ape's aura surged. It charged again, swinging the massive weapon, and engaged the Qiongqi in a fierce melee. Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine. If he were hit by that staff, the consequences would be dire. Boom! Bang! Roar! Amidst the deafening crashes and earth-shaking roars, the battle in the valley raged on. Around the valley, no other beast dared linger save for the Qiongqi and the demonic ape. They understood the danger of being caught in the crossfire. Seeing the two beasts locked in combat, Yi Xian sat cross-legged and delved his consciousness into his mind. He knew their fight would not end anytime soon. Nor did he worry they might suddenly stop. Both were bloodthirsty and belligerent. Given their history, even if one wanted to quit, the other would not allow it. In his mind, Yi Xian browsed through the system interface. I need something with serious firepower, he murmured. After all, when the two beasts tired and collapsed, he would have to finish them off. Without a powerful treasure, how could he manage? The image of the ape's spiritual staff spurred him to search. In the artifact section, after a long search, he found an offensive treasure, Demon Sun Banner. A consumable artifact. The user can repeatedly infuse it with spiritual energy. Once it reaches full capacity, it can unleash an attack at the peak of the sovereign level. Exchange price, 20 million spirit stones. Cheap and practical. Reading the description, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was tailor-made for his current predicament. He pressed the exchange button. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 2 Demon Sun banners. 2 banners materialized in his hands. Gazing at the banners, Yi Xian immediately began infusing them with spiritual energy. At his current cultivation of midstage, Saint, fully charging them would take considerable time. More importantly, who knew how long the two beasts would fight? If they finished abruptly, he would lose everything. With that thought, he redoubled his efforts. When his spiritual energy was depleted, he quickly activated the Chaos Art to recover. Thus, he cycled replenish energy, infuse the banners, exhaust energy, recover. The cycle continued. The two ferocious beasts battled relentlessly in the valley. On the peak, a youth toiled with equal desperation. Both sides were desperately striving for their respective goals. 2 days later. Finally, it's full, Yi Xian said with satisfaction, looking at the 2 floating Demon Sun banners. Not long after Yi Xian stopped, the beast roars in the valley gradually ceased. Yi Xian's eyes brightened. The moment had arrived. He immediately sprang up from the ground, grasped the 2 Demon Sun banners, and set off. Outside the valley, Yi Xian cautiously approached the entrance. After a moment's thought, he decided to take out the defensive treasure, the Sacred Heart Mirror. With everything prepared, Yi Xian rushed towards the valley. In the center of the valley, he stood atop a giant tree, gazing down at the unmoving Qiongqi and the demon ape lying on the ground. At this moment, both creatures were on the brink of collapse, barely able to open their eyelids. One could see that one of Qiongqi's wings had been broken, and the other green wing was drenched in blood, both its own and that of the demon ape. In contrast, the demon ape fared slightly better than Qiongqi. However, it was not in good shape either. The heavenly spirit staff it had been holding was no longer present, and its chest bore a massive scorched indentation with bloodstains covering its body. Seeing the condition of both creatures, Yi Xian quickly formulated a plan in his mind. He could only activate 1 Demon Sun banner at a time. 2 would be a bit too much. To be safe, Yi Xian held 1 Demon Sun banner in his right hand and the Sacred Heart Mirror in his left, approaching the slightly better off demon ape. Roar! The 2 fierce beasts spotted Yi Xian in the valley and simultaneously let out a warning roar filled with menace. Yi Xian ignored the pitiful howls of the 2 sickly creatures, thinking to himself, what can they do? They should just jump up and fight me. Time was of the essence. Yi Xian immediately activated the Demon Sun banner in his hand, and a force even more astonishing than during the previous battle surged up within the valley. Feeling the overwhelming power of the treasure in Yi Xian's hand, the demon ape's wariness skyrocketed, but as it tried to rise, it fell back to the ground. Don't struggle. Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, the Demon Sun banner in his hand erupted with an astonishing black beam of energy, shooting straight towards the demon ape. Boom! With a loud crash, the demon ape was instantly pierced through. After a brief pause, Yi Xian hurriedly retrieved the demon ape's beast essence. Just as he stored the beast essence in the system warehouse, Yi Xian suddenly sensed an incredibly dangerous aura coming from behind. What the heck, self-destruct? Yi Xian turned around and shouted at Qiongqi, whose body had suddenly swelled in size. Xiangqi glared at Yi Xian with a venomous gaze from a distance, blaming this damned human for repeatedly provoking it, leading to its current miserable state. Observing Qianqi's appearance, Yi Xian's mind raced. It was too late to run now. He could only brace himself and see if the Sacred Heart Mirror would hold. With that said, Yi Xian immediately infused spiritual energy into the Sacred Heart Mirror. As the energy flowed in, a gentle white light slowly enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. As soon as the white light shield took shape, boom, boom, the other beasts in the vicinity, hearing the thunderous explosions echoing from the valley, instantaneously fled without a trace. After a moment, the explosions gradually subsided, revealing a gigantic pit in the center of the valley, resembling a valley within a valley. The white light surrounding Yi Xian slowly faded, revealing him within. At that moment, Yi Xian's aura experienced a brief stagnation. Activating the Demon Sun banner followed by the Sacred Heart Mirror was quite taxing. Fortunately, this unscrupulous merchant did not deceive him. The Sacred Heart Mirror proved to be exceptionally useful. However, it only had 2 chances left, so he would have to use it sparingly in the future. After catching his breath, Yi Xian leaped out of the deep pit. Upon surveying the surrounding scene, he was taken aback. Thankfully, he had the Sacred Heart Mirror, or he would have been left with nothing. Alas, what a pity for the Qianqi's beast essence. Why did it have to be so stubborn? After a sigh, Yi Xian quickly departed. This place was now a hotspot for trouble. Half a day later, a swarm of beasts began appearing in the valley, igniting an instant melee. On an island, Yi Xian sat cross-legged, grinning at the demon ape's beast essence in his hand. The beast essence from a later-stage monarch is indeed different, just this one is much larger than the others. Feeling the powerful fluctuations emanating from the essence, he knew this single piece was worth hundreds in his warehouse. Next up is the breakthrough to latest-stage sage. Yi Xian took the beast essence from the warehouse, suspended it in front of him, and closed his eyes to concentrate. In the 7th layer of the God of War Tower, Lu Ming, what do you want? This secret realm was discovered by us first. Yi Yuan shouted at Lu Ming, who blocked several people ahead. Exactly, Yi Zhan added in agreement. Ignoring their rebuke, Lu Ming raised his hand and launched a rule attack at Yi Zhan. Before Yi Zhan could react, he was struck, letting out a muffled groan as a trickle of blood escaped his mouth. Qing Song quickly stepped in front of Yi Zhan, casting a cold glare at Lu Ming. Yi Xian is not here now, and no one can protect you. Upon hearing this, the others glared at Lu Ming, their expressions mixed with anger and disdain. Glaring back at Qing Song with a grim expression, Lu Ming retorted, "You're just Yi Xian's dog. Do you think you can step out? Since you want to make a name for yourself, I'll make you my target." With that, a powerful aura of mid-stage sage erupted from Lu Ming, shooting towards Qing Song. Seeing Lu Ming charging towards him, Qing Song conjured a green spear in his hand, gripping it tightly as he too rushed towards Lu Ming. The two clashed, engaging in dozens of exchanges in an instant. Mid-stage sage. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Qing Song to hide his strength so well. Noticing that several people were watching him, Lu Ming heightened his momentum and, after pushing Qing Song back, quickly retreated. Qing Song, right. I remember you. Don't let me run into you on the 8th layer, or else. Lu Ming, as he departed, turned to Qing Song and said in a low voice. Watching Lu Ming leave, Qing Song's gaze was sharp as he looked ahead, choosing not to pursue. Qing Song, I didn't expect you've already reached mid-stage sage. Yi Yuan exclaimed, her eyes wide in surprise. Qing Song replied indifferently. Then why didn't you chase him down? Because I can't beat him. Qing Song stated, looking in the direction Lu Ming had left. When are you going to break through the tower? Nan Gongqiu asked. In some time, Qing Song replied. He had been tasked by Yi Xian to protect several people, so he needed to complete the mission Yi Xian had given him before attempting to break through after Lu Ming left. Upon hearing Qing Song's response, the others said nothing more. They understood the importance of the task Yi Xian had entrusted to him, and further discussion was unnecessary. At this moment, Yi Xian had been sitting cross-legged on the island for a day and a night. He appeared to be in deep meditation, his aura completely retracted, resembling an ordinary person. After a long while, the beast essence suspended before Yi Xian suddenly surged violently, enveloping him entirely within it. Vroom vroom vroom. A vortex of spiritual energy began to slowly form above the island where Yi Xian was located, continuously pouring towards him. If someone were present, they would be astonished to witness that someone was breaking through with the might of a latest-stage sage, akin to a breakthrough at the monarch level. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spiritual energy storm on the island continued to gather. One day later. At this moment, the spiritual energy tornado on the island had reached several hundred zhang in height. The surroundings of the island were empty. At the center of the spiritual energy storm sat a young man in splendid attire, wearing a bright red headband, motionless in a meditative pose. The young man was none other than Yi Xian, who was in the midst of his training. At this moment his brow was slightly furrowed, as if he were waiting for something. Suddenly the spiritual energy began to spin rapidly. At that moment the young man with his eyes tightly shut slightly opened them, and two beams of divine light shot forth. The essence of the alien beast floating in the air gradually dimmed. Yi Xian swiftly formed a complex hand seal with his hands. Huh! With a soft shout, the last trace of energy in the alien beast's essence was absorbed, while the surrounding spiritual energy continued to be drawn into Yi Xian's body. Just a little more. Sensing the barrier of the 5 elements, Yi Xian opened his mouth and inhaled, causing the spiritual energy storm to surge violently into his body, as if wanting to destroy this arrogant young man before him. Moments later, break for me. Yi Xian's momentum suddenly soared, and a feeling of chaos arose within him. Outside the island, sensing the gradual weakening of the spiritual energy storm on the island, more and more alien beasts cautiously approached, waiting patiently. Boom! A loud noise echoed as a bright yellow-clad young man leapt upward from the island, instantly reaching the high sky. The previously violent spiritual energy storm gradually calmed down and dispersed. Witnessing this scene, numerous alien beasts erupted and charged towards the island, hoping to seize the opportunity for treasure. Moi! Seeing the swarm of alien beasts coming from all directions, Yi Xian's aura surged. The advancing alien beasts suddenly paused, looking up in fear at the sky. Their thunder roared, and suddenly a sea of fire ignited with lightning dragons weaving through the flames. Thunderfire Seal. As the incantation fell, a gigantic flame handprint entwined with lightning dragons swiftly descended from the sky towards the island. Hiss! As the handprint descended rapidly, the surrounding spiritual energy even began to ignite. Roar! Countless beast roars erupted, and the alien beasts around the island began to flee in panic. Bang! Soon a deafening sound rang out above the island. A handprint slowly formed on the island. After a brief pause, that small island instantly shattered into pieces. The impact of the Thunderfire Seal spread outwards, and the alien beasts that failed to escape were quickly roar. This time the beast roars were filled with fear and unwillingness. After a few breaths, a large amount of alien beast essence floated on the sea. In the sky, Yi Xian raised his hand, and all the floating essence entered the system warehouse. Feeling the abundant power within him, Yi Xian nodded and softly spoke. Peak late stage of the Saint Realm, not bad. If someone were here hearing Yi Xian's words, they would probably be so enraged they would bleed to death. This is not just good, it is exceptionally good. However, Yi Xian had no time to dwell on this. Sensing that he had grown over 10 times stronger, Yi Xian immediately declared, Tower Spirit, I want to challenge the tower. Soon a cold voice sounded. Challenger Yi Xian, you have 3 chances to challenge the 9th level. Do you confirm your first challenge? 3 chances. Hearing the Tower Spirit's voice, Yi Xian was puzzled for a moment, but still nodded firmly, saying, confirmed. Buzz! A light sound echoed. Yi Xian found himself in a vast white jade plaza. Moi! Opening his eyes and looking at the white jade plaza before him, Yi Xian began to examine it doubtfully. At that moment, the emotionless voice rang in his ears. Challenger, step onto the first step of the 9th level to begin your challenge. Yi Xian saw a gigantic staircase appearing not far away. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian quickly stepped onto the first step. Rumble! As soon as Yi Xian stepped on the stairs, a series of booming sounds erupted around him. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian gazed ahead with piercing eyes. A figure with a serene aura slowly appeared. It has been a long time since anyone has come here. Before Yi Xian could ask, the figure continued, you are the second person to arrive here in 10,000 years. The second? Yi Xian asked in confusion. The first is named Yi Wudi, you should know him. He is the father of this junior. Yi Xian replied. No wonder. Yi Xian gazed at the man. May I ask who you are? I am the first stage guardian of the 9-level tower, Emperor Gu Feng. Emperor. Yi Xian was startled, realizing that the figure before him was at the peak of the Saint Realm, yet he claimed to be Emperor Gu Feng. Emperor Gu Feng, an emperor from 1,000,000 years ago. Do not be surprised, I have attained the imperial throne, so I am naturally different from those you met in the previous 2 levels. I see. Though Yi Xian responded, doubts still lingered in his heart. Observing the contemplative expression on Yi Xian's face, Emperor Gu Feng continued. Achieving emperor status grants one a brief moment of transcendence. The intricacies of this will become clear to you in the future. Senior, you said you are the first stage guardian. Are the subsequent guardians also ancient emperors? The man nodded. Exactly. To ascend to the second step, you must defeat me. With that, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the man. The last challenger, Yi Wudi, your father, was defeated by me with a single move. He possessed the potential of an emperor, but lacked the fate of an emperor, yet you are different. The man looked majestically at Yi Xian and declared. Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked, realizing his father had actually defeated Emperor Gu Feng. But soon Yi Xian calmed himself and spoke slowly. I can defeat you with just one move. With that, an overwhelming aura surged from Yi Xian. Looking down at the ready man, Yi Xian shouted, Thunderfire Seal. His peak latest Saint Realm power was unmistakable. A massive handprint of thunder and fire surged towards the man, and for a brief moment fear appeared in the man's eyes as he felt Yi Xian's attack. Shocked by how terrifying this young man was, he feared that he could not withstand this seemingly casual attack. Although the man possessed some memories of an emperor, he still only had the strength of a latest-stage saint, and his status as a former emperor had not changed that. In an instant, the handprint reached Emperor Gufang, who had no choice but to raise his hand to defend. Crack! A cracking sound echoed as the handprint made contact with the man, instantly shattering his defense without any resistance. Bang! The defense shattered, but the momentum of the handprint did not stop crashing into the man. Moments later, the man slowly stood up, looking at Yi Xian, who remained calm and unfazed, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't find the words. I don't care what happened a million years ago, but I, Yi Xian, shall suppress the world first, and then push through the ages. An emperor, what of it? Yi Xian, of the Yi clan. You're quite impressive. The man looked at Yi Xian and praised. You're not bad either. Yi Xian replied. Somehow hearing these words from this young man felt strangely awkward. Regardless, I hope you can conquer the 9 levels and 9 steps, the man continued. I appreciate your kind words, I will give it my all. Yi Xian replied solemnly. Though the man was now merely a peak saint, he was once an emperor a million years ago, so Yi Xian still held a trace of respect for him. Having said that, the man nodded and prepared to leave. Tower Challenger Yi Xian has defeated the defender. Choose whether to replace their phantom and guard the first step of the 9th level. The tower spirit's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing it, ancient Emperor Gufang, who was about to depart, halted his steps. I choose not to replace. In contrast, upon hearing that he could replace the defender, Yi Xian glanced at ancient Emperor Gufang's retreating figure, pondered briefly, and replied. The distant ancient Emperor Gufang seemed to let out a sigh of relief before striding away once more. A thankless task. If I stay, wouldn't I have to guard these 9 steps? No benefits, no way. Yi Xian muttered to himself. As he spoke, Yi Xian noticed the man ahead seemed to stumble. Is this floor very slippery? With that, the man vanished in an instant. Better leave quickly, or he'd surely be infuriated by this youth. Moments later, a soft sound echoed, and Yi Xian found himself on the white jade square once again. But this time he was not on the square itself, but standing on the first step. The challenger may choose to continue, or the tower spirit's voice chimed in at the right moment. Tower spirit, Yi Xian asked curiously, if I withdraw, will it consume one of my chances? Yes. Then why withdraw? On the very first step, he faced a late saint ancient emperor. At least 8 more steps remained. Who knew what formidable opponents lay ahead? Though he had some knowledge of these emperors, it was only fragmentary. Nor did he know their current power levels within the tower. So to be safe, withdraw? Of course not. Since he wouldn't back down, he had no choice but to fight through. With that thought, Yi Xian leaped over 2 steps at once, landing on the 3rd. Another soft sound, and his figure appeared in a vast open space. The sky here was a pristine azure, surrounded by scenery as beautiful as a celestial realm. Boom. Rumble. As Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings, a male figure slowly materialized in midair. He wore a green robe adorned with white clouds, a faint smile on his lips, exuding elegance and refinement. The contrast between the two in the arena was stark. Though Yi Xian usually appeared gentle and warm, his inherent pride was unmatched. Unlike the green-robed man, who was genuinely refined. Just as the latter was about to speak, whoosh, a gust of wind sounded between them. Just as I thought, Yi Xian mused, sensing the aura. The surrounding temperature dropped several degrees. Soon, a female figure in a sky-blue long dress slowly emerged, her gaze fixed directly on Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian felt not only the temperature drop, but a chill run through his own body. A woman's gaze is truly terrifying, Yi Xian murmured. Seeing the woman, the green-robed man seemed to recall something and asked Yi Xian doubtfully, you skipped the 2nd step and came to the 3rd. Do you realize this means you must challenge both of us at once? The green-robed man continued. Yi Xian nodded. Such youthful arrogance. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the green-robed man was slightly startled, but the cold woman spoke first. Yi Xian smiled non-committally, not dwelling on the matter. Soon they would see whether he was truly arrogant or genuinely powerful. Yi Xian could tell that the strength of the defenders on the early steps of the 9th level was roughly similar. Though for great martial artists, even a slight gap could be an insurmountable chasm. But Yi Xian didn't care. With that gap, he was confident now. Not challenging 3 at once was already out of consideration for the defender's dignity. After a moment, Yi Xian learned that the icy woman was the Ice Snow Emperor from the annals, and the green-robed man was the legendary Azure Cloud Emperor. 2 more ancient emperors. Today I, Yi Xian, shall witness the might of the twin emperors of youth. Yi Xian's eyes blazed as he gazed at the two figures before him. Boom. With that, a powerful battle intent surged from Yi Xian. Lightning raged. Flames intertwined. The young Yi Xian's journey had begun. Gazing at Yi Xian, the two emperors narrowed their eyes. The only impression he gave them now was extraordinarily powerful. A completely different person from the one they had spoken with. Since the rules were set, the two emperors did not hesitate. A blue and a cyan aura soared into the sky. The blue was a bone-chilling cold. The cyan was gentle yet sharp, aiming for a decisive strike. Fight! With a loud cry, Yi Xian charged forward. The three instantly became entangled in battle. The temperature, which had just dropped due to the ice-snow emperor, rose sharply as Yi Xian's flame law blazed fiercely, restoring the warmth. Glacial thrust. Azure light array. 3,000 thunderstorm fist. Clearly the woman specialized in the law of ice and snow. Yi Xian murmured, watching the elusive green-robed man and the so-called Azure Light Array, a spatial array master. Those adept in the law of space often excelled in array formations. Of course, Yi Xian was an exception in his own words, not interested for now. Space law. Coincidentally, I know it too, and am better, Yi Xian said with a faint smile. As he spoke, his figure suddenly vanished from the Azure Light Array. Seeing this, the two grew even more cautious. How could this youth, so young, be so powerful? Facing two opponents, he not only held his ground, but suppressed. What's more terrifying was that while others had clear primary and secondary laws, every law he had mastered seemed immensely powerful. Can you dodge this? With that, the green-robed man raised his hand, and the Azure Light Array expanded, enveloping the entire space. Ice Snow World. The woman understood his intent and unleashed a wide-range killing move, Ice Snow World. Within the array's domain, heavy snow fell, and the air itself began to freeze. Soon, a ripple in space occurred. There, both simultaneously launched their ultimate techniques, attacking with full force. Had enough probing. Then let's end this. Yi Xian suddenly appeared not far from the incoming attacks and declared loudly. Thunderclap. Boom. 3,000 thunderstorm fist. This time, Yi Xian truly exerted his full strength. Their combined efforts were troublesome, so he chose to strike violently and crush them decisively. The two suddenly felt Yi Xian's aura surge even further, and their expressions finally turned grave. Bang! Thump, thump, thump. Yi Xian broke through their attacks, countless thunderous fists appearing right before them. The consciousness-formed figures of the man and woman were instantly shattered. Watching their forms dissipate, Yi Xian remained calm. He felt no particular joy, as if it were all. He knew that as long as the War God Tower existed, their consciousness would temporarily remain in the 9th level. Tower Challenger Yi Xian has triumphed over the Twin Emperors. With a soft hum, Yi Xian reappeared on the 3rd step before the square. This time, he did not hasten to step. Instead, he stood on the 3rd step, his eyes fixed on the remaining stairs ahead. As thoughts drifted, Yi Xian pondered many things. He recalled the scene of his reincarnation, the moment of his birth, the ancestral rites, and the figures he had challenged in the War God Tower, the young Yi Wudi, the young Great Emperor, and others. He remembered their words and the looks in their eyes. This world is so silent, Yi Xian murmured. So silent that I can barely see through this universe. This was the 2nd time he had spoken these words. After a long contemplation, a sudden glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Then he took a step and ascended to the 4th level of the 9-story tower. Yi Xian, the tower challenger, takes on the 4th level. With a hum, the scene shifted, and Yi Xian appeared in Surveying his surroundings, he saw a vista of 3,000 islands. At that moment, Yi Xian stood on a nameless island at the center of these islands. Though called an island, it was vaster than a small city. Before long, a figure emerged, a man in red robes as handsome and delicate as a woman. Even Yi Xian had to admire his ethereal beauty. There was no need for comparison between them, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Yi Xian of the Yi clan, the man in red asked. Yi Xian nodded. Senior, you are? Senior? I'm at most a few years older than you. You may call me the Evil Emperor, or just Big Brother, the man in red said with a casual wave. Greetings, Evil Emperor. Yi Xian replied, his mouth twitching slightly. How do we fight? Yi Xian continued. Fight? Fight what? The Evil Emperor frowned. True, Yi Xian said matter-of-factly. If you just concede, that should count as my win, sparing us both from real conflict and saving you from embarrassment. The Evil Emperor, hovering in midair, looked down at Yi Xian, who was talking to himself. Could this man be any more shameless? If you ever become an emperor, why not call yourself the Shameless Emperor? I think the Handsome Emperor suits me better, Yi Xian disagreed. And don't say if, it's when. Was being a great emperor so impressive? He had already crushed 3 of them and was about to take on a 4th. The Evil Emperor was left speechless again. He decided to just let the boy pass quickly. The world called him the Evil Emperor for his slight wickedness, but Yi Xian's shamelessness was on another level, yet he refused the title of Shameless Emperor. Seeing no movement from the man in red, Yi Xian didn't rush either. After a moment, the man spoke. We want fight. Let's compete in other ways. Oh, 3 rounds best of 3, the evil emperor asked with a grin. Yi Xian looked at him. Howie, the evil emperor descended to the ground. How old are you? Yi Xian was puzzled, but answered 15. What? The evil emperor exclaimed in shock. Only 15. All right, first round, compare cultivation realms, not strength. Yi Xian's forehead darkened with lines. Calling him shameless, the evil emperor was no better. Second round, compare treasures. Third round, compare battle pets. Only by rank, not power. The evil emperor paused, then asked, by the way, do you have a battle pet? Find those 3 it is, Yi Xian agreed. His decisiveness stunned the evil emperor, who then smiled. Smart people are good. Unlike those 2 brutes upstairs who only think of fighting. Tower spirit, Yi Xian called out. Moments later, the tower spirit materialized. We need a referee, Yi Xian said with a grin. I've been here longer than you, the evil emperor remarked with interest. Yi Xian understood the implication, but wasn't worried about bias. The tower spirit was cold, and even if it favored anyone, it would side with him, the top of the ancient steel. As they prepared to begin, 3 figures appeared, the great Emperor Gufang and his companions. The evil emperor ignored them. No need to be surprised. Let's start. Good. Yi Xian and the evil emperor have set a wager. It is now binding. First round, cultivation realm. The tower spirit's cold voice rang out. Both released their auras while the 3 spectators sneered at the evil emperor. Yi Xian, latest saint. Evil emperor, half-step sovereign. Evil emperor wins, gains 1 point. This time the evil emperor was shocked. A 15-year-old at latest saint. Was he defying heaven? And his chi was solid, clearly from true cultivation. Soon the second round began. Evil emperor, white-faced jade fan. The tower spirit paused, then continued. Yi Xian, ancient divine weapon Long Yuan. It did not reveal its rank. Yi Xian was surprised the tower spirit recognized Long Yuan so quickly. The other 4 felt the sword's pressure and were startled. It was no imperial weapon, but none spoke up. Yi Xian wins, gains 1 point. The 4 thought, and those who had fought Yi Xian were horrified. Was this boy the chosen one? The third round began. The evil emperor whistled. A roar echoed as a purple azure tiger appeared, its body violet with jade eyes matching the evil emperor. Then a dragon's cry sounded as a tiny 4-legged lizard on Yi Xian's shoulders swelled to dozens of feet. A golden dragon, radiant and majestic, stood before them. Evil emperor, jade-eyed violet tiger. Yi Xian, 5-clawed golden dragon. Yi Xian wins, gains 2 points. The tower spirit's cold voice echoed, lingering in their ears. 5-clawed golden dragon. The 4 stared at Yi Xian, who remained calm. Just luck, a bit of luck, he said, waving his hand. They were speechless. Yi Xian successfully passed the 4th level of the 9-story tower. With a soft hum, Yi Xian vanished from the island and reappeared on the white jade steps of the 4th level. Not fair, he muttered, looking at the monotonous jade around him. He hadn't seen the awe in those former emperors' eyes. He still had things to say. Maybe he could have recruited 4 former great emperors as underlings. At the island, the 4 stared blankly at where Yi Xian had been. After a moment, they exchanged glances, each seeing deeper meaning in the other's eyes. Yi Xian's claim of luck was just for children. With their great emperor in sight, despite lacking the power, they could see his fortune was extraordinary, beyond words. So immense that even an emperor's throne could not contain him. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian grew weary. He stepped directly onto the 5th staircase. Lately, he had been either fighting or on his way to a fight. Pondering this, he suddenly found the evil emperor not so bad after all. Soon a burly man in golden robes materialized. Another emperor from 1,000,000 years ago. Yi Xian thought of the dragon emperor from the beast domain of the Xuanxu realm as he gazed at the man. Many cultivators in the universe believe that each of the 9 realms had one emperor unchanging for eons. But ancient clans and top-tier powers knew otherwise. This phenomenon had only emerged after the legendary war between gods and demons 1,000,000 years ago. Why this occurred remained unknown. Since the Great Calamity 1,000,000 years past, all records on the matter seemed to have vanished, with only a few words remaining in ancient texts. For instance, the Dragon Emperor and the Ancient Emperor of the first 4 steps were all emperors from 1,000,000 years ago, belonging to the same era. With these thoughts, Yi Xian's gaze sharpened as the universe grew more obscure. Why did each realm have only, and why had the Xuanxu realm been without an emperor for hundreds of thousands of years? Perhaps by climbing higher, he might uncover some answers. A moment later, Yi Xian of the Yi clan, the burly man asked. Yi Xian merely nodded and charged forward without, "Haha, I like this spirit." The man laughed, charging as well. After a few breaths, the half-step Emperor Dragon Emperor rubbed his bruised chest, staring at Yi Xian, whose aura remained steady. Go on, lad. Your physical strength rivals that of my dragon clan. Tower Challenger, Yi Xian, the 6th step of the 9-story tower. Yi Xian of the Yi clan, a man as burly as the Dragon Emperor, boomed. Yet this one bore an aura of desolation. He exuded a sense of bleak solitude. His bronze-like skin marked his uniqueness. I am the Desolate Emperor, also known as the Desolate Lord. Yi Xian's gaze sharpened. Another ancient emperor, the Desolate Emperor. Come fight. The same scene from the 5th step unfolded on the 6th. Soon the Desolate Emperor sat on the ground, rubbing his left cheek as he looked at Yi Xian. This kid has no respect for elders, striking so hard. My apologies, senior. Yi Xian awkwardly smiled at the youthful Desolate Emperor's stare. I'm in a hurry, so I might have been a bit heavy-handed. Get lost now. How could any kind words from this brat sound so sour? After Yi Xian left, the burly man looked up at the spot where he vanished, lost in thought. The 7th step of the Ninastery Tower. So fast. A scholarly-looking man exclaimed as he saw Yi Xian. Junior Yi Xian of the Yi clan. Yi Xian introduced himself. Finally a guardian who didn't start with asking his name. I know. The scholar waved his hand. Knowing is your business, introducing is mine. I see you're in a hurry, so let's begin. The man's aura surged. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am the Jade Emperor, he added. The Jade Emperor. Yi Xian's mouth, at the initial peak of the Emperor realm. Yi Xian's eyes grew solemn as he faced the imposing man. That meant the guardian of the 8th step was likely a mid-emperor expert. Thunderclap. Yi Xian showed no fear, his thunder Dao vibrating as he shot toward the man. 3,000 Thunderstorm Fist. Thunder Flame Seal. Jade Heart Spear. Jade Facepalm. Countless Dao laws scattered across the arena. They exchanged blows fiercely. An hour later, Yi Xian halted midair, panting as he stared at the man. The Jade Emperor's cultivation combined with his silver spear made him a tough opponent. Fighting barehanded was troublesome. The man watched Yi Xian warily. Taking a deep breath, a sharp sword slowly materialized in Yi Xian's hand. Gripping Long Yuan, a glint flashed in his eyes. The moment Yi Xian's sword appeared, the Jade Emperor's Jade Dragon Spear let out a mournful cry. The Emperor stared in amazement at Yi Xian and his unassuming Long Yuan. Initial peak of the Emperor realm is indeed troublesome. 7-star Demon Slash. With a shout, the calm Long Yuan suddenly blazed with cyan light. With a whoosh, a cyan sword beam shot toward the Jade Emperor. Sensing the power of Yi Xian's technique, the Emperor quickly mustered his full strength to block. The cyan beam stalled 3 feet before the Emperor locked in a stalemate. Moments later, Long Yuan emitted a sky-shaking sword cry. Break. With a roar, the cyan light surged. The Jade Emperor held for a moment longer before being sent flying by the sword beam. As the power faded, the Jade Emperor stood once more gazing at Yi Xian with anticipation. Tower Challenger. Yi Xian successfully challenges the 7th step. Yi Xian looked at the 8th step ahead. After a brief rest and a deep breath, he stepped onto it. You have arrived. A voice echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Following it, he saw a man of exquisite elegance standing calmly before him. I am known as Xuanchu, the man said. Xuanchu, Yi Xian exclaimed. You are the Xuanchu Emperor from 1,000,000 years ago. The Xuanchu Emperor, the only one in ancient times to bear that name, was undeniably powerful. I never expected the guardian of the 8th step to be the Xuanchu Emperor. Who could be on the 9th? Yi Xian murmured to himself. You are no match for me now, the man said, flatly shaking his head. How will I know if I don't try? Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. As he finished speaking, a mid-emperor aura erupted from the man. Feeling the subtle pressure, Yi Xian's expression remained calm as he drew Long Yuan again. He unleashed the 7-star Demon Slash once more. With a crisp clang, the man also swung a sharp. The cyan and fiery red sword beams collided with a loud bang before dissipating. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He hadn't used his full strength, holding back his trump cards. But he doubted the man was without his own. Feigning exhaustion, he decided to pause here. Your sword is too pure. Purity isn't bad, but it's unsuitable in chaotic times, the man said. Or rather, your sword lacks killing intent and tempering. With that, the man vanished, trusting Yi Xian's intelligence to know what to do. Tower Spirit, I need to breathe some. After a moment's thought, Yi Xian called out. With a soft hum, he appeared on the 9th floor, not the 8th step. Back on the 9th floor, Yi Xian exhaled and walked slowly toward a certain spot, Long Yuan in hand. The 9th floor of the War God Tower. Yi Xian now stood before the endless mountain ranges within this level. Lifting his gaze to the unbroken peaks ahead, he stepped forward and entered. Somewhere within the mountains. This is the place. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Xian reached up, removed the crimson headband from his brow, and channeled his spiritual energy toward it. Soon an aura of sacred, inexplicable life force radiated from Yi Xian's entire being. He stood there motionless and serene. After about half an hour, a celestial hound beast appeared not far from him. With the emergence of the first beast, more and more creatures began to appear around him, one after another. There were bone-carving eagles, a Taowu with a human face and a tiger's body, a bifong with the bearing of a celestial crane, and even the legendary Qian. In the span of a few short moments, dozens of beasts, all at the Emperor realm, had gathered around Yi Xian. All of these beasts stared with bloodshot eyes at Yi Xian at the center. Watching the creatures closing in, Yi Xian tightened his grip on the divine sword Long Yuan. With a sharp clang, a stunning sword light flared. Sensing the explosive aura emanating from Yi Xian, some of the beasts even felt a flicker of retreat. But soon as another wave of surging life force radiated from Yi Xian, the beasts that had considered fleeing steadied their steps, their eyes once again burning crimson. A beastly roar shattered the fragile balance between the two sides. Countless beasts lunged at Yi Xian, tearing and biting. Half a day later, the ground was littered with the corpses of beasts, and Yi Xian was drenched in blood. Of course, not a single drop of that blood was his own. Yet the beasts continued to multiply, now numbering over 100. Among them, beasts of the late Emperor realm had even appeared. Seeing this, Yi Xian tied the headband back onto his forehead. The life force emanating from him vanished without a trace. As that sacred aura dissipated, some of the beasts in the horde began to regain clarity in their eyes. But upon seeing the corpses strewn about and the blood-soaked Yi Xian, the horde erupted into chaos once more. Gripping Long Yuan, Yi Xian charged into the frenzied horde. On the 8th floor of the War God Tower. I thought you would stay on the 7th floor forever. The man stared fiercely at the youth before him. The two were Qingsong and Lu Ming, who had successfully ascended to the 8th floor. Qingsong said nothing, merely gripping his Qingyang spear and fixing Lu Ming with a cold, sharp gaze. Seeing Qingsong's demeanor, Lu Ming's anger flared. Yi Xian acting like that was one thing. He was strong, but what right did this Qingsong have? Thus, with a dark expression, Lu Ming lunged at Qingsong. The two became entangled in combat. Yet it was clear that Qingsong was fighting a retreating battle while Lu Ming pressed forward relentlessly. A thunderous collision sent both combatants staggering backward. From the clash, it was evident that Qingsong was not yet a match for Lu Ming. After steadying himself, Qingsong's gaze hardened as he faced Lu Ming. The spear intent within him surged forth as if draining every ounce of spiritual energy from his body. Spearfall. With a mighty shout, a fiery red spear materialized in the air. Sensing the power of this strike, Lu Ming dared not underestimate it and raised his arms to defend. A deafening explosion tore through the air, blasting a massive crater where Lu Ming stood. As the dust cleared, Lu Ming waved his hand, looked ahead, and his expression darkened as he bellowed in fury. Qingsong. Gazing forward, there was no sign of Qingsong. Not even a single bird remained. By now, Qingsong had already fled thousands of miles away, hearing the enraged roar from behind. His body trembled involuntarily, a testament to the fury that must have consumed Lu Ming. Back at the scene. The 9th floor. Another day passed. Within the beast horde, Yi Xian was now barely recognizable, only a vague silhouette visible amidst the chaos. Blood dripped incessantly from Long Yuan, and Yi Xian was equally drenched in gore. He could no longer tell if the blood belonged to the beasts or to himself. With the addition of late Emperor realm beasts, the pressure on Yi Xian intensified. The beasts lurked on the periphery, launching attacks at irregular intervals, each strike leaving a vivid, bloody mark on Yi Xian's body. After another half hour, Yi Xian began to show signs of exhaustion, his swings of Long Yuan slowing considerably. Just as a beast found an opening and lunged at him, a shift flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. A pained, beastly roar echoed as the creature lunging at Yi Xian was cleaved in two. Now within the horde, Yi Xian's eyes were lightly closed, as if he had entered a realm both real and illusory. Only Long Yuan in his hand continued to swing. Each stroke claimed the life of another beast. The battle raged on, blood continued to fall, and Long Yuan kept swinging back and forth unceasingly. A thunderous blast scattered the dense horde. Yi Xian's eyes snapped open within the crowd, a flash of dark red flickering across them. In an instant, a formidable aura condensed from an overwhelming killing intent emanated from Yi Xian. Before the horde, a blood-red figure stood motionless, gripping Long Yuan. Gazing at the blood-red silhouette ahead, the beast horde began to slowly retreat. A single beast roared in terror, then turned and fled at lightning speed. The blood-red figure looked up at the fleeing beast, and with a seemingly casual flick of Long Yuan, sent a blood-colored sword light shooting forth. With a muffled explosion, the beast that had barely escaped silently burst apart. Even its beast essence did. After the beast was slain, a powerful aura of law surged from Yi Xian. This law was none other than the law of slaughter, as mentioned by Emperor Xuanqiu. Witnessing Yi Xian casually slay the beast with a single sword stroke, the horde retreated further. Soon the remaining dozen or so beasts scattered in all directions. Yi Xian watched the scene impassively, making no move to pursue. Once the horde had mostly fled, he collapsed amid the pile of beast corpses. The relentless battle had left Yi Xian utterly exhausted. He fell unconscious the moment he hit the ground. Before losing consciousness, he dimly summoned Xiao Jin from the alternate space. As Xiao Jin emerged and saw Yi Xian's state, his form flickered, transforming into a majestic golden dragon to guard his master. Shortly after Yi Xian fell, a faint light flickered at his brow. Soon a powerful life force surged through Yi Xian's body, constantly repairing and strengthening his soul in every limb and meridian. Sensing this potent life force, Xiao Jin couldn't help but draw closer to Yi Xian, greedily absorbing the overflowing life essence. 3 days later, Yi Xian slowly awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw two eyes larger than his own head staring directly at him, scrutinizing him intently. "Whoa!" Yi Xian shouted, leaping to his feet. Only when he saw the golden dragon before him did he let out a sigh of relief. He had thought it was some kind of monster. The eyes were bigger than his head. It was then that Yi Xian realized he felt incredibly clear-headed and sharp. Overall, there had been a tremendous improvement in every aspect. He instinctively reached for his forehead and channeled spiritual energy, but no anomaly appeared there. Could it be Yi Xian removed the headband. Had he inadvertently refined the entire divine life spring? No wonder after such an intense battle, he could wake up feeling so vigorous and full of life. If only I could have a jug or two of that spring water. Beside him, Xiao Jin rolled his enormous dragon eyes at Yi Xian's, muttering. That kind of treasure. Even he, who had only absorbed some of the residue that leaked out, felt his entire dragon form become much more comfortable. And you want a jug or two to drink it like wine. Lost in his fantasies, Yi Xian caught Xiao Jin's expression and scolded. What's that look for? When I get a jug of divine life spring, the first thing you'll do is soak a golden dragon in it to make wine. Hearing this, the golden dragon quickly transformed into a miniature version and rubbed against Yi Xian. Yi Xian ceased to pay attention to Xiao Jin, instead resuming his examination of the myriad transformations that had overtaken him. After a long while, he grasped Long Yuan, his entire demeanor shifting as a potent aura of law surged forth from his being. So this is the law of slaughter. Feeling the faint yet profound Dao law emanating from himself, Yi Xian offered a faint smile. With a flick of his wrist, the murderous aura gradually dissipated. The bloodstains upon Long Yuan instantly vanished into nothingness, the blade reverting to its former state, cloaked in a dark, lustrous sheen. Yet only Yi Xian understood that Long Yuan, having been baptized by a considerable amount of blood, was no longer the pure divine sword it once was. Instead, it had become the sword destined to cleanse the world. Throughout the ages, only an emperor forged through slaughter could be the mightiest. Similarly, only a Long Yuan tempered by bloodshed could be deemed a true divine weapon. Tower spirit, I shall challenge the tower. Without further hesitation, Yi Xian declared in a loud voice. Challenger, Yi Xian, 9th floor, 8th step. Second tower challenge begins. The scene shifted, and Yi Xian found himself upon the 7th step. Gazing at the steps above, he ascended without a second thought. Buzz! It's only been 10 days and you're back. The Void Emperor exclaimed in astonishment, beholding Yi Xian once more within the space of the 8th step. I beseech your guidance, senior. Yi Xian made a deep bow towards the Void Emperor. Just then the space flickered several times in succession. Subsequently, 7 figures materialized within the space of the 8th step, observing the pair with keen interest. Guidance is hardly the word. The Void Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Let us simply learn from each other. Yi Xian's mind churned. Were all these ancient emperors so modest? Very well, let us learn from each other. Yi Xian repeated with utmost seriousness. Hearing his words, the 7 were rendered speechless. The Demon Emperor, however, laughed heartily at Yi Xian. Haha, well said, lad. You flatter me, Demon Emperor. Yi Xian replied, feigning a look of awe at the Demon Emperor's praise. As time passed, the others grew accustomed to his ways, for which genius was not eccentric. This Yi Xian. Well, except for this fellow before them. After some deliberation, they concluded that this youth in the bright yellow brocade robes ought to be expelled from the ranks of geniuses. Mere eloquence is of no use. Since you have set foot upon the 8th step, once more you must be well prepared this time, inquired the Void Emperor. You speak truly, great Emperor. Yi Xian replied with a composed expression. Can't you be a little more humble? You don't have the air of a genius at all. The Void Emperor was incensed by Yi Xian's unabashed demeanor. He mused that for 1,000,000 years his own temperament had been as unshakable as a mountain. How had he lost his composure upon meeting this lad? This time Yi Xian did not nod in agreement. Instead, he shook his head. I believe I am the embodiment of the word genius, but the word genius is insufficient to describe me. As he spoke, an intangible aura of sovereign might emerge from him. Even he remained unaware of it. But the 8 emperors gazed at him with astonishment. It seemed Yi Xian's achievements were no mere coincidence. Had Yi Xian known their thoughts, he would have scoffed. Of course, it wasn't coincidence. He was the man who had drawn the divine reincarnation gift pack. Coincidence? Why didn't they try to achieve such a coincidence themselves? Yi Xian was destined to stand at the apex of the pyramid. Senior, perhaps we could finish our bout before we chat. With that, Yi Xian even wore an expression of urgency. Very well. Neither spoke further. The 7 emperors withdrew to the side, watching the duel with solemn countenances. This battle would determine whether Yi Xian could ascend to the ninth step and whether he could become that one. Clang! Long Yuan was drawn once more. A flash of crimson flickered at the sword's tip, but swiftly faded. In its wake, a trace of the original azure light gleamed upon the sword's point and edge. The 8 Emperor's eyes narrowed at the sight. Such control, concealing the intent without releasing it. Even the Void Emperor's face was etched with astonishment. In merely 10 days, he had not only comprehended the law of slaughter, but Long Yuan had truly become a blade that drank blood. Gripping Long Yuan, Yi Xian's aura soared heavenward. Black, red, and dark crimson interwove in a dazzling display. Hum. Buzz. The unsheathing of Long Yuan caused the sword in the Void Emperor's hand to tremble incessantly. The master has yet to move, yet the blade yearns to retreat. The Jade Emperor murmured, observing the sword in the Void Emperor's grasp. Shortly, the Void Emperor calmed the trembling of his blade. In its place, a soaring sword intent erupted from him. The illustrious Void Emperor of 1,000,000 years past was also a sword emperor, having attained the Tao through the sword. Clang! Boom! They clashed for dozens of exchanges in an instant. One was already at the midstage of the Imperial realm, while the other was a half-step Imperial, having only just broken through a few days prior. After a long while, a flash of azure light interwoven with crimson streaked across the arena. Bang! Sword fell with a sound. With a thunderous crash, both sides retreated. The Void Emperor exerted force with his right hand, finally securing his grip on the hilt. A swordsman must not lose his sword. Yet in consequence, the Void Emperor retreated 15 steps before halting. In contrast, Yi Xian stood firm after a mere 5 steps. I have lost. The Void Emperor gently caressed his sword, his voice trembling with emotion. Yi Xian was bewildered again. You lose, yet you're this excited. Challenger Yi Xian, challenge of the 8th step successful. Hearing this, Yi Xian found the tower spirit's voice exceptionally melodious. Buzz. A beam of light. The 8 figures within the 8th step space gazed at Yi Xian within the radiance. Some even had glistening tears in their eyes. But Yi Xian could not see them. He had already returned to the 8th step of the White Jade Plaza. Upon reaching the 8th step, he beheld the 9th step, so close at hand. Yi Xian's restless heart gradually calmed. He did not hasten to set foot on the 9th step. Instead, he turned and sat down upon the 8th step. Gazing at the 7 steps below and the plaza paved with white jade, his eyes were filled with reminiscence. He recalled all he knew of the void realm of the cosmic world. Then his memories drifted to the white jade steps within the ninefold tower of the triple heavens. Finally, his gaze settled upon the unknown 9th step behind him. Is stepping there the end? Is my goal to become an emperor? Yi Xian murmured, staring at the 9th step behind. After a long while, Yi Xian slowly rose from the ground, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile. I haven't even set foot on the imperial throne. Why ponder so much? Not to mention the ultimate goal. His current aim was to ascend to the legendary position of Great Emperor, and to make the Yi clan the true premier clan of the cosmos. With that thought, he stepped forward. His foot landed upon the 9th step. A white jade plaza, white jade steps, 100 steps, square 9 jade stairs. The tower challenger Yi Xian enters the 9th step of the 9th floor of the Xuanxu Realm's War God Tower. As the tower spirit's voice echoed, Yi Xian's heart trembled for an instant. At this moment, he felt that even the cold, emotionless tower spirit seemed to be anticipating something. Soon, Yi Xian appeared in a dark space. A few soft sounds echoed and the dark space lit up. A narrow passage lay before Yi Xian. The walls were lined with a unique type of spirit stone that emitted light. No defender on the 9th step. Yi Xian murmured, gazing at the passage ahead. With that, Yi Xian walked forward, surveying his surroundings as he went. Before long, a circular chamber appeared at the end of the narrow passage. Suddenly, you've finally come. As Yi Xian examined the chamber, an ethereal voice rang out. Yi Xian warily looked toward the center of the chamber, where a figure gradually materialized. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Besides, I am merely a remnant of consciousness now, the elderly figure continued. Senior, did you know I would come? Yi Xian asked upon hearing the old man's words. The old man waved his hand, ignoring Yi Xian's question, and said, I am different from the previous defenders. I can only appear once, and my time is limited. My name is Yi Sishen. You must have heard of me. Hearing the old man's name, Yi Xian was stunned. Yi Sishen, the 81st patriarch of the Yi clan, and the only imperial sovereign of their lineage. By seniority, I should be considered your ancestor, the old man said with a faint smile. As for why I knew you would come 15 years ago, I foresaw your birth and deduced that you would arrive here 15 years later. At that time, my end was near. I intended to return to the clan to pass on my legacy to the next patriarch, but your birth made me abandon that plan. Using a secret art, I sealed myself within the War God Tower, shielding my fate from the heavens, extending my life by nearly 15 years. After my body perished and my Tao faded, I left behind this remnant of consciousness to await your arrival. After finishing, the old man fell silent, merely gazing at Yi Xian before him. After a moment, Yi Xian organized his thoughts. He now understood why his father had failed to become an imperial sovereign. The main reason was that the imperial sovereign Yi Sishen still existed in this world. One realm, one sovereign. This had prevented Yi Wudi from ever taking that final step. Ancestor, Yi Xian looked up at the old man and asked, why is this world limited to one sovereign per realm? Is this universe not the entirety of all worlds? A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's face. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to ask this question first. This question I cannot answer clearly. You will understand in time. When will that be? When you achieve the status of an imperial sovereign or gather all 9 war god towers. 9. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. You mean this war god tower is merely one fragment of the true war god tower? Yi Xian immediately asked. Indeed. 1,000,000 years ago, the war god tower shattered into 9 pieces scattered across 9 realms. The old man nodded. When you collect all 9 war god towers, everything will become clear. Since you have passed, can my father now become an imperial sovereign? Yi Xian hesitated before asking. He could clearly sense that becoming an imperial sovereign was one of Yi Wudi's deepest obsessions, a goal he had pursued in his youth. He can, the old man admitted without concealment. But he no longer desires it. Seeing Yi Xian's confusion, the old man continued, because of your birth, he has let go of his obsession with becoming a sovereign. Hearing this, Yi Xian, with his sharp intellect, understood what Yi Sishen meant. Both he and Yi Wudi possessed the potential to become sovereigns, yet Yi Wudi had chosen not to be a living sovereign. Because he didn't want Yi Xian to become the next him. Don't worry, father. I will uncover the truth, Yi Xian vowed silently. Having sorted out his thoughts, Yi Xian relaxed. At least now he knew that gathering all 9 war god towers would reveal everything he sought. After a moment, Yi Xian fixed his gaze on Yi Sishen and said, Ancestor, is this the task you've entrusted to me? The old man nodded, puzzled by Yi Xian's meaning. Yi Xian continued, you were the living sovereign of the Xuanxu realm in your time, yet you never undertook this mission. Now you've told me about it. This means you couldn't do it then. Or perhaps, you didn't dare. Yi Xian stared into the old man's eyes. Hearing this, Yi Sishen showed no surprise, nor did he defend himself. He remained expressionless. After a long pause, admiration flickered in his eyes. You're right. But you are different. Your future should not be confined to the throne of a sovereign, nor should the Yi clan remain merely the clan of this realm. The old man's gaze burned as he looked at Yi Xian. This realm. Yi Xian seized upon another key word. Observing the old man's demeanor, Yi Xian fell into thought. All right. In that case, what rewards do I get? Leaving aside the ordeal of fighting from the 7th floor to here, just the task of going to other realms to collect the war god towers is fraught with peril. Yi Xian put on a troubled expression as he complained to the illusory old man. Haha, you little rascal. Yi Sishen laughed heartily. With that, Yi Sishen called out behind Yi Xian. As his voice faded, a stalwart man in golden robes appeared. Dragon Sovereign. Yi Xian looked at the sudden appearance with confusion. If I'm not mistaken, you have a golden dragon with you, the old man said calmly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded unsurprised. But the Dragon Sovereign's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the old man's words. He fixed an eager gaze on Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and summoned Xiao Jin. As soon as he appeared, Xiao Jin rubbed against Yi Xian affectionately. Then Xiao Jin's gaze turned to the Dragon Sovereign. For some reason, the stalwart man gave him a sense of closeness. Dragon Sovereign, the choice is yours, Yi Sishen said before walking away slowly. The Dragon Sovereign, looking at Xiao Jin, could no longer suppress the excitement in his eyes. After a long silence, this golden dragon hasn't awakened his bloodline, yet has he? The Dragon Sovereign asked. Yi Xian nodded, puzzled. If you have the chance, take him to the beast domain someday, the man said. As he finished, a flash of golden light enveloped. A dragon's roar echoed. The Dragon Sovereign's form gradually grew ethereal, his gaze still fixed on Xiao Jin. Finally, after one last approving look at Yi Xian, his figure vanished. In its place, a drop of golden essence blood floated in midair, shimmering with light. Ancestor, this. Yi Xian now understood why Yi Sishen had summoned the Dragon Sovereign. This was his own choice, Yi Sishen said. It is one of the last things we former sovereigns can do for you. With a soft hum, the drop of essence blood shot toward Xiao Jin's brow. A faint sound followed, and Xiao Jin was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant golden radiance. After a long time, the golden light faded, revealing a giant golden egg before Yi Xian. Stunned, he watched as Xiao Jin had transformed into an egg. How was this possible? Others hatched from eggs, but here he was, his creature regressing back into one. Quickly, Yi Xian warily hugged the giant egg, as if afraid someone might snatch it. Seeing Yi Xian guarding the egg, Yi Sishen's forehead creased with a dark line. It's just us here. Who are you guarding against? Would I, your ancestor, steal from you? Besides, I'm just a remnant of consciousness. I couldn't use it even if I took it. Follow me. Yi Cixin, ignoring Yi Xian's wary stance, spoke and walked ahead with a frown. Ahead, an ethereal old man led the way. Behind, a young man followed, his gaze wandering. It was a wait that spanned hundreds of thousands of years. After a moment, the two arrived atop a lofty peak. Gazing at the scene on either side, Yi Xian's face registered astonishment. Flanking the peak stood two other mountains equally imposing. One peak was azure, shrouded in icy mist. The other was crimson, the very air above it seeming to sear and crackle incessantly. These are the twin peaks of ice and fire within the War God Tower. Yi Cixin observed the scene before them. The tower's opening is less than half a year away. You will cultivate here during this time. Here. Yi Xian's eyes twitched. Yi Cixin nodded. What afraid? Before he could finish, Yi Xian had already descended to the foot of the twin peaks, scrutinizing them from a distance. Afraid? There was nothing Yi Xian feared. Ancestor, he murmured, gazing at the peaks. If a single divided War God Tower holds such wonders, what would happen if all 9 were united? Yi Cixin answered without hesitation. It would shake heaven and earth. You could be called the Heaven Opener. He might as well be Earth Splitter. The ancestor thought himself to be the primordial god Pangu. Despite his thoughts, Yi Xian nodded. Perhaps the 9 united towers truly possess the power to open the heavens. Just then, an ethereal voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, your followers' physique has awakened. Physique, primordial sacred body. Hearing this, Yi Xian was puzzled. Why had Qing Song's physique suddenly awakened? Had he encountered some extraordinary fortune or fatal danger that triggered it? Then Yi Xian turned to Yi Cixin and asked, Ancestor, are there restrictions on opening the War God Tower? Yes. Yi Cixin nodded. But after half a year, it can be manually influenced. Can I see the scenes in other parts of it? The Tower Spirit can help you. Yi Cixin said meaningfully. The Tower Spirit. Would that emotionless entity listen to him? Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Yi Cixin asked, What do you think of the War God Tower? Extraordinary. After a moment's thought, Yi Xian replied seriously. If the tower's original owner had heard this, he would have leaped out to thrash Yi Xian. Just extraordinary. With that, Yi Xian understood why Yi Cixin had asked. Since the War God Tower was split into 9, if each tower had a spirit, didn't that mean the spirit was also split into 9? Perhaps further divided within each level. 1 becomes 9, 9 becomes 1,000. Tower Spirit. With that thought, Yi Xian called out loudly. A spiritual form appeared within the twin peaks of ice and fire. Yi Cixin watched the Tower Spirit's appearance without comment, merely observing Yi Xian and the spirit. Yi Xian was right. The current Tower Spirit was essentially a mindless being. Thus, getting the Tower Spirit to help him was incredibly difficult. Even Yi Cixin himself, with his direct bloodline, had found it hard to shield the tower's secrets, let alone the tower itself. But Yi Cixin saw Yi Xian lead the Tower Spirit aside and whisper for a long while. The cold, emotionless spirit suddenly flickered. Then Yi Cixin saw Yi Xian flash a smug grin. On the 8th level of the War God Tower, in a mountain stream, a pale-faced youth sat cross-legged on a boulder. The youth was Qing Song, who had entered the 8th level. A shocking bloody gash marked his left shoulder. A blade aura at the wound constantly ravaged his internal functions, hindering recovery. Blood flowed unceasingly. Qing Song's perpetually stoic face finally showed a flicker of change as his pallor deepened. Feeling his consciousness wane, Qing Song's thoughts drifted back to that year. I can give you a choice. Follow me, and you'll gain the power to avenge. A young boy, his voice still childish, stood with his back to the sunset, addressing another boy curled on the ground. Hearing this, the boy rose without hesitation and followed. The boy with his back to the sunset was a young Yi Xian. The one huddled on the ground, as if even the sunset couldn't reach him, was young Qing Song. Qing Song followed Yi Xian to the Yi clan, a dominant legacy clan in the Mystic Void Realm. There Qing Song gained countless cultivation resources and his power soared. But his heart remained cold, focused on a single goal: revenge. The young boy often told Qing Song, revenge shouldn't be your sole purpose in life. At the Wind Heaven sect, the boy waited nearly 10 years, finally slaying one of his enemies himself. That day he was overjoyed. Qing Song looked up at the sky. He had ultimately failed the sect, failed the nurturing of the imperial sun. His thoughts faded, and the youth's eyes slowly closed. Boom! Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. A desolate aura, accompanied by a mystical light, surged from the dying youth. Destruction precedes creation. Breaking down leads to rebuilding. Half a day later, Qing Song slowly opened his eyes, stunned by his transformation. I'm alive. Upon awakening, he realized that perhaps besides revenge, he now had another goal, a lifelong pursuit. That goal was to follow the imperial sun's footsteps and grow ever stronger. Qing Song. Just as he was marveling, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. On the 9th level of the War God Tower, Yi Xian gazed at Qing Song in the mountain stream. Lu Ming is heading your way. Sever his left arm, then leave immediately for the desolate domain. Qing Song's spirit shook at the voice in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up his Qingyang spear and rose slowly. He waited patiently, eyes fixed ahead. So you're here. Soon a man with a ferocious expression appeared before Qingsong. Aren't you good at running? Why stop now? As the man spoke, he sensed something amiss. He knew his own strike. It should have left Qingsong on the brink of death, if not dead. But now Qingsong was not only unharmed, but seemed transformed. Spearfall. Boom. Without a word, an overwhelming spear intent erupted from Qingsong. He struck with lethal force. Seeing the spear's shadow loom, Lu Ming had no time to think and raised his arms to block. Up. A piercing scream tore through the air as Lu Ming's left arm flew off. Clutching the stump, he felt a spear intent ravaging the meridians in his shoulder. Seeing the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes, Qingsong slowly raised his Qingyang spear again. The spear intent surged once more. At the sight, terror flashed across Lu Ming's face, and he turned to flee. His roar echoed through the mountain stream. As Lu Ming escaped, the surrounding spear intent gradually dissipated. After a moment's wait, a voice echoed in his mind again. He'll send you out. Go straight to the desolate domain. Yi Xian paused, looking at Qingsong on the 8th level. Survive. With that, Yi Xian nodded to the tower spirit. A point of light flared on the 9th level, streaking toward Qingsong and plunging into his brow. Sensing the anomaly, Qingsong was about to react when Yi Xian's voice came again. Senior Desolate Emperor, I trouble you. A mystical light blazed in the stream, and Qingsong vanished. Only a blood-drenched severed arm lay. Ask you. Ding system entering upgrade and repair mode. The ethereal voice in his mind snapped Yi Xian back to reality. Yi Xian was stunned. What? An upgrade and repair? That was possible. The golden dragon had become an egg. Qingsong had awakened, and now the system was upgrading. This truly was a triple stroke of fortune. After a moment, Yi Xian exhaled and murmured, at least the system warehouse is still open, or I'd truly be alone. Since everything is settled, begin your cultivation. Yi Sishen said from the side. The God of War Tower stands between the icy and fiery mountains. Within the icy blue mountain, a young man in splendid attire occasionally sits cross-legged, occasionally climbs, and at times. In the fiery red mountain, a bare-chested youth throws punches and kicks intermittently. On one side, there are the blades of wind and frost, while on the other, waves of scorching heat. The two towering mountains are akin to the path of a martial artist's cultivation, fraught with peril. What Yi Xian must do is not merely cultivate, but to conquer. Half a year later, not far in front of the icy and fiery mountains, an elder gazes in astonishment at the youth traversing between the two mountains. Yi Sishen originally believed that even if Yi Xian was strong, he would only last about a month when he first entered this icy and fiery realm. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian remained for a full 6 months. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Xian, soaring into the sky. Immediately, with what seemed to be a simple leap, Yi Xian reached the summit of the icy mountain. To Yi Sishen's surprise, upon reaching the peak, Yi Xian leapt again, landing directly on the peak between the icy and fiery mountains. Then Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the peak, his hands forming complex seals. Boom. As he moved, 2 streams of profound light surged from the mountainsides, converging towards Yi Xian in the center. What is this? Yi Sishen watched the scene before him, shocked. Breaking through to the Emperor realm, understanding divine abilities. At this moment, what Yi Xian was doing was precisely these 2 things. The Emperor realm is another world altogether. Only by reaching the Emperor realm can one traverse the various realms of the universe. An emperor can move mountains, fill seas, sever rivers, and even create the heavens. Upon reaching the Emperor realm, one's lifespan will also multiply. Some people suddenly gain enlightenment and step into the Emperor realm, while others may cultivate for their entire lives and make no progress. Although it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate to the Emperor realm over 1,000,000 years, in some massive cities, Emperor realm warriors are not exactly rare. Soon the booming sound ceased, and the surroundings fell silent. After a brief calm, a tremendous roar echoed once more. Yi Xian on the peak felt his aura rising continuously, eventually soaring into the sky. A brilliantly colored beam of light shot up, accompanied by thunder, the sound of flames scorching, and a chilling aura intertwining with fiery sensations. Finally, a flash of murderous intent swept across Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian rose and raised his hands. The laws of the Tao scattered, the spiritual energy surged, and divine abilities surged forth. Is this the initial stage of the Emperor of this era, already so powerful? Yi Sishen stared at Yi Xian on the peak, his expression numb. After a moment, Ancestor. Yi Xian bowed respectfully to Yi Sishen upon reaching the ground. Now Yi Xian was a true emperor, no longer just a half-step emperor. Suddenly, Yi Sishen's ethereal form flickered once more. His entire being appeared even more illusory. Ancestor, what is happening? Follow me. Yi Sishen simply said before turning to leave, not minding his own changes. Soon the elder and the youth returned to the secret chamber. Yi Xian was puzzled by the scene before him. "Xian, my time is limited." Yi Sishen spoke to himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression tightened. However, he soon understood that the Yi Sishen before him was merely a remnant consciousness difficult to sustain. Even saying he had lived for another 100,000 years would not be an exaggeration. Yi Xian respectfully bowed again, awaiting Yi Sishen's instructions. "Do you see that box in front of us? Inside is the method to control the God of War Tower. After I depart, you must learn this method, and then use your own blood to claim the God of War Tower of this Xuanqu realm." Years later, Yi Xian also understood why claiming the God of War Tower of this Xuanqu realm required his own blood. Yi Xian nodded and replied, "Understood. A year has passed. Everyone in the tower has left. I have used secret arts to inform the Yi clan to leave first." Yi Sishen's gaze was heavy. "It is better for you to leave alone, or a family can never rival the 9 realms." Yi Xian instantly understood what Yi Sishen meant. The God of War Tower had existed for millions of years, yet it had suddenly been claimed by Yi Xian. If outsiders were to learn of this, the Xuanqu realm's forces may be minor, but other realms' powerful clans, and even legendary emperors might take action. After speaking, Yi Sishen's figure became increasingly blurry. However, there was not a trace of fear or reluctance in his eyes. All that remained was anticipation, as if a burden had been lifted. After a long while, Yi Xian straightened up and walked straight towards the box ahead. The box opened, revealing an ancient jade tube inside. Yi Xian picked up the jade tube and infused it with spiritual energy. Soon a flood of information surged into Yi Xian's mind. Moments later, he directly sat down and began to cultivate the method to claim the God of War Tower. 7 days later, outside the God of War Tower. "Big brother, we've been waiting here for over a month. Is Yi Xian really still inside?" "This is the young master's order. If you want to die, just leave." The other man snorted coldly in response. Thinking of the young master he referred to, he shivered and fell silent. A month ago, there were at least dozens of people stationed here, but now only 2 remained steadfast. They claimed it was convenient for the 2 of them being residents of Luofeng City. Just then, a powerful fluctuation emanated from within the God of War Tower. But soon the fluctuation subsided. Far away from the Xuanqu realm, a man with a hazy complexion suddenly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. "Has it finally begun?" Xuanqu realm. The 2 men who had just conversed immediately turned their gaze towards the God of War Tower, producing a communication jade pendant. However, just as the jade pendant was taken out, a silent attack struck. Before the 2 could react, they fell to the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at the communication jade pendant in their hands. After the 2 collapsed, the space rippled, and a young man dressed in bright yellow brocade stepped out slowly. Picking up the communication jade pendant, a flash of brilliance crossed Yi Xian's eyes. Looking at the large shaped symbol on the back of the jade pendant, Yi Xian shook his head. To have to do some weeding right after coming out, what a hassle. Never mind, before leaving, let's give this Luofeng City's forces a little gift. After speaking, Yi Xian put away the jade pendant and hurried towards the city. Luofeng City's Ding family. "Big brother, Ding Heir's soul has shattered," a burly man said urgently to a figure ahead. The 2 were Ding Ying, the head of the Ding family, and Ding Hu, the second master of the Ding family. At that moment, Ding Cheng, the young master of the Ding family beside them, heard this, and his legs went weak, collapsing directly into his chair. "Quick, notify them," Ding Ying urged with a flash in his eyes. Ding Hu hurriedly took out a small spherical object and began to operate it. After informing them, Ding Hu let out a sigh of relief and prepared to put away the crystal ball. "Second Master Ding, why the hurry? Good things should be shared." As a calm voice spoke, a young man with a slight smile appeared at the doorway. Yi Xian. Ding Cheng looked at the youth standing at the door in horror. Yi Xian glanced over, looking at Ding Cheng, whose left arm had already regenerated, and smiled. "Young Master Ding, it seems you haven't been very obedient. Not just you, but your entire Ding family." With that, a surge of murderous intent erupted from Yi Xian, filling the main hall. Within the main hall of the Ding residence, a young man in brocade attire stood calmly at the entrance. He alone seemed to embody the presence of an entire clan. Inside, 2 individuals glared at each other with fury. A one pale-faced slumped weakly in his seat. The agony of a severed arm was still vivid. Just as the 2 sides were on the verge of conflict, a woman's voice rang from outside. Immediately after, Yi Xian saw a ripple in the space before him. A dignified and graceful woman materialized beside Ding Ying. "Are you Yi Xian? Was it you who severed Cheng'er's arm earlier?" The woman demanded, fixing her gaze on Yi Xian. She was the matriarch of the Ding family. When the clan had gone to the Tianxiang Tavern, she was not in the residence, and thus had not accompanied them. Upon her return and learning of the incident, she was consumed by rage. However, wary of the formidable martial artist by Yi Xian's side and the might of the Yi clan, she could only suppress her anger for the time being. But now the circumstances had shifted. To be precise, it was the patriarch Ding beside you who did the cutting, the left arm. Yi Xian shook his head in reply. Yi Xian, there is no mighty martial artist to protect you now. Leave your hands behind, and I shall spare your life, the woman declared, leaving no room for argument. Hearing her words, Yi Xian could not help but let out a scornful laugh. She, merely an early-stage sovereign, dared to demand that he surrender his hands. What was even more absurd was that she knew he was a member of the Yi clan, yet still dared to claim she would spare his life. Of course the woman was merely speaking thus. None who had cultivated to the sovereign realm were simpletons. But Yi Xian was different. He was a star in the heavens, destined to become the lamp that illuminates the earth. Do you truly believe that 3 sovereigns are enough to subdue me? Yi Xian's expression remained calm as he addressed them. Ding Ying was stunned for a moment, but quickly his expression turned ferocious again. He signaled to the 2 beside him, and Ding Hu and the woman charged forward simultaneously. Heaven and earth prison. Ding Ying bellowed once more, and an intangible aura began to form around Yi Xian. Patriarch Ding using the same trick twice is inadvisable, Yi Xian remarked. As he spoke, the laws of the Tao condensed around him, and the spatial barrier shattered instantly. How is this possible? Sensing the aura erupting from Yi Xian, the 3 were shaken. In merely a year, Yi Xian had advanced from the mid-stage saint realm to the sovereign realm, a boundary most could never reach in a lifetime. The forward charge of Ding Hu and the woman even faltered. Bang! Bang! 2 thunderous crashes echoed as the 2 were sent flying backward, crashing into the wall behind them and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Your turn. With another soft utterance, Yi Xian vanished from afar and appeared before Ding Ying without warning. Ding Ying tried to move, but found himself immobilized as if rooted to the spot. With a resounding boom, a flash of lightning arced from Yi Xian as a divine ability sent Ding Ying hurtling into the wall. With another movement, Ding Hu and the woman who had just risen with terror in their eyes were simultaneously slammed into the floor, barely clinging to life. I had already let you off. Why must you court your own destruction? Yi Xian walked slowly to Ding Cheng, his tone resigned. As his words fell, his energy stirred and his arm descended. A piercing scream rang out as Ding Cheng's arms were severed and fell to the side. The moment the battle erupted in the main hall, it was surrounded by a crowd of Ding family's finest martial artists. Yet now they all stared in terror at the formidable energy fluctuations emanating from within, none daring to step forward. Preposterous. A battle between sovereigns. If they rushed in blindly, they would be killed by the mere shockwaves, let alone having a chance to fight. Moments later, a young man walked out of the main hall, and the crowd of experts outside retreated step by step. The elderly, women, and children should leave now. You have 10 breaths, Yi Xian announced. In the end, a flicker of mercy stayed his hand, and he chose not to annihilate them all. Seeing Yi Xian's composed demeanor, a martial artist of the King realm in the crowd cried out and bolted for the exit. Instantly, the onlookers watched as the warrior dissolved into a mist of blood, his soul utterly destroyed. I said the elderly, women, and children. Also 5 breaths left, Yi Xian stated again. At his words, the crowd erupted into chaos, countless people fleeing desperately out of the manor. Time's up. Yi Xian took a step forward, vanishing from his spot and appearing high in the sky. In Luofeng City, numerous factions suddenly sensed a terrifying sovereign-level aura descending from above and gazed upward. A handsome young man in brocade robes stood aloft, the laws of the Tao pulsating around him. It's the divine son of the Yi clan. Exclamations of shock arose from the martial artists in the city as they beheld Yi Xian's awe-inspiring presence. At the Ding residence, after Yi Xian vanished, the crowd scrambled to flee. But did Yi Xian not understand the principle of uprooting evil completely? A spatial barrier flared up, isolating the entire Ding manor. Lightning raged. Flames swirled. Snowflakes drifted down. Many beheld this surreal scene, feeling as if they were trapped in a world of ice and fire. With a deafening roar, a fearsome divine ability struck the Ding residence from the sky. The vast Ding manor collapsed with a thunderous crash. The experts of Luofeng City, including those from the city lord's mansion, gazed in awe at the youth in the sky. After unleashing his divine ability, Yi Xian turned and departed. Moments after he left, the air above the ruined Ding manor rippled, and several black-clad masked figures materialized. Gazing at the rubble below, the group did not linger and vanished once more. At the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man watched the black-clad figures appear and disappear in an instant. He sighed, lowering his head, then turned and walked slowly inside. Matters concerning the divine son of the Yi clan were not something he could easily meddle in. Even as the lord of Luofeng City, this remained true. Outside Luofeng City, space rippled continuously as a young man traversed the folds of time and space. The youth in the sky was none other than Yi Xian, who had just left Luofeng City. The moment he had entered the Ding residence's main hall, he had spotted the crystal ball in Ding Hu's hand, compelling him to act swiftly. Sensing several powerful auras closing in from behind, Yi Xian accelerated once more. After him, 6 black-clad men appeared, and the one in the center bellowed as they gave chase in Yi Xian's direction. "Brother, this kid sure can run," one of the black-clad men complained as they pursued. The 6 of them had been chasing for nearly 2 hours without even laying a finger on Yi Xian. No matter how formidable Yi Xian was, he could at best be an early-stage sovereign, couldn't he? Each of them was a renowned figure in the Xuanqi realm. Yet they couldn't even catch up to a junior. They'll hold him back. Keep up. With that, the man in the center surged forward, his speed skyrocketing as he pursued Yi Xian's trail. At the northern wasteland Great Forest in the Xuanqi realm, Yi Xian, who had been sprinting forward, suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the black-clad figure before the forest. A late-stage sovereign. The man narrowed his eyes at the youth before him. A tremor ran through him. He could not see through this young man. Soon Yi Xian sensed powerful fluctuations approaching from behind once more. With a thunderous roar, his aura surged. He had to end this quickly. If the others caught up, even he would find it difficult to handle them all. Abyssal Dragon appeared, and a dark red murderous aura of the laws of slaughter erupted from Yi Xian. Thunderclap. A resounding boom echoed, and Yi Xian's aura swelled again. 7 stars demon slaying slash. The black-clad man tensed warily. The aura emanating from Yi Xian was not to be taken lightly. A blinding sword radiance flared. After sheathing Abyssal Dragon, a pitch-black demonic banner appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was the remaining Mo Yang banner from before. A late-stage sovereign's peak attack silently followed the sword radiance. This was the true killing blow. The black-clad man could only raise his arms to defend, barely managing to block the sword light. But an even more powerful assault followed close behind. Sensing this attack, the black-clad man's eyes bulged in utter terror and disbelief. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion rang out, revealing the black-clad man in the sky. Now disheveled, his left arm was missing and a fist-sized hole gaped in his chest. Hearing the earth-shattering blast, the pursuers behind quickened their pace. Moments later, the black-clad man, still bewildered, slowly toppled backward and plummeted from the sky. What? He hadn't even managed to hold him off for 2 breaths. After slaying the man in black, Yi Xian glanced behind him and vanished in a flicker, plunging directly into the northern legacy Great Forest. Soon 5 figures in black appeared in unison at the forest's edge. Sensing the lingering ripples of power in the air, the group exchanged sharp glances. "Big brother." The man who had spoken earlier roared as he hurtled downward. Upon landing, the 5 of them beheld the lifeless body of the man in black. A single strike. They studied his deathly stillness, their expressions hardening with awe. The terror and bewilderment in his eyes, coupled with his wounds, made it clear he had been slain by a single, overwhelming blow, far more potent than they had anticipated. To be precise, it was 2 strikes, yet they would never know the truth. The man who had cried out earlier stowed the corpse away, his voice venomous. A divine ability of such caliber must have left that brat at death's door by now. After him. With that, he shot into the northern legacy Great Forest. The remaining 4 hesitated for a moment before following suit. The northern legacy Great Forest stretched across endless mountain ranges, one of the few colossal forests in the Xuanqi realm. Within, towering ancient trees loomed as far as the eye could see. Bestial roars echoed incessantly. A domain feared by martial artists, yet beloved by savage beasts. The deeper one ventured, the more formidable the creatures became. Even Yi Xian dared not venture too far. The man who had entered ahead of the others narrowed his eyes toward a distant spot and gave chase. Just one. Sensing a single aura drawing near, Yi Xian's face tightened. Still chasing. Did they think he, the Yi clan's imperial son, was a pushover? A haze of chaotic energy wreathed him as his form gradually dissolved atop a colossal tree. The aura ends here. The man appeared at the tree, scanning his surroundings warily. If Yi Xian could instantly kill a late-stage sovereign, he might still have other trump cards. After all, such imperial sons defied common sense. Time trickled by and cold sweat beaded on the man's brow, a product of fear and razor-sharp focus. Just as he tensed, a ripple stirred behind him. With a cold snort, he unleashed a formidable divine ability toward his rear. But the blast shot forward, striking a distant tree. From atop that very tree, Yi Xian felt a wave of exasperation. "I haven't even moved yet. Why are you so jumpy? Damn." Prolonged muscle tension caused a brief stiffness as the man spun, forcing a hasty block. Yet as he turned, an icy blade pierced his heart. Yi Xian caught the man's expression, a mix of realization and confusion, and rolled his eyes. He wanted to say, "Brother, that thing behind you just now wasn't my doing." Confused. What was there to be confused about? A mid-stage sovereign thinking you were invincible. Besides, did you think his chaotic divine art was mere decoration? Slowly withdrawing the long yuan, sword, the man's body plummeted. Yi Xian unleashed several divine abilities around him, crafting a scene of fierce battle. Even some beasts were stirred, lumbering toward the spot. Satisfied with the chaos, Yi flickered away, leaving the area temporarily. There were paths outside, yet you insisted on barging in. Drops of blood splattered where he vanished. Soon the remaining 4 men in black arrived. Seeing their second comrade dead, a chill ran through them. How could the Yi clan's imperial son be this terrible? Examining the traces left behind a mid-stage sovereign peak, said, a fight occurred here. Spotting a sword hole in the man's body, he cast a knowing glance at the tree Yi had occupied. His mastery of spatial laws is beyond our comprehension. Look, bloodstains, another shouted. They gathered around the trail, their spirits lifting. It seemed Yi despite his kill, was gravely wounded. The hasty escape had left him unable to erase. Their expressions hardened. Now it was a fight to the death. He must be eliminated or hell become a calamity. Had Yi been there, he would have scoffed. Meanwhile, the gravely wounded Yi was sprinting for his life. Roars erupted all around. This time, Yi ran even more desperately. The stampede of beasts behind him was overwhelming. Just then the 4 men, tracking the blood trail, cautiously halted. Moments later a tremor shook the ground. No, a beast tied. Retreat. The strongest among them bellowed, scrambling backward. Soon a young figure appeared nearby. Behind him surged a frenzied horde of thousands. The 4 were stunned. What had the brat done to provoke such fury, as if the beasts wanted to tear him apart? Yi spotting the retreating men, yelled, "Friends ahead, save me." Realization dawned on the 4. They had been duped. Yi vigorous demeanor was hardly that of a dying man. Thunderclap. With a roar, arcs of lightning danced over Yi as he accelerated, pushing his spatial laws to the limit. In a few flickers he appeared beside them. A murderous aura surged from him. Recalling his past feats, the 4 instinctively raised their guards. Ha ha ha. Yi laughed, mocking them. Brat, you dare toy with us? One snarled. The moment their vigilance wavered, Yi hurled something into the air. Strange objects scattered toward them. They unleashed divine abilities, but the orb-like projectiles burst, showering them. One man caught dripping liquid and a shattered eggshell. He'll leave you to enjoy the Northern Legacy's special offerings. Yi laughed as his form flickered. Puzzled, the man stared at the shell. What is this? Suddenly another cried, throw it away. The fragments barely left their hands when the beast horde roared again. Glancing back, they cursed Yi ancestors down to the 18th generation. Leading the charge were several latest-stage sovereign beasts, the overlords of the region. Their eyes turned blood red at the sight of the shattered eggshell. They charged directly at the 4 men, believing the youth, and these men were allies. Boom. The horde trampled over them without resistance, swallowing them whole. As for the culprit Yi he was long. In the northern wasteland, the roars of beasts continued to echo. 5 sovereigns had met their end there. Yet Yi the instigator of it all, had already leisurely strolled out of the northern wasteland great forest. Ding. System upgrade and repair successful. A ethereal voice suddenly rang out in Yi mind as he aimlessly wandered. Hearing the voice, Yi immediately entered his mind space to see what changes the so-called upgrade and repair had brought. Unscrupulous merchant, you, where is the change? Yi stared at the 4 exchange panels before him in confusion. After the upgrade and repair, there are not only the exchange area, but also the training mode, mission mode, hidden achievements, and so on. TCH, Yi said after hearing the voice in his mind. Weren't your achievements always hidden? What had this system even repaired or upgraded? It had merely added a training mode and a mission mode. With that, Yi looked at the panel and pressed a button. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the mission collection. Collect all 9 fragments of the War God Tower to receive a reward. Yi mouth twitched. Well, at least I was already planning to collect these 9 fragments. Thinking of Yi helpless expression in the War God Tower, Yi sighed. The road ahead is long and arduous. He then briefly looked over the training mode and exchange panel before withdrawing from his mind. The exchange area remained largely unchanged except for some price adjustments. Whether it was his imagination or not, Yi felt that some Emperor-level items had been added to the exchange area. The earlier pursuit by the sovereigns had caused Yi to deviate from his original path. He shook his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked back at the northern wasteland. These sovereigns were truly reckless, not cherishing their lives despite their advanced age. Look at Yi the old ancestor who used a great emperor's secret technique to hide within the War God Tower, shielding himself from fate, and living nearly 15 years longer. If Yi knew what Yi was thinking, he would probably rise from the grave to fight him. With his thoughts settled, Yi surveyed his surroundings, made up his mind, and headed in a certain direction. 3 days later, gazing at the massive city before him, Yi followed the crowd into the city. This city was Hailu City, renowned in the Xuanxu realm for its connection to the 3,000 Seas. He had come here to venture into the 3,000 Seas and witness the so-called 3,000 Seas prodigy ranking. The safest and most effortless way to reach the true 3,000 Seas was to take the teleportation array in Hailu City. A tavern in Hailu City. In the mortal world, taverns were said to be the best places to gather information. The same held true in the Xuanqi realm. Have you heard? I heard that Shui Huayu of the Water God clan will challenge Futu Mu, the holy son of the Futu ancient clan, in 2 months. Didn't Shui Huayu just challenge the third-ranked prodigy not long ago? How long has it been, and now he's challenging the second-ranked? You wouldn't know this. Listening to the chatter in the tavern, Yixian learned about some of the prodigies of the 3,000 Seas. Shui Huayu, Futu Mu, and others. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the 3,000 Seas training mode. An ethereal voice in his mind interrupted Yixian's thoughts, and he looked toward the panel. Training mode, 3,000 Seas. System, what do I need to do? Yixian asked. The host decides for themselves. Hearing the still, ethereal voice, Yixian was stunned. What the hell? So you unscrupulous merchant only provide the bowl, and I have to beg for the food myself. Afterward, Yixian tossed a spirit stone on the table and rose to leave. At the teleportation array, Yixian arrived to find a crowd gathered in front, so he joined them to see what was happening. Do you know who I am? I am Lin Yufan of the Purple Bamboo Forest. You Lin Yufan? Then I might as well be Shui Mo. The man said with a sneer. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Brother, who is this Shui Mo? Is he very powerful? Hearing the man's words, Yixian asked the person beside him. The man was about to mock him. But as he turned and saw Yixian's endearing appearance and extraordinary aura, his expression shifted. Young friend, you must be from elsewhere. Yixian nodded, waiting for him to continue. Speaking of Shui Mo, he is no ordinary person. He is the foremost of the younger generation in the Water God clan and the top-ranked prodigy on the prodigy ranking. After listening, Yixian continued, and this Lin Yufan. Also, what's going on here? Yixian pointed at the arguing figures ahead. Lin Yufan is also remarkable. He is the sole closed-door disciple of the Purple Bamboo Forest, of power in the 3,000 Seas, and ranks 4th on the prodigy ranking. As for them, young friend, you may not know this, but those on the prodigy ranking can use the teleportation array for free. Hearing this, Yixian roughly understood the situation. It seemed the guardian of the array did not recognize the purple-clad man ahead. Noticing the man's aura and the faint energy emanating from him, Yixian's mind raced for a moment, and he walked toward the arguing group. How many teleportation spirit stones are needed? They'll pay for him. As the two were still arguing, a youthful voice rang out, and both turned to look diagonally behind them. The purple-clad man stared at the approaching Yixian in confusion. Who are you? Do I know you? This young man in bright yellow brocade was even more handsome than him. Lin Yufan was immediately displeased. Then he saw Yixian wink at him. Yixian quickly stepped between the two and directly handed a spirit jade to the array guardian. Sorry, my brother here isn't quite right in the head, Yixian said, pointing to his head. The array guardian's eyes lit up at the sight of the spirit jade. He took it and waved his hand. Go on, go on. Be more careful next time. Lin Yufan looked at Yixian's actions, and the guardian's gaze utterly confused. Who was this guy? He had been arguing his case. Just as he was about to succeed, why did this kid suddenly appear? Before Lin Yufan could react, Yixian grabbed him and pulled him toward the teleportation array. Seeing Yixian dragging him away, Lin Yufan tried to shake off his grip. Suddenly, a faint, elusive aura emanated from Yixian, and Lin Yufan's eyes narrowed as he sensed it. Brother Lin, let's get into the teleportation array first. Yixian turned back with a smile. Inside the array, a mystic light flared. The two vanished. At an unnamed place in the 3,000 Seas. Do you know me? Lin Yufan straightened his slightly wrinkled purple robe and looked at Yixian warily. Hearing Lin Yufan's question, Yixian was speechless. You were arguing so loudly back there, it was impossible not to know. Yes, you are Lin Yufan of the Purple Bamboo Forest, the 4th-ranked big shot on the prodigy ranking. Yixian nodded. Nonsense. Who doesn't know that? Lin Yufan said with a dark look. As he spoke, he saw Yixian looking at him skeptically. As if to say, who doesn't know? I beg to differ. Ahem. Lin Yufan coughed awkwardly. That was an accident. I just couldn't stand a mere gatekeeper being so arrogant. Not only was he arrogant, but he also didn't recognize him. What an outrage. By the way, Lin Yufan looked at Yixian warily again. You still haven't told me who you are. He had clearly sensed the faint aura emanating from Yixian at the teleportation array. Yet he had never seen this person before. This man was definitely no ordinary individual. The surroundings were utterly desolate. A man in purple robes gazed at the youth in bright yellow brocade ahead. From a distance, the scene stirred boundless reverie. You need not know my name. Fate will bring us together when the time comes. Yixian, with the air of a lofty master, turned to face the so-called 3,000 Seas and spoke slowly. Lin Yufan's face contorted as if he had swallowed something foul watching the former's demeanor. Seriously, how could this kid be so pretentious? He looked no more than 16 or 17, yet he acted as if he had lived for millennia. Though Lin Yufan sensed this youth was no ordinary being, he himself was no pushover either. After a moment, seeing Yi Xian remain silent, still maintaining that air of a transcendent master, Lin Yufan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Observing the former's innate aura and the strength that at such a young age even he found formidable, Lin Yufan believed this was no ordinary person. What was his true purpose in approaching him? Then, as if struck by a thought, Lin Yufan mused, could it be? With that, Lin Yufan's aura stirred, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he roared at Yi Xian. Who exactly are you? If you don't speak ill. Just as he spoke, the figure of Yi Xian before him slowly dissolved. A spiritual energy avatar. Lin Yufan stared dumbfounded at the dissipating Yi Xian. He had been putting on a show all this time, only to realize the youth had long vanished who knows where. In the northern part of the 3,000 seas, Yi Xian was now wandering leisurely like a headless fly in high spirits. Ha ha ha. Lost in thought, Yi Xian burst into laughter. By now Lin Yufan must be racking his brain, trying to figure out who he was ready to make a move. At the thought of this scene, Yi Xian found it utterly amusing. Indeed, the posturing methods of those so-called reclusive masters were remarkably effective. Returning to the present, Yi Xian began to survey the so-called 3,000 seas. Though named seas, this place was not vastly different from other parts of the Xuanxu realm. Yi Xian felt it would be more aptly called the 3,000 Islands. Observing the scenery along his journey, the layout of the 3,000 seas bore a resemblance to the space where the evil emperor resided within the War God Tower. After wandering aimlessly for a while longer, a melodious female voice reached Yi Xian's ears. Grandpa Shui, hurry, hurry. The elder called Grandpa Shui was Shui Gu, an elder of the northern branch of the Water God clan. Yi Xian looked over to see a girl in a green dress urging an old man with white hair. Behind them followed a large entourage. As Yi Xian gazed ahead, the elder sensed something. With a sharp shout, the group halted immediately. A youth in brocade stood calmly, an elder, a girl, and a crowd stopped in their tracks. The two parties observed each other from 100 meters apart. Of course, on Yi Xian's side, there was only him, looking speechless at the wary crowd ahead. Why were the people of the 3,000 seas so cautious? Just like Lin Yufan before, and now these people. Did they think he could wipe them all out? Shaking his head, Yi Xian walked toward the elder and his group. As he approached, the tension on the elder's side intensified. Seeing this, Yi Xian continued walking calmly. Wow! From the elder's side, a girl peeked out from behind him and exclaimed at Yi Xian's approach, so handsome. Her words eased the tense atmosphere. Ignoring the elder's attempts to stop her, she rushed to the front and scrutinized Yi Xian from head to toe. Uncomfortable under her gaze, Yi Xian was about to speak when that melodious voice reached his ears again. Hello, the girl said seriously. I'm Shui Huanin of the Water God clan. My, what was this about? But Yi Xian replied, I'm Yi Xian. Hearing his name, the girl's face blossomed into a smile, like 100 flowers blooming, illuminating the surroundings. Even Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. The elder, however, upon hearing the name, paused in thought, then startled, quickly pulled the infatuated Shui Huanin away. Young man, did you just say your name is Yi Xian? The elder asked. Yi Xian nodded calmly, neither confirming nor denying. He had no intention of changing his name in the 3,000 seas. His goal was to make the name Yi Xian resound across these waters. Receiving Yi Xian's affirmation, the elder studied him for a moment before asking again, might I ask if you are? Indeed. Yi Xian nodded calmly. Shui Huanin might not know what the name Yi Xian represented, but the elder of the Water God clan understood its weight. Knowing Yi Xian's identity, the elder relaxed. But soon, seeing Yi Xian's composed demeanor, his wariness rose once more. This youth is formidable. That was the elder's first impression of Yi Xian. He was gentle in conversation, yet exuded a powerful sense of confidence. What truly unsettled the elder was that Yi Xian always seemed veiled in obscurity, as if not of this world. Oh, Grandpa Shui, why so cautious? Master Yi clearly seems like a good person. Shui Huanin interjected. Hearing his young lad's words, the elder could only sigh in resignation. Goodness was not determined by appearance alone. Yi Xian, where are you headed? Since you're alone and not a local, why not travel with us? Shui Huanin suggested with wide, eager eyes. I wanna. Before he could finish, the girl grabbed his clothes and exclaimed excitedly, what? You agreed. Seeing her innocent demeanor, a flicker of doubt crossed Yi Xian's mind, but he maintained a composed, slightly troubled expression. After a moment, the elder led the clan onward. Ultimately, under the persistent plea of the girl Shui Huanin, the aimless Yi Xian temporarily joined their journey. Along the way, the girl constantly peppered Yi Xian with questions. He answered everything without reservation. Through their conversation, Yi Xian learned the group's origins and purpose. The elder and his people were from the northern branch of the Water God clan, heading to the central branch for the decennial grand competition of the 5 branches. The girl Shui Huanin was the daughter of the northern branch's clan leader. The girl was only at the mid-peak of the Saint realm, yet she gave Yi Xian an odd feeling. A day later they arrived at a medium-sized city. During a meal, Shui Huanin suddenly looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Yi Xian, you have doubts?" Yi Xian, who had been listening to the chatter in the tavern, narrowed his eyes. "Doubts? A little." After Shui Huanin spoke, the elder's expression remained unchanged, but Yi Xian's calm and candid admission raised the elder's estimation of him even higher. "Actually, you don't need to wonder," Shui Huanin said directly. "Because I have a spirit heart." "A spirit heart?" Yi Xian looked at the girl, finally showing surprise. "No wonder." After Shui Huanin's revelation, the elder sighed helplessly. "Oh, young lady, you've only known him a few days, yet you've already revealed the secret of the spirit heart." The girl blinked her large, sparkling eyes. Yi Xian never expected that a trip to the 3,000 seas would lead him to encounter the legendary Linglong heart. The Linglong heart, said to be an ancient celestial heart, granted its owner a keen perception of people and surroundings, swift cultivation progress, and a path free of obstacles. Then Yi Xian turned his gaze to Shui Huanin. Midstage saint at the peak acceptable. But this Linglong heart didn't seem as powerful as the legends claimed. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Shui Huanin blushed. I just don't really like cultivating." As she said this, Yi Xian quickly laughed it off and dropped the subject. "Yi Xian," Shui Huanin suddenly spoke, "could you be the legendary Yi clan's imperial son Yi Xian?" Yi Xian remained non-committal and said nothing. Although Shui Huanin had rarely left the 3,000 seas, she had still heard of the legendary figures and tales from the Xuanqu realm. The Yi clan's imperial son before her, Yi Xian, was a legendary figure to Shui Huanin. "So why have you come to the 3,000 seas?" Shui Huanin continued. "I heard there was a prodigy ranking here, so I thought I'd test the talents of the 3,000 seas. Would you believe me?" Yi Xian replied with a serious expression. "I believe you. I do." Shui Huanin nodded immediately after speaking. Silence fell once more. Yi Xian found Shui Huanin amusing. Her personality was somewhat similar to Yi Yuyan's. Shui Huanin felt this way, but others, especially those seeing a man of such extraordinary presence and strength, thought differently. Naturally, jealousy arose. Who is that guy? Talking big about defeating someone on the prodigy ranking. A man in the corner sneered, watching his female companion's eyes sparkle. Exactly does he think he's Shui Huayu? Murmurs of discussion erupted around them, with many casting disdainful looks at Yi Xian. Seeing no change in Yi Xian's expression, Shui Huanin whispered, "Yi Xian, let's go. They're just jealous of you." "Jealous? Jealous of what?" Yi Xian asked with interest. "Jealous of your good looks. And jealous that you have someone as attractive as me by your side," Shui Huanin said without a hint of shame. Even the old man beside her nearly spat out his tea. "Young miss, can't you show some restraint?" "In that case, let's go." Yi Xian nodded and stood up. "Huh." Shui Huanin was stunned and blurted out. Seeing her adorable reaction, Yi Xian smiled faintly. A weak provocation. With that, he slowly rose and swept his gaze over the crowd still murmuring around him. For some reason, those who had mocked him felt a wave of guilt when meeting his eyes, lowering their heads, afraid to meet his. Seeing their reaction, Yi Xian let out a cold laugh. A powerful aura began to emanate from him, pressing down on the surroundings. Feeling the pressure from Yi Xian, the crowd fell silent, instantly sweating profusely as they looked at the composed Yi Xian. Silence. You could hear a pin drop. Those closest to Yi Xian, including Shui Huanin, felt it most acutely. Shui Huanin covered her mouth with both hands, staring in shock at the young man before her. The old man was also startled. With Yi Xian actively releasing his aura, he could sense it more directly. Could this be the legendary young emperor? The old man thought to himself. Judging by Yi Xian's bone structure, he was clearly not yet 18. In the Xuanqu realm, those who reached the emperor realm before 18 were called young emperors. A young emperor not only possessed the potential to become a great emperor, but if nothing went wrong, was destined to ascend to the imperial throne and achieve emperor status. Thinking this, the old man's gaze toward Yi Xian shifted, for in this era the Xuanqu realm had no emperor. If he could befriend a future great emperor, what would that mean for his clan? Feeling the now quiet tavern, Yi Xian sat down again, satisfied. He was not one to hide his talents, nor was he one to hold grudges. Because Yi Xian always believed that in the Xuanqu realm he had no need to hide or to care. Yi Xian, Shui Huanin leaned in and whispered, "Tell me secretly, are you a half-emperor?" "Sort of," Yi Xian replied with a casual smile. "Realm is not the only measure of strength," Yi Xian added. Shui Huanin rolled her eyes. Yi Xian was treating her like a child. That saying was clearly meant for extraordinary geniuses. But Shui Huanin seemed to forget that Yi Xian was exactly that kind of prodigy. After a short while, Yi Xian and his group rose to leave. Phew. As soon as Yi Xian left, sighs of relief filled the tavern. Some of those who had gossiped earlier stared at his retreating figure, panting heavily. "Miss Shui," Yi Xian turned to Shui Huanin. "Could you tell me about the prodigy ranking of the 3,000 seas?" Shui Huanin nodded eagerly. After a long while, Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise, the Water God clan occupies 5 of the top 10 positions on the prodigy ranking. Shui Huanin nodded but showed no excitement. Instead, her face was filled with worry. Shui Gu took over the conversation. Young friend, you may not know, but though we are all of the Water God clan, we belong to different tribes. For instance, we are from the Northern tribe. Yi Xian nodded in understanding. The divisions within the Water God clan resembled the branches of major hereditary clans. Of course, the Yi clan was no longer counted among them. Since Yi Xian's emergence, the Yi clan had achieved unprecedented unity. What is the meaning of this 5 tribes tournament? Yi Xian asked. The old man Shui Gu continued, the 5 tribes tournament is a competition among the younger generation of the Water God clan. Its outcome determines the number of people each tribe can send into the Water God secret realm. To be honest, young friend, we came in 5th in the last tournament, Shui Gu said with a bitter smile. Yi Xian did not respond. This was the Water God clan's internal affair, and he was not in a position to comment. But from the old man's words, it was clear that the northern tribe's position within the clan was awkward. In Yi Xian's view, such a tournament would create a chain effect. The first-place tribe could send 10 people, but the 5th-place tribe could only send 2. A 5-fold gap would only widen the disparity between the lower-ranked and higher-ranked tribes. It seemed the northern tribe's decline had been ongoing for at least 5 or 10 years. Unless someone emerged from the tribe to break the deadlock otherwise. The group chatted idly and soon arrived at the location of the 5 tribes tournament, Zhongyuan City. Zhongyuan City was the stronghold of the central tribe of the Water God clan. The central tribe had also won first place in the previous 5 tribes tournament. The number 1 on the prodigy ranking of the 3000 Cs also belonged to this central tribe. As Yi Xian was thinking this, a sharp-eyed man appeared before the group. Yi Xian met his gaze. Half-Emperor. The man gazed at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with a palpable scrutiny. Yi Xian, however, looked utterly perplexed. Who was this person? Why was he staring at him like that? Brother, Shui Huanin called out to the man, what are you looking at? She then turned to Yi Xian and introduced him. Yi Xian, this is my elder brother Shui Huanjing. Hearing the pride in Shui Huanyin's voice, Yi Xian looked at the man again. Shui Huanjing ranked 9th on the prodigy list. A man of striking appearance bearing some resemblance to Shui Huanin, was Yi Xian's assessment of Shui Huanjing. Upon hearing his sister's introduction, Shui Huanjing's gaze sharpened. Looking at the youth's demeanor, attire, and the unfathomable aura he exuded, could this be the rumored imperial son of the Yi clan, Yi Xian? Shui Huanjing of the northern branch of the Water Spirit clan. Shui Huanjing nodded to Yi Xian. Hearing the introduction, Yi Xian paid it no mind. Yi Xian, the imperial son of the Yi clan. As soon as he finished, Yi Xian added, Brother Shui, I have long admired your reputation. Hearing this, Shui Huanin let out a soft chuckle. Her elder brother was meticulous in his actions, leaving no room for error. He had never encountered someone as unpredictable as Yi Xian. Whether you admire my reputation or not, I do not know, but your name, Brother Yi, thunders in our ears, said Shui Huanjing. Oh, Yi Xian grinned. Since that's the case, Brother Shui, where do you think I would rank on the prodigy list? Yi Xian grinned. How was Shui Huanjing supposed to know? He wasn't the one compiling the prodigy list. Besides, ranking would only be determined through combat. All right, Shui Huanin interjected. You two stop flirting with each other. With that, she pushed Shui Huanjing forward. Yi Xian shook his head and followed. This woman certainly had a peculiar way with words. He had originally planned to leave upon reaching Zhongyuan City to begin his grand scheme. But he couldn't resist Shui Huanyin's persistent coaxing, insisting that he accompany them to the northern branch. Halfway there, Yi Xian overheard Shui Huanjing mention that the 5 branches grand tournament had been postponed by 20 days. Yi Xian's heart stirred. Ridiculous. He hadn't come to the 3000 Cs for sightseeing. That unscrupulous merchant still had a training mode available. Miss Shui, Brother Shui, Yi Xian addressed them, since the tournament is still 20 days away, I won't impose on you. I'll make my own way there when the time comes. But Shui Huanin began trying to persuade him, but Shui Huanjing held her back. Very well, we won't force you to stay, Brother Yi, he said. Yi Xian nodded without another word and turned to leave. Shui Huanin watched his retreating figure, her gaze lingering for a long time. Do you like him? A voice whispered in her ear. It's admiration, she replied without thinking. But as soon as she spoke, she saw Shui Huanjing's knowing smirk. With a soft snort, Shui Huanin blushed and walked ahead on her own. Watching his little sister's reaction, Shui Huanjing shook his head and followed. After leaving, Yi Xian went straight to a pavilion in Zhongyuan City. The Pavilion of Celestial Secrets. Gazing at the name above the entrance, he stepped inside. Soon Yi Xian emerged from the pavilion, now holding an item resembling a spatial ring. Looking at the information within, he grinned. Since he had activated the so-called training mode, it would be a waste not to put it to use. Once he completed it, he might even earn a reward from that unscrupulous merchant. With that thought, Yi Xian arrived at a secluded spot in Zhongyuan City. System, he called out, open the artifact section. The artifact section has been opened for the host. As the ethereal voice echoed, Yixian immediately immersed himself in browsing. After a while, he looked up at the battle points displayed on the panel's upper right corner. 7,550. Seeing this amount, which exceeded his accumulated savings over many years, Yixian suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope in life. Now that he had reached the Imperial realm, his rate of earning battle points was accelerating. After scrolling for a long time, a flying artifact finally caught his eye. The shuttle ship. Now that's a domineering name, Yixian murmured as he looked at the artifact. He eagerly clicked on it. Flying artifact shuttle ship. A low-grade Imperial artifact. Possessing the power to traverse space-time, it is the essential luxury for travel and other endeavors. Reading the description, Yixian's mouth twitched. Was this system truly upgraded and repaired? Could it be malfunctioning? He then checked the exchange price, 7,000 battle points. Yixian rolled his eyes. Was this unscrupulous system doing this on purpose? Last time, when he had 4,500 points, a single spirit weave cloth had cost him 4,000. Now that he had finally scraped together over 7,000, a flying artifact was going to take 7,000 of it. Yixian couldn't help but suspect the unscrupulous merchant was rigging the system. After a moment's deliberation, Yixian reluctantly pressed the exchange button. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for the low-grade Imperial artifact shuttle ship. With the chime, the battle points in the top left corner shrank from 4 digits to 3. But Yixian didn't mind this time. Battle points would come again soon enough. As the saying goes, one is willing to buy and the other is willing to sell. Besides, he had traded a mere 7,000 battle points for an Imperial artifact, and a flying one at that. If some Imperial realm powerhouses found out, they would likely band together to attack him. The thought sent a shiver down Yixian's spine. After exchanging for the artifact, he quickly exited the panel system and eagerly examined his new purchase. Soon, looking at the miniature shuttle ship in his hand, Yixian's face darkened. Had this unscrupulous merchant given him a model of the artifact? As if sensing his doubt, the system explained in his mind, activating the shuttle ship requires a large amount of spirit stones. The host can embed them on their own. Hearing the ethereal voice in his head, Yixian was astonished. It seemed this system had indeed been upgraded and repaired, since it was now offering unsolicited explanations. With that thought, Yixian followed the system's instructions and embedded 50 million spirit stones into the shuttle ship all at once while forming a hand seal. Whooshed! A soft sound accompanied a flash of light from the shuttle ship. Seeing the change in the artifact, Yixian's form flickered as he teleported inside it. I never imagined this shuttle ship, though seemingly small, contained such vast space, Yixian remarked with satisfaction as he stood within the artifact. Truly worthy of being a low-grade Imperial artifact. He was quite pleased with this transaction, except for the exorbitant cost. Everything else was perfect. In fact, Yixian was satisfied with all items exchanged from the artifact section, though he had only made 2 exchanges so far. Inside the shuttle ship, Yixian took out the information he had obtained from the Pavilion of Celestial Secrets and began to peruse it. After a long while, "I'll go with you." Yixian's gaze settled on a woman. "After all, you are the last one. It's better to take things one step at a time." As Yixian diligently searched for his target within the Northern Relic Great Forest, a man and a woman were constantly searching. A large-scale beast tide occurred here not long ago. Old 6 and the others have indeed perished. "Let's go back and report," the man said with a sigh. The woman furrowed her brow in thought for a moment before nodding and following him. Somewhere in the 3,000 seas, a small flying shuttle suddenly appeared in the air. This sudden object was the shuttle vessel piloted by Yixian. The Imperial artifact sure is fast. Yixian emerged from within the shuttle satisfied. After surveying his surroundings, he headed toward a spot on the left. After a moment, "It seems the heavenly mechanism pavilion's intelligence is quite accurate," Yixian murmured, watching several figures approaching from that direction. "Please everyone hold your steps." Yixian called out loudly ahead. As he shouted, 2 men and 2 women appeared before him. Looking at them, he presumed the woman in the center was the one he sought. She was quite attractive, but alas, there was no helping it. She was the 10th. The central woman was none other than the 10th-rank prodigy on the prodigy list in Mubing of the clan, and also Yixian's target this time. What Yixian intended to do was to borrow in Mubing's ranking. "May I ask if you are in Mubing?" Yixian, "Indeed I am. May I ask what business you have?" The woman nodded in reply. Hearing her response, Yixian let out another sigh. Alas, reasonable and composed. What a pity. But soon Yixian's expression turned serious. "I have long heard of your extraordinary talent. I am Yixian, and I wish to challenge the 10th-rank prodigy in Mubing." As soon as he finished, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, signifying the establishment of the challenge. The group opposite looked at Yixian with wary expressions. "Who do you think you are to demand a challenge?" One of the men bellowed angrily. With a surge of aura, he launched an attack at Yixian, hoping to impress and moving. Watching the man charge at him, Yixian shook his head and casually waved his hand. With a thunderous crash, the man was sent flying to the side, immobilized. "Stay there and don't move. I'm in a hurry," Yixian said to the man with an unyielding tone. The man, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, was left with only a look of terror. The remaining three also narrowed their eyes. This person before them was formidable. Then Yixian made a gesture inviting and moving to proceed. At that moment, Yixian exuded an air of confidence, calmness, and unruliness. As he finished speaking, a powerful aura surged from him, and a grand scene slowly unfolded behind him. There was thunder, flames, ice, and a chilling darkness. After waiting a moment, and seeing and moving still unmoving, Yixian said calmly, "In that case, I'll make the first move." Just as he finished and moving shouted loudly, "I concede." Yixian almost instinctively wanted to ask someone beside him what she had said. Unfortunately, now beside Yixian, there was neither the black-robed man from before nor Qing Song. As for the unscrupulous merchant, he had long been excluded by Yixian. Concede. He had been ready for a swift resolution, yet she offered a surrender. Where was the pride of the 10th-ranked prodigy? Weren't geniuses supposed to be arrogant? Never mind. Yixian withdrew his aura and turned to leave. "What's your name?" As he walked away, Yixian announced clearly, "Yixian." What kind of ears did this woman have? Hadn't he just said it? The woman beside and moving asked as she watched Yixian depart, moving conceding outright, "That's not like you." As the only woman among the top 10 and moving was no pushover, she could even be described as a battle lover. "He's different, he's too strong." And moving replied helplessly. After Yixian vanished, the man finally managed to move and hurried back to the group, saying awkwardly, "Moving, that guy cheated, oh otherwise I would have made sure he never returned." As soon as he finished, seeing the disdain on the other three's faces, the man sheepishly retreated to the side, a flash of resentment in his eyes. At this moment in Zhongyuan City, a golden scroll gradually unfurled in the sky. Seeing this, the people of Zhongyuan City stopped and looked up at the golden scroll above. Yixian challenges in moving and ranks 10th on the prodigy list. A majestic voice resounded across the skies of the 3,000 seas. Hearing this, Zhongyuan City erupted into uproar. Who is this Yixian? How did he suddenly climb to 10th on the prodigy list? Exactly, we've never heard of him. Such scenes occurred in every corner of the 3,000 seas. Watching the suddenly appearing name on the prodigy list, people across the 3,000 seas buzzed with discussion. The top 10 positions on the prodigy list rarely changed, except for the top 3. The differences in strength among the others were not vast. The last time such a stir occurred was when Shui Huayu challenged Lin Yufan. Purple Bamboo Grove, a power in the 3,000 seas. Damn it, where did this Yixian come from, pushing moving out of the top 10? The man was none other than Lin Yufan, ranked 4th on the prodigy list. He belonged to a unique faction in the 3,000 seas, the Purple Bamboo Grove. The Purple Bamboo Grove's ability to stand firm in the intricate web of powers in the 3,000 seas was thanks to its 2 sovereign-level experts. Lin Yufan was the sole closed-door disciple of the 2 elders of the Purple Bamboo Grove. For some reason, as soon as Lin Yufan finished roaring, a young man in bright yellow brocade appeared in his mind. That young man who had shown off endlessly before him and was unfathomably deep. And the Yixian in Lin Yufan's mind was currently selecting his next target. Looking at the 9th-ranked Shui Huanjing on the prodigy list, Yixian pondered for a moment and decided to skip this challenge. Thus, he set his next target on the person in his left hand. Unexpectedly, it's an old friend's sect. Yixian smiled softly as he looked at the name before him. Before the people of the 3,000 seas had recovered from the previous prodigy list announcement, the golden scroll appeared in the sky once again. No way. Seeing the prodigy list reappear, someone exclaimed in shock. Yixian challenges when Rinyong and ranks 8th on the prodigy list. The majestic voice echoed across the 3,000 seas once more. The 3,000 seas erupted, utterly exploded. Who was Wen Rinyong? He was the holy son of the super first-rate power Falling Cloud sect and the 8th-ranked prodigy. The Falling Cloud sect was precisely the sect of the enchanting woman Luo Yueshi, whom Yixian had encountered in Luofeng City. And now, after challenging the 10th, Yixian had once again challenged the 8th and successfully defeated Wen Rinyong. It was hard for everyone not to be astonished. In the Purple Bamboo Grove of the 3,000 seas, hearing the voice that came again a day later, Lin Yufan was now certain that the Yixian on the prodigy list was indeed the young man he had encountered before. In Zhongyuan City. Wow, Yixian is so amazing. A woman clapped and cheered upon hearing the majestic voice from above. This woman was Shui Huanin, who had already arrived at the northern clan's residence. Shui Huanjing looked at the boiling Zhongyuan City, lost in thought. "Iner, do you know this Yixian?" A middle-aged man beside the 2 women asked. "Father, he's a friend I met on my way to Zhongyuan City." Shui Huanin replied proudly. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the northern branch of the water god clan Shui Guangxia, a sovereign-level expert. Seeing Shui Wanyan's demeanor, Shui Guangxia was intrigued. A friend. This friend of yours is no ordinary person. I know Yi Xian, the imperial son of the Yi clan. Shui Huanyin continued. Indeed, the Yi clan, the imperial son. Shui Guangxia mused. Those two words, imperial son, carried so much weight. Zhongyuan City. Hailu City. Purple Bamboo Grove. The countless beings of the 3,000 seas were now all gazing at the golden scroll in the sky, listening to that grand booming voice. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, the one who had caused such a stir, had arrived at a western region of the 3,000 seas. He retracted his flying shuttle vessel, looked up at the golden scroll above, and murmured, this prodigy list is no ordinary thing. If he could somehow take it down and bring it back to Yi City, that would be quite something. But Yi Xian only dared to entertain the thought. If he really rolled it up and fled, the people of the 3,000 seas would chase him to the ends of the earth. Nevertheless, the grandeur of the prodigy list was truly impressive. Gazing at its golden radiance and listening to the resonance of the great Tao, Yi Xian immediately resumed his search for the individuals on the list. Shui Moheo, do you think that Yi Xian will come looking for us? A man mused, staring thoughtfully at the golden scroll in the sky. He would never expect to run into the two of us here. Another man responded with a cold snort. These two were Shui Moheo and Shui Zhan, ranked 6th and 7th on the prodigy list. Having observed Yi Xian's pattern of challenges, Shui Moheo speculated that barring any surprises, Yi Xian was already on his way to find Shui Zhan. Yi Xian had indeed set out to find Shui Zhan, but he hadn't expected such a stroke of luck, a two-for-one deal. Moments later, as he saw the two men before him, Yi Xian was taken aback. He quickly pulled out the information in his hand to compare. Shui Moheo and his companion sneered at Yi Xian, who in turn glanced down at the information in his hand, then up at the two men ahead. After a few breaths, Yi Xian looked up, exhaled, and murmured, so that's how it is. He hadn't expected to find two people from the prodigy list gathered here. He thought he had mistaken the target. This was good, it saved him from wasting spirit stones. Running back and forth like this would cost enough to exchange for an imperial artifact. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, he saw the two men looking at him with a leisurely, slightly malicious air. Yi Xian was delighted. Finally, he had met people who had designs on him. He began, but before he could finish, one of the men interrupted. No need for pleasantries. We know all about you. Shui Zhan chimed in. That's right. You're quite the celebrity now. What are you so desperate for fame? You'll have to ask if we brothers agree. To their surprise, Yi Xian, instead of showing any sign of fear, nodded and said, that works too. With that, Yi Xian's aura surged. It was indeed more satisfying to fight those who were arrogant and self-righteous. Otherwise, constantly beating up smiling faces made him feel a bit guilty. The two were about to say more when Yi Xian's figure suddenly vanished from its spot, reappearing beside Shui Moheo like a phantom. Seeing Yi Xian coming for him, first a cruel glint flashed in Shui Moheo's eyes. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. With a thunderous boom, Yi Xian was sent staggering backward. He fixed his gleaming eyes on the two men ahead. Two sovereigns. That was 1,000 battle merit points. Shui Moheo and his companion sneered at Yi Xian. With such little skill, you expect to become famous overnight. Yi Xian was taken aback. What did he mean by famous overnight? Couldn't he talk properly? Those like Shui Huanjing seemed quite cultured, but when it came to this guy, he was so vulgar. Before Yi Xian could react, Shui Moheo closed in again, locking him in combat. As soon as they clashed, Shui Moheo felt that while this youth had some strength, he wasn't overwhelmingly powerful. It seems the rumors are indeed unreliable, he thought. After about half an hour, Yi Xian still appeared the same, but Shui Moheo was starting to lose his composure. This brat always seemed on the verge of exhaustion, yet every time Shui Moheo was about to finish him with one blow, he somehow managed to catch a second wind. Seeing that Shui Moheo was unable to take down Yi Xian, Shui Zhan's aura flared, and he joined the fray. As Shui Zhan suddenly intervened, Yi Xian cried out, no martial honor. No martial honor. Are all the people on the prodigy list like this? Watching Yi Xian's frantic shouts, the two sneered. Kid in these 3,000 seas who dares to defy the water god clan. Martial honor. Such a thing is not needed for a lowlife like you. Yi Xian was instantly displeased. What did they mean by a lowlife like me? He had always been a man of integrity, well known in his clan for being a true gentleman. How could he have been labeled a lowlife so soon after arriving in the 3,000 seas? Feigning fury, Yi Xian charged forward again, recklessly unleashing his divine abilities. Sensing Yi Xian's cultivation level, Shui Zhan was first shocked, then confused. He looked at Shui Moheo with a puzzled expression. Another half hour passed. Seeing Yi Xian still in that same gasping state, Shui Moheo said to Shui Zhan, don't overthink it. This kid is up to something. Use the combined attack. Shui Zhan nodded immediately. All right. As soon as he spoke, the two retreated several hundred meters, glaring at Yi Xian with fierce expressions. Soon an inexplicable and imposing aura rose from both of them. Water gods' azure waves. With a loud shout, the divine ability they unleashed together even surpassed their own cultivation levels. Feeling the power of this strike, Yi Xian murmured thoughtfully a so-called combined attack technique. Observing how their auras intertwined, Yi Xian nodded to himself. This combined technique is not bad. Judging by this, the Water God clan might even have a 5-person combined attack. At that thought, Yi Xian became intrigued. With a deafening roar, the two unleashed their full might, sending a torrent of power surging toward Yi Xian. Well met. Thunderclap. With a bang, Yi Xian charged barehanded into the oncoming torrent of divine power. Farragut. Amid a cataclysmic explosion, just as Shui Moheo and Shui Zhan were intently watching, the blast zone of divine law suddenly shot toward them. 2 impossibly fine ice needles streaked through the air, piercing into their bodies before they could even block. Feeling a strange, alternating hot and cold sensation inside them, Shui Moheo and Shui Zhan were alarmed. They quickly sat down cross-legged, channeling their spiritual energy to expel the foreign force. When the explosion subsided, Shui Moheo and Shui Zhan looked up to see Yi Xian not far away, his aura weak and traces of blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Seeing him in this state, the two finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If even the Water God combined attack couldn't defeat Yi Xian, they would truly have no other option. But Shui Moheo was not faring well either. He had no idea what despicable trick Yi Xian had used, forcing both of them to regulate their internal energy. After a short while, Yi Xian with his weakened aura cast a distant glance at the two before his figure swiftly vanished. Across the 3,000 seas. Within 2 days, the prodigy list had appeared twice. Each time the top 10 rankings changed, making the people of the 3,000 seas all the more eager to see who this Yi Xian on the list truly was. On the second day after the prodigy list disappeared, a golden arcane light silently lit up and a scroll slowly unfurled. Seeing the sudden reappearance of the prodigy list, the warriors of Zhongyuan City and other places all looked up at the sky with expressions of utter despair. No way. How is this possible? Who is Yi Xian? Step forward. The 3,000 seas descended into utter chaos. As the golden scroll unfurled, a majestic voice resounded, bringing the chaotic crowd to a halt. All eyes were fixed intently on the celestial prodigy, ranking suspended high above. Yi Xian challenges Shui Moheo and Shui Zhan, securing the 5th rank. The proclamation echoed until the ranking vanished from the sky. The crowd was a mixture of astonishment, shock, and numbness. 5th. Yi Xian had ascended directly to the 5th position on the celestial prodigy, ranking a spot that had remained vacant for so long. What did the ranking mean? He fought 2 at once. A man in the crowd, nearly frenzied, shouted at his companion. This time the crowd erupted into complete at the purple bamboo forest in the 3,000 seas. High amidst the bamboo grove, a man in purple robes stood against the wind, his attire fluttering with an indescribable grace and ease. Yet the man's face bore not the expected relaxation of the scene, but a solemn expression as he gazed ahead. He was Lin Yufan, the sole disciple of the purple bamboo forest, and the 4th on the celestial prodigy ranking. He knew Yi Xian would soon arrive at the purple bamboo forest. Sure enough, a sudden ripple in the space ahead revealed a tiny but awe-inspiring shuttle. Sensing the instantaneous arrival of the shuttle, Lin Yufan exclaimed in shock, "An imperial artifact." As he spoke, the shuttle vanished, revealing an exceptionally handsome young man in brocade attire. Yi Xian showed no sign of injury. In fact, he was bursting with vitality. "Brother Lin, we meet again." Gazing at Lin Yufan standing gracefully against the wind atop the bamboo grove, Yi Xian let out a faint smile. "It is you." Lin Yufan's expression remained unchanged as he regarded Yi Xian, who had tricked him not long ago. With that, Lin Yufan's aura, that of the initial emperor realm, gradually permeated the bamboo grove. "Wait, what are you doing?" Yi Xian asked, bewildered. Hearing Yi Xian's shout, Lin Yufan replied impassively, "You have been tirelessly challenging the top 10 of the celestial prodigy ranking these past days. According to your ranking, I should be your next opponent." Having said that, Lin Yufan moved to strike. "Hold on. I'm tired. I want fight." With that, Yi Xian strode directly into the depths of the purple bamboo forest. Watching Yi Xian walk into the forest, curiously looking around, Lin Yufan was stunned for a moment before following. He wanted to see what Yi Xian was up to. Arriving at a pavilion, Yi Xian sat down without any formality and gestured to Lin Yufan. "Brother Lin, sit too, no need to be reserved." Seeing Yi Xian's demeanor, Lin Yufan's mouth twitched. Wasn't he the master of this purple bamboo forest? After they both sat down, Yi Xian noticed the empty stone table and stared directly at Lin Yufan. Seeing this, Lin Yufan was puzzled. Did he have something on his face? Why was this guy staring at him like that? "What are you thinking? The tea? Is this how you treat a guest?" Yi Xian said with a look of exasperation. Hearing Yi Xian's rebuke, Lin Yufan smiled awkwardly and quickly produced the tea Yi Xian had asked for. Just as he took it out, Lin Yufan suddenly erupted. "You're the one who's the guest here. I almost thought I was. Brother Lin, why are you so impatient? In martial arts, this is the greatest taboo." Yi Xian, adopting the air of a master, spoke earnestly. Then he snatched the tea brewing tools from Lin Yufan's hand and began brewing tea himself. Watching Yi Xian's rapid change in demeanor, Lin Yufan was speechless. What kind of person was this? Not bad, not bad. I've long heard that the purple-tip tea from this purple bamboo forest is of the highest quality. The rumors are true. Yi Xian praised after taking a gentle sip. Humph. Can it compare to the enlightenment tea of the Yi clan? Lin Yufan replied with interest. Catching the glint in Lin Yufan's eyes, Yi Xian smiled slightly, and with a flick of his hand a packet of tea leaves appeared in midair. Since Brother Lin mentioned it, let me offer you a taste of our Yi clan's enlightenment tea. Yi Xian said with a faint smile. As his words fell, with a snap of his fingers a purple gold pot materialized and a few tea leaves fell into it. He covered it, suspended it in the air. Water poured and fire blazed, and the golden pot began to move. The fragrance of tea filled the air, and the great Tao resonated. Sensing all this, Lin Yufan was shocked. The legendary enlightenment tea was truly extraordinary. Just a whiff of it caused a faint roar within his body. Seeing Lin Yufan's astonished expression, Yi Xian smiled faintly, and two matching purple gold cups appeared on the stone table. With the sound of liquid, the two purple gold cups were filled to 70%. Pleased, Yi Xian made a gesture of invitation. Lin Yufan picked up a cup of enlightenment tea, took a gentle sip, and savored it carefully. As soon as it touched his lips, Lin Yufan's aura surged, and he felt an impending breakthrough. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the natural law of wind began to pulse within him. Peak of the initial emperor realm. Witnessing this, Yi Xian remained composed. This Lin Yufan could truly be called a genuine genius. Sensing Lin Yufan's transformation, Yi Xian advised earnestly. Yufan, the enlightenment tea is extraordinary, but one must not indulge. Meanwhile, Yi Xian himself downed his cup in one gulp. He then poured another cup and drank it. Opening his eyes, Lin Yufan stared wide-eyed at the scene, looking at Yi Xian with utter disdain. Brother Lin, what do you think of the enlightenment tea? Yi Xian asked. This tea. Lin Yufan pondered for a moment before replying. It is 100 times superior to my purple bamboo forest's purple tip tea. In that case, I will gift the remaining enlightenment tea to you, Brother Lin, as a token of gratitude for your hospitality. Yi Xian said, gesturing to the remaining tea in the air. As if remembering something, Yi Xian then sent the purple gold pot floating in the air to Lin Yufan. This, Lin Yufan asked, puzzled. This pot is called the purple smoke pot. After years of research, I found it perfect for brewing the enlightenment tea. As he received it, Lin Yufan was astonished, thinking a royal artifact. The imperial son of the Yi clan was indeed extravagantly wealthy, using a royal artifact just to brew tea. Seeing Lin Yufan's shock, Yi Xian said, good things should be used where they belong. If it's useless to me, what does it matter if it's an imperial artifact? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Yufan nodded unexpectedly. Little did Lin Yufan know Yi Xian had quite a few such pots stored away. The two then continued their conversation as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Deep within the bamboo grove, an old man and an old woman watched Lin Yufan and Yi Xian chatting happily in the pavilion. The old man's face showed concern. This Yi Xian is both an opportunity and a calamity for Fener. Hearing the man's words, the old woman nodded thoughtfully. There are few opportunities in this world that come without a price. Effort and reward are always proportional. At the pavilion, Brother Yi, you truly are an extraordinary man. A loud laugh rang out as Lin Yufan spoke to Yi Xian. In the following days, Yi Xian remained in the purple bamboo forest awaiting the grand competition of the 5 divisions. Lin Yufan would never know the immense karmic consequences of this gift of tea and pot. Years later, a young girl asked a man of extraordinary bearing ahead of her, Ancestor, how did you and the Divine Lord meet? As the girl spoke, everyone around stared wide-eyed, full of curiosity at the man before them. Above the clouds, a man in purple robes sat to the side looking at the youths before him and began. It all started with a cup of tea. The purple bamboo forest. The mountain was covered in purple bamboo, swaying with the wind as leaves drifted down. In a clearing within the grove, one figure clad in purple exuded a free and unrestrained aura. Another in bright yellow brocade bore a faint smile at the corners of his lips. The wind blew and both moved. Ha! A burst of laughter rang out as Lin Yufan approached, Yi Xian, his face filled with envy. Yi Xian, how exactly do you cultivate to become a young sovereign at such an age? It's quite simple. I took a sip of water, dozed off, and broke through. Yi Xian waved his hand, his expression profound. Lin Yufan's lips twitched slightly, but he paid no mind to Yi Xian's alternating moments of seriousness and madness. Yi Xian too had his own thoughts. After more than 10 days together, Yixian sensed that Lin Yufan's strength should not be limited to just 4th place on the Heavenly Pride ranking, though he didn't press further. The 5 tribes grand competition of the Water Spirit clan is about to begin. The Purple Bamboo Forest has also been invited. Lin Yufan looked at Yixian and asked, "Are you going?" Hearing about the 5 tribes grand competition, Yixian smiled faintly. He had previously promised that Spirit Maiden of the Linglong that he would attend. "Of course I'm going, but I need to make some changes." After Yixian finished speaking, he walked mysteriously to a certain spot. Soon, a youth dressed in white brocade wearing a bright red headband and a platinum mask appeared before Lin Yufan. Sensing that not only Yixian's attire, but even his aura had drastically changed, Lin Yufan's expression shifted in shock. In particular, the red headband on Yixian's head and the half-face platinum mask gave Lin Yufan the impression that they were more than mere ornaments. Seeing Lin Yufan's expression, Yixian said, "Do you understand what celebrity effect means? I don't want to become the center of attention in Zhongyuan City." After Yixian spoke, Lin Yufan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the 5 tribes grand competition. If Yixian was recognized the moment he appeared, it would cause a massive sensation. The space rippled. A small shuttle appeared in Yixian's hand. "Let's go," Yixian announced. Inside the shuttle vessel, Lin Yufan curiously examined the shuttle vessel with its internal space and exclaimed in admiration, "This shuttle vessel is truly worthy of being an emperor artifact." Although martial artists could traverse space at will after reaching the sovereign realm. But if one had such a means of transport, who would bother traveling on foot? Especially for someone from a prominent clan like Yixian, it only cost a few spirit stones. A truly cost-effective convenience. Zhongyuan City, the seat of the central tribe of the Water Spirit clan. The southern tribe has arrived. The western tribe has arrived. The Falling Cloud sect has arrived. Amidst a series of loud announcements, numerous powers from the 3,000 seas gathered at a massive arena. This was the venue for the Water Spirit clan's 5 tribes grand competition. As the Water Spirit clan governed the 3,000 seas, the grand competition was always a grand event, and this year was no exception. Looking down, the competition grounds were shaped like a massive disc divided into 4 sections by 2 intersecting paths. At each of the 4 intersections stood an observation platform with a circular arena in the center, serving as the battleground for the 5 tribes grand competition. This arena was also known as the 10 Directions Arena. After entering, the various powers followed their designated guides to their assigned observation platforms to take their seats. At the observation platform directly in front of the arena, a carefree, innocent woman kept looking around as if searching for someone. "Little sister, are you looking for that Yixian?" Shui Huanjing asked Shui Huanin, who was beside him, constantly glancing around. "Brother, why hasn't Yixian arrived yet?" Shui Huanin asked instead. Hearing his sister's question, Shui Huanjing shook his head and gazed at the endless stream of people coming and going. Ever since Yixian ascended to 5th place on the Heavenly Pride ranking, he had disappeared without a trace, leaving no news behind, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Soon another announcement echoed through the surroundings. "The Purple Bamboo Forest has arrived." The crowd on the surrounding observation platforms turned to look outward. High in the sky, a figure in purple appeared alongside a youth dressed in white brocade, a bright red headband tied around his head, and a golden half-face mask covering his eyes. As the two arrived together, a buzz of discussion arose from the observation platforms. As the sole disciple of the Purple Bamboo Forest and a top 10 figure on the Heavenly Pride ranking, Lin Yufan naturally attracted considerable attention. In contrast, the youth beside him was unfamiliar to most. Yet being able to accompany Lin Yufan, he was certainly no ordinary person. At the Water Spirit Clan section, Shui Wanyan's eyes lit up upon seeing the youth beside Lin Yufan. But she held back the urge to call out, noticing his drastically changed attire and the half-face mask. She merely cast a distant glance at Yixian. Which clan does that youth beside Lin Yufan belong to? He's so handsome. As Yixian took his seat with Lin Yufan, young disciples from various powers murmured in low voices. "Brother Xian, I'm very curious. How do they see your true face?" Lin Yufan looked at the gazes around them and the whispers in the crowd, then turned to the half-masked Yixian beside him. At Yixian's request, Lin Yufan addressed him as Brother Xian instead of Brother Yi. Yixian smiled faintly without replying. Though not as striking as Yixian, Lin Yufan was also exceptionally handsome. His free and unrestrained demeanor particularly drew attention, but everyone already knew him. People are always curious about novelty and seek to understand it. Such was the case with the young disciples around them. Hearing his address, the other powers near Lin Yufan's platform wondered inwardly, surnamed Xian. As the two were conversing, at the western tribe of the Water Spirit clan, a man stared at the distant Yixian with a contemplative look. That person seems somewhat familiar. At the southern tribe of the Water Spirit clan, Shui Moheo was also scrutinizing the distant Yixian in white brocade. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had seen him and dismissed the matter. Neither of them could have imagined that the youth in white brocade was none other than Yi Xian from not long ago, just as the competition grounds were bustling with activity. Somewhere in the central tribe, 5 middle-aged sovereign-level experts were engaged in a heated argument. If anyone were present, they would never have imagined that these lofty sovereigns could engage in such fierce verbal disputes. These 5 were the clan leaders of the Water Spirit clan's various tribes. The cause of their argument was the rules for this year's 5 Tribes Grand Competition. You planned to change the rules all along, didn't you? Shui Guangxia, the chief of the northern tribe, stared directly at the few before him. What are you talking about? Since we're at the 10 Directions arena, choosing the 10 Directions secret realm for the competition is undoubtedly the best option. The chief of the eastern tribe spoke up. Considering the situation from the last competition and the state of your northern tribe, we can permit you to find one person who meets the conditions at the sovereign realm to participate. Another tribe leader added, but that person must be from a power outside the 3,000 seas. Seeing their expressions, Shui Guangxia knew that arguing further was futile. He let out a cold snort and left with a flick of his sleeve. These people were clearly trying to suppress his northern tribe, with each side fielding 10 participants. His tribe had come in last place in the previous grand competition, with only 2 members entering the Water Spirit secret realm. Now requiring 10 qualified participants to compete for ranking, how could his northern tribe possibly contend with the others? If only Shui Huanjing were given more time, he believed Shui Huanjing could also step into the initial sovereign realm, and then the 5 tribes grand competition wouldn't be so disadvantageous. Thinking of this, Shui Guangxia let out a helpless sigh. At the 10 Directions arena of the competition, seeing Shui Guangxia return with a gloomy face, several members of the northern tribe quickly gathered around. Clan leader. Looking at those around him, Shui Guangxia sighed and explained the situation of the upcoming competition. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the Shifang arena, and once all factions were present, a stern-faced man in the center of the arena spoke loudly. Greetings, friends. First, I would like to welcome everyone to our clan's grand competition of the 5 sects. Next, I will explain the rules of this grand competition, which are quite simple. Each sect will send 10 participants totaling 50 individuals to enter the Shifang secret realm for a mountain climbing contest. The middle-aged man announced again, please decide which disciples will participate. The competition will begin in 1 hour. Upon finishing, the man stepped back to await the commencement of the competition. Old Lin, what's wrong? Yi Xian asked, noticing Lin Yufan's expression. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Yufan replied. It's just that the rules of this competition seem to be different this time. Yi Xian also pondered after hearing this. Generally, the rules for such competitions rarely change. It seems the situation for the northern clan is indeed quite dire. Thinking this, Yi Xian gazed towards the northern clan. Clan head, what about us? Shui Gu looked at Shui Guangxia, who was frowning in thought. At this moment, Shui Huanin spoke up. Dad, didn't they say we could find an outsider for help? Shui Guangxia nodded, sighing, still worried. That may be the case, but where can we find someone who meets the criteria outside the 3,000 seas? However, Shui Huanin smiled. Isn't there someone from outside on the talent ranking? You mean? Shui Gu also came to his senses, saying, Yi Xian. But Shui Guangxia suddenly interjected. All right, Huanin, you try and discuss this with Yi Xian. We can offer a corresponding price. Since the other 4 sects had done their part, he had no further concerns. After receiving Shui Guangxi's consent, Shui Huanin nodded and walked towards a certain direction. At the eastern part of the Shifang arena, Brother Xian. Lin Yufan, who was conversing with Yi Xian, smiled as he saw Shui Huanin approaching them. Looks like she's here for you. When Yi Xian challenged the talent ranking, he challenged the 10th, but skipped the 9th Shui Huajing. After spending several days together, he found that Yi Xian was completely a battle maniac when it came to fighting. Thus, Lin Yufan didn't think Yi Xian was reluctant to challenge back then. Yi Xian nodded, saying nothing further. Soon Shui Huanin greeted them before sitting down beside them. Yi Xian, I would like to ask for your help with something. A voice resonated in Yi Xian's mind. Oh, Yi Xian replied teasingly, what help? The cost for my assistance is not small. Don't worry, no matter where our northern clan places, you can enter the water secret realm together, and furthermore. Before Shui Huanin could finish, Yi Xian directly interjected, no problem, I agree. Since it's a competition, there will inevitably be fights. And where there are fights, there will surely be points to earn. But how did you recognize me? Shui Huanin continued, pointing to the mysterious mark on her left chest. Following her gaze, Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he murmured, well, this Linglong heart has such abilities. I'm truly enlightened. Realizing this, Shui Huanin quickly lowered her hand, her ears slightly reddening, as she stood up, saying, let's hurry. Seeing Shui Huanin's demeanor, even Lin Yufan was momentarily stunned. Hey, old Lin, Yi Xian said with a teasing smile, what are you staring at? I'm heading out first. Lin Yufan snapped back to reality, his face not turning red or his heart racing as he said, "Oh, okay." Thus Yi Xian and Shui Huanin went together towards a certain place in the north. Watching the direction the two were leaving, Lin Yufan sniffled. What was wrong with him? He felt so embarrassed. Moi. A dignified man looked at Yi Xian beside Shui Huanin. The man was Shui Buoshi, the head of the western clan of the Water God clan. Upon hearing this, those beside him shook their heads simultaneously. We only know he came with Lin Yufan. They had considered Yi Xian on the talent ranking, but seeing Shui Zhan and the others' expressions, they eliminated that possibility. Zhan, do you know him? Shui Buoshi asked, noticing Shui Zhan's expression. After thinking for a moment, Shui Zhan shook his head. I don't know. Hearing Shui Zhan's words, Shui Buoshi did not ask further, but spoke solemnly. Is everyone prepared? Father, don't worry, Shui Zhan replied confidently. This time we will ensure that no one from the northern clan passes the competition. Shui Buoshi nodded, then turned and headed to the spectator platform area to take his seat. Northern clan area, Senior Shui? Yi Xian called out to a man ahead. Ha ha ha, the man replied. No need for formalities, young Master Yi. What do you think of my daughter's proposal? Shui Guangxia asked tentatively. After speaking, he regarded the young man before him. His forehead was crimson, his white robes pure as snow, his eyes sharp like lightning, and his figure tall and straight. What an extraordinary young man. Since Miss Shui is my friend, I shall certainly lend my assistance. Yi Xian said with a gentle smile. However, Shui Guangxia hurriedly asked, however what? I hope the northern clan will listen to me later. In return, I will lead the northern clan to victory. Before Shui Guangxia could respond, Shui Huajing interjected. No problem, we will rely on you, brother Yi. Hearing Shui Huajing's assurance, Yi Xian also nodded slightly in response. On the contrary, Shui Guangxia let out a silent sigh at Shui Huajing's response. Shui Huajing had been understanding since childhood, always prioritizing the interests of the northern clan. In Shui Huajing, one could hardly see the youthful exuberance that Yi Xian possessed, or rather the passion and impulsiveness. After the discussions, Shui Guangxia walked toward the center, while Yi Xian led the members of the northern clan forward to wait. Among them were Shui Huajing and 7 other disciples, all of whom were at the saint level. They showed no strong reactions to Yi Xian leading them, as Shui Huajing had told them that the young man in white could lead them to victory. The 7 had no objections because it was their young clan leader Shui Huajing who said, so the young clan leader recognized by the northern clan. More importantly, they also yearned for victory. Sensing the calmness of those behind him, Yi Xian nodded. It seemed Shui Huajing was quite impressive as well, though he always appeared with a serious expression, as if someone owed him money, which perhaps was related to the northern clan's circumstances. Soon an hour passed quietly. The previous voice sounded again. All participants from each sect, please gather at the Shifeng Arena to prepare to enter the Shifeng's secret realm. As the voice echoed, 5 teams from the Water God clan stepped out simultaneously. Observing the 5 teams, murmurs arose among the crowd. Isn't the leader of the northern clan the one who came with Lin Yufan from the purple bamboo forest? Now that you mention it, it does seem like him. How did he end up participating in this grand competition of the 5 sects? Who knows? One woman on the spectator platform frowned slightly, revealing a contemplative expression as she gazed at the young man in white on the Shifeng arena. Mu Bing. At that moment, a voice reached the woman's ear. Soon a man in purple appeared beside her. The woman was none other than Mu Bing, the first person Yi Xian had challenged. After Yi Xian and Shui Huanin left, Lin Yufan felt bored, and upon seeing the familiar figure of Mu Bing not far away, approached her. Gazing at Lin Yufan beside him, Mu Bing asked, "You know him?" Following the woman's gaze, Lin Yufan replied, "Yes, I do." "He's not from the Water God clan, is he?" "No, he's a friend of mine from the Xian family beyond the 3,000. Lin Yufan nodded. As he finished, Mu Bing's gaze swept over him, and she said coolly, "The Xian family. I rather think he's from the Yi family." Lin Yufan froze, looking at her expression. How could he have forgotten? The first person Yi Xian challenged was none other than Mu Bing herself. "Mu Bing, do you know him too?" Lin Yufan feigned surprise. Seeing that Mu Bing didn't respond, he continued. "All right, he is Yi Xian. You know he's been too prominent lately." After hearing this, Mu Bing finally nodded. Yet she was puzzled. He had challenged more than just her. Hadn't the others recognized him? She kept these thoughts to her. This was also a question Lin Yufan wanted to ask. But another thing on his mind was the legendary female intuition. At the center of the 10 Directions arena, a voice announced, "Let me reiterate, during the 5 divisions competition, no lives may be taken. Now the competition officially begins." With a loud shout, a mystic light rose from the arena, enveloping the 5 teams. "Shui Huanjing, has the northern division fallen so low that you need an outsider as your leader?" The leader of a neighboring team sneered. Shui Huanjing replied without shifting his gaze, "The affairs of our northern clan are none of your concern." At that moment, Yi Xian glanced sideways at the speaker. "And you are?" "Shui Huayu of the eastern division of the Water God clan." Third on the prodigy list. Yi Xian asked the taunting man. I advise you not to meddle in Water God clan matters, or else. Shui Huayu snorted coldly. Hearing the snort, Yi Xian turned his head and pondered. Was this the obligatory pre-battle intimidation? It seemed he had just been threatened. How terrifying. With a soft sound, the 5 teams vanished from the arena. Simultaneously, 4 celestial screens appeared corresponding to the east, west, south, and north. On the viewing stands, the audience could watch the competition within the 10 Directions secret realm through the screens. Is that white-robed youth the one you found for the Northern Division? A cold voice rang out at the assembly point. The speaker was Shui Buoshi, leader of the Western clan. After his words, another snort came from the Southern clan leader, who said so secretive. Shui Guangxia ignored the duo's duet, fixing his gaze on the celestial screen. He thought to himself, soon you'll know who he is. Is this the 10 Directions secret realm? Yi Xian murmured, observing the environment that seemed no different from the outside world. As everyone appeared in the realm, a voice spoke up. Esteemed participants, this competition is supervised by the 5 clan leaders and various factions. Your task is to reach the Water God Mountain within the secret realm and ascend to its peak. Rankings will be determined by the number from each division who reach the summit. I wish you all outstanding performances and good luck. As the voice faded, everyone in the realm moved at once. Watching the swiftly departing crowd, Yi Xian frowned, thinking, is it really that simple? Yi Xian, Shui Huanin said. Ahead lies the first trial, the Misty Forest. It contains illusion arrays that will slow our progress. After the forest, there are 2 more trials. Listening to Shui Huanin's explanation, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and then made up his mind. In that case, let's set off. With that, Yi Xian led the team into the dense forest ahead. The moment they entered, thick mist enveloped the 10. Gather together. Huanin, stay in the center. Sensing the environmental shift, Yi Xian commanded sharply. Gone was his earlier nonchalance, replaced by a steady and stern demeanor. Hearing Yi Xian's order, the team immediately closed ranks, encircling Shui Huanin. This mist will likely thicken as we go deeper. Yi Xian set his tone, brooking no dissent as he looked at the 9 others. If you want to win, follow my lead. You've been at the bottom time and again. I'm sure not only your clan leaders and heirs, but even you yourselves, so let the other 4 divisions see that the Northern Division is no pushover. Since I've promised your clan leader, he'll do what I must. Yi Xian's gaze swept over each person. Meeting his eyes and sensing his fierce confidence, the team let out a collective roar, their eyes blazing as they looked at the white-robed youth before them. Huanin. Yi Xian nodded, then said mysteriously to Shui Huanin in the center, your exquisite heart. Shui Huanin didn't demur and nodded, saying, follow me. Within the forest, the Northern Division's 10-person team advanced swiftly, as if the misty array had no effect on them. As Yi Xian and his group hurried toward the forest's edge. Outside the forest, a man with a cold expression asked, Shui Moheo, are you sure? Rest assured, with me here, the Northern Division will go no further than this first trial, the Misty Forest. Just don't forget your promise. Shui Moheo looked at the man beside him. That man was none other than Shui Huayu, the young leader of the Eastern clan, who had earlier warned Yi Xian. Hearing the assurance, Shui Huayu nodded indifferently and led his team away. Outside the 10 Directions secret realm, Lin Yufan remarked, some branches of the Water God clan seem rather underhanded. And Mubing nodded in agreement. Elsewhere, Shui Guangxia had also noticed this. He looked at 2 calm-faced individuals and said coldly, you've even abandoned all shame for the Water God clan. With a cold laugh, he turned his gaze back to the celestial screen. Within the 10 Directions secret realm, after a few breaths, Shui Moheo muttered, they're here, as movement stirred in the misty forest behind him. We made it out. Shui Huanin breathed a sigh of relief happily. It seems someone doesn't want us to pass, Yi Xian said, stepping out of the forest to face the waiting Shui Moheo. Shui Wanjing's eyes narrowed. Even with Shui Huanin leading the way, they were still the last team to emerge from the forest. My apologies, Shui Moheo said with a feigned regretful expression, raising his voice. This path is closed. Please find another way. Then how did they get through? Yi Xian pointed at the fading figures of Shui Huayu's and Shui Zhan's teams. Kid, you don't get to speak here. Shui Huanjing has the Northern Division run out of people. Shui Moheo sneered at Shui Huanjing beside Yi Xian. The other 4 clan leaders jointly decided that he is our leader for this competition, Shui Huanjing replied calmly. Yi Xian's gaze turned cold as he looked at Shui Moheo. This man was far too arrogant. He didn't like it. The Misty Forest was the first barrier on their journey to the Water God Mountain. Outside the forest at this moment, the southern and northern teams stood facing each other. And if we insist on passing? Yi Xian asked Shui Moheo flatly. That option doesn't exist. Either you turn back or find another way. Shui Moheo shook his head with a sardonic smile. Then, Yi Xian declared loudly to those behind him, we'll have to fight our way through. With that, the others fixed hostile glares on the southern clan ahead. You lot. Shui Moheo sneered. Kid, state your name. Skulking in the shadows is no way for a hero to act. A hero? Yi Xian paused, then said, as you wish. He slowly reached up and removed the half-golden mask from his face. What are they saying? Lin Yufan asked, puzzled as he watched the two groups on the celestial screen. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed and moving beside him, her face cold and frosty, staring straight ahead at the screen. Lin Yufan quickly shrank back, muttering apologetically, sorry. He knew he had a loose tongue. Clearly the celestial screen only showed the scenes within, not the sounds. In some ways, Lin Yufan and Yi Xian shared a common trait. Both were unrestrained and free-spirited. Just then those outside the screen saw Yi Xian reaching for his mask and focused their gazes. Lin Yufan grinned to himself, thinking, wait till you see this. ITLL, stun you love-struck fools. Soon the mask came off. A face of breathtaking beauty appeared before everyone. At the 10 Directions arena, after Yi Xian removed his mask, gasps of awe erupted once more, a spectacle of admirers swooning. Back at the misty forest, Shui Moheo exclaimed, staring at Yi Xian's revealed face. Yi Xian, I never expected it to be you. Immediately, Shui Moheo's expression darkened. What a stroke of luck. I've been searching for you for over 10 days. Yi Xian paused, then recalled it was likely due to the incident with the icy needles. Those icy needles were something he had devised in the twin peaks of ice and fire forged from the law of frost. That time he had only meant to test their effect, but judging by Shui Moheo's reaction, it seemed quite successful. Since you already know it's me, why aren't you running? Yi Xian asked, feigning confusion. Run. They'll beat you until you can't find your teeth, or my name isn't Shui. At this, Shui Huanin remarked, I didn't know Shui Moheo was so prone to rashness. Had she known that Shui Moheo and Shui Zhan had sat cross-legged in the cold wind for a whole day and night to withstand those icy needles, she wouldn't have said that. What truly enraged Shui Moheo was the unknown factor that caused him mental torment. As his voice rang out, the tension on the field became razor-sharp. Leave Shui Moheo to me, the rest are yours. Any problems? Yi Xian said succinctly to Shui Huanjing. Shui Huanjing didn't reply, but his aura surged unmistakably, revealing his half-emperor cultivation. Aside from Shui Moheo, who was at the initial emperor level, the others were all saints. None could match him. Even Shui Moheo, he believed, would be surpassed in due time. There's no rule against fighting, is there? Seeing Shui Huanjing's stance, Yi Xian turned to Shui Huanin, feigning ignorance. As long as no one dies. Then let's make it quick. With a thunderous crash, a melee of 20 erupted. Kid, I hope you're still this cocky in a moment. Shui Moheo snarled as Yi Xian charged at him. Yi Xian shook his head and the laws of the Tao thrummed around him. Why was Shui Moheo so confident? Last time he was the victor. And what's more, Yi Xian had fought one against. As they clashed, Yi Xian's icy law of the Tao erupted, howling around him. Feeling the surging frosty energy, Shui Moheo trembled all over. At the 10 Directions arena, seeing the two teams come to blows so early in the competition, the crowd turned their attention to the screen. They were eager to see just who that white-robed youth was. Lin Yufan sneered at the onlookers' reactions. He didn't believe no one had guessed Yi Xian's identity. They just stayed silent. Within the 10 Directions' secret realm, Yi Xian was now wrapped in an icy dragon, appearing like a deity atop a frozen peak. The law of frost. Shui Moheo roared in disbelief as he watched Yi Xian approach slowly. With this frost law, Yi Xian had already manifested 4 Tao laws. No, how can this be? With a furious shout, Shui Moheo surged with energy and charged at Yi Xian. Boom. How can this be? A weak voice trailed off as Shui Moheo fell to one knee, spitting blood. Soon, due to the frost law, the blood froze into a vivid, icy red. So noisy. Can't you fight without all the chatter? Even as you're about to fall, you keep rambling. Yi Xian muttered, looking at Shui Moheo's incredulous expression. Yes, Xian Gu is awesome. Shui Huanin cheered. Shui Huanjing, wreaking havoc nearby, glanced over and saw Shui Moheo kneeling, and Yi Xian's impatient look sending a chill through him. With a mighty roar, he charged into battle again. Soon the fight subsided. Only one man from the southern clan remained standing forlornly in the wind. Meeting Yi Xian's gaze, the man's eyes bulged, and he quickly retracted his Tao loss. He had no choice but to yield. He had just seen Yi Xian slap their leader Shui Moheo to the ground with a single blow. At the 10 Directions arena, silence reigned around the platform. Gulp. Someone swallowed audibly. Suddenly the crowd erupted in noise. That guy. Isn't he the Yi Xian who recently appeared on the prodigy list? Another soft voice chimed in, sparking even fiercer debate. Soon they reached a consensus. The white-robed youth in the celestial screen was undoubtedly Yi Xian. Lin Yufan sneered again as he turned back to the screen. Within the 10 Directions' secret realm, Yi Xian looked at the path that had reappeared after clearing the obstacle and murmured, "It's only been 11 years, and people still don't learn." Shaking his head, Yi Xian stood at the front, smiling lightly at the battered southern team. Apologies, this road is closed. Please turn back or find another way. These are the words of Yi Xian, imperial son of the Yi clan. With a commanding gaze, Yi Xian looked ahead, as if addressing the crowd before him, or perhaps. With that, he led the northern team away. The northern group now strode down the great path like warriors on a campaign, bold and spirited, marching toward a glorious road. In contrast, Shui Moheo stood before the misty forest, his eyes vacant as he watched Yi Xian and the others depart. 11 years ago, Yi Xian's ancestral rite had unveiled a celestial screen stunning the Yi clan. 11 years later, Yi Xian's aid brought forth another celestial screen, shocking the 3,000 seas. The scene was strikingly similar, but while the Yi clan felt elation, the people of the 3,000 seas were gripped by dread. While Yi Xian was making a spectacular name for himself in the 3,000 seas at the Yi clan in Yi City, Yi Tianxin said to Yi Wudi, "Invincible, pick a suitable time to make a move." Yi Wudi nodded, his gaze fixed towards the 3,000 seas in the Xuanqu realm, and he smiled soon. After speaking, he hesitated and added, "I keep feeling that the War God Tower at Luofeng City has undergone some changes, but I can't quite articulate what those changes are." Oh. Yi Tianxin's eyes flashed with a golden light, as he too scrutinized the War God Tower in the direction of Luofeng City. After a long while, Yi Tianxin slowly withdrew his gaze. In the 3,000 seas at the 10 directions secret realm of Zhongyuan City, after clearing the obstacles, Yi Xian led the people from the north to the end of the path. At that moment, 10 people stood at a crossroads, gazing at the 5 passages ahead. Shui Huanin meticulously examined the passages before them. "No need to look further, we'll take the middle one. The other 3 passages are lit, while only the middle and the far left remain dark. Clearly the other 3 are already occupied," Yi Xian declared. With that, he strode towards the central passage. The logic was sound, but why the middle one specifically? Yet seeing Yi Xian enter, Shui Huanin and the others had no choice but to follow closely. At this moment, the group showed no trace of fear. Instead, they were subtly exhilarated, for their leader was ahead. On the celestial screen of the 10 directions arena, the figures of Yi Xian and his group vanished, replaced by 4 glowing passages. Watching the passage Yi Xian's team had entered, the southern chieftain of the Water God clan curled his lips into a cruel smile. Of all the passages, Yi Xian and his group had to pick the middle one. Meanwhile, Shui Guangxia had earlier arrived at the northern clan's gathering spot, his eyes filled with anxiety as he watched the team enter the central passage. "Wait!" Yi Xian raised his hand in the passage, halting their advance. "There's movement ahead." As they stopped, a thunderous roar echoed. Roar! Hearing the sound, Yi Xian pondered. A beast's roar. No sooner had he spoken than a ferocious beast appeared before them. Sensing the aura of the beast ahead, Yi Xian murmured, "Early Emperor level." "Early Emperor." Shui Huanin gasped in surprise. "We've fallen behind, and we need to speed up. Step back a bit, it'll shatter it with one punch." Yi Xian, gazing at the beast before him, Yi Xian frowned. His goal was to make the north the first, and slowing down was not an option. One punch. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, one of the northern disciples stammered as he retreated. Once the others had stepped back, arcs of lightning danced around Yi Xian. For a one-hit kill, Yi Xian found the law of thunder and lightning the most satisfying. Boom! With a deafening crash, the beast ahead was reduced to ashes before their astonished eyes. The previously startled young man stared at the scene, his eyes burning with fervor. Was this the emperor realm of the Yi clan's divine son? Was this the law of thunder, one of the natural laws? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain an emperor-level beast and earned 500 merit points. Hearing the familiar, ethereal voice in his mind, Yi Xian asked curiously, "System, what do you mean? Why didn't I gain any merit points from killing those mutant beasts in the War God Tower?" "Host, the War God Tower is different. Its mutant beasts contain mutant beast essence. Moreover, you are not permitted to actively seek out large groups of beasts to slaughter," the voice in his mind added. Mutant beast essence. Before Yi Xian could fully comprehend, he heard the system's voice continue. "I think that's the main reason. I never expected this system to be one with a sense of justice for the world." Yi Xian mused inwardly. Yi Xian felt he understood the system's words, yet not entirely. Pressed for time, he could only set the matter aside for now. With that thought, Yi Xian led the group forward. After a few breaths, another early emperor beast appeared before them, glaring menacingly. "Is there no end to this?" Yi Xian turned to Shui Huanjing and the others. "Do they intend to let us?" Hearing Yi Xian's question, Shui Huanjing replied impassively, "Probably not. Didn't they block our way back in the misty forest?" Yi Xian looked Shui Huanjing up and down. Was that the same thing? Noticing Yi Xian's gaze, the others quickly stepped aside. Seeing their synchronized retreat, Yi Xian wasted no more words. He turned to face the beast ahead. With another thunderous crash, his figure vanished from its original spot. Then the group saw the beast ahead lying limp and dying in the passage. "Yi Xian, you actually slapped that beast over with one blow." Shui Huanyin exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing his younger sister's words, Shui Huanjing was speechless. Could that be called a slap? Why was his sister always so startling? Was this the legendary immortal heart of clarity? But Yi Xian paid no mind, merely smiling faintly as he continued forward. Before long, bang. An ice-carved beast stood frozen before them. The other 9 stared numbly at the unfortunate beast, silently mourning for it. Meanwhile, Yi Xian regarded his ice sculpture with mild satisfaction. Quite aesthetic, though the beast itself is terribly ugly, Yi Xian murmured to himself. Hearing his muttering, the others inwardly gave him a thumbs up. Look at him, then look at themselves. Alas! After admiring his work, Yi Xian set off again. We're almost at the end. A northern disciple exclaimed joyfully, seeing the light at the passage's end. Speed up, Yi Xian ordered. No sooner had he spoken than another mighty roar echoed. Hearing it, Yi Xian said in exasperation, Now I'm starting to doubt the fairness of these 5 passages. Shui Huanjing and the others understood Yi Xian's implication. Clearly the beasts in the 5 passages were not the same, or rather they had chosen the most difficult one. But, do you think a mid-emperor level beast can stop me? Yi Xian said nonchalantly. Yet Shui Huanjing and the others were startled. Mid-emperor. This time the 9 stepped back even farther. They knew that even if they all attacked together, it would only give the beast a bit more time to pick its teeth. As they retreated, Yi Xian thought, even if there's no danger in this secret realm, serious injury is inevitable. This water god clan was truly interesting. Thunderclap. Gazing at the ice flood dragon beast ahead, a thunderous boom resounded as the law of thunder and lightning surged around Yi Xian, intertwined with the law of flame. Let's see if your ice shell can withstand my fire. Thunderflame seal. Roar. An enraged beastly roar echoed as the blue flood dragon spat a colossal ice pillar to meet the ceiling palm. A cataclysmic roar followed and debris rained down from the passage walls. Sensing the upheaval ahead, the northern group was slightly startled. Though the beast was mid-emperor, the northerners were only momentarily taken aback, as if for Yi Xian, this was all to be expected. From this display, they finally understood how fitting Shui Huanyin's description of a slap was for Yi Xian's treatment of those early emperor beasts. How apt it was. In another passage, a man muttered, feeling the intense tremors from nearby. How can there be such violent fluctuations? In the central passage, the thunder ceased, and the group quickly focused their gaze. The ice flood dragon was now charred black, twitching occasionally, its fierce aura utterly vanquished. Yi Xian waved his hand casually. Let's go. The 10 Directions Arena. This? So soon. The leader of the southern clan of the water god tribe looked at Yi Xian and the others emerging from the passage, his heart startled as he spoke softly. However, at this moment, no one cared about his astonishment, as other core figures of the water god tribe were equally dumbfounded, staring at the northernmost figure appearing in the sky. The 10 Directions Secret Realm. As if sensing the gazes from outside the sky, Yi Xian looked up and gave a faint smile. After pondering, Yi Xian and the others quickly headed towards the 3rd and final trial. This time they couldn't let anyone steal their thunder. The 3rd trial, the gravity field. Before them appeared a gravity field stretching thousands of meters. Under normal circumstances, this thousands of meters would be a mere blink of an eye for everyone. But this time was different. Those passing through needed to withstand the oppressive force of gravity. The gravity in the gravity field would also change according to each person's strength. In short, relying on realm advantages to win in the gravity field was no longer feasible. Illusion sound. Yi Xian squinted at the gravity field ahead and said, When you enter later, just relax and don't put too much pressure on yourselves. The gravity field will provide the pressure for you. Oh, okay. For some reason, the others felt something strange about what Yi Xian said. Who comes to the gravity field to relax when they have nothing better to do? While the people from the north were sizing up the 3rd trial ahead, a whistling sound came from behind. You all go in first, Yi Xian said, sensing the commotion behind him. I still have a few things to take care of. Take care of things? Shui Huanjing asked in confusion. I'll go with you. Shui Huanjing. This is not the time for your youthful enthusiasm. The victory of your northern clan still depends on you leading. After saying this, Yi Xian spoke sternly and waved his hand. Hurry up, people will be here soon. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Huanjing gritted his teeth and led the northern people into the gravity field ahead. After the 9 entered the gravity field, they all turned to look at Yi Xian in front. At this moment, Yi Xian had his back to the gravity field, his scarlet scarf fluttering, and an indescribable aura rose from him. He looked like a valiant hero who would never return. Watching this scene, someone's eyes even glimmered with tears, and soon everyone turned around, braving the gravity, taking one difficult step after another. Fortunately, Yi Xian only left them with a back view. If they had seen the tears that inadvertently showed, he might have felt a bit embarrassed. The 10 Directions Arena. What does the leader of the North intend to do? Looking at Yi Xian standing before the gravity field, Shui Bo Shixi mocked. He can't possibly think he can stop everyone by himself. So imposing. In contrast, Lin Yufan on the other side clapped and exclaimed loudly at the scene in the sky. Soon a group of people arrived. Is it you? Looking at Yi Xian standing in front of the gravity field, the leader exclaimed in surprise. Yi Xian looked at the person in front of him, his face revealing a knowing expression. In the midstage of the Emperor realm, no wonder they were the first team to arrive here. Shui Hua, the leader ahead, introduced, noticing Yi Xian's contemplative expression, leader of the central clan of the Water God tribe, Shui Hua. Looking at the only female leader in front, Yi Xian showed a speechless expression. Who came up with? Before entering, he had heard that the central clan's Shui Mo could not participate in the great competition, yet unexpectedly here appeared a Shui Hua. Seeing the northern people who had already entered the gravity field, Shui Hua's gaze narrowed as she was about to act. Sorry, you cannot pass for now, Yi Xian said lightly. After saying this, the aura of the Great Way surged, and Yi Xian's aura shook. Feeling this sudden pressure of aura, the members of the central clan showed expressions of shock, even feeling a slight pain on their skin. Hey, do you think they took the weakest paths? Soon laughter erupted. Even if you are strong, what does it matter? Can you defeat our leader? I think so, otherwise how could they be the first team to come out? The central disciples looked at Yi Xian in front with disdain. In contrast, Shui Hua tightened her grip on the mysterious whip in her hand, not only failing to relax, but instead watching Yi Xian, who was blocking the way, with a vigilant expression. They seem to have high hopes for you. Before making a move, a strong aura of spatial law surged from Yi Xian. The members of the central clan quickly suppressed their mocking expressions, looking at Yi Xian with tense faces. No joke, didn't they see that their leader's face was already dark? If they kept laughing, they might not be killed by the enemy, but rather by their own people first. With a light sound, an invisible barrier appeared behind Yi Xian. Oh. Seeing the spatial barrier appear, a sigh of relief unexpectedly came from the crowd. All right, let's deal with the central clan first. After the spatial barrier appeared, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction and said to Shui Hua in a deep voice. It seemed like taking care of a mid-stage Emperor realm genius was just a casual task for him. But they did not expect that it was indeed the case. For Yi Xian, the geniuses of the Xuanxu realm were in the first heaven, while he stood alone in the ninth heaven. Thunder rumble. Boom. 500. 950s. Yi Xian's aura surged as he muttered incessantly. With a deafening bang, the scene gradually unfolded. At this moment, the central clan's members were nowhere near their previous arrogance, except for Shui Hua. The others were all wailing. In contrast, Shui Hua's face turned pale, her fingers even turning white due to excessive force. So strong. At this moment, Shui Hua seemed to have vaguely guessed the identity of the young man in white ahead, tightening her grip on the mysterious whip. However, before she could react, a chilling cold law surged toward. The cold wind was biting, and the whistling sound rang constantly in her ears. Shui Hua had to squint her eyes to look at the boy ahead, who remained indifferent. Sounds like ice cracking echoed, revealing Shui Hua's figure. At this moment, her hands trembled incessantly, and the mysterious whip in her hand was covered with a layer of frost. After holding on for a moment, Shui Hua ultimately collapsed to one side with a loud thud. In the sky, inside and outside the sky, a silence reigned. Even Shui Bo Shixi, who had previously mocked, showed a strange expression, not knowing what to think. Imposing, too imposing. Exactly, not very understanding of cherishing the fragrance and the jade. Looking at the scene in the sky, Lin Yufan excitedly stood up and shouted, but then sighed again. However, upon seeing the gaze from an Mu Bing, he quickly sat down reluctantly. The 10 Directions Secret Realm. After the central clan's entire team was wiped out, the voice in his mind rang out at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Battle points increased by 950. After hearing the voice in his mind, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed as he looked towards the commotion not far away. Before long, 2 teams belonging to the eastern and western factions appeared simultaneously in front of the gravity field. Yi Xian. As soon as they arrived, the western leader Shui Zhan exclaimed loudly. Hearing Shui Zhan's voice, Shui Huayu also looked towards Yi Xian ahead. At this moment, the half of the platinum mask on Yi Xian's face was gone, and he was gazing fervently at his own people. Shui Moheo was in shock. Wait, what kind of gaze is that? Where is Shui Moheo? Shui Huayu then spoke sharply. Yi Xian looked at Shui Huayu as if she were a fool, thinking, I'm right here, where do you think he could be? Feeling the expression in Yi Xian's gaze, Shui Huayu was about to get angry when a shocked exclamation came again in her ears. Can you stop being so dramatic? Shui Hua, Shui Hua, and them. Shui Zhan mumbled as he looked at the people beside Yi Xian. After speaking, Shui Huayu followed his gaze, and indeed saw the central clan members with wilted auras. Yi Xian was once again speechless. Friends, how poor must your eyesight be? Aren't you from the Water God tribe? Can you really see clearly in the water? P.S. Just to correct something in Chapter 3, Nangong Wentian should be referred to as Yi Xian's nephew, not his nephew. Thanks to the readers for pointing out this error. The third trial of the 10 Directions Secret Realm. At this moment, Shui Huanjing and her companions had already traversed nearly a third of the distance. In contrast, the other tribes, particularly the Central Tribe, supposedly the strongest, had already been subdued by Yi Xian in advance. Meanwhile, Shui Huayu and Shui Zhan stared in astonishment at Shui Hua and her group. How is it? Yi Xian glanced at the 20 of them with a faint smile. Are you going to cross, or will you stay outside the misty forest like Shui Moheo? Of course, Yi Xian had no idea whether Shui Moheo was still lingering beyond the misty forest. On the 10 Directions arena, the chieftain of the Southern Water Spirit tribe sighed softly as he gazed at one of the images on the celestial screen. In the celestial screen, the misty forest. The southern tribe stood still, utterly at a loss for their leader. Shui Moheo remained in a daze, his eyes vacant and unchanged. The pool of blood and frost on the ground had melted, losing its vivid crimson hue and turning a dull, yet for some reason that dark red stain seemed particularly glaring. After a long pause, the southern tribe chieftain sighed, once more his gaze shifting to the gravity dojo of the third trial. Inside the secret realm, Yi Xian Shui Zhan gnashed his teeth. Don't be too arrogant. You didn't have it easy last time either. He clearly remembered how in their previous battle Yi Xian had also been forced to spit blood from the corner of his mouth, even though he and Shui Moheo had suffered as well. But now by his side stood the more formidable Shui Huayu and over a dozen Water Spirit tribe disciples. He refused to believe they couldn't defeat Yi Xian. Step aside, Shui Huayu commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. And I'll pretend none of this happened. Faced with these two, even Yi Xian couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. We're all members of the Water Spirit tribe, so arrogant and blind. Who does he think he is, me? Or am I supposed to be them? You three tribes are truly something. Show me your real skills. Anyone can spout threats. Yi Xian's eyes flashed like lightning. With a cold snort, Shui Huayu's water law surged, emitting a roaring, surging sound like crashing waves. Sensing the aura emanating from Shui Huayu, Yi Xian glanced at Shui Hua and thought to himself, though Shui Huayu is only at the early peak of the sovereign realm, he seems slightly stronger than her. With that thought, Yi Xian shook his head. Let's see whether your surging waters or my ice and fire laws reign supreme, he declared with a resounding voice. As his words fell, an extreme blue frost aura and a blazing red flame aura erupted from Yi Xian simultaneously. With a thunderous boom, Yi Xian, standing before the gravity dojo, focused once more. Ice and fire shot forth, intertwining behind him, conjuring a world of frost and flame that appeared both within the secret realm and on the celestial screen. Hearing the deafening crash, even Shui Huanin and her group inside the gravity dojo halted. They braced themselves against the oppressive gravitational force and turned to gaze at the distant sky of ice and fire. What are you standing there for? Attack! Shui Huayu barked at the terrified Shui Zhan beside him. Confronted by the formidable aura radiating from Yi Xian, Shui Huayu dared not play the hero. All right. Snapped back to reality by Shui Huayu's shout, Shui Zhan quickly responded. Though he began to move, his heart still pounded with fear as he looked at Yi Xian ahead, recalling their recent clash, and he couldn't shake a nagging sense that something was amiss. Water God Combined Strike. The two immediately unleashed their most powerful cooperative technique. This again, Yi Xian retorted. Then let me show you something too. Ice and Fire Dual Heavens. With a mighty cry, a grand Dao technique formed before Yi Xian, blending blue and red, and surged toward the oncoming Water God Combined Strike. With a deafening explosion, even the spatial barrier behind Yi Xian trembled slightly. From the blast site came a series of sizzling sounds. Then, to the shock of Shui Huayu and Shui Zhan, the Water God Combined Strike was split in two. On one side, a thick pillar of ice gradually solidified. On the other, the crackling of flames rang out incessantly. Outside the secret realm, the chieftains of the eastern and western water spirit tribes rose simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding on the celestial screen. At the gravity dojo, time itself seemed to stand still. Everyone stared at the three Dao techniques of different colors colliding midair. Shui Zhan on the far side of the third trial screamed in terror. The water ripples slowly receded, and in their place a young man in white robes stepped forward. The sky of ice and fire behind him moved in sync with his every motion. Just as Shui Huayu and Shui Zhan prepared to strike again, two arcs of lightning flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. Lightning escape. With a low murmur, his figure vanished instantly. Shui Huayu felt a thunderclap roar in his ears, as if the very lightning from the heavens had struck him. Yi Xian's attack was so swift that the two felt no pain before they collapsed. A massive crash echoed, dust billowing as the figures of Shui Huayu and Shui Zhan, who had been standing moments ago, disappeared. Everyone strained their eyes to see. Where the two tribes had stood, a massive crater now gaped. Inside, Shui Huayu lay with disheveled hair, torn robes barely clinging to life. On the other side, Shui Zhan seemed to be breathing his last with more air leaving than entering. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the 18 disciples of the two tribes had no time to react and naturally suffered the same fate. To Yi Xian, they were nothing but freebies. Why refuse? Don't worry, they're just superficial wounds. They won't die, Yi Xian said casually to the terrified Shui Hua beside him. Shrugging, he walked aside and muttered helplessly, if only they'd known this was coming, why bother earlier? In truth, he was inwardly overjoyed. Thank goodness he had arrived early. At the spatial barrier, Yi Xian saw the northern tribe staring at him in shock and barked, "What are you gawking at? Move it." At his command, some northern disciples trembled and immediately turned to dash forward frantically. Due to the sudden burst of speed, the gravitational pressure intensified. Some disciples even began to ooze faint trails of blood from the crushing weight, yet they pressed on wildly, as if oblivious. Seeing this, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then a jade chair materialized out of thin air, and he sat down leisurely, much to everyone's astonishment. Outside the secret realm, a hoarse roar erupted across the 10 directions arena, shattering the silence. "Brother Yi is mighty. Brother Yi is mighty." The shouter was unmistakably the purple-robed man, the once elegant Lin Yufan. Watching his frenzied display and moving edged away but couldn't suppress a faint smile. In the northern water spirit tribe, Shui Gu murmured, gazing at the young man seated on the jade chair in the celestial screen, "Chieftain, our northern tribe is sure to take first place." His chieftain Shui Guangxia also stared unblinkingly at the screen, even as the hand within his sleeve trembled slightly. Outsiders saw only the water spirit tribe's glory, unaware of the northern tribe's struggles. If only he were a member of the northern tribe, Shui Guangxia murmured from the front. But soon his voice rang out again, "Thank heavens he is not one of us." His tone was steeped in a mix of hope and helplessness. At that moment, the 10 directions arena lacked thunderous cheers save for the man in purple. Most could only offer admiration, reverence, and a lingering sense of dread toward the young man on the jade chair in the celestial screen. The 10 directions arena. One man rejoiced while 10,000 fell silent. The crowd stirred with excitement. Within the 10 directions secret realm, a figure in white sat upright, eyes closed in meditation. So domineering. "From now on, brother Yi is my idol." Lin Yufan gazed at the sky screen, where Yi Xian sat with closed eyes, his expression one of reverence. At the Falling Cloud sect. This child is formidable. In a core area of the sect, an elder-like figure stared with divine light toward the direction of Zhongyuan City. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated Yi Xian was tallying his spoils in his mind. 7,400. Seeing the additional thousands of battle points on the top right of his panel, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The battle points from Shimo Hao and the others were added twice. "Can I?" "No." Before Yi Xian could finish, the ethereal voice cut in. "Host is prohibited from cheating, such as farming battle points. This unscrupulous merchant seems to have gotten smarter." Yi Xian muttered. "What if he actively comes to provoke me?" Yi Xian thought quickly and asked. "That is permissible." Upon receiving the affirmative answer, an immensely sly grin spread across Yi Xian's face. Then Yi Xian quietly withdrew from that state, though his lips still murmured incessantly. An hour later, Yi Xian rose and put away his jade chair. Turning to look toward the gravity dojo, the northern group, under Yi Xian's encouragement, was nearing the end. Moments later, people began to emerge from the gravity dojo, heading straight for the Water God Mountain. Outside the secret realm, the crowd also fixed their gazes. When they saw the first disciple to leave the gravity dojo, many were taken aback. "The first one isn't Shui Huanjing," a person on the viewing platform murmured. Hearing his sect mate's words, another nodded with a meaningful tone. "It's mainly because Yi Xian knows how to motivate people." In the secret realm, after all the northerners had exited the gravity dojo, Yi Xian waved his hand. The invisible spatial barrier ahead dissipated with a sound. Yi Xian glanced at the gravity dojo ahead, then turned to the other 3 groups and said, "You may go now." After speaking, he felt he was quite the benefactor. They had provoked him first, yet he was magnanimous enough to let them pass. But kindness often invites bullying. Yi Xian looked up at the sky and sighed softly. If Shui Hua and the others knew what Yi Xian was thinking, who knows what they would feel. The central group might not know, but Shui Hua, Yu, and the others would surely be wounded anew. After a moment, seeing no one move, Yi Xian said in surprise, "Aren't you going in?" "He'll go first then." After Yi Xian's words, the breathing of the others seemed to grow heavier. Some even lowered their heads, coughing violently. "After all, you beat us all to this state. We'd like to go, but the problem is we can't." With that thought, Yi Xian ignored the silent group and strode forward. He lifted his foot, and with a single step, he entered the gravity dojo ahead. Outside the secret realm, seeing the previously still image on the sky screen move again, the crowd quickly focused their attention. The man in purple in particular watched even more intently than the infatuated girl. "Oomph." As soon as Yi Xian entered the gravity dojo, a light snort sounded, and an overwhelming pressure bore down on him, causing his frame to bend slightly. Feeling the gravitational pressure, Yi Xian murmured, "This gravity dojo must have it out for me." Then his aura surged as he declared loudly, "Mere gravity wants to make me bow." After speaking, a soaring aura rapidly rose from Yi Xian. Naturally, the pressure increased exponentially. Soon Yi Xian's slightly bent frame straightened, standing like a sharp sword, unbending and unyielding. In the gravity dojo at that moment, only Yi Xian walked alone. Outside the secret realm, countless people watched the white-clad youth with his upright posture take step after step. Inside the secret realm, Shui Hua and the others also watched Yi Xian not far away, as some disciples even showed a glint of awe in their eyes. It was admiration for the strong. Gradually, the colors of various Dao laws began to emanate from Yi Xian. Ice blue, fiery red, deep crimson. Around him, thunder dragons roared and flames flickered. By now, it wasn't just the people of the 10 Directions arena. Even from distant lands, terrifying existences turned their divine gazes toward Zhongyuan City. At the Yi clan and Yi City, 7 elders stood in the main hall. Suddenly, the figure of one elder slowly dissipated. The other 6 sensed it, but their gazes remained fixed on the distance. Zhongyuan City thus became the focal point of all major powers. Soon after, Yi Xian in the secret realm had crossed the gravity dojo and looked up at the water god mountain ahead. With a single step, space rippled and his figure moved. The Yi Xian at the mountain's base had already reached the summit. Looking down, "Yi Xian," a cheerful voice rang out as Shui Huan and the others hurried over to him. "Impressive." The 2 words slipped from Shui Huanjing's lips. Hearing the praise from Shui Huanjing, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Getting a word of praise from this proud young chieftain of the northern tribe was no easy feat. Maybe I should find an opportunity to give him a beating too. Yi Xian looked at the sky, planning inwardly. Buzz. After all the northerners had ascended the water god mountain, a humming sound arose. 5 beams of mystical light descended, enveloping everyone in the secret realm. Then the 5 tribes of the water god clan participating in the competition appeared simultaneously on the 10 Directions arena. As soon as he emerged, Yi Xian heard an exceptionally flamboyant voice. Turning his head, he saw a man in purple on the high platform, shouting heartily toward the center of the 10 Directions arena, utterly devoid of dignity. "I never knew Lin Yufan could be so energetic." Shui Huanjing murmured beside him. Hearing this, Yi Xian made no comment. This young chieftain of the northern tribe shared some similarities with Qing Song, but in comparison, Yi Xian found Lin Yufan's type far more interesting. Perhaps it was because Lin Yufan's personality bore a resemblance to his own. Of course, Yi Xian considered himself far less flamboyant than the former. Just as Yi Xian was thinking this, at the water god clan's high platform, an elder from the southern tribe, a latest-stage emperor, glared angrily and bellowed, "Yi Xian, you brat." As his voice rang out, a latest-stage emperor's pressure immediately filled the 10 Directions arena. "Shui Bo, what are you doing?" The chieftain of the southern tribe ahead shouted loudly. But just as he finished, a dazzling law-based divine ability surged from the elder, shooting toward Yi Xian on the arena. The onlookers were all startled. Shui Guangxia hurriedly tried to intervene, but the elder had acted first, and the lightning-fast divine ability attack had already reached the center of the arena. At that moment, suddenly an astonishing pressure appeared above the 10 Directions arena, and the divine ability attack at the arena's center vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The people on the arena, feeling this pressure, looked up in fear. A refined white-haired elder slowly materialized. Seeing the elder above, a smile crept onto Yi Xian's lips. Soon the white-haired elder moved, instantly appearing at the center of the arena, gazing at Yi Xian with kind eyes. "You fought well." The 10 Directions arena fell into profound silence due to the arrival of the elegant white-haired elder. Witnessing this, Shui Guangxia breathed a sigh of relief and tucked his hands back into his sleeves. On another elevated platform, Qianlong Sovereign, the chieftain of the southern branch of the Water Spirit clan, murmured in shock, gazing at the arena ahead. This refined white-haired elder was none other than Yi Qianlong of the Yi clan, Yi Xian's 3rd grandfather, and the elder who had raised Yi Xian since childhood. At that moment, many on the high platform were still pondering the meaning behind Yi Qianlong's words to Yi Xian, "Well fought." Whether they were directed at Shui Bu, the elder of the southern branch of the Water Spirit clan, or at Yi Xian himself. At the center of the 10 Directions arena, after speaking, Yi Qianlong slowly raised his head to gaze toward the source of the surging law-based divine abilities. "You have overstepped your bounds." To outsiders, it was merely a casual remark, yet it filled the elder who had struck earlier and even the entire southern branch with terror. With that, Yi Qianlong raised a single hand, and the latest-stage sovereign elder of the southern branch was instantly seized and suspended in midair above the arena's center. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the elder was forced to his knees in the center of the arena. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, denying him even the chance to lift his head. Thud! With a heavy thud, the elder's head slammed forcefully toward Yi Xian's direction, blood splattering everywhere. Even as a mighty late-stage sovereign, he found himself utterly unable to mobilize any cultivation base. At that moment, the 10 Directions arena was shrouded in absolute silence. Everyone stared fixedly at the scene unfolding at its heart. Seeing Shui Bu's miserable state, the chieftain of the southern branch of the Water Spirit clan leaned forward slightly, his mouth agape. But the moment he stirred, he caught Yi Chunlong's gaze shifting toward him. A single indifferent glance was enough to send a cold sweat breaking out over the clan chieftain. The southern branch chieftain hastily halted his forward movement and retreated a step backward. Little did he know that this seemingly simple retreat had cost the entire southern branch its path to survival. Then Yi Chunlong turned his head and cast an icy look at Shui Bu, who remained kneeling on the ground. Thud! Thud! 2 more thunderous sounds erupted. Each one struck the hearts of everyone present like a clap of thunder. Domineering. Absolutely domineering. This time, even Lin Yufan dared only to whisper, "I never imagined that not only Brother Yi is domineering, but the people of the Yi clan are equally extraordinary." Hearing Lin Yufan's words and moving surprisingly did not refute him this time. Instead, she gazed ahead and nodded in agreement. Watching Shui Bu kneeling before him, Yi Xian maintained an utterly calm expression. After the 3 kowtows were completed, Yi Chunlong raised his right hand once more. The kneeling Shui Bu slowly rose from the ground, stopping only when he reached midair. The crowd looked up to see Shui Bu, blood streaming from his forehead, his gaze vacant, like a walking corpse. Shui Bu had considered resistance or even self-destruction. But from the moment Yi Chunlong seized him, his life and death were no longer within his own control. Then Yi Chunlong raised his hand and lightly struck Shui Bu, suspended in midair. With a bang, Shui Bu instantly dissolved into a mist of blood, his soul utterly annihilated. So domineering. Lin Yufan murmured with awe in his eyes. Sovereign Chunlong is truly a man of few words, but ruthless actions, unlike Brother Yi, who is both ruthless and talkative. After casually disposing of the latest-stage sovereign elder, Yi Chunlong turned to face the Water Spirit clan and said with an indifferent expression, "Announce the results." Hearing Yi Chunlong's voice, the chieftain of the central branch immediately nodded, stepped forward, and declared loudly, "The results of this 5-branch grand competition: 1st place, Northern Branch; 2nd, Central Branch; 3rd, Eastern Branch; 4th, Southern Branch; 5th, Western Branch." The chieftain of the central branch paused before continuing, "The Water Spirit Secret Realm will open in 1 month. All those who have qualified to enter must assemble here punctually." According to tradition, the Water Spirit Secret Realm would open 3 days after the grand competition. However, this time, aside from the Northern Branch, members of the other 4 branches had been largely eliminated by Yi Xian. Thus, no one raised any objections to the 1-month delay. After speaking, the Central Branch chieftain gave Yi Chunlong a slight nod and turned to leave. As the results of the 5-branch grand competition sank in, a moment of silence fell over the 10 Directions arena. Then cheers erupted. Though they came only from the Northern Branch and the flamboyant man in purple whom Yi Xian had mentioned. After the Central Branch chieftain departed, Yi Chunlong paid it no mind and returned to Yi Xian's side. "Xianer, over a year you've grown taller and stronger." Yi Chunlong smiled faintly at Yi Xian. He made no mention of Yi Xian's suppression of the other 4 branches of the Water Spirit clan in the secret realm before the assembled 3,000 Cs. After all, what did the Water Spirit clan's disgrace have to do with him? And even if it did, what could the Water Spirit clan do about it? "Sovereign Chunlong." A pleasant, timid female voice sounded from beside Yi Xian. Hearing this address, Yi Chunlong finally turned his gaze to examine Shui Huanin, who stood next to Yi Xian. The moment their eyes met, Yi Chunlong's gaze sharpened slightly. He thought to himself, unexpected for the Northern Branch of the Water Spirit clan to have produced such a promising seedling. Then Yi Chunlong merely nodded politely and said nothing further. "Everyone, it's been a pleasure cooperating. I'll return in a month," Yi Xian said cheerfully to Shui Huanin and the others from the Northern Branch. Why not come to our Northern Branch's encampment?" Shui Huanin suggested. Just then, Shui Guangxia, leading the clan elders, strode swiftly to the center of the arena and bowed to Yi Chunlong, saying, "Sovereign Chunlong." As a senior figure of the Yi clan, Yi Chunlong was owed such respect by Shui Guangxia and the others. To Shui Guangxia and his group, Yi Chunlong responded with only a faint, indifferent nod. "No need. I still have someone to take care of." With that, Yi Xian's gaze shifted toward the figure in purple robes on the high platform. On a section of the high platform, seeing Yi Xian look over, Lin Yufan was about to wave. But when he caught the mischievous glint in Yi Xian's eyes, for some reason Lin Yufan seemed to envision himself with a black eye and a swollen face. At the center of the arena, after Yi Xian and the others finished their discussions, Yi Chunlong accompanied Yi Xian to the high platform where Lin Yufan stood. "Old Lin, let's go." As soon as he spoke, Yi Xian noticed the woman beside Lin Yufan. And Mubing, seeing that Yi Xian still remembered her, and Mubing nodded with a smile and replied, "We meet again." After speaking, and Mubing stepped forward and respectfully performed a junior salute to Yi Qianlong. Watching the admiration in Lin Yufan's eyes behind him, Yi Xian said, "We'll take you to the Yi clan later, so you can see your fill." Lin Yufan's face lit up with joy. This big brother was truly great. With that, the flying shuttle ship materialized with a hum. A whoosh sounded, and the three of them vanished from the spot along with the vessel. Some sovereign-level experts in the arena watched the departing trio with strange expressions. An emperor artifact. Inside the flying shuttle ship. "Xianer, is this an emperor artifact?" Yi Qianlong asked, surveying their surroundings. "Yes, it's called the flying shuttle ship. I use it for travel." Yi Xian paused, then added, "Third grandfather, don't be envious. Once I have money, you'll get one for you and grandfather and everyone else." As he spoke, Yi Xian began counting on his fingers, excitedly muttering, "And for father, mother, and that cheap uncle too." Hearing Yi Xian's muttering, not only Lin Yufan, but even the composed Yi Qianlong twitched at the corners of their mouths. Was this their Yi clan's imperial son? Had something gone wrong in the War God Tower? Noticing their expressions, Yi Xian quickly waved it off with a casual smile. Seeing Yi Xian like that, Lin Yufan mentally gave him countless thumbs up. Gotta hand it to brother Yi. Look at that shamelessness, look at that bragging. Giving everyone a flying emperor artifact once he has money. Was the imperial son of the Yi clan short on cash? As he pondered, Lin Yufan suddenly froze, thinking, wait, is this even about money? After a moment, Xianer, Yi Qianlong surprisingly asked, "I don't want this. Do you have anything else?" Though Yi Xian's words seemed absurd, Yi Qianlong felt they might not be entirely impossible. After all, this was spoken by their Yi clan's imperial son himself. Watching the old and young Yi Xian discussing again, Lin Yufan felt his worldview completely overturned. It seemed the Yi clan's strength was not without reason. Inside the flying shuttle, an elder and two youths were enthusiastically envisioning their future. Of course, Lin Yufan was mostly just tagging along. As he put it, he could only look up to Yi Xian's world of wealth for now. At the purple bamboo grove, the space rippled, and the compact flying shuttle emerged from the void. Yi Xian and his two companions appeared before the grove. Back at the purple bamboo grove, Lin Yufan took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Ah, the air here is so fresh, nothing like that fishy stench of the water spirit clan." Hearing this, Yi Xian turned and gave Lin Yufan a thumbs up. "Xiana, you two go on ahead. He'll be back shortly." Yi Qianlong spoke to Yi Xian. With that, his figure vanished instantly. "System, will I get any battle points if I beat up Lin Yufan later?" After Yi Qianlong left, Yi Xian asked the system. "No." "What, no?" Hearing the system's reply, Yi Xian felt a wave of disdain. He immediately exited his inner vision state and sighed, gazing at the sky. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Hearing the sigh, Lin Yufan leaned in curiously. "Old Lin, you have no idea," Yi Xian said, feigning heartbreak as he looked at Lin Yufan. "Shady merchants meeting the wrong people." "Shady merchants? Did you get cheated out of money or something else?" Lin Yufan asked with a curious look. Just after saying that, Lin Yufan looked at Yi Xian's face, which even made flowers jealous, and nodded silently, thinking, looks like he got cheated out of something else by a merchant. With that thought, Lin Yufan let out a sigh as well. Hearing the sigh beside him, Yi Xian was taken aback. "Why are you sighing along? Could there be someone who regrets not getting beaten?" The two stood outside the purple bamboo grove, chatting away as if they were in different worlds. After a moment, Yi Xian clasped his hands behind his back, lifted his chin slightly, and gazed into the distance, saying softly, "Old Lin, let's go in and brew some tea." With that, he assumed the air of a reclusive master and strode forward. At the mention of brewing tea, Lin Yufan perked up and eagerly followed. Just as they were about to enter the grove, deep within the purple bamboo grove, Yi Qianlong sat before an old man and an old woman. The old man and woman were the true masters of the grove, two mighty beings. The old man was named Shu Qizhou, and the old woman was Fang Qinju. No one would have guessed that two sovereign-level powerhouses would spend their days and nights here, never leaving. "Why must you persist in this?" Yi Qianlong addressed the pair before him. Understanding the implication in Yi Qianlong's words, Shu Qizhou said, "Long ago my wife and I were hunted by enemies and fled all the way to the Qingfeng realm, one of the 36 middle realms." Pausing there, the old man hesitated, and the old woman sighed before continuing. "We were fortunate to be saved by his grandfather, thus escaping disaster. 100 years later, his grandfather passed away, leaving behind only a child of 5. In his youth, Yi Qianlong had traveled to the Biming realm, one of the 9 great realms, where he met a perfect couple, the very old man and woman before him. He knew the gist of their story, but not these crucial details. Later, the couple eventually came to the Xuanqu realm. Outsiders only knew that the purple bamboo grove housed 2 sovereign-level powerhouses, but no one realized that even mighty beings had their limits. The 3 conversed deep within the grove. At the pavilion nearby, Yi Xian and Lin Yufan were once again drinking the legendary enlightenment tea. Holding his teacup, Lin Yufan felt a wave of contentment. With Brother Yi here, not drinking the enlightenment tea would be a waste of a treasure. Originally, Yi Xian intended to drink the Purple Bamboo Grove's signature purple tip tea, but under Lin Yufan's persistent pleading they settled on the enlightenment tea. Lin Yufan took a sip and suddenly said, "Actually, I'm not from the Xuanqu realm." Hearing this, Yi Xian paused, his hand holding the tea trembling slightly, but he did not respond. After downing his tea in one gulp, Lin Yufan spoke, slowly, his eyes lost in recollection. "I was originally from the Qingfeng realm, one of the 36 middle realms. I later ended up in the Xuanqu realm. Why? Because my grandfather died, my only grandfather." Yi Xian remained silent, but he never imagined that beneath Lin Yufan's carefree exterior lay such a path. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Lin Yufan added, "Don't get me wrong. The way I act is who I really am, not some cliched pretense of strength." With that, Lin Yufan laughed. When the laughter faded, tears glistened in his eyes as he lowered his head and said, "My original name was Lin Fan, meaning a plain and peaceful life." He fell silent, staring blankly at the bamboo swaying in the wind. He did not say that his grandfather died of, nor did he mention that he had arbitrarily changed his name to Lin Yufan because he refused to settle for an ordinary peaceful life. He also did not reveal that the reason he wore the same purple robe all his life and that the bamboo stood resilient on the mountain was because a patch of purple bamboo grew in his courtyard back in the Qingfeng realm. "If you want to soar, why not venture beyond the 3,000 seas?" Yi Xian said, finishing his now-cooled enlightenment tea. Hearing this, Lin Yufan straightened up and smiled. Brother Yi is right. It's time to go out and explore. With that, the mist in his eyes cleared and he looked toward the depths of the grove with renewed clarity. These words were meant for himself as well as for Shu Qizhou and Fang Qingzhu. "This young master of the Yi clan is truly remarkable," Shu Qizhou praised, watching the two in the pavilion. Hearing this, Yi Qianlong snorted uncharacteristically. "Do I need you to tell me?" They glared at each other. Then laughter echoed through the grove. About an hour later, Yi Qianlong joined them in the pavilion, sitting to one side, and began envisioning the future with Yi Xian once more. Half a month later, at the highest point of the purple bamboo grove, "Brother Yi, you've been asking me for over 10 days now. I really am just an ordinary person from the Qingfeng realm." Lin Yufan looked at Yi Xian, who stood opposite him with a pained expression. For the past 15 days, Yi Xian had been pestering him about 30 years whenever he got the chance. If he couldn't answer, he'd get a beating from Yi Xian. Still not talking, Yi Xian said slowly. In an instant, the two were tangled in a brawl. After a long while, Lin Yufan lay slumped to the side, bruised and battered, gasping for breath. In contrast, Yi Xian looked ahead with a satisfied expression. Even though beating up Lin Yufan earned him no battle points, Yi Xian never tired of it. 15 days ago, after hearing Lin Yufan's story, Yi Xian had thought of legends about rising from obscurity. The next day, he confronted Lin Yufan, demanding to know his true identity. Lin Yufan, of course, had no idea what Yi Xian was talking about, and just shook his head. Suddenly, Yi Xian flew into a rage and attacked. Could Lin Yufan, who had just taken a punch to the face, tolerate that? Of course not. Enraged Lin Yufan. In the end, the result of the counterattack was that the bruises on Lin Yufan's face complemented the purple of his robe. In the higher reaches of the purple bamboo grove, a Lin Yufan clad in violet robes lay slumped to one side, his face swollen to the size of a pig's head, gasping for breath. Seeing Lin Yufan in such a state, Yi Xian finally tired of the beating. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly recalled that there was still one matter he had yet to attend to. The so-called trial mode of the 3,000 Cs. Even now, the unscrupulous merchant had given him no hints. "Old Lin," Yi Xian turned to ask Lin Yufan, who was still sprawled on the ground, "do you know where Fatu is?" It's, get your tongue straight first. I can't understand a word," Yi Xian said in exasperation, staring at Lin Yufan's pig-like face. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Yufan's face lit up with joy. He quickly rose and channeled his spiritual energy. Moments later, a free-spirited, vile-robed figure once again stood within the purple bamboo grove. Where else could it be? Lin Yufan stated matter-of-factly. In the Fatumu ancient clan, of course. Yi Xian looked ahead in speechless exasperation. Had this fool Lin Yufan lost his mind from the beating? Did he not know it was in the Fatumu ancient clan? Could it possibly be in the main hall of his Yi clan? What I meant was, where is the Fatumu ancient clan? Yi Xian asked with a chilling smile. Right in the 3,000 Cs. The moment he said it, Lin Yufan saw the dangerous glint in Yi Xian's eyes and felt a shiver of dread. Yi Xian quickly stepped back a few paces, staring at Lin Yufan with a mixture of suspicion and unease. Had he actually broken this guy? No, he had to leave quickly. Otherwise, what would he do if those two old relics of the purple bamboo grove came looking for trouble? With this thought, Yi Xian's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. What's gotten into Brother Yi? Why is he in such a hurry? Watching Yi Xian's hasty departure, Lin Yufan clasped his hands behind his back, lifted his chin slightly, and sighed as he gazed at the bamboo-covered mountains. At another part of the purple bamboo grove, third grandfather, Yi Xian said, looking at Yi Chunlong ahead of him. Let's go to the Futumu ancient clan. Good. Yi Chunlong did not ask why. He simply nodded in agreement and stood up ready to leave with Yi Xian. Hey, wait for me. Wait for me. Take me with you. A purple figure in the distance, Lin Yufan dashed forward, his face beaming with a flattering smile. Brother Yi, please take me along. What are you going for? We have serious business. Yi Xian's voice remained soft. I know, I just want to broaden my horizons. Seeing the earnest look on Lin Yufan's face, Yi Xian's lips twitched slightly. Broaden your horizons. What a flimsy excuse. All right. Yi Xian finally nodded in agreement. No need for the flying shuttle. The Futumu ancient clan is not far from here. Just as Yi Xian was about to produce his flying shuttle, Yi Chunlong spoke up. That's right. Lin Yufan chimed in from the side. Yi Xian felt a sudden urge to beat Lin Yufan again. How on earth had he ever come to know this guy? As he thought about it, a flash of embarrassment crossed Yi Xian's face. He quickly said, all right, then there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. With that, the three figures vanished from the purple bamboo grove at the same time. Outside the island of the Futumu ancient clan, Yi Xian and the others floated in the air before the island. The Futumu ancient clan is here. Yi Xian murmured, looking at the empty island ahead. Soon a figure slowly materialized before the three of them. Lord Qinlong, young master Yi, young master Lin. The newcomer bowed to each of them in turn and said, please follow me. Moments later, you know, this Futumu ancient clan is truly magnificent. Lin Yufan exclaimed, constantly looking around as he took in his surroundings. At the Futumu square of the Futumu ancient clan, the man who had led them there bowed and withdrew after guiding them to the square. As soon as they entered, Yi Xian saw several elderly men standing side by side before him. Qinlong, the elder in the center, spoke. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Ha ha. Yi Chunlong smiled back. You haven't changed a bit. As the two were speaking, a young man appeared in the square. With his arrival, more and more disciples began to gather around the square, and even many of the Futumu ancient clan's elders rushed over. Everyone had their guesses about the purpose of Yi Xian's visit. It was likely for Futumu, the ancient clan's holy son, who ranked second on the prodigy list. Once everyone had assembled, Yi Chunlong nodded at Yi Xian and walked off to the side with the elderly men. Now on the Futumu square, Yi Xian and Futumu, the holy son of the Futumu ancient clan, stood facing each other. Brother Yi, Futumu greeted Yi Xian with a bow. Yi Xian returned the gesture with a cupped fist salute. Brother Futumu, I've heard so much about you. Watching Yi Xian's courteous demeanor and his choice of address, Lin Yufan gave a silent thumbs up. Truly, brother, Yi was something else. Right in front of the whole clan, he called the holy son of the Futumu ancient clan Brother Futumu, which sounded like Brother Fool. But Lin Yufan dared not say this aloud, so he could only savor this amusing tidbit for himself. With that thought, he shook his head in regret. Is that the imperial son of the Yi clan? The surrounding disciples of the ancient clan murmured among themselves, staring at Yi Xian at the center of the square. Two powerful auras quickly rose. With a thunderous boom, both Yi Xian and Futumu stood still. As the sound subsided, Futumu let out a muffled groan, and a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the square. Everyone who witnessed this scene was filled with awe. Their holy son had been defeated. The elderly men who had been standing before also shook their heads and sighed. Is he the second Yi Wudi? Yi Chunlong suddenly spoke. Is the first Yi Xian of the Yi clan. Hearing Yi Chunlong's words, the elder nodded bitterly. An emperor. Outsiders could not fathom why the elder was so bitter, but Yi Chunlong understood. Months ago, when he had heard that voice from within the War God Tower outside it, he understood why Yi Wudi had never been able to claim the title of emperor before. But now things were different. Gazing at Yi Xian in the square, Yi Chunlong's thoughts drifted back. On the other hand, Lin Yufan, watching from the sidelines of the square, was brimming with excitement, his fists clenched tightly as he silently cheered. But this time Lin Yufan did not wave his arms and shout as he had at the Ten Directions arena. At that moment, Lin Yufan was also holding back a surge of energy. Not because he had reformed, but because there were simply too many members of the Futumu ancient clan around. He dared not shout. Brother Yi, you're amazing. After leaving the Futumu ancient clan, Lin Yufan looked at Yi Xian with admiration and showered him with endless flattery the entire way. He was practically ready to announce to the world, see that? That's my brother Yi. At Zhongyuan City, after leaving the Futumu ancient clan, Yi Xian and the others went straight to the outskirts of Zhongyuan City. At that moment, countless martial artists in Zhongyuan City were staring at the prodigy list that had appeared in the sky once again. Second on the prodigy list, Yi Xian. This time there was no shock or cheers in Zhongyuan City. Instead, it all seemed only natural. Some martial artists even believed that Yi Xian's name should be at the very top of the scroll, not in second place. And coincidentally, Yi Xian thought the same. So the three of them once again materialized before the central branch of the Water Spirit clan. Yi Xian of the Yi clan, I challenge Shomo of the Water Spirit clan. Floating in the midair outside the central branch of the Water Spirit clan, Yi Xian stood with his robes fluttering and declared in a clear voice. Looking down, Yi Xian kept his face expressionless, but was secretly thrilled. Once I take down this brat, the reward from that unscrupulous merchant. If Lin Yufan had known what Yi Xian was thinking, it would have inevitably set off another round of shouting. But this time the shouting would no longer be silent. Above the mid-city, Yi Xian had already changed back into his original attire. A bright yellow brocade robe fluttered around him, his eyes as brilliant as stars. The golden scroll high above had not yet dissipated, casting patches of golden light. It seemed as if it too wished to witness Yi Xian's battle for supremacy. Soon at the sound of Yi Xian's voice, countless martial artists in the mid-city stirred into motion. Those with cultivation soared into the air to watch, while those lacking sufficient skill quickly sought high ground, gazing from afar at Yi Xian suspended in the sky. Upon hearing the news, the other branches of the Water Spirit clan also swiftly converged toward the same destination. Is that Yi Xian, the divine son of the Yi clan? In a certain tavern, a childlike figure at the third grade of martial arts murmured while gazing at the radiant youth in the sky. Since Yi Xian's arrival in the 3000 seas, subtle, yet significant changes had begun to unfold. First, the heavenly pride ranking appeared frequently. Then Yi Xian single-handedly suppressed the prodigies of the 4 water spirit branches, followed by the sudden emergence of the white-haired elder Yi Qianlong, who ruthlessly slaughtered members of the water spirit clan. Now Yi Xian had descended upon mid-city, once more intent on challenging Shui Mo, the top-ranked prodigy of the heavenly pride ranking. Before long, a man of about 35 stepped through the air, not far from Yi Xian. As the man appeared, Yi Qianlong and Lin Yufan simultaneously retreated, leaving only Yi Xian and Shui Mo facing each other. Huanin, do you think Yi Xian will win? Gazing at the first and second on the heavenly pride ranking, Shui Huanjing asked. Need you ask? Of course he will. Shui Huanin replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Shui Huanjing nodded in agreement. He had indeed asked a redundant question. Even now, no one truly knew the full extent of Yi Xian's strength. But one thing was clear to all: Yi Xian was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that it seemed no prodigy of the 3000 seas could withstand even a single blow from him. Brother Shui, this challenge is truly unavoidable. I have no choice, Yi Xian said, putting on an expression of utter helplessness. Yet only Yi Xian knew his true thoughts, and perhaps barely the unscrupulous merchant he often mentioned. Hearing Yi Xian's words and seeing his expression, Shui Mo suddenly felt that his sister Shui Hua had been absolutely right. This Yi Xian could not be judged by common sense. Shui Mo nodded without a word, then said calmly, no matter. The top spot naturally belongs to the strong. Hearing this, Yi Xian sighed inwardly, thinking, another reasonable person. But what did reason matter? You're worth 500 battle points. If you want to blame someone, blame that unscrupulous merchant. In the distance, seeing the two delay, a man asked his companion, what are they doing? Chatting? I don't know, maybe they're exchanging threats. I've heard experts always set the atmosphere before a duel, his companion replied. Hearing this, the man found it oddly plausible. Just as they finished speaking, the stillness in the sky was shattered by a thunderous roar. Shui Mo's aura surged quickly, reaching the midstage of the Imperial realm. Sensing his energy, Yi Xian nodded and muttered, Midstage Imperial, a height many can never attain in a lifetime. As he spoke, the laws of the Tao rose around Yi Xian, and the law of slaughter manifested for the first time in an overwhelming aura of killing intent shot into the sky and spread outward. Some nearby martial artists, their eyes instantly turning bloodshot, hastily retreated. Then all watched in shock as the youth, enveloped in a dark red glow, hovered in the air. Mystic water scripture. With a loud cry, Shui Mo's water law surged violently, rushing toward Yi Xian as if to drown him in the ferocious tide. Without further words, the battle erupted. I didn't expect Shui Mo to have mastered the central branch's mystic water scripture, Shui Huanjing said gravely. In contrast, Shui Huanin watched with ease, as if enjoying a show. With a roar, the vast mystic water was torn apart, creating a massive rift. Yi Xian, in his bright yellow brocade robe, emerged slowly, trailing a long dark red light. As all eyes remained fixed on the sky, his figure shot forward. With a thunderous crash, Yi Xian appeared where Shui Mo had stood moments before. The dark red afterimage behind him seemed to linger, still tearing at the mystic water. Shui Mo, however, was nowhere to be seen. Seconds later, a sudden cough echoed in everyone's ears, followed by the collapse of a building. All turned toward the sound. Shui Mo staggered to his feet, looking up at the sky. Puffed. Another violent cough sent blood spilling from his mouth. His chest slightly caved in. He smiled bitterly, and finally, unable to hold on, collapsed backward. Brother. With a cry, Shui Hua of the central branch rushed out to catch him. Casting a helpless glance at Yi Xian in the sky, she carried Shui Mo away. Soon earth-shaking announcements echoed through mid-city. Yi Xian defeats Shui Mo and claims the top spot on the Heavenly Pride ranking. As the grand voice resounded, people across the 3,000 seas looked up at the scroll in the sky and sighed. None had expected that the top prodigy of the 3,000 seas would come from outside their domain. As for the protagonist Yi Xian along with Yi Chenlong and Lin Yufan, they had already vanished. Inside the flying shuttle, Yi Xian stood excitedly waiting. Lin Yufan was still lost in the shock of Yi Xian's instant kill, pondering with a thoughtful gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, for topping the Heavenly Pride ranking of the 3,000 seas. Reward 1 Natural Essence Crystal, Lightning Crystal. Finally, the long-awaited ethereal voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Natural Essence Crystal, Lightning Crystal. Staring at the crystal crackling with lightning arcs, Yi Xian asked in confusion, "System, what is this Natural Essence Crystal? And what use is the Lightning Crystal?" There are 10 Natural Essence Crystals in total, each with no difference in strength. The host received one at random. Natural Essence Crystals are also known as Divine Crystals. Hearing this, Yi Xian shouted, "What? Divine Crystals?" Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the system fell speechless. Hadn't it explained clearly enough? This host was far too excitable. Unlikely to achieve greatness, unlikely indeed. Just then Yi Xian said, "Go on, continue." "That's all." "What? That's all?" Yi Xian shouted again. Yes, the host's current state only allows the system to access this information. Hearing the system's explanation, Yi Xian fell into thought. The system seemed to say everything and nothing at all. Or rather, Yi Xian felt it had said nothing. After pondering in vain, Yi Xian turned his gaze back to his reward with a hint of delight. Carefully, he reached for the floating lightning crystal. The moment he touched it, an intense, thunderous energy jolted him, making him snatch his hands back. Staring in awe at the quietly floating crystal, he grumbled, "My reward is untouchable." Yet he dared not reach out again. That brief contact had left him with a chilling sense that if he hadn't let go, he might have faced utter annihilation of body and soul. After a long moment, Yi Xian sighed and stored the lightning crystals separately in his system inventory. He stored it alone for fear that if the crystal suddenly erupted, it might destroy all his other treasures. Unscrupulous merchant, what ill fortune! After securing the crystal, Yi Xian exited his current state in indignation. Within the flying shuttle, Yi Xian gazed at his right hand with a vexed expression. After toiling for the better part of the day, he had finally procured a reward that seemed rather magnificent, yet now he could neither touch nor handle it. A sigh echoed through the cabin, and Yi Xian promptly dismissed the matter, turning his gaze toward Lin Yufan with ill intent. Lin Yufan, who had been lost in thought, suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. Turning around, he met Yi Xian's ominous stare and quickly forced a flattering smile. "Hehe, brother Yi, what orders do you have?" "Old Lin, you must have some enemies, right?" Yi Xian asked with unwavering certainty. Enemies? Lin Yufan was taken aback. When had he acquired an enemy without knowing it? Suddenly Lin Yufan recalled the tale of a genius rise that Yi Xian had spun during their first encounter, and he promptly replied, "Right, brother Yi, I do." With that, Lin Yufan immediately adopted an expression of profound grievance. "Why don't you tell me who your enemy is? Since you call me brother Yi, your foe shall be mine as well," Yi Xian declared with earnest gravity. An enemy? Who is my enemy?" Lin Yufan's eyes wandered as he murmured to himself. "That's right, your enemy is the Heavenly Tower." Yi Xian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "I will make them pay in blood." Having spoken, he patted Lin Yufan on the shoulder and rose to walk toward Yi Chenlong. Watching Yi Xian's retreating figure, Lin Yufan muttered in bewilderment, "The Heavenly Tower. An enemy of the Violet Bamboo Grove." Just then Yi Xian turned back to correct him. "It's your enemy, not the Violet Bamboo Groves." With that, Yi Xian continued onward. After pondering fruitlessly for a long while, Lin Yufan clapped his hands together and nodded, thinking to himself, "So, should I go seek revenge now?" Moments later, the trio returned to the Violet Bamboo Grove. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. "Old Lin, once I emerge from that water mystic realm, I'll take you to settle the score," Yi Xian assured Lin Yufan with utmost sincerity. Then he and Yi Chenlong set off toward. Gazing at the direction Yi Xian had vanished, Lin Yufan heaved a sigh. Even now, he still couldn't fathom why the Heavenly Tower was his enemy. Could it be that the Heavenly Tower had slain his beloved grandfather? No, that couldn't be. His grandfather had passed from old age and illness. If he had an enemy, it should be heaven itself. Lin Yufan clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, murmuring, "Indeed, his enemy is heaven." Suddenly, a thunderbolt tore across the firmament. Startled by the abrupt clap of thunder, Lin Yufan's expression darkened as he strode back into the Violet Bamboo Grove. At the 10 Directions Arena in Zhongyuan City. "Why haven't Yi Xian and the others arrived yet?" Shui Huanin muttered, glancing toward the entrance of the arena. At this moment, within the 10 Directions arena, the members of all 5 divisions had assembled, including the disciples who had participated in the previous Northern Grand Competition and the clan leaders of each division. Only Yi Xian was still absent, yet no one seemed impatient, especially those from the Northern Division who showed not a trace of restlessness. Just then a ripple in space appeared outside the arena. The flying shuttle burst forth. The figures of an old man and a youth gradually materialized. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting, Yi Xian announced with a hint of guilt in his voice. Yi Xian, over here. Shui Huanin waved at him. Seeing the radiant smiles on the faces of the Northern Division members, Yi Xian strode toward them. As Yi Xian approached, the Northern disciples greeted him in unison, Brother Yi. Though he might have been the youngest among them in this cosmos where might dictated respect, no one minded. Yi Xian returned their greetings with a faint smile. Comparatively speaking, the Northern Division was not bad. Perhaps the Central Division could be added to that list. Since everyone is here, let us waste no time and begin. The Central Clan leader addressed the leaders of the other 4 divisions. In response, the other 4 clan leaders nodded in unison. Agreed. Simultaneously, a seal appeared in each of their hands. With a soft cry, a pitch-black passage gradually materialized before the assembly. Upon seeing the passage appear, the 30 disciples selected to enter the water mystic realm quickly stepped forward. Yi Xian exchanged a nod with Yi Chenlong before entering alongside the Northern disciples. After everyone had vanished from the arena, the dark passage in midair slowly sealed shut, as if it had never existed. Emperor Chenlong, after they enter the water mystic realm, they will likely not emerge for 2 to 3 months. Why not wait at the Northern Division's encampment? Shui Guangxie suggested to Yi Chenlong. Very well. Yi Chenlong nodded and departed with Shui Guangxie. The water mystic realm. A soft sound accompanied the appearance of a rift, and Yi Xian and the others tumbled into the so-called water mystic realm. So this is the water mystic realm. Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings, thinking, it seems far inferior to my ancestral clan's secret realm. This isn't the true water mystic realm yet. Noticing the expression on Yi Xian's face, Shui Huanjing pointed ahead and said, the real water mystic realm lies over there. Following his gesture, Yi Xian looked into the distance. An ethereal, mist-shrouded island came into view. Spotting the distant isle, Yi Xian asked, don't tell me we have to pass trials again. Shui Huanjing shook his head. No, we can go straight there. With that, everyone hastened toward the distant island. During the journey, Yi Xian casually glanced at Shui Huayu and the others not far to his left. Sensing his gaze, the trio turned their heads and met Yi Xian's eyes, causing them to shudder before quickly forcing smiles in response. Witnessing this, Yi Xian nodded in return. Noticing their silent exchange, Shui Huanin whispered to Yi Xian, Yi Xian, you're not planning to silence them, are you? Though her voice was soft in the deathly stillness of the water mystic realm, Shui Huayu and his companions, all emperor-level experts, caught every word clearly. Instantly, the 3 tensed up, staring straight ahead, while covertly monitoring Yi Xian's movements. Yi Xian, however, looked at Shui Huanjing with a puzzled expression and transmitted, is your sister's exquisite heart malfunctioning? Hearing Yi Xian's question, Shui Huanjing unexpectedly frowned and replied via telepathy, actually, I've thought the same for years. Upon receiving Shui Huanjing's response, Yi Xian regarded him with a look of profound sympathy. Brother, sensing the odd glances from the 2 beside her, Shui Huanin spoke up. Are you 2 talking behind my back? At the sound of Shui Huanyin's voice, Yi Xian and Shui Huanjing quickly cut off their exchange. Yi Xian thought to himself, this exquisite heart does have its uses. Silence them. What nonsense fills your head? Do you take me for a bandit? Or have they stumbled upon some forbidden secret? Yi Xian retorted with exasperation. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Shui Huayu and his companions, who had been anxiously monitoring the situation from a distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reassured by the answer, even their flight speed seemed to quicken. Soon, under Yi Xian's unceasing and earnest guidance, the group arrived at the distant immortal island. Can everyone obtain the water god's inheritance? After landing on the nameless immortal island, Yi Xian asked Shui Huanjing. No, most of us here have actually entered this place once before. Shui Huanjing shook his head in reply. Can't obtain the inheritance. Are there rare heavenly treasures and earthly riches here? Yi Xian continued. There were before, but perhaps not many now. Shui Huanjing shook his head again. After hearing this, Yi Xian gazed at the surroundings dumbfounded. Nothing here can obtain the inheritance and can't leave, so what's the point of staying? As if sensing Yi Xian's confusion, Shui Hua from the central tribe explained, those who cannot obtain the inheritance can go to the water god sea or other secret realms to cultivate and comprehend the water law and other laws. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian merely nodded while looking ahead and did not respond. Comprehending the water law. That didn't seem too bad. The water god sea, water god mountain, water god's secret realm. Could it be that the Water God clan's ancestor was exceptionally powerful? Pondering this, Yixin asked, "So what do we need to do now?" "Enter." Shui Huanjing pointed to the empty center of the immortal island ahead of them. Yixin followed his gaze, and a black line of confusion appeared on his forehead. "Enter. There's nothing ahead. Where do I enter?" With that thought, Yixin strode forward on his own toward the not-so-distant area. As he advanced, Yixin suddenly felt a peculiar sensation flash by, but it quickly vanished without it. After a moment, Yixin arrived at the center of the immortal island. Seeing the emptiness around him, he stomped his foot on the ground and felt around with his hands. After his inspection, Yixin grew even more puzzled. Wasn't this still nothing? He then prepared to turn back, but as he did, he was startled. The Water God clan members, still standing in their original spots, were all staring with bulging eyes at Yixin in the center of the island. "Geez," Yixin thought as he saw their expressions, "I didn't do anything. Just stomped a couple of times and breathed in some air." Speaking of which, the air in his Yi clan's ancestral secret realm was fresher. "Yixin, how did you get in?" Shui Hua stammered. Upon hearing this, Yixin looked exasperated. How did he get in? It wasn't a sealed space. Just as he finished speaking, Yixin suddenly felt something was off. Looking at the Water God clan members' expressions and recalling that fleeting sensation. Soon the crowd stopped not far from him. Seeing Yixin in the center lost in thought, Shui Huayu gritted her teeth and stepped forward. After just 5 steps, a mysterious light suddenly flared on the immortal island. With a resonant hum, Shui Huayu was instantly sent flying. That's right, Yixin, you need to be in the center of the immortal island, where you are now, to enter the true Water God secret realm. But as you can see, even Shui Huayu, a direct descendant of the Water God clan, couldn't get in. Shui Hua said. Hearing this, Yixin was stunned. So your Water God clan relies on luck to determine who can enter? Or to put it more profoundly, on fate. The word fate. How unfathomable. As Yixin was pondering, the other Water God clan members began to test their luck. Without exception, everyone who stepped forward was repelled. Soon only a few remained who hadn't tried, along with Yixin standing alone in the empty space, utterly bewildered. This Water God clan secret realm is really water, he thought. Watching the disappointed expressions, Yixin mused. Then Shui Huanin, who hadn't yet stepped forward, also moved ahead. Just as everyone waited, a voice suddenly rang out. Shui Huanin has passed the assessment. Gasps of astonishment arose as Shui Huanin's figure appeared beside Yixin. Me? I passed. Shui Huanin exclaimed excitedly. Seeing Shui Huanin enter the center, the northern members all showed genuine smiles. Hum. A resonant hum sounded. The rest may go to the Water God Sea and other secret realms to cultivate. Hearing this voice, a glint of sharpness flashed in Yixin's eyes. That's the end of the assessment. As he spoke under the envious and jealous gazes of the others, he and Shui Huanin vanished from the center. Alas! Seeing them leave, Shui Huayu and the others sighed and could only depart reluctantly. Yixin, a soft call came and the surroundings suddenly brightened. Looking at the scene around them, Shui Huanin was still frowning in confusion. It must be related to your Linglong heart, Yixin said uncertainly. And you? Shui Huanin nodded in understanding, then asked with curiosity. Hearing her question, Yixin was taken aback. Indeed, what about him? He wasn't a member of the Water God clan, didn't have a Linglong heart, nor any so-called Qilin arm or swift legs. After thinking for a moment, Yixin suddenly wore an expression of realization. Because he was Yixin, wasn't that enough? Just as Shui Huanin was about to ask further, the previous voice rang out again. Water God clans, Shui Huanin. The voice paused as if in doubt, then fell silent. This junior is Yixin of the Yi clan. Understanding the proper procedure, Yixin announced clearly. He was well-versed in this process, having become highly adept at it in the War God Tower. Water God clans, Shui Huanin, Yi clans, Yixin, you have passed the first trial. Shui Huanin may proceed to the next round. Upon passing, you shall obtain the Water God's inheritance. After Yixin introduced himself, the voice spoke at the right moment. As the voice ceased, Yixin was puzzled and asked, Senior Water God, have you forgotten about me? As soon as he finished, a cyan figure slowly materialized. Finally, someone has come, the cyan figure said, looking at Yixin and the others before him. Hearing this, Yixin's mouth twitched. Wasn't that voice just now yours? After speaking, the cyan figure turned his gaze to Shui Huanin and revealed a satisfied expression. Then he looked at Yixin, who was full of anticipation. But the moment he saw Yixin, the figure's eyes first showed surprise, then shock, and finally, even a hint of fear. Though fleeting, Yixin caught every change in the cyan figure's eyes. The Yi clan. That name sounded. Senior Water God. Yixin tried to call out. Hearing Yixin's voice, the figure suppressed his agitation and said, Yixin of the Yi clan, the Water God clan's inheritance is not suitable for you. What? Yixin wondered if he had misheard or if the figure had misspoken. Not suitable. If it's not suitable, why did you bring me in? To chat with you? If it's not suitable, you could at least let me go to the water god sea to comprehend the water law or find some treasure elsewhere. Besides, was there anything he wasn't suited for? Looking at the empty surroundings, Yi Xian felt his suspicion was absolutely correct. This guy in front of him definitely wanted him to stay and keep him company. Shui Huanin immediately asked why. As Shui Huanin finished speaking, the cyan figure beside her was taken aback. Why? If he did not proceed with the trial, would the legacy not become yours? Why ask why? The cultivation technique he practices and the path he treads are not suited for my race, the cyan figure stated impassively. Now the assessment begins. Shui Huanin was about to speak further when she felt the surroundings shift. Yi Xian and the cyan figure had vanished, replaced by vast expanses of seawater. Waves surged violently, billowing endlessly. After pondering, Shui Huanin had no choice but to quickly survey her surroundings. Senior. Yi Xian addressed the cyan figure before him, who remained expressionless. Hearing Yi Xian's call, the cyan figure immediately turned to look at him. At the first glance, the cyan figure seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't passed the legacy to this brat. The karmic burden would be too great for him to bear. It might even lead to utter annihilation. Just as he thought this, Yi Xian's voice came again. Senior, are you the water god? The cyan figure nodded, though uncertain. Suddenly, two jade chairs materialized out of thin air. Yi Xian gestured to the cyan figure. Senior, please have a seat. Then Yi Xian also sat down on one of the jade chairs. Since there was nothing to do for now, he decided to question this so-called water god. Senior, are you an emperor? The cyan figure pondered for a moment before replying. I cannot recall. Emperor, such a familiar title. Seeing the cyan figure's demeanor, Yi Xian thought to himself. It seems he's not an emperor, otherwise he'd be called the Water Emperor. But then again, that name seemed rather watery. Water god sounded far more imposing. Senior, are you a god? Yi Xian asked again after a moment's thought. God. The cyan figure shook his head after a long pause. I don't remember. Clever lad trying to pry information from him. Did he think the water god ancestor was a fool? Even if right now he was indeed not exactly alive. Senior, are you afraid to tell me? I don't remember, the cyan figure replied, shaking his head with an air of calm. As he finished seeing Yi Xian's half-smile, the cyan figure quickly nodded, then shook his head, glaring. What nonsense is this? I, the great water god, would be afraid. Hearing the cyan figure's response, Yi Xian scoffed, neither remembering nor daring to speak. Clearly this cyan figure was different from Yi Xishun's ancestor. Thus the man and the shadow chatted desultorily. After a long while. You remember nothing. Then you must at least give me a reward. Surely you don't expect me to sit here in eternal darkness. Yi Xian said, utterly exasperated. Reward. As the cyan figure pondered, Yi Xian spoke again. Senior, what do you think of Shui Huanin? An ancient immortal heart, boundless potential. Receiving the cyan figure's affirmation, Yi Xian felt reassured. Since I've brought you such a fine talent and won't take the legacy, shouldn't you reward me? At Yi Xian's mention of not taking the legacy, a rare flicker of embarrassment crossed the cyan figure's face. Then he furrowed his brow in thought. After another long pause, the cyan figure suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. Reward, yes, I have one. With that, he walked to a corner and began groping around. Seeing the cyan figure's actions, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly joined in, fumbling as well. Watching Yi Xian follow suit, the cyan figure said in exasperation, What are you feeling for? Helping you find the reward, senior. Yi Xian replied with a straight face. Hearing this, the cyan figure's mouth twitched slightly. I'm feeling for a formation on the wall, not a mechanism. Embarrassed, Yi Xian quickly stepped back and said with a nonchalant grin, I knew it. A senior of your caliber wouldn't resort to such lowly tricks as installing mechanisms on walls. As he spoke, Yi Xian clearly saw the cyan figure shudder, and his expression tensed. Could it be that this water god was on his last legs, about to ascend like Yi Xishun's ancestor, turning into a wisp of green smoke? Even if he were to ascend, he should at least hand over the reward first. Done. Just as Yi Xian was worrying, a hum sounded, and the figure's voice came from ahead. Where? Yi Xian eagerly approached, asking expectantly. As he spoke, the wall began to retract outward. Once the wall had completely vanished, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed as he stared ahead. Plopped. A sound like a stone dropping into water rang out. Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise, What is this? With that, the cyan figure led Yi Xian inside. Before them appeared a jade bottle-shaped object. The cyan figure gazed at the jade bottle, pondered for a moment, and said, This is called the Holy Water Vial. It seems to be a low-grade artifact that can condense the life spirit spring. What? What did you say? As the cyan figure finished, Yi Xian exclaimed loudly, Life spirit spring. As for the mention of a low-grade artifact, Yi Xian completely ignored it. Yi Xian stared intently at the jade bottle before him. My reward. Seeing the cyan figure nod, Yi Xian quickly stepped forward, picked up the holy water vial, and examined it. Then Yixian shook the bottle in his hand, and a sloshing sound of water emerged. Looking at the palm-sized holy water vial, he murmured, "Is this all that's condensed?" Seeming to read Yixian's thoughts, the cyan figure explained, "This vial contains a vast space within it will condense 1 drop of life spirit spring every hour." Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up again. 1 drop per hour meant 12 drops a day and a month. At that thought, Yixian broke into a wide grin. This journey was well worth it, indeed well worth it. After storing the holy water vial, Yixian glanced around the now empty space and muttered, "That's it." Seeing the cyan figure lost in thought, Yixian bowed respectfully. "Thank you for the gift, senior." The cyan figure was about to apologize when he saw Yixian's bow and felt a surge of relief. He will surely achieve greatness, surely achieve greatness. At this moment, he was not feigning forgetfulness. He truly could not recall if there was anything else. Many memories had been lost, as if he himself were fading away. With that, Yixian walked to the side, sat on the jade chair, and began studying the jade bottle, leaving the cyan figure standing alone, a melancholic expression on his face. "System, is this item available in the artifact exchange zone?" "Not at the moment." "What do you mean not at the moment? When will it be available?" "When the host becomes stronger." The ethereal voice in his mind gave an ambiguous answer. From that day on, Yixian understood that the stronger he grew, the more treasures he would obtain. 3 days later, Yixian was groping around, hoping to stumble upon more good finds. "By the way," suddenly the cyan figure spoke up, "there is one more place." "More?" Yixian, who had been searching, instantly appeared before the cyan figure. The cyan figure nodded mysteriously. "At the core of the water god sea, within the water god's secret realm." Looking at the dark water around him, Yixian said with little interest, "Just this. Did you not wish to comprehend the water law? This is the core of the water god sea, where you can grasp the water law more swiftly," the cyan figure explained with a nod. Hearing this, Yixian replied casually, "Fine then, ill, just comprehend the water law." Seeing Yixian's nonchalant attitude, the cyan figure was taken aback. How could comprehending a new law sound as easy as drinking water to this brat? At the core of the water god sea, a young man in bright yellow brocade robes stood at the center. This youth was Yixian, who had come here to comprehend the law of water. "This water god sea is indeed somewhat special," Yixian murmured softly, feeling the aura of the water law flowing over his body. As he spoke, waves surged and stacked upon one another, quickly forming towering swells thousands of feet high, with roaring winds howling across the sea surface. The cyan-robed water god stood not far away, watching the surging water law around Yixian, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Now he finally understood the casual expression Yixian had worn earlier. "In just 10 days he has comprehended the water law," the water god murmured in disbelief. Recalling the moment he first laid eyes on Yixian, he suddenly realized how wise a decision it had been to not subject him to the trial inheritance. Just then, above the ocean, the water law around Yixian abruptly retracted into his body. Before long, arcs of lightning began to appear on him, and the awe-inspiring law of thunder soared into the sky. Immediately after, a sea of flames materialized beneath Yixian's feet. Layers of frost followed, gradually balancing with the fire to form a massive circular pattern. Seeing the dual laws of ice and fire at Yixian's feet, the distant cyan figure was stunned, thinking, "Ice and fire, two extremes." As he spoke, another oppressive law, the law of slaughter, rose from Yixian. After the law of slaughter emerged, the water law that had retracted earlier reappeared. Finally, the space around Yixian rippled violently as the intangible law of space manifested. Thunderous roars echoed and deafening booms resounded. After several breaths beneath the 1,000-foot waves, Yixian's eyes snapped open, a spectrum of colors flashing through his gaze. The moment Yixian's eyes opened, the 6 laws vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed, and the towering waves slowly subsided. "Midstage Emperor," Yixian murmured, observing the changes within himself. With that, he threw a punch toward the 100-mile water god sea, and 8 massive water pillars shot skyward. "Chaos divine art," he muttered, and his entire form grew hazy, becoming indistinct to the eye. "This chaos divine body, is it still the same?" Yixian pondered a question. If he was the chaos divine body, was becoming an emperor truly his limit? Chaos divine body wore God Tower water god. He gazed thoughtfully at the distant cyan figure. "Senior water god." Yixian bowed again before the cyan figure. "If I wish to leave the water god's secret realm, now can I?" "You may," the cyan figure nodded. "Then I trouble you, senior." Yixian surmised that this water god, like the spirit of the war god tower, allowed passage in and out. Yet there was a fundamental difference. One was a fragmented tower spirit, the other a water god, who either could not recall or dared not speak. With a soft hum, Yixian returned to the previous water god's secret realm. The cyan figure moved the 2 jade chairs aside, waved a hand, and a formation pattern appeared on the ground. Step onto it, the cyan figure said calmly. Yi Xian nodded without hesitation and stepped forward. Senior, if Huan Yin emerges, tell her I have left ahead. The cyan figure nodded silently. Soon a mysterious light flared and Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Senior Water God, those 2 jade chairs are yours to keep. With that, Yi Xian's form vanished from the Water God's secret realm. The cyan figure watched him go, then gazed at the jade chairs lost in thought. After a long moment, a sigh echoed through the realm, lingering for ages. Hum. Another hum, and Yi Xian reappeared on the 10 Directions arena. The arena was utterly silent and empty. Looking around, Yi Xian mused, time to avenge old Lin. At the northern stronghold of the Water God clan in Zhongyuan City, Yi Qianlong sensed something the moment Yi Xian arrived. Clan leader Water, I have matters to attend to. Thank you for your hospitality. With that, Yi Qianlong rose, took a step, and vanished. Shui Guangxie stood up, staring at the spot where Yi Qianlong had been deep in thought. Why was Emperor Qianlong in such haste? 10 Directions arena. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he sensed a ripple in the space before him, and Yi Qianlong stepped out. Third, Yi Xian smiled lightly. Let's go to the purple bamboo grove. Yi Qianlong nodded, finding it odd that Yi Xian appeared here alone, but he refrained from asking. Since Yi Xian's birth, the strange things he had done numbered in the hundreds. Inside the flying shuttle, Xianer, did you obtain this from the Water God's secret realm? Yi Qianlong asked, holding a jade bottle. Third grandfather, this is the holy water bottle capable of condensing the sacred spring of life. Yi Xian nodded in reply. When we return, I'll place it in the clan. And you? Hearing Yi Qianlong's question, Yi Xian smiled faintly. I have enough. Before leaving, Yi Xian had exchanged for several treasures in the system and filled them all with the sacred spring. Thus, he decided to give the jade bottle to Yi Qianlong, as keeping it in the clan would be more beneficial. Purple bamboo grove. Old Lin, I'm back. Yi Xian called out loudly toward the grove. Soon a man in purple robes rushed out excitedly. Brother Yi, how are you back already? Lin Yufan asked, puzzled. But sensing the faint pressure emanating from Yi Xian, he asked in surprise, Brother Yi, are you at mid-stage Emperor? Lin Yufan was utterly incredulous. When Yi Xian first arrived at the 3000 Seas, he was only at early-stage Emperor. Now a few months later, he had reached mid-stage Emperor. Seeing Lin Yufan's dejected expression, Yi Xian grinned. Old Lin, don't lose heart. They'll take you to get revenge. Revenge? Heavenly Pavilion. Lin Yufan asked. Obviously, Yi Xian said. Do you have any other enemies? Lin Yufan paused, realizing he indeed had no other foes. Wait. The feud with Heavenly Pavilion was something Yi Xian had given him. No time to waste. Third grandfather, we're going to Heavenly Pavilion. Yi Xian's tone turned icy. A faint killing intent began to emanate from him. Before Lin Yufan could react, Yi Xian grabbed him and vanished. Grandpa Shu, Granny Fong, they'll be back soon. Lin Yufan shouted toward the grove. Perhaps Feiner, following Yi Xian, the divine son of the Yi clan, can truly. Shu Qizhou paused, lifting his gaze to the sky above. Giant Sword Peak, where Heavenly Pavilion stood. From afar, the peak resembled a colossal sword about to cleave the heavens, hence its name. Yi Xian and his companions were now not far from the peak. Gazing at Heavenly Pavilion on Giant Sword Peak, old Lin go shout insults. Yi Xian urged Lin Yufan beside him. Lin Yufan's lips twitched. Heavenly Pavilion was a first-rate power, and he was only at early-stage Emperor, yet he was supposed to hurl insults at them. 1 drop of sacred spring of life for every insult, Yi Xian added. Sacred spring of life. At that promise, Lin Yufan charged forward, shouting loudly. He trusted his brother Yi would not deceive him. 1 drop per insult guaranteed. At the Giant Sword Peak, Lin Yufan had already arrived not far from the Tianxia Tower's mountain gate, clutching 2 demon sun banners that Yi Xian had given him earlier. Caressing the demon sun banners in his hands, Lin Yufan felt a surge of security. Recalling Yi Xian's promise, he immediately began a tactful yet vehement tirade against Tianxia Tower. After 2 shouts, Lin Yufan felt they were not loud enough. Taking a deep breath, he mobilized a great divine ability and resumed his curses with even greater force. Soon, amidst Lin Yufan's ceaseless invective, hundreds of disciples surged out of Tianxia Tower, glaring hostilely at him, hovering in midair. Lin Yufan is quite the eccentric, Yi Qianlong muttered softly, watching the flushed-faced Lin Yufan before the Tianxia Tower's gate. Yet sometimes it is the fearless who ascend the peak of martial arts. Just as Lin Yufan prepared to curse further to earn a few more drops of life, sacred spring, a late emperor aura enveloped Tianxia Tower. Sensing this aura, Lin Yufan grew wary and swiftly turned to flee. Flee! Where do you think you're? The late emperor man bellowed with fury. With a thunderous boom, a law divine ability shot forth, rapidly pursuing the fleeing Lin Yufan. Brother Yi, Lin Yufan shouted to Yi Xian nearby, feeling the powerful law divine ability behind him. Save me. Witnessing this, Yi Xian vanished from his spot. With a bang, he countered the late emperor expert's attack with his own law divine ability. Seeing Yi Xian's timely arrival, Lin Yufan panted, Brother Yi, remember my 23 drops of life, sacred spring. Even now Lin Yufan wondered why he had followed Yi Xian to seek revenge. But he didn't care, he would claim Yi Xian had forced him. Thinking this, Lin Yufan felt immensely clever. Are you Yi Xian of the Yi clan? The late Emperor Martial Grandmaster stammered. As he spoke, Yi Xian's figure flickered in midair, instantly appearing before the Emperor man. Without hesitation, Yi Xian threw a brutally violent punch. Caught off guard by Yi Xian's ghostly approach, the man could only hastily raise his arms to block. With a deafening crash, he was sent flying, spraying blood mist. Watching from afar, Lin Yufan exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Yi, finish him off." Suddenly Lin Yufan paused, thinking, where did Qianlong Emperor go? Relying only on him and Yi Xian to destroy Tianxia Tower seems unrealistic. At the summit of Giant Sword Peak, Yang Tianfeng, we meet again. Yi Qianlong, whom Lin Yufan had been thinking of, stood there facing a man with a sinister gaze. The man was Yang Tianfeng, the Grand Executor of Tianxia Tower, a formidable emperor-level figure who had ambushed Yi Xian and others at Dongquan Valley. Don't wait, your tower master won't be coming. Yi Qianlong spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Yang Tianfeng glared angrily. Kill you, and I can leave. With that, a startling law aura rose from Yang Tianfeng. With a loud roar, a powerful earth-yellow law divine ability charged at Yi Qianlong. Seeing the incoming divine ability, Yi Qianlong muttered, this time you may not have the chance to leave. Because last time Yi Xian had deliberately let him go. The battle between the two emperor-level experts erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Outside Tianxia Tower's gate, countless disciples stared in terror at Yi Xian. He sent Elder Huang flying with one punch, a disciple stammered. Old Lin, watch closely, don't let anyone escape. Yi Xian called out to Lin Yufan. Got it, Brother Yi. Lin Yufan's blood boiled as he responded loudly. Then Yi Xian turned back to the late Emperor Elder. His figure flickered again, and he reached out, grabbing the man by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. Staring into the man's terrified eyes, Yi Xian sneered coldly. They paid too much, didn't they, oi? With that, he casually tossed the man, who crashed violently into the distance. Coughing violently, the man spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura withered, and he looked at the indifferent Yi Xian in sheer terror. At that moment, he had lost all will to fight. Even as a late emperor expert, he was no more than an ant before Yi Xian, easily crushed. Spare. The man's lips parted, but before he could finish, Yi Xian seized him again. Spare you? Do you think you deserve mercy? Yi Xian's voice sounded like it came from the netherworld, causing the man to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, Yi Xian, let's talk this over. Several elder-like figures emerged from Tianxia Tower, looking at Huang, Hui, and Yi Xian's grasp. Do I look like someone here to negotiate? Yi Xian scoffed. With that, a flame burst from Yi Xian's hand. With a wave of his left hand, the man called Huang Hui was engulfed in blazing fire. No matter how hard Huang Hui struggled, he couldn't extinguish the raging flames. Soon Huang Hui let out bone-chilling screams. After a few breaths, the screams ceased, but the fire continued to burn endlessly. The flame-like ghost fire from the underworld sent chills down the spines of the Tianxia Tower disciples. Now are you sure they paid too much? Yi Xian smiled faintly at the crowd. Those who had spoken earlier hesitated, unsure of his intent. Brother Yi, so domineering. Lin Yufan roared, watching Yi Xian block the gate alone. Old Lin, let me show you something even more domineering. Yi Xian replied loudly without turning. Spare no one. He gazed ahead at Tianxia Tower and declared. As he spoke, the space around Tianxia Tower rippled. For late emperor figures in uniform appeared, bowing respectfully to Yi Xian. Yes, Imperial Son. It's the Yi clan. Panic spread among the Tianxia Tower disciples as the four emerged. They scattered in chaos, lacking the courage to resist. With Grand Executor Yang Tianfeng and the Tower Master absent, how could the rest withstand the combined might of four Yi clan late Emperor Martial Grandmasters? Especially with Yi Xian at the gate, who could crush a late Emperor expert with ease. But as fast as the disciples fled, the four late Emperor men were faster. They dispersed, taking positions at the four cardinal points of Giant Sword Peak. Meanwhile, Yi Qianlong and Yang Tianfeng had long since vanished from the summit, locked in battle elsewhere. Heaven and Earth Prison. With four synchronized shouts, a massive spatial cage formed and rapidly descended upon Tianxia Tower atop Giant Sword Peak. With a bang, everyone in Tianxia Tower saw the cage and the four powerful auras above. They frantically struck the spatial barrier. But the spatial seal conjured by four late Emperor Martial Grandmasters was not easily broken. Yi Emperor. For indifferent voices rang out as the Yi clan's unique imperial art, the Yi Emperor seal, manifested once more. Wait until I Yang Tianfeng deal with this Qianlong brat first, then I'll settle with you. And that flashy fellow on the Giant Sword Peak, the mountain stands tall, unchanged for 10,000 years. Atop the Sword Peak, the Tianxia Tower stands unyielding, enduring for millennia. Now the Yi clan strikes. In purple robes, Lin Yufan challenges, while Yi Xian, the heir of the Yi clan, intimidates. With a mere gesture, he renders a late-stage emperor of the Tianxia Tower powerless to retaliate. For late-stage emperors of the Yi clan spread out at the four corners of the giant sword peak, joining forces to unleash the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison envelopes not only the Tianxia Tower, but also the symbol of the tower, the giant sword peak. A vast spatial barrier surrounds the panicked Tianxia Tower, while outside stands the formidable Yi clan, whose might is not to be trifled with. With four mighty shouts, the colossal imperial technique, the Yi Emperor Seal, descended in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Yi Emperor Seal erupted over the site of the Tianxia Tower. As the clouds of dust settled, the scene revealed itself. The grand architecture was no longer there, replaced by shattered walls and ruins. Countless streams of blood flowed from the Tianxia Tower's gate, pooling at the feet of the young man, standing with his hands behind his back. Stepping through the blood, Yi Xian walked into the Tianxia Tower. Before the gate, the words Tian Lu had been blasted to pieces, leaving only a fragment of the character down. The world ultimately turned out to be just a joke. The four latest martial arts masters landed before the Tianxia Tower's gate alongside Lin Yufan, gazing at Yi Xian ahead. Among the ruins, Yi Xian, with an indifferent expression, stepped forward to the main hall of the Tianxia Tower without uttering a word. Then Long Yuan appeared in Yi Xian's hand, a peerless sword intent surged from the giant sword peak, as if to tear apart the heavens. Following a flash of astonishing sword light, Yi Xian sheathed Long Yuan and stepped through the blood, exiting the Tianxia Tower's gate. The sword fell, the peak shattered. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the giant sword peak, standing for 10,000 years, was cleaved in half. Can a sword that only has a hilt still be called a sword? Yi Xian murmured as he looked up. From then on, the giant sword peak was renamed Broken Sword Peak. Young master, the four bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded and spoke. Third uncle should be here soon. As everyone waited, Yi Xian called out to Lin Yufan nearby, what I just mentioned. A jade vial flew towards Lin Yufan. He caught it, containing 25 drops of the holy spring of life. Brother Yi, this. Lin Yufan looked at the holy spring of life in his hand. The Yi Xian from earlier seemed like a completely different person, one he had never seen, who had killed before. But never had he seen anyone like Yi Xian annihilate a top-tier force that had been inherited for thousands of years. He truly achieved what Yi Xian had previously stated, not leaving a single one alive. At this moment, Lin Yufan's heart was shaken, and he felt changes within himself that he could not comprehend. What's wrong, don't you want it? Yi Xian chuckled. Lin Yufan hurriedly tightened his grip on the jade vial, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, of course. He then began to examine the legendary holy spring of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for annihilating a top-tier force, Tianxia Tower, earning 10,000 battle points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Yi Xian was taken aback. Shouldn't he first drag all the emperors of the Tianxia Tower out for a beating? This achievement seems a bit unprofitable. But then Yi Xian smiled in his heart. 10,000. System 500 for a second-tier force, 1,000 for a top-tier force. Based on the strength of the forces, the host has annihilated the system judges automatically. Upon hearing the reply, Yi Xian felt a wave of disdain in his heart. When he fought the emperors, they all counted as 500, which seemed a bit unfair. At this moment, far from the giant sword peak, Su Feng, your Tianxia Tower should have turned to ruins by now. You need not hold on any longer. Su Feng, the master of the Tianxia Tower. Earlier, Su Feng received an urgent message from Yang Tianfeng stating that the Tianxia Tower was under attack by a formidable enemy. Upon receiving the news, a figure with eyes like stars flashed through Su Feng's mind, along with the Yi clan behind him. Just as Su Feng hesitated whether to rush to the Tianxia Tower, an elderly figure slowly appeared. Looking at the elder who appeared, Su Feng was certain in his heart who the formidable enemy that Yang Tianfeng spoke of was. Yi Yuanming, do not go too far in your bullying. Su Feng looked at the elder of the Yi clan with a grim expression. Yi Yuanming is another powerful figure of the Yi clan, ranked second, Yi Xian's second uncle. At this moment, Yi Yuanming sneered and said, Old Su, how will you respond if I bully you? Your Tianxia Tower dared to ambush my clan's young master in Dongquan Valley. You should be prepared for annihilation. Yi Yuanming spoke sternly. At this moment, a shocking wound appeared on Su Feng's right chest, bleeding. For the powerful Su Feng, this wound was not significant, but Yi Yuanming's relentless attacks began to drain Su Feng's strength, making him feel increasingly weak. Just then, Yi Yuanming raised his eyebrow, frowning in contemplation, as if faced with a dilemma. Yi Yuanming, while it was my Tianxia Tower that made the mistake of ambushing Yi Xian, it won't be so easy for you to leave me alive. Su Feng's expression hardened as his aura surged once more, saying, You're somewhat correct, you may leave. Upon hearing Yi Yuanming's words, Su Feng's suddenly rising aura turned sharp once again. He did not believe that Yi Yuanming would let him go so easily. Yet after waiting for a long time, Yi Yuanming remained indifferent, standing motionless ahead. Seeing this scene, doubts began to creep into Su Feng's heart. Should I change my mind, it will be your time to return to the heavens, Su Feng. A flash of killing intent crossed Yi Yuanming's face as he spoke. Then Su Feng gritted his teeth, and his figure vanished in an instant. He didn't understand why Yi Yuanming suddenly changed his mind and let him go, but at this moment his energy could no longer delve deeper into thought. However, Yi Yuanming spoke correctly. When he changed his mind, Su Feng would truly meet his demise. Watching Su Feng flee at high speed, Yi Yuanming clasped his hands behind his back and murmured, to gain hope of life, and then to erase it, surely even a powerful figure would feel despair. With that, Yi Yuanming shook his head and disappeared. Giant Sword Peak. At this moment, Yi Xian and the others were still waiting there. Lin Yufan also put away the jade vial, standing before the Tianxia Tower's gate, staring blankly at the flowing blood and the devastated scene, lost in thought. After a moment, a sound of breaking air echoed, and the figure of Yi Chenlong appeared before the crowd. Seeing Yi Chenlong return, Lin Yufan calmed his turbulent emotions and quickly looked ahead. However, just as he looked, Lin Yufan, who had just managed to calm down, revealed a look of shock, his eyes unable to conceal the fear. Even the powerful have fallen. Looking at Yang Tianfeng, whom Yi Chenlong was holding, Lin Yufan murmured, "Old Lin, powerful figures are nothing to worry about. They can be killed just the same." Yi Xian spoke. Hearing this, Lin Yufan took a deep breath and replied, "Brother Yi, you are right. One day I will also go and kill a powerful figure." Upon hearing Lin Yufan's words, not only Yi Xian, but even the other four latest members of the Yi clan gazed at him with admiration. Although Lin Yufan seemed to misunderstand what Yi Xian meant, their ultimate intentions were the same. Just as Lin Yufan enjoyed the admiring gaze of Yi Xian, he suddenly asked, "What about the master of the Tianxia Tower?" Looking at Yang Tianfeng's tragic state, Lin Yufan thought, could he have also perished? Let him go. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Yufan was puzzled. Then Yi Xian looked at the lifeless Yang Tianfeng on the ground and said meaningfully, "Escaping from death only to die again, perhaps it could be more interesting." P.S. The last time Yang Tianfeng fled from Dongquan Valley, he lived for less than 2 years. How long can Su Feng live this time? On the second day after Yi Xian and his group departed, a woman passed by the Giant Sword Peak. However, no sooner had she stepped into its domain than a thick, cloying scent of blood assailed her senses. A surge of intense vigilance flooded the woman's heart. Carefully, she traced the source of the bloodlust, moving forward with cautious steps. Moments later, upon reaching the gates of the Tianxia Tower, her eyes bulged in shock. She whirled around and fled in panic. In the Xuanqi realm, the rumor spread, "Have you heard? The Tianxia Tower has been annihilated. Even the Giant Sword Peak was split in two, and the cut is impossibly smooth. Such power. I heard it was the imperial son of the Yi clan who led the assault," a man whispered as he leaned in. Such whispers echoed throughout the Xuanqi realm. Yi Xian, whose reputation had waned once again, entered the ears of billions of martial artists in the Xuanqi realm. Of course, to the mastermind Yi Xian, this was no mere rumor. It was the truth. In a secluded corner of the Xuanqi realm, within a cramped tavern, a tall, robust man sat alone. On the table rested only a jug of unrefined wine with no accompanying dishes. Hearing the chatter around him, the man drained the jug in one gulp, placed a few silver coins on the table, and, stepping out of the tavern, the man gazed up at the sky and thought to himself, "The time the imperial sun has given me is running short." With that, he touched the blade at his waist and walked off with a solemn expression. This man was none other than one of the 18 generals who had left the Yi clan, Jiang Six Wu Shao. His cultivation had already reached the late Saint realm, a remarkably swift progression. "Xianer Su Feng has been released," said Yi Yuanming, who had previously intercepted Su Feng, to Yi Xian beside him. "Second grandfather should have arrived at Liyuan City by now." Yi Xian looked up at the Yi clan disciples training in the martial arena and spoke with a faint smile. Liyuan City was one of the cities in the Xuanqi realm, no less grand than Yeqing. It was also the seat of another ancient aristocratic clan, the Lu family. At this moment, outside Liyuan City, an old man covered in wounds fled in a frantic rush. Who was that so grievously injured? Look at his panicked expression. What happened? Shortly after, the man left, a strikingly handsome figure materialized outside Liyuan City. After appearing, the man glanced at the magnificent city before him and vanished once more. That man, just now, didn't he look like Yi Wudi, the patriarch of the Yi clan? Once the man had departed, a short, middle-aged martial artist stammered to his companion, his lips trembling. The invincible emperor. Why would he bother coming to Liyuan City? As they spoke, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the skies above Liyuan City. The two men outside the city were startled and hurried toward the city. Sensing this aura, the people of Liyuan City looked up at the sky in fear. Some weaker martial artists found it hard to breathe and struggled to stay upright. Soon a thunderous shout echoed from the heavens. "Yi Wudi of the Yi clan has come to visit the ancient martial Lu clan." A grand voice spread outward like a disk from the sky. The man in the sky was none other than Yi Xian's father, Yi Wudi, the strongest under the emperor in the Xuanqi realm. As the saying went, when the realm has no emperor, Wudi reigns supreme. Soon dozens of figures in uniform appeared before Yi Wudi. These were the masters of Liyuan City, the invincible emperor. What is the meaning of this? A pallid middle-aged man in the crowd looked at Yi Wudi with. This pale-faced man was Liu Pei, the current patriarch of the Liu family. I have come to the Liu family to demand 2 people. Yi Wudi spoke with a faint smile. Demand people? Indeed. One is Su Feng, and the other is your Liu family's second elder, Liu Lei. After Yi Wudi finished speaking, the dozen or so Liu family members tensed up. Yi Wudi, what makes you think I would hand over my Liu family's second elder to you? Liu Pei replied, his expression on. Liu Pei, after all, was the head of the Liu family and a renowned figure in the Xuanqi realm. Even facing Yi Wudi of the Yi clan, he spoke with indifference. Hearing this, Yi Wudi shook his head with a smile. I don't expect you to hand him over willingly. That's why I'm here, to teach you clueless fools a lesson. At the voice from the sky, the people of Liyuan City erupted in an uproar. Yi Wudi, do you truly believe you are invincible? Liu Pei said, his expression turning fierce. Seeing the 2 sides on the brink of battle, many martial artists began to flee. After all, if those in the sky clashed, the destruction would be cataclysmic. Yi Wudi did not respond to Liu Pei's shout. Soon his aura began to surge, and 5 colors of Dao laws blazed around him. Sensing the terrifying momentum rising from Yi Wudi, Liu Pei's expression shifted, and he quickly shouted, retreat. Everyone fall back. The previously composed Liu Pei now showed a flicker of panic. As the patriarch, he bore the weight of the entire Liu clan and could not act rashly. Yi Wudi watched the retreating Liu family members with a stoic face, his aura continuing to climb. The very air around him seemed to groan under the pressure, punctuated by bursts of cracking sounds. With a thunderous roar, the Liu clan's aerial city trembled. On their martial arena, the high-ranking members stood firm. Yi Wudi, are you truly declaring war on the Liu family? An elder with white hair shouted. The Liu family. What are you worth? The white-haired elder seethed with rage. What were they worth? In Liyuan City, if the Liu family said 2, no one dared to say 1. Even some top-tier forces bowed their heads before them. But this list did not include the Yi clan or the arrogant Yi Wudi. In the Xuanqi realm, the Yi clan was known for its warlike nature, a trait evident in the actions of successive patriarchs. 5 elements, sky-scorching art. Yi Wudi remained unmoved in the sky, unleashing the same law-based divine ability that Yi Xian had witnessed in the War God Tower. But this time it was executed by the true Yi Wudi, making it an entirely different matter. Soon a colossal beam of 5-colored light appeared. Some martial artists, gazing at the divine law in the sky, felt blood seeping from the corners of their eyes. Activate the clan-protecting Grand Formation. The white-haired elder cried urgently. A circular shield of light quickly formed, enveloping the entire Liu clan. A deafening crash followed. Yi Wudi watched the 5-colored beam strike the Grand Formation with an impassive expression. As for the Liu clan, the Grand Formation trembled violently. The Liu clan disciples gazed in terror at the fearsome 5-colored light outside. After a few breaths, a cracking sound echoed and fine fissures began to appear on the formation. Another breath later, with a booming roar, the beam slowly dissipated. The Liu clan members breathed a collective sigh of relief. Watch out. Just as they relaxed, Liu Pei's shout rang out across the arena. Before anyone could grasp the situation, a beam of 3-colored light suddenly appeared above the arena, hurtling toward a specific spot. In that instant, it seemed to shatter the bonds of space itself. A sharp sound pierced the air on the Liu clan's martial arena. Then a massive building behind the crowd exploded. A figure emerged, revealing a gaping hole the size of a fist in his chest. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. The figure was none other than the second elder Liu Lei, whom Yi Wudi had mentioned. He knelt on one knee, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he stared ahead. Could it be? Beyond emperor, yet below emperor. Looking at Liu Lei, who had lost all signs of life, an elder of the Liu family stammered. But no one answered him. No one knew the truth. In that moment, the Liu clan fell into dead silence. Now for Su Feng. Yi Wudi's voice thundered again. Su Feng. Isn't he the master of Tianxia Tower? Could the Tianxia Tower be connected to the Liu family? Murmurs arose from Liyuan City. Ultimately, under Yi Wudi's domineering stance, Su Feng's figure slowly emerged from the Liu clan. He understood that matters had progressed to this point where the Liu clan could no longer shield him. Or rather, they would cast him out to make Yi Wudi retreat. Gazing at Yi Wudi, whose expression remained unchanged, Su Feng recalled the scene when Yi Yuanming had let him go. He had barely arrived at Liyuan City, not even resting for a moment before Yi Wudi followed closely. Should he call it coincidence, or that he was merely a pawn toyed with in the palm of their hands? A self-mocking laugh echoed. Suddenly, a fierce look crossed Su Feng's face high in the sky, and his entire body began to swell. Yet in an instant, a beam of light struck him, forcing his inflated form back to its original state. Yi Wuti extended his right hand with an indifferent expression and grasped forward. Su Feng, unable to resist, floated uncontrollably toward him. Then an inexplicable aura emerged and Su Feng began to struggle violently. Soul search. Moments later the aura dissipated. Looking at Su Feng, now limp as a dead dog in his grasp, Yi Wuti casually tossed him aside. A violent explosion followed and a mist of blood appeared high in the sky. Yi Wuti, how dare you? Lu Pei had just spoken when the white-haired elder stopped him. If anyone else oversteps the Tianxia Lu will be your precedent. From afar, Yi Wuti cast a mysterious glance at the Lu clan members. His figure slowly faded, but his voice still resounded through Liyuan City. Given Yi Wuti and the Yi clan's nature, it was impossible for them to have remained silent for nearly 2 years only to destroy a mere puppet like the Tianxia Lu. Watching Yi Wuti depart, the core members of the Lu clan frowned in contemplation. They could never fathom the Yi clan's true intentions. Long after that man had vanished from the sky, countless martial artists in Liyuan City remained in fear, their minds unable to find peace. The bearing of an emperor. These 4 words compelled some great clans to take desperate measures. First, the Tianxia's ambush at Dongquan Valley, then Yi Xian's annihilation of the Tianxia Lu. Now Yi Wuti came alone to Liyuan City, intimidating an entire clan by himself. After forcefully killing 2 people, he turned and left, leaving no one to fathom his thoughts. The Lu clan was equally perplexed. Before this, everyone had wondered where the Tianxia Lu had found the audacity to ambush the Yi clan's imperial son. The Tianxia's claim of being offered too much was merely a pretext. Now it was clear that the Lu clan stood behind the Tianxia Lu. But the true power brokers of the Lu clan dared not participate openly, as that would be an outright declaration of war against the Yi clan, a consequence they could not bear. After the Dongquan Valley incident, the Yi clan's nearly 2-year silence was even more intriguing. Years later, a figure appeared again in Liyuan City. But to everyone's surprise, it was not the Yi clan's imperial son Yi Xian, but a man in black robes gripping a long spear, his gaze icy. Now tales of the Yi clans might spread throughout the Xuanqu realm. Have you heard? They say Yi Xian destroyed the Tianxia Lu with a single punch. That's nothing. I heard Yi Xian crushed an emperor-level powerhouse underfoot. I also heard that the invincible emperor slapped the Lu clan's floating city with one blow. If not for their martial skills, who knows how many would have died. So powerful. Brother, tell me more. Within the Yi clan's ancestral land's secret realm, Yi Lin Dao, Yi Tianxin, and Yi Wuti sat together. Between them was Yi Xian, who had returned to the clan. After Yi Wuti came back from Liyuan City, the 4 of them gathered in the secret realm. Before Yi Xian floated an ancient unadorned cauldron. He had acquired it from the black-robed man in Luofeng City for a hefty price of 1,000 spirit jades. After studying it, they confirmed that the ancient cauldron indeed contained a trace of the divine demon power recorded in ancient texts. However, the records were scant. Xian, are you ready? Yi Xian nodded. Then the 3 figures, Yi Wuti, Yi Tianxin, and Yi Lin Dao, simultaneously released a profound, lingering aura. Soon, influenced by this aura, the ancient cauldron began to tremble. They intended to use divine techniques to draw out the sliver of divine demon power within the cauldron. After a few more breaths, a mystical light flashed over the cauldron, and a phantom divine gate appeared. Seizing the moment, Yi Xian formed a hand seal and closed his eyes lightly. Seeing Yi Xian enter a profound state, Yi Wuti and the others focused intently. It was working. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed, and Yi Xian's consciousness appeared in a pitch-black world, the river of time. Darkness stretched everywhere, and Yi Xian could not even see his own hands. An eerie silence surrounded him, unsettling his mind, as if his arrival was but a speck of dust falling into this world, stirring not a single ripple. Thus, in this timeless darkness, Yi Xian stood for an unknowable duration. Perhaps an instant, a year, 10,000 years. Yet he remained still, making no move. For if he wandered aimlessly, he might become lost in the river of time, sinking into eternal oblivion. After an endless wait, sensing the unchanging surroundings, a flicker of chaotic aura suddenly emanated from Yi Xian, making him seem one with the dark world. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared before Yi Xian. Its abrupt brilliance stung his eyes, making him squint and his head throb. Seeing that light, 4 words flashed in his mind: the dawn of chaos. After another long while, Yi Xian finally adjusted to the light and began walking toward it. But after standing for so long, his legs felt as if he were learning to walk anew. Thus Yi Xian staggered toward the light, stumbling. Having walked for an unknown time in the river of time, his gaze began to grow hazy. The light remained before him, yet seemed forever out of reach. Suddenly the glimmer erupted into a blinding radiance, banishing all darkness. With the light, Yi Xian finally saw his surroundings in full. Beneath his feet lay an endless river, the river of time as mortals called it. Following the river downstream, one could foresee the future. Going upstream, one could explore the past. Without hesitation, Yi Xian turned and walked against the current. His purpose here was not to glimpse the future but the past, to witness the divine demon war 1,000,000 years ago. As he moved upstream, fleeting shadows flashed before his eyes. Soon he saw the birth of a child, purple chi arriving from the east, the great Tao roaring, and the laws of chaos. Astonishment crossed Yi Xian's eyes at this sight. Yet he did not linger long and continued upstream. Seeing the ever-shifting shadows, Yi Xian forced himself to look straight ahead, daring not to gaze too long. He lacked the strength to sustain such visions, otherwise his consciousness might succumb to chaos and be lost in the river of time. After another unknown stretch of time, a tiny black speck suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's vision. His eyes sharpened, and he rushed toward that distant point with all speed. Within the long river of time, the appearance of a tiny black dot caused Yi Xian's expression to tremble. As he sped towards that speck, the distant seemed to notice him as well. Both parties moved swiftly. Soon a black shadow came into Yi Xian's view. Upon seeing the shadow now not far away, Yi Xian's gaze sharpened. To his surprise, the minuscule black was actually a man dressed in black robes. The man's face was deathly pale, and his black attire bore no other colors, making him appear strikingly incongruous. When they met, the black-robed man also showed a moment of astonishment, as if shocked to encounter someone swimming against the current at this point in the river of time. Yi Xian could not discern the black-robed man's specifics, but the man could clearly see that Yi Xian was a youth not yet 20. A youth swimming upstream in the river of time. Could it be him? The black-robed man murmured with a frown as he drifted downstream. Then a ruthless glint flashed in the black-robed man's eyes as he cast a cold, sinister gaze at Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could react to the murmur, he felt the man's aura surge rapidly. Suddenly, the black-robed man lunged at him, intent on destroying his consciousness in the river of time. Without hesitation, Yi Xian raised his hands to defend. With a thunderous crash, the river of time beneath them trembled unsteadily from the impact. As the black-robed man debated whether to strike again, Yi Xian's aura stirred, and he took the initiative to charge. Another punch landed, and a primal aura of the great Tao suddenly emerged in the river of time, seeking to annihilate both who dared to act recklessly. Sensing the danger, the black-robed man cast a reluctant glance at Yi Xian, then unleashed an indescribably powerful aura to shield his consciousness and retreat. Yet it was clear the retreating man was also badly shaken. After he fled, the menacing aura of the great Tao turned and surged toward Yi Xian. At the critical moment, a chaotic energy enveloped Yi Xian, making him appear dreamlike and illusory. With a resounding boom, his consciousness vanished from the river of time. In the Yi clan's secret realm, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. One of the three figures, including Yi Wudi, the ancient cauldron in midair, lost its luster and fell to the ground, becoming an ordinary vessel. Shinner the three exclaimed in shock upon seeing his state, quickly channeling spiritual energy into him. After a moment, Yi Xian's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and his breathing steadied. As his consciousness cleared, the image of a pale-faced, black-robed man instantly appeared in his mind, along with the aura that man had unleashed at the final moment. That aura seemed thousands, tens of thousands of times more powerful than the legendary great emperors of the universe. Father, grandfather, ancestor, I'm fine. Seeing the worried expressions of Yi Wudi and the others, Yi Xian quickly spoke. Then, organizing his thoughts, he recounted his encounter in the river of time, including the black-robed man. As Yi Xian narrated, in an unknowable place far beyond the universe, a black-robed man with a pale face opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. Bright yellow brocade robes. A youth. A mortal. Back at the Yi clan, after hearing Yi Xian's story, the three fell into deep thought. After a while, Yi Wudi frowned and spoke. Shinner, we may be getting closer to the truth. Hearing this, Yi Xian looked contemplative. It seemed his father also questioned why the universe, teeming with great emperors 1,000,000 years ago, had become a realm of 9 worlds with 1 emperor each. Moreover, records on this matter were scarce. Even the mighty Yi clan knew only fragments. Ding. Congratulations, host. The golden dragon bloodline has awakened. Begin hatching. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Hearing this, Yi Xian interrupted his thoughts and retrieved the giant egg from the system's inventory. Shinna, what is this? Yi Lin Tao, the Yi clan ancestor, asked with curiosity. This is little gold. As he spoke, the giant egg slowly rose into the air and began to tremble violently. Soon a cracking sound echoed and pieces of the eggshell fell to the ground. Under the expectant gazes of Yi Xian and the others, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, causing the massive beasts in the secret realm to prostrate in fear, trembling. Then a golden light blazed forth, revealing a golden dragon with shimmering scales. The dragon exhaled dragon breath, condensing a spherical orb before it. After a long while, a platinum dragon pearl materialized with dragon breath pulsing upon it. Within the pearl, a miniature golden dragon hovered. breath condenses into a pearl. The pearl nurtures the dragon's soul. Yi Wuti murmured softly at the sight. Then the golden dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing the platinum pearl into its maw. After swallowing the pearl, the golden dragon roared again, its aura climbing steadily. Early peak of the sovereign realm, mid-sovereign, mid-peak, late sovereign. Finally, at the late sovereign realm, the dragon's aura gradually stabilized. Watching its advancement, Yi Xian mused a single nap, and stepping straight into the late stage. It seemed he couldn't do that yet. His chaotic divine body was some. As he thought this, the golden dragon in the sky shrank to a normal size and landed before the broken eggshells. Though normal-sized, it was still considerably larger than Yi Xian and the others. It picked up a huge piece of eggshell and began crunching noisily. Big brother wants some. The golden dragon, focused on eating, noticed Yi Xian and the others staring and lifted its head to ask. Hearing the childish voice, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. Eat eggshells. But soon he walked over, took a piece, and tentatively bit into it. The eggshell crunched in his mouth. Yi Xian's eyes lit up at the fragments on the ground. Slightly sweet and delightfully crispy. He grabbed another piece and crunched away with relish. Seeing Yi Xian eating with gusto, the golden dragon anxiously called out, "Hey, big brother, save some for me." With that, the dragon also hurriedly grabbed pieces and chewed rapidly. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded in the Yi clan's secret realm. Two white-haired elders and a handsome, imposing man stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. A youth and a golden dragon crouched on the ground frantically, snatching up eggshell fragments. Sometimes when both grabbed the same large piece, they would glare at each other as if ready to fight over that single. But under Yi Xian's coercion and persuasion, the golden dragon eventually released its claw with reluctance and reached for the remaining fragments. Within the ancestral land's secret realm, Yi Wuti and his two companions had already arrived at a spot and begun brewing understanding tea. Beside the tea tree, a white porcelain jade bottle hovered in the air. This jade bottle was a so-called low-grade artifact that Yi Xian had acquired from the water secret realm. Not far from the tea tree, a man and a dragon lay flat on the grass, gently patting their own bellies. "Boss, you eat really fast," said Xiao Jin, his two enormous dragon eyes gazing upward. "You're not bad yourself. Xiao Jin, you can talk." After Yi Xian spoke, both of them fell into a moment. Xiao Jin's dragon eyes rolled. Could it be that Yi Xian had been addled by the eggshell? As far as his memories went, no one had ever competed with a golden dragon over eating eggshells. Yi Xian was the first, so perhaps it was indeed possible. Then Yi Xian sat up cross-legged. He looked at Xiao Jin beside him and began to examine him. Overall, there was no change. He was still covered in golden light, with a total of 4 claws, each bearing 5 toes, hence the name Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. Recalling what the system had told him back, then Yi Xian quickly grabbed Xiao Jin's front claw and looked at it, muttering, "No change." Unable to figure it out, Yi Xian decided to ask the golden dragon directly. "Xiao Jin, have you changed?" Hearing Yi Xian's question, the golden dragon immediately became excited. "I've condensed a dragon pearl, nurtured a dragon soul, and some inheritance has appeared in my memories." "Inheritance? What inheritance?" "The primordial dragon art," Xiao Jin replied without any concealment. The primordial dragon art, the supreme cultivation technique of the dragon race, passed down through bloodline, inheritable only by the royal clan of dragons. Hearing this name, Yi Xian said, "The primordial dragon art. Sounds pretty impressive. Still not as powerful as your chaos divine art, boss." That's normal. After all, I'm the boss." Yi Xian grinned and said it as a matter of course. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the golden dragon actually nodded its enormous head in agreement. As expected of his boss, everything he said made sense. Yi Xian ignored this seemingly not-so-bright golden dragon and asked again, "Can you transform?" "Not yet. When will you be able to?" "It should be after my cultivation reaches the Emperor realm," the golden dragon said uncertainly. After the conversation, Yi Xian looked thoughtful. Why did this dialogue feel so familiar? It seemed like not long ago when he had asked the system if it had any treasures like the holy water bottle, the system had said the same thing. As for Xiao Jin's mention of reaching the Emperor realm, Yi Xian paid it no mind. The so-called one emperor per realm no longer held any weight for him after he had witnessed the phantom projections of several young emperors. He had already formed his own judgment. He believed there was something wrong with the universe, or rather that the war between gods and demons 1,000,000 years ago had caused the universe to become flawed. If it came down to it, as Yi Shun had suggested, he could simply go and seize the war god towers from the other 8 realms to find the answer. Thinking of the living emperors in some of those realms, Yi Xian mused, although it seems a bit difficult. Then Yi Xian thought of the Sacred Heart Mirror, a reward from the system, and muttered, "Maybe I should take the Sacred Heart Mirror sometime and find an emperor to test its power." But this idea was extinguished as soon as it appeared. That Sacred Heart Mirror could only block 2 attacks from an emperor. If that emperor was unscrupulous and launched more than 2 attacks at once, wouldn't he be finished? No, this needs more careful planning. Yi Xian quickly shook his head, dismissing this immature plan. I wonder if Shui Huanin has finished her inheritance and that flashy Lin Yufan. Thinking this, Yi Xian lay back down on the grass, chatting idly with Xiao Jin. Yi Xian didn't ask Xiao Jin about cultivation matters, knowing that the beast race was different from the human race. Upon reaching a certain level, the beast race could take on either their beast form or a human form. The beast race might differ from the human race. Their cultivation speed was rapid, but when they broke through to the next realm, it often happened in leaps and bounds. Just like the golden dragon after its slumber and awakening, it had directly skipped the middle stage of the Emperor realm. Xiao Jin, since you have a dragon pearl and the divine beast inheritance, will take you to fight sometime. Yi Xian said mysteriously. Fight? Great, I love fighting. Xiao Jin nodded his dragon head vigorously. Somewhere in the Xuan, a beautiful woman stood opposite a dozen men. In her hand, she tightly gripped a red moon crescent blade. Feeling the chill emanating from the blade, a look of recollection flickered in her eyes. This beautiful woman was Hua Yin, number 1 of the 18 generals of Xuanxu, who was out on a training expedition. The red moon crescent blade in her hand was a weapon bestowed upon her by Yi Xian when she became number 1. Little lady, you'd better come back with us obediently. We won't mistreat you, said a lecherous man at the front of the dozen men, his eyes gleaming with wicked intent as he looked at her. After the man spoke, the others chimed in with raucous laughter. Take a look at yourself in a puddle of your own piss. You're not even fit to hold my shoes, you disgust me. Hua Yin sneered at the lecherous man, her voice cold. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Brothers, let's teach her the might of the Black Mountain Wolf Bandits. Enraged by Hua Yan's words, the lecherous man spoke fiercely. The battle was about to erupt. A beautiful woman in red wielding the red moon crescent blade moved. A flash of blood light streaked across the blade, and the head of one wolf bandit flew into the air. Seeing their comrade's head flying and blood spattering, the remaining wolf bandits were enraged. The two sides clashed again. Moments later, the ground was covered in blood littered with severed limbs and broken bodies, the stench of blood thick and heavy. Looking at the corpses of the wolf bandits before her, Hua Yin wiped the blood clean from her red moon crescent blade, then turned and left expressionlessly. In Shanghua City, have you heard? The Black Mountain Wolf Bandits outside the city have been completely wiped out. Good brother, tell me more. This is what happened. It is said that the person called themselves number 1. The beast domain of the Xuan. The inhabitants of the beast domain were different from the fierce beasts elsewhere. The domain contained pure-blooded fierce beasts, as well as some half-beast, half-human beings. Most of the fierce beasts here could also take human form, unlike the golden dragon, which had cultivation restrictions. At that moment, in the northern part of the beast domain, hey big guy, stop right there. A loud shout rang out. A burly man was running at an incredible speed. Looking behind him, 4 equally burly men were in. As they chased, the 4 men hurled insults as if the man ahead had done something terribly wrong to them. The burly man being chased was also one of the 18 generals of Xuanxu. Number 12, Yi Zhenquang. Come on, come fight your grandpa. Yi Zhenquang turned his head and shouted arrogantly. Seeing Yi Zhenquang's extremely arrogant expression, the 4 burly men behind him roared and chased after him. Soon after, Yi Zhenquang clapped his hands and walked out from behind a massive boulder, his head held high. Remember my name, kid. I am number 12. Behind the boulder, the 4 burly men watched Yi Zhenquang leave with grief and indignation, grinding their teeth in fury. In a tavern in the northern beast domain, I heard a guy named number 12 beat up the 4 brothers of the Iron Bull clan. No way. It's true, it's true. Such incidents were happening all over the Xuanxu realm. Gradually, a group of people surnamed Jiang emerged in the Xuanxu realm. These people were all young in appearance, yet their cultivation levels were terrifyingly high. As various forces probed for information about the 18 generals who had suddenly appeared in the Mystic Void realm, the final result they obtained was that each of these 18 individuals bore only code names from General 1 to General 18, with not a single one revealing their true name. Within the Yi clan's secret realm, Yi Wudi and the other 2 were no longer beneath the Enlightenment Tea Tree. In their place sat Yi Xian and the Golden Dragon, having finished consuming the eggshell. As Yi Xian put it, being full wasn't enough, they also needed to quench their thirst. Thus the pair sat together under the Enlightenment Tea Tree, savoring tea and engaging in lively conversation. Little Gold, Yi Xian called out to the Golden Dragon as he poured tea into a cup. Bottoms up, boss. The Golden Dragon, mimicking the gesture, lifted the teacup from the table with its massive claw, made a courteous gesture toward Yi Xian, and then tilted its head back to down the tea in one gulp. After drinking, the Golden Dragon closed its eyes in feigned profundity, savoring the moment, and emitted a series of low, contented growls. Watching the Golden Dragon's antics, even Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the steaming enlightenment tea in his hand, then at the Golden Dragon with its eyes shut tight, and an expression of speechlessness crept over his face. He distinctly remembered pouring tea, yet the golden dragon was acting as if it had just downed a cup of wine. Little gold, Yi Xian said, taking a light sip of tea and gazing thoughtfully at the cup in his hand. As members of a great clan, we must be humble in conduct and calm in the face of events, understand. The golden dragon, still basking in enjoyment, quickly opened its eyes at the sound of Yi Xian's voice and began to ponder. The boss is right. Though it agreed aloud, the golden dragon secretly mused, isn't the boss himself the least humble and most restless person in the Yi clan? Yet the golden dragon felt Yi Xian was correct on one point. It had noticed that Yi Xian remained remarkably calm in adversity, especially when setting traps. However, the golden dragon dared not voice this for one simple reason: it couldn't defeat Yi Xian in a fight. Soon the man and the dragon resumed their animated discussion, one speaking of beasts, the other of humans, both thoroughly engrossed in their exchange. Within the Water God clan's secret realm, after Yi Xian's departure, the azure figure sat daily on the jade throne, observing Shui Huanin as she underwent the Water God inheritance. Gazing at Shui Huanin, the azure figure wore an expression of deep satisfaction. Yet at the thought of Yi Xian, a long sigh echoed through the secret realm. Then, as the azure figure sat lost in thought, a faint, ethereal aura suddenly rose from the inheritance trial ground. Startled, the figure immediately looked up. Could this be the legendary Linglong immortal physique? The azure figure murmured, observing the inexplicable aura emanating from Shui Huanin during the trial. Linglong heart, Linglong immortal physique. The Linglong immortal physique, one of the ancient immortal physiques, was unique to women. Those who possessed it could cultivate without hindrance, free from the worry of inner demons emerging during their practice. In an instant, the azure figure in the secret realm flickered and appeared directly above a vast, boundless ocean. This was precisely the site of the inheritance trial Shui Huanin had entered. Arriving there, the azure figure fixed a piercing gaze upon the distant female silhouette. A thunderous roar echoed across the endless sea, and then an elusive, ethereal aura emerged from Shui Huanin. The woman, clad in a white dress, was enveloped in a dreamlike, immortal radiance that made her appear like a goddess descending from the 9 heavens, untouched by the mundane world. The woman gently opened her eyes, her long black hair cascading down. A soft white light emanated from her body, and even the surging waves around her seemed affected by the glow, calming into utter stillness. Soon another surge of aura rose from Shui Huanin. The boundary of her cultivation at the mid-stage sage peak began to loosen. Late sage stage peak of the late sage stage half-step sovereign. It was not until she reached the early sovereign stage that the tempestuous energy radiating from Shui Huanin began to subside, finally stabilizing. Had Yi Xian witnessed this scene, he might have gone to ask the system why his chaos divine body couldn't break through after a single nap. But even if Yi Xian asked, the system would likely ignore him. A 17-year-old mid-stage sovereign capable of defeating a later-stage sovereign with his fists, having entered the river of time born with a divine body, and still envious of others. Senior Water God, a soft call brought the dazed azure figure back to reality. Hearing Shui Huanin's voice, the azure figure's forehead creased with dark lines. That brat is from the Yi clan, so it's somewhat acceptable for him to call me Senior Water God. But you, a member of the Water God clan, why follow suit? Despite these thoughts, the azure figure spoke in a tone it deemed gentle. Shui Huanin, you have received the inheritance and awakened the Linglong immortal physique. From now on, you must strive even harder in your cultivation. Having said this, the azure figure itself felt a twinge of oddity, lecturing someone who possessed the Linglong immortal physique. Shui Huanin nodded in understanding and asked, Senior, where is Yi Xian? He departed long ago, the azure figure replied. With that, the azure figure continued conversing with Shui Huanin for a considerable time. After Shui Huanin left, the azure figure murmured to itself, gazing at the spot where she had vanished. The Linglong immortal physique. As it spoke, the azure figure began to grow more ethereal, yet its face showed no sign of panic. Instead, it was filled with anticipation, eager to see how far this Linglong immortal physique could develop. At the purple bamboo forest in the 3,000 seas, the wind blew and the bamboos swayed gently. A purple-robed figure stood motionless atop a high vantage point within the forest, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. Feiner has remained motionless for over 10 days now, remarked Shu Qizhou and Fang Qiuzhu from deep within the bamboo forest, watching Lin Yufan on the heights. After destroying the Tianxia Tower, Yi Xian had returned to the Yi clan, but Lin Yufan had declined Yi Xian's invitation and returned alone to the 3,000 seas. Back at the purple bamboo forest, Lin Yufan ascended to its highest point. Clutching the life saint spring that Yi Xian had given him, he stared ahead, feeling the gentle breeze and listening to the creaking of the swaying purple bamboos. Thus over 10 days passed unnoticed, with Lin Yufan maintaining the same posture though his eyes had begun to. Suddenly a fierce gale swept through. Due to the strong wind, the creaking of the purple bamboos in the forest became more frequent. The powerful gust bent a purple bamboo nearly to the ground, threatening to snap it and destroy it entirely. At that moment, Lin Yufan, standing on the heights, shifted his steps slightly and fixed his gaze on the bamboo that was struggling tenaciously against the storm. After a moment, the gale ceased. A resonant hum filled the air, and the bamboo, which had been on the verge of breaking, instantly snapped back upright, standing straighter and more resilient than before. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yufan's eyes. The aura of dejection that had clung to him vanished in an instant, replaced by a vibrant, burgeoning energy. A thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Yufan's body, as if something had shattered. In a moment of sudden enlightenment, he stepped into the mid-stage sovereign realm. The elderly man and woman deep in the forest witnessed this scene, their faces beaming with relief. Having reached the mid-stage sovereign level, Lin Yufan's aura surged continuously until it hit a critical point, and then he let out a long, piercing cry to the heavens. The cry soared straight into the clouds, even dispersing the thick, heavy cloud layer above the purple bamboo forest. After the cry subsided, Lin Yufan smiled and looked outward from the forest. Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan. At that moment, a pleasant female voice rang through the purple bamboo forest. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Yufan hastily arranged what he considered a handsome expression, though Yi Xian would deem it excessively flashy, and walked out to meet her. In the purple bamboo grove, a woman dressed in white waited outside. Soon Lin Yufan arrived gracefully before Shui Huanin, grinning as he said, "Shui Huanin, why have you come?" Seeing Lin Yufan's expression, Shui Huanin thought that Yi Xian had not deceived her. Before she could speak, Lin Yufan's cheerful demeanor suddenly froze as his gaze sharpened. "You? Early stage emperor. I encountered an opportunity a few days ago and happened to break through." Shui Huanin nodded casually. Hearing this, Lin Yufan's forehead darkened with veins. He felt this tone was eerily reminiscent of his brother Yi Xian. He sighed, thinking of his place on the prodigy ranking. Then he said, "Brother Yi isn't here. If you're looking for him, you'll have to go to Yi City." "I already know. I also heard you destroyed the Tianxia Tower." The mention of Tianxia Tower reignited Lin Yufan's excitement as vivid scenes flashed before his eyes. "That was something extraordinary. Come, let me tell you all about it." As Lin Yufan was about to lead her to the pavilion in the purple bamboo grove for a detailed recount, Shui Huanin spoke up. "Let's go on a training expedition." "Training? Where?" Lin Yufan blurted out. "I've already decided," Shui Huanin said mysteriously. "We'll go to the Wasteland Domain." The Wasteland Domain was a border region in the Xuanshu realm, living up to its name with an aura of desolation. It was also a common destination for many seeking training. The Wasteland Domain. "Why?" Lin Yufan asked, stunned. "Intuition. My intuition tells me we might find Yi Xian there." Shui Huanin patted her chest reassuringly. Hearing her guarantee, Lin Yufan's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Intuition? Was intuition some great emperor? Could it actually tell Shui Huanin where to find Yi Xian? All right. After a moment of thought, Lin Yufan spoke. He then turned and walked into the depths of the purple bamboo grove, while Shui Huanin waited at the pavilion. "Grandpa Shu, Granny Fong." Lin Yufan approached a wooden hut and bowed respectfully to the elderly man and woman before it. "Go ahead," Fong Qiuzhu said with a cautionary note. "Feigner, if you encounter something beyond your means, prioritize survival." "Feigner understands." Lin Yufan bowed again respectfully. "Grandpa Shu, Granny Fong, I will become." With that, under the gaze of the two elders, Lin Yufan turned and strode away. At the pavilion, he said, "Let's go," to Shui Huanin, who had been waiting quietly. Just outside the purple bamboo grove, Lin Yufan asked, "So who do you think we should target first in the Wasteland Domain?" Hearing Lin Yufan's words, Shu Qizhou, deep in the bamboo grove, twitched his mouth slightly. His own child seemed different after one trip with Yi Xian. More whimsical. "Do you have the Yi clan backing you?" Shui Huanin asked. Lin Yufan shook his head. He only had Grandpa Shu and Granny Fong, nothing compared to Yi Xian. "Then do you have the power to slap down a latest stage emperor with one strike, like Yi Xian?" Lin Yufan shook his head again. Those feats were all Yi Xian's doing, truly his brother Yi. Then, after shaking his head several times, Lin Yufan's enthusiasm was thoroughly doused. At that moment, he felt it was far better to follow Yi Xian. Back then, they were the ones doing the beating, and no one dared to retaliate. If anyone tried, they could just call for reinforcements. As the two set out for the Wasteland Domain at the Yi clan, the training ground was lined with disciples in orderly formation for the annual Yi clan Grand Competition. "The Divine Sun is here." A loud shout erupted, and the training ground thundered with cheers. This time, Yi Xian did not use the system's special entrance like before, yet the applause was even greater. Soon Yi Xian took his seat on the high platform. However, the four holy sons and holy daughters who had sat beside him last time were absent. They requested it themselves, Yi Qianlong explained, seeing the confusion in Yi Xian's eyes. Shortly after the competition began, Perhaps due to Yi Xian's presence, this year's event was exceptionally lively. This time Yi Xian did not participate as it was entirely unnecessary. If any reckless Yi clan disciple dared to challenge Yi Xian to a spar, they would likely be drowned in a sea of scorn. Asking the Divine Sun to come down and fight. That's pure masochism. Haven't you heard about Huang Hui from Tianxia Tower? As the competition neared its end, 4 figures emerged from the crowd. The 4 were the Yi clan's former holy sons and holy daughters. As Yi Yuan stepped forward, she winked playfully at Yi Xian on the high platform. Then Yi Liuyun, the rightmost of the 4, stepped forward and declared, "We wish to join the Divine Sun's training camp." Murmurs rippled through the crowd after his words. Yet many disciples found it unsurprising, even somewhat expected. What would be impossible in other clans was happening right here in the Yi clan. Before Yi Xian could respond, Yi Yuan added, "We will follow the rules and challenge members of the camp." Seeing their earnest expressions, Yi Xian nodded and called out, "Camp disciples present." At Yi Xian's voice, the camp disciples roared with pride. With Yi Xian's nod, 4 disciples stepped forward, their eyes blazing as they fixed their gaze on Yi Luyun and the others. In their eyes there was no trace of reverence for the former holy sons and holy daughters. Their awe was reserved for one person alone, the Divine Sun Yi Xian. In the end, Yi Luyun and the other 3 all triumphed over their opponents and successfully joined the camp. Yi Xian was not surprised by this outcome. Their failure would have been the real shock. The day after the competition, the Yi clan's High Council announced a thrilling piece of news: a reward involving the Life Sacred Spring. After deliberation, it was decided that the Life Sacred Spring would be granted to disciples who had made outstanding contributions to the clan. Yi Xian gave his full support to this decision. In his view, it wouldn't be long before he could obtain even better treasures from the system. Though the system claimed none were available now, temporarily surely meant they would come. If not, he could have the system repair and upgrade them. After all, he believed upgrades often brought good things. Just as he thought of the system, Yi Xian immediately opened its exchange panel and began browsing. After a long while, he exclaimed, "Found it." He stared at an item listed under the rare treasures category, the Heavenly Crown, a high-grade Emperor artifact capable of enhancing a weapon's rank. By gathering the required materials and placing them into the furnace, the weapon could be upgraded. Satisfied, Yi Xian nodded. Compared to directly exchanging a large number of Emperor-grade or Imperial-grade artifacts from the system for the clan, this furnace was a far better and more cost-effective long-term solution. Imagining every Yi clan member wielding an Imperial-grade artifact, Yi Xian grinned. How flashy. The exchange cost was 20,000 battle points. Seeing the price, Yi Xian glanced at the panel in the upper right corner, 18,400 battle points, short by 1,600. System: if I eliminate those who are utterly vicious, heinous, and devoid of any martial virtue, will I earn battle points? Yi Xian asked with a serious expression. Silence followed. After a moment, the system's voice sounded slightly uncertain. Yes. Receiving the system's affirmation, Yi Xian stepped back with a righteous look. A system of justice. How promising, truly promising. With that, Yi Xian rushed out of the Yi clan in a flurry. Yi City. It was one of the largest cities in the Xuanxu realm where the Yi clan resided. Here there were martial artists, scholars, merchants, and even the depraved. In a small village not far from the city, a group of people in fine clothes stood with sneers. On an open patch of ground in the village lay corpses. The eyes of the dead were filled with indignation. At this moment, a pure-faced young girl was being dragged by a lecherous-looking man. Sun Li Kai, you beast. Let my daughter go. A middle-aged woman on the other side screamed, curses, her face full of desperation. She tried to rush forward, but was held back by a group of people. Sun Li Kai was the legitimate son of the Sun Estate in Yi City. So annoying. Hearing the lecherous man's words, one of the men holding the woman raised his hand and slapped her, sending blood spilling from her mouth. Mother! The girl, being dragged by the lecherous man, cried out, tears streaming down her face. Just as the man's expression turned impatient and he was about to kill, a voice rang out. Sun Li Kai. With this cold, emotionless voice, Sun Li Kai's raised hand froze in midair. Then not only Sun Li Kai, but everyone in the village except the girl and the woman found themselves unable to move. Seeing this, Sun Li Kai exclaimed in shock, a sovereign. After the voice sounded, no figure appeared for a moment. Sun Li Kai spoke sternly. Who are you, sir? Why interfere in my affairs? I am Sun Li Kai, the young master of the Sun family in Yi City. Offend me, and you won't have an easy time in this city. As he finished, a mocking laugh echoed in the village. The Sun family. Is it really that formidable? As the words fell, a young figure in bright, yellow brocade gradually materialized. Who else could it be but Yi Xian from the Yi clan? Looking at the corpses in the village, Yi Xian's face showed no expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Didn't you hear my question? How formidable is the Sun family? When no one answered, Yi Xian spoke again, his tone indifferent. But when the Sun family members in the village saw the young man in brocade, they looked as if they had seen death itself, none dared to reply. The Imperial Sun. Someone blurted out tremblingly. Families in Yi City had mostly seen portraits of those who must not be offended, so it was no surprise they recognized Yi Xian. Yi Xian was even listed by some families as a forbidden existence, not to be provoked. But just as that person spoke, the dead silent village echoed with the sound of dripping water. Yi Xian frowned and said to the girl, "Come here." No extra words, no emotion. Don't be afraid. This is the Imperial Son of the Yi clan. He's a good person. The middle-aged woman who had been knocked to the ground scrambled up and spoke. She knew that as long as Yi Xian was there, they would survive. Hearing her mother's words, the girl also walked toward Yi Xian and the woman. Perhaps due to extreme fright, her steps were particularly unsteady. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was momentarily moved when he heard the woman call him a good person. A good person? What kind of person could be considered good? One who refrains from killing. One who does not bring calamity to the world. No one could truly define it. After a moment, Yi Xian gave a self-deprecating smile and thought to himself, why dwell on this? Whatever Yi Xian do, I do with a clear conscience. The girl staggered forward and then collapsed in front of the woman. Looking at the terrified few before him, Yi Xian waved his hand lightly, and the restraints on Sun Li Kai and the others instantly dissipated. Mercy, Imperial Sun, have mercy. Feeling their bodies move again, the people knelt and begged for forgiveness. Watching them, Yi Xian summoned a flame in his hand. Then, except for Sun Li Kai, flames burst forth and burned fiercely on the others. Consider this repayment for your karmic debts. As for you, looking at Sun Li Kai, whose face was ashen, Yi Xian extended a single hand, forcing him to kneel before the girl. Hand over your valuables. Yi Xian's voice, like that from the deepest abyss, rang in Sun Li Kai's ears. Hearing the continuous crackling of flames and the bone-chilling screams behind him, Sun Li Kai quickly took out all his money and valuables and kowtowed incessantly. Soon his head was bloodied, but he dared not stop until Yi Xian spoke. Yi Xian shook his head and casually struck Sun Li Kai with a few attacks. A horrific scream rang out. Sun Li Kai's limbs were crippled, his cultivation was destroyed, and he lost all his former arrogance, reduced to a pitiful wretch. You got off lightly. Yi Xian grabbed Sun Li Kai and with a faint remark vanished from the village. Watching him leave, the remaining two women knelt and kowtowed. Yi City. A buzzing sound echoed as Yi Xian's figure appeared before a luxurious mansion, holding the barely breathing Sun Li Kai. Looking at the mansion before him, Yi Xian casually tossed Sun Li Kai, who rolled to the front of the Sun Estate, emitting hoarse sounds from his throat. Who goes there? Two guards at the Sun Estate's entrance called out warily. But before they could approach to inspect, Yi Xian's figure appeared again in midair. Sun Li Kai of the Sun family in Yi City engaged in the practice of absorbing ink to supplement yang, harming innocent girls, and the entire Sun family connived in it. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning crackled around Yi Xian. Boom. The people of the Sun Estate only heard a sound and looked up to see a blaze of lightning wreaking havoc. Even as they died, they remained in the same posture, the same expression. With a thunderous crash, the luxurious Sun Estate below collapsed, reduced to ashes. But Sun Li Kai outside the estate survived. Yi Xian let him live. By now the ground where Sun Li Kai lay was soaked. Looking up at Yi Xian in the sky, exclamations erupted throughout Yi City. The Yi clan's Imperial Sun. It's the Yi clan's Imperial Sun. The aura he emits, midstage sovereign. Amid these voices, Yi Xian's figure flickered and appeared before a blacksmith shop. At this moment the shop was empty save for the blacksmith himself. Looking at the blacksmith who was hammering away, Yi Xian smiled faintly and walked in. If you want something forged, see the patterns on the wall. Seeing Yi Xian arrive, the old blacksmith did not react and continued his work. Watching the stooped old man, Yi Xian spoke calmly. Should I call you old blacksmith or Tai Yongbing? Tai Yongbing was the adopted son of Su Feng, the master of the Tianxia Tower with midstage sovereign cultivation. Hearing Yi Xian's voice, the blacksmith gave a barely perceptible pause. You jest, sir? Of course I am old blacksmith. Old blacksmith, old blacksmith. Yi Xian repeated the words. Then a faint killing intent rose from him and permeated the shop. Even Su Feng is dead, yet you survived. But since you lived, why don't you cherish your life? As he finished, the stooped blacksmith suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, unmistakably that of a midstage. Watching the blacksmith straighten his back, Yi Xian shook his head. Tai Yongbing was clever, knowing the safest place was the most dangerous, so he came to Yi City and disguised himself as a blacksmith. But in Yi City, how could he hide from the Yi clan? After a moment, without a sound, Yi Xian looked at the man on the ground with bulging eyes and murmured, Did you think you could be like those peerless geniuses who challenge entire clans alone? The ignorant are truly terrifying. The murmur still echoed in the blacksmith shop, but Yi Xian was gone. Only the body of the old blacksmith, growing cold on the ground, remained. The next day, come quick. The old blacksmith is dead. The Sun family of Yi City was annihilated. Some cheered, some applauded. For it was Yi Xian, the divine son of the Yi clan, who had done the deed, and the Sun family had acted unjustly first. The old blacksmith in the alley died. Some grieved, some mourned. Little did they know the familiar old blacksmith had long fallen victim to Tai Yongbing's murderous hands. From that moment on, the disguised Tai Yongbing became the eternal old blacksmith of the alley. Yet both incidents were the work of one man, Yi Xian. Yi Xian's extermination of the Sun family was both for public and private reasons. Killing the old blacksmith was purely personal. Thus Yi Xian always believed he was not a good person, not only not good, but even a selfish one. Every action of the youth carried an element of self-interest. In the Divine Sun's Hall of the Yi clan, the heavenly craft furnace had already appeared on the open ground before Yi Xian. Upon returning to the clan, Yi Xian immediately redeemed the rare heavenly craft furnace, and the battle points on his panel plummeted from 23,000 to 300. After a moment, the high-ranking members of the Yi clan gathered in the Divine Sun's Hall. They all gazed at the enormous heavenly craft furnace before them. "Xian, what is this?" "A high-grade imperial artifact," Yi Tianxin inquired. Yi Xian nodded and replied, "Grandfather, this is called the heavenly craft furnace. Its functions and usage are all recorded here." Saying this, Yi Xian handed Yi Tianxin a jade slip. Taking the jade slip, no one asked where the furnace came from. Though no one questioned him, Yi Xian had already prepared an explanation. "Grandfather, I obtained this heavenly craft furnace from the War God Tower. On the 9th floor, I also saw the residual spirit left by ancestor Yi Xishan," Yi Xian said. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Since it came from the War God Tower, the matter was plausible. Even if it weren't, it wouldn't have mattered. As for Yi Xishan, they had already learned of it when Yi Qianlong returned to in the main hall of the Yi clan. "Xianer, for this trip to the barren domain, your third grandfather will accompany you." Yi Xian nodded. Yi Qianlong had been his guardian since childhood, which was not unusual for a scion of a. Neither party brought up the high-grade imperial artifact. Although it was mentioned that the Yi clan possessed only one imperial artifact in the ancestral land, that was merely on the surface. After a brief exchange, Yi Xian left the main hall. As Yi Xian was returning to the Divine Sun's Hall, two clear voices rang out. "Xianer, cousin." Recognizing the familiar voices, Yi Xian turned to look. A girl in a white dress with skin like ice and bones like jade gazed at the youth before her with a smile in her. Shifting his gaze, a middle-aged man stood beside the girl. The mere presence of the man exuded an aura of insurmountability. With a single glance, Yi Xian recognized them. The girl was Nangong Xiao, whom he had met in the War God Tower, and the man was her father, the current clan head of the Nangong family, Nangong Wentian. He was also the so-called cheap uncle in Yi Xian's words. "Xiao, cheap uncle, what brings you here?" Yi Xian greeted with a faint smile. Hearing Yi Xian's voice, Nangong Wentian's mouth twitched. "Xianer, I heard you're going to the barren domain for training." Nangong Wentian ignored the address and asked, "Uncle, were you eavesdropping on my conversation with grandfather? If they cause you trouble, I want help." Yi Xian teased with a half-smile. "Eavesdropping? What nonsense are you talking about, brat?" Nangong Wentian put on a righteous expression. "Do you take me for that kind of person?" As soon as he finished, Yi Xian eyed him with suspicion, pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, "Yes." "Get lost, you brat." On a serious note, since you're going to the barren domain, we'll go together. Nangong Wentian waved his hand. "Of course, no problem. But uncle, what about the Nangong family? Who says a clan head has to stay in the clan every day?" With that, Yi Xian and Nangong Wentian walked toward the Divine Sun's Hall, bantering all the way. Nangong Xiao, who had been ignored for quite a while, fumed inwardly. Here she was, a stunning beauty, and Yi Xian didn't even acknowledge her, instead chatting cheerfully with her unserious father. The next day in the Divine Sun's Hall, Yi Xian stood side by side with Yi Qianlong, Nangong Wentian, and Nangong Xiao. "They'll crush the prodigies of the barren domain," Yi Xian declared confidently. The three found it amusing. After a moment, Nangong Wentian spoke. "First, crush the clan heads of the barren domain. Now that's my uncle. Ambitious." Yi Xian gave Nangong Wentian a thumbs up. "Not bad yourself, my worthy nephew." Nangong Wentian waved his hand in praise. Nangong Xiao watched the Mutual Admiration Society with a knowing look. She now seemed to understand why Yi Xian and her father got along so well. It was simply birds of a feather flock. Yi Qianlong, on the other hand, was long accustomed to it. Having been by Yi Xian's side since childhood, he had witnessed even stranger behavior. After a moment, "Uncle, what are you doing? You're not planning to ride that to the barren domain, are you?" Yi Xian asked, seeing Nangong Wentian's movement. "What, you expect us to fly?" "You fly if you want, but I'm not doing it," Nangong Wentian exclaimed in surprise. Yi Xian gave a mysterious smile. "We have this." "Xiao Jin." With a loud shout, a resounding dragon roar echoed. Then, to the astonishment of the Nangong father and daughter, a majestic golden dragon with dark gold scales appeared in midair. The dragon exuded a faint, intimidating pressure of a divine beast, causing even the great power Nangong Wentian to feel a slight tremor. Boss Xiao Jin spoke after appearing. Shinner, is this that golden dragon? Nangong Wentian asked, gazing at the dragon before him. That's right. His name is Yi Jin, my little brother, Yi Xian confirmed. Hearing Yi Xian's introduction, the golden dragon in midair actually puffed out its golden chest, raised its massive golden head, and wore a proud expression. Seeing the dragon's demeanor, even Nangong Chioa was taken aback. You're a divine golden dragon royalty among dragons. How can you look so proud just because Yi Xian called you his little brother? Is this faster than mine? Nangong Wentian eyed the golden dragon doubtfully. After a moment high above Yi City Ha Shinner, this golden dragon is absolutely amazing. Nangong Wentian felt the rushing wind and laughed heartily. Xiao Jin, slow down, slow down. Standing atop the golden dragon, Yi Xian and Nangong Wentian spread their arms and laughed wildly, while Nangong Chioa, behind them, wore an expression of utter embarrassment. Even Yi Chunlong looked disdainful. Look at Nangong Wentian, the clan head of the Nangong family, acting like he'd never seen anything in his life. At least his clan's divine son had class. Baron Domain, here I come. A loud shout rang out. Some experts in the city looked up, their gazes sharp. A flash of golden light streaked across the sky above Yi City and vanished. Lin Yufan, I won't accept this. As Yi Xian and his companions leisurely made their way toward the barren domain, in the barren domain of the mystic void realm, three figures stood facing each other in a desolate area. One of them was a man holding a long spear from which emanated an aura of desolation, giving an invincible impression. On the other side stood a man and a woman. The woman was dressed in a cyan long gown, while the man wore a purple robe. The two were none other than Lin Yufan and Shui Huanin, who had come to the barren domain for training. The man opposite them was Qing Song, who had also arrived in the barren domain. Lin Yufan, are you confident? Shui Huanin asked Lin Yufan. Confident? Do you even need to ask? He's just at the initial emperor stage. What's there to fear? Do you think he's brother Yi? Lin Yufan replied with unwavering confidence. Shui Huanin nodded beside him, though her eyes betrayed doubt. What he said was true, but ever since they had set out on their training journey, it seemed Lin Yufan was always brimming with confidence whenever he encountered trouble. Yet the results were always the opposite. This time was no exception. When they had encountered this man, Lin Yufan had immediately issued a challenge leading to the scene before them. Watching the two whispering ahead, Qing Song narrowed his eyes. Compared to the purple-robed man, he sensed something more unusual about the cyan-clad woman. She subtly gave him an indescribable feeling. Aside from brother Yi, Lin Yufan has never feared anyone. With a loud shout, Lin Yufan and Shui Huanin charged at Qing Song simultaneously. But the moment they engaged, Lin Yufan and his companions suffered a considerable setback. After a brief exchange, they retreated to one side, exchanged a glance, and saw gravity reflected in each other's eyes. The spear in the man's hand was an imperial artifact. Although they had suffered a minor loss, Lin Yufan was no pushover. Having finally come out for training, if he couldn't defeat Yi Xian, could he at least not defeat the people of the barren domain? Yi Xian was a peerless genius. Was the man before him also one? If Yi Xian were here, he would surely advise Lin Yufan patiently and offer a sincere suggestion. Old Lin, give it up. With that thought, the three clashed again. After several breaths, seeing that she could not subdue the man before her, an ethereal aura began to rise from Shui Huanin. Sensing this aura, Qing Song's expression turned knowing as he murmured, a special constitution. Immediately, an imposing aura of desolation surged from Qing Song, instantly suppressing the ethereal aura emanating from Shui Huanin. That aura of desolation was none other than the primordial sacred body he had awakened within the war god. The primordial sacred body was the supreme constitution among humanity, hailed as the strongest battle physique. Its possessor boasted an immensely powerful physical form, was impervious to all evils, and was born for combat. Huanin, flee quickly. Sensing the rising aura from Qing Song, Lin Yufan's expression tightened as he urgently called out. The aura was steeped in desolation, and being within the barren domain, if Lin Yufan guessed correctly, it was the legendary primordial sacred body. The two swiftly turned and fled at top speed. Leaving? Don't you think it's a bit too late? Qing Song's voice was cold as he watched them attempt to escape. With a thunderous roar, a divine ability shot toward them like lightning. Not good. Lin Yufan spun around to block, but after only a moment of resistance, both he and Shui Huanin were sent tumbling to the ground. In contrast, Qing Song raised his spear, his aura surging once more as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Just then, a heaven-shaking dragon's roar echoed through the air. Hearing the roar, Qing Song, who had just lifted his spear, paused. Then a golden dragon materialized between them. Upon the golden dragon, an overwhelming draconic might radiated, pressing faintly upon the three. What untimely timing! A cheerful young voice rang out, and the scene atop the golden dragon came into view. Seeing the suddenly appearing man, Lin Yufan's spirit jolted, and he instantly became energized. Brother Yi, you've finally come. Glancing sideways at Lin Yufan, who was a mess of tears, and Snot Yixian's face showed disdain as he said, "Stay where you are." No sooner had he spoken than Little Gold let out a tremendous roar at Lin Yufan. Lin Yufan hastily halted his forward charge and swallowed hard. Then the group atop the golden dragon descended to the ground. Little Gold transformed into a miniature golden dragon and perched on Yixian's shoulder. As Lin Yufan was about to burst into another fit of tears, and Snot, he noticed the shift in Qingsong's expression. Seeing this, Lin Yufan felt immensely relieved. It seemed even that fellow feared his brother Yi. Indeed, wherever Yixian went, admiration followed. Yixian, Shui Huanin said excitedly, "See, didn't I tell you?" She turned to boast to Lin Yufan. Hearing this, Lin Yufan gave her a thumbs up in acknowledgement. "Brother Yi, you must avenge me." With that, Lin Yufan immediately began pouring out his grievances to Yixian. After he finished, the group turned to look at the spear-wielding man behind them. Just one glance, and the four of them were struck with surprise. Lin Yufan and Shui Huanin, however, glared at the man with indignation. "Divine Son." To their astonishment, the spear-wielding man spoke and respectfully bowed to Yixian. "Qingsong, how have things been in the barren domain?" As Lin Yufan listened to their exchange, his expression gradually shifted from disdain to surprise, then to shock. "Let me introduce you. This is Qingsong," Yixian said to Lin Yufan. Then Yixian looked back at Qingsong. "Qingsong, these are Lin Yufan and Shui Huanin." After the introductions, noticing the strange expressions on both sides, Yixian realized the scene he had just walked into. After a moment, he said with a meaningful tone, "Old Lin, that purple robe of yours is really dazzling." Yixian could easily guess what had happened. It was probably a misunderstanding born from Lin Yufan's itchy fists, only for him to get beaten up in a two-known fight. Saying this, Yixian took Lin Yufan aside to whisper. After the explanation, Lin Yufan abandoned the idea of having Yixian avenge him. Returning to the group, Lin Yufan resumed his elegant demeanor, smiling sheepishly at everyone. "Brother, this is the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Wentian. And this is the legitimate daughter of the Nangong family, Nangong Chioa. And this is Yi Jin, my little brother." Upon hearing the first two names, Lin Yufan felt overwhelmed. Two more people of great significance. But when he heard the last one, his eyes lit up. He then walked up to the miniature golden dragon on Yixian's shoulder and said seriously, "Little Gold, call me Brother Fan." Hearing Lin Yufan's voice, the little golden dragon rolled its eyes. What nonsense was this? This guy wanted him to be a little brother. It was already generous of him not to swallow the guy whole. "Old Lin," Yixian warned kindly. "When he gets angry, he can even take on a great power." Lin Yufan's eyes bulged, and he quickly stepped back 2 paces. "Fight a great power," he exclaimed. Then he immediately moved to Yixian's other side, looking back and forth between the two. Qingsong, he couldn't beat him. The golden dragon, not only couldn't he beat it, Nangong Chioa, he could beat her, but glancing at Nangong Wentian beside her, Lin Yufan quickly dismissed that impractical thought. After saying this, Yixian let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Lin Yufan would have ended up battered and bruised again, for Qingsong's primordial sacred body was no trivial matter. "Huanin has your water god inheritance," concluded Oi. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yixian noticed Shui Huanin's expression and frowned slightly, secretly funneling 50 million spirit stones into the system. Ding, detection successful. Exquisite spirit body. Hearing the voice in his mind, Yixian was taken aback. An exquisite heart, an exquisite spirit body. Catching Yixian's peculiar gaze, Shui Huanin's cheeks flushed, and she actually lowered her head, revealing a hint of shyness. Snapping back to reality, Yixian looked at her demeanor and was startled. "You? Did you sustain internal injuries?" Upon hearing Yixian's words, Nangong Wentian's laughter rang out. Soon the group followed Qingsong to the heart of the barren domain, Barren City. "Ding, congratulations, host, unlocked barren domain, training mode." Hearing the voice in his mind, Yixian pondered for a moment before turning his gaze to Qingsong. "Qingsong, are you in the barren domain?" After arriving here, the remnant consciousness of the Barren Emperor from the War God Tower appeared and led me to the Barren Emperor's mansion. Understanding Yixian's intent, Qingsong replied with a serious expression. Then Yixian instructed Qingsong to lead the others to the Barren Emperor's mansion, while he and Nangong Wentian departed from the group. Qingsong nodded and led Yi Chunlong and the other 3 toward the city. Meanwhile, Yixian and Nangong Wentian stood side by side, holding a document in their hands. "Sienna, no need to look. I've been here before and know a thing or two." Nangong Wentian looked at Yixian and said, "The Barren clan in the Barren domain has 5 branches: the Primordial Barren lineage, the Barren Emperor lineage, the Barren Saint lineage, the Barren E lineage, and the Barren Hill lineage. All reside within this barren city." Listening to Nangong Wentian's explanation, Yixian nodded. The Barren Emperor lineage must be the Barren Emperor's mansion that Qingsong had mentioned earlier. It seemed the Barren clan stood at the apex of the Barren domain's pyramid. That worked out well. perfect for racking up battle points. With that, the two headed toward a specific part of Baron City. Standing before a mansion, Yi Xian and his companion looked up at the words Primordial Baron Mansion and nodded. This is the Primordial Baron branch of the Baron clan. Nangong Wentian spoke, gazing ahead. Then, Yi Xian said with a faint smile, directly assigning tasks. Uncle, you take on the clan head, and he'll handle the juniors. No problem. The promise they'd made before coming, to sweep through the entire Baron domain, was no idle boast. Coupled with the system's chime, Yi Xian's resolve only strengthened. Soon two resounding shouts echoed through Baron City. Yi Xian of the Yi clan challenges the prodigies of the primordial Baron lineage. Nangong Wentian of the Nangong clan challenges the clan head of the primordial Baron lineage. As these cries rang out, figures flickered rapidly through Baron City. Hey brother, where's everyone off to? Didn't you hear? Someone's challenging the primordial Baron lineage. No way, that's explosive. I've got to see this too. More and more people surged toward the primordial Baron mansion, eager to witness this rare spectacle. To dare challenge the primordial Baron lineage within Baron City, these must be extraordinary individuals. Among the crowd, a purple-robed man with an excited expression hurried along with the flow. Who else could that purple-robed man be but Lin Yufan? When Yi Xian and Nangong Wentian had left, Lin Yufan had sensed something was afoot. Recalling the scene from when Yi Xian went to the 3000 Seas, Lin Yufan figured they must be up to something big. Sure enough, not long after they departed, news spread through Baron City of a challenge to the primordial Baron lineage. Brother, you take it slow. With that, Lin Yufan quickened his pace, afraid to miss the grand show. Before the primordial, dozens of figures poured out, glaring at Yi Xian and his companion. At their head was a middle-aged man with a curled mustache, followed by a tall, sturdy man in his 30s. Seeing the primordial Baron members emerge, Nangong Wentian sent a telepathic message. Xiener, the leader, is Gu Shuji, the clan head. The one behind him should be the young master Gu Huangzhou. Gu Huang. Yi Xian paused at the name. Truly the bold live dangerously. Soon more and more people gathered around them, staring at the duo with curiosity. Distinguished guests from the Yi clan and Nangong clan, the primordial Baron lineage has failed to welcome you properly. Gu Shuji, the clan head, declared in a clear voice. Regardless of whether they came as guests or challengers, courtesy must be observed. That was the dignity of a great clan. But they had never expected to encounter Yi Xian and Nangong Wentian, two eccentricities among the noble houses. Clan head Gu, spare the pleasantries. You must know our purpose here. Nangong Wentian spoke. Is that young man the Yi clan's divine son Yi Xian? Handsome enough, but is he as heaven-defying as the legends say? Huangzhou remembered, don't harm our goodwill. After instructing Gu Huangzhou, behind him Gu Shuji made a gesture of invitation. Clan head Gu, have all your clan's prodigies come at once. Yi Xian's voice suddenly rang out in the arena. As his words spread, gasps erupted from the crowd. Xiener, can you really take them all on? Nangong Wentian's expression remained unchanged as he sent a telepathic message. But recalling the circumstances of his nephew's birth and the various legends, he felt he might have asked a redundant question. Nangong Xiua had also told him that Yi Xian had even topped the ancient steel in the War God Tower. Putting it all together, Nangong Wentian wouldn't have been surprised if Yi Xian claimed he could take on Gu Shuji himself, let alone all the young prodigies of the primordial Baron lineage. Yi Xian shot Nangong Wentian a reassuring look, and his aura surged. This time, even the primordial Baron members could no longer maintain their composure. Not much of a person, but quite the braggart. Hearing Yi Xian's arrogant words, Gu Huangzhou's expression darkened as his own aura erupted. His peak midstage sovereign aura was unmistakable. Instantly, both sides ascended into the air. Those who hadn't yet arrived looked up. Brother Yi already starting. Seeing the two figures suddenly in the sky, Lin Yufan was filled with regret. Above the primordial Baron mansion, Gu Huangzhou faced Yi Xian. Gu Shuji faced Nangong Wentian. In the end, the primordial Baron lineage didn't follow Yi Xian's request. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the laws of the Tao erupted from the four combatants. Lightning crackled and flames danced around Yi Xian. Since the Baron clan's techniques were famed for their ferocity, he would counter with the most violent laws, the law of thunder and the law of flame. Let's see who was more brutal, the Baron clan or him. Primordial Baron body. With a loud shout, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. Primordial Baron body. What was that? A shrunken version of the primordial sacred body. Primordial Baron body, let's see me beat you into a barren nothing body. With that, Yi Xian charged at Gu Huangzhou, wielding lightning in his left hand and flames in his right. Seeing Yi Xian's arrogant demeanor, Gu Huangzhou's expression hardened as he growled. Do you think being the Yi clan's divine son makes you invincible? Bang! In an instant they clashed, and the deafening sound reverberated through Baron City. As the noise subsided, the onlookers were astonished at how quickly a victor had emerged. Silence fell all around. Then, straining their eyes, everyone focused on the scene above. and their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Nangong Wentian and Gu Shuji paused their battle to turn and look. A figure plummeted rapidly from the sky, while the other stood tall and proud aloft gazing down with a look of supreme dominance. After the battle before the Huanggu mansion concluded, Brother Yi is as valiant as ever. Gazing at the figure in midair whose eyes swept disdainfully over all, Lin Yufan's face shone with admiration. Meanwhile, the universally acclaimed Yi Xian was deeply engaged in conversation with his system. System, what tasks does this wilderness trial mode have? Though when he was in the 3000 Cs the system had simply thrown him the words I don't know, Yi Xian felt it was still worth asking. Perhaps the system might suddenly have a change of heart and tell him. Host may proceed to the Qihua mountain range. Hearing that this unscrupulous merchant had actually told him, Yi Xian's expression lit up with joy. Qihua mountain range, he committed it to memory. Once he finished battling through the 4 branches of the Huang clan, he would go. Then Yi Xian exited this state. The moment he withdrew, he felt an overwhelming silence all around, and countless people stared with fear in their eyes. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Yi Xian felt nothing but contempt. Wasn't it just that he had defeated the young master of the Huanggu branch? Why such astonishment? Uncle, fight faster. We still need to get to the next one. Am I not fast enough? It's you who's too quick. With that, Nangong Wentian let out a great roar and charged towards the dumbfounded Gu Shuji ahead. Didn't you hear me? Fight faster. Why are you looking as if you've never seen anything before? Hearing Nangong Wentian's shout, Gu Shuji was enraged. Wasn't Nangong Wentian stating the obvious? Indeed, this was the first time he had witnessed the Guhuang boat being instantly obliterated. If it were anyone else, this amount of time probably wouldn't even be enough for them to finish their threats. The two then became locked in combat. Xian are the usual rules. Gazing at the crowd ahead, Nangong Wentian spoke without turning his head. By now, Yi Xian and Nangong Wentian had arrived at the entrance of the Huangxing mansion of the Huangxing branch. Meanwhile, the spectators had also shifted from the Huanggu mansion to the Huangxing mansion. Of course, except for the purple-robed man who had been following all along. Lin Yufan, after seeing Yi Xian finish his fight with the young master of the Huanggu branch, didn't need to look back to know the outcome, so he turned and went straight back to the Huangdi mansion. Before the Huangxing mansion, the members of the Huangxing branch stood in formation, led by their clan head Shengqi. Clan head Shengqi. Yi Xian had just begun when Shengqi interrupted. Young master, you know. Shengxian. At the call, a man stepped forward, followed by 2 others at the initial emperor realm. This man was none other than the young master of the Huangxing branch, Shengxian. Seeing what was unfolding, the crowd surprisingly showed little astonishment. As for why, even they themselves were puzzled. Boom. With a thunderous crash, battle commenced once again. Soon the youthful figure stood in midair, while 3 others plummeted rapidly. Witnessing this familiar scene, another wave of exclamations arose from the crowd below. Old pal, hurry up. Seeing Yi Xian's gaze turn to him, Nangong Wentian felt a surge of panic. Not long after, before the Huangqiu mansion of the Huangqiu branch, a young man in bright yellow brocade stood side by side with a man wearing a helpless expression. Before the two, the members of the Huangqiu branch watched with tense expressions. Behind the two, a sea of people stretched. By now, nearly half of Huangcheng's inhabitants knew of Yi Xian and his companion's challenge. Those who missed the previous match went to secure a spot at the next one, but since they couldn't predict Yi Xian's challenge, everyone chose a mansion to wait at, believing that before long Yi Xian would arrive. Bang! Boom! The scene was eerily similar. Some in the crowd had grown numb. This time, the number of prodigies from the Huangqiu branch participating had increased to 6. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Watching Yi Xian and Nangong Wentian depart, Xiao Ning, the clan head of the Huangqiu branch, murmured softly, "This imperial son of the Yi clan seeks to suppress an entire realm." What Xiao Ning hadn't expected was that his own Huang clan would become a stepping stone for another. Before the Huangyi mansion of the Huangyi branch, hundreds stood in neat rows, their expressions tense, occasionally glancing into the distance. Meanwhile, outside the Huangyi mansion, the area was already packed tight. Word had reached everyone that Yi Xian, having just defeated 6 emperor-level cultivators of the Huangqiu branch, was heading this way. Before long, 2 whooshing sounds were heard, and Yi Xian and Nangong Wentian landed in front of the Huangyi mansion. Seeing the assembled ready crowd, Yi Xian said with a faint smile, "Clan head, no need to be so tense." "Young master, yes, brilliant record leaves me no choice but to be tense." The middle-aged man addressed as clan head, he shook his head with a wry smile. This man was Yi Dongwen, the current clan head of the Huangyi branch. Behind him stood the young master of the Huangyi branch, Yi Chun. "Young master Yi, this time our Huangyi branch will send 4 people. How about it?" Yi Dongwen probed. "Including our young master, all 4 are at the mid-peak emperor realm." Yi Dongwen knew that for Yi Xian, early-stage emperors might not differ much from sages, so he directly dispatched 4 mid-peak emperor cultivators. But this approach was also open to criticism, for aside from their young master, Yichun and the other three could hardly be called young prodigies anymore. Nevertheless, Yi Xian's edge was too sharp. The Huang clan needed at least one victory to save face. This was his last resort. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the proposal, Yi Xian replied, without hesitation, no problem. A wave of murmurs rippled through the already numb crowd. This time Nangong Wentian did not send a telepathic message to Yi Xian, for he believed that if Yi Xian dared to agree, he was certain of victory. Now he too understood why the Yi clan held Yi Xian in such high esteem. With Yi Xian's consent, 4 men stepped out from behind Yi Dongwen. Pleased. The one in the center spoke to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded, and his figure appeared in midair. This time the clan head duel between Nangong Wentian and Yi Dongwen was conspicuously absent. Both men looked up at the scene unfolding in the sky. Boom. Without any polite exchanges. With a thunderous crash, 4 great Dao laws, thunder, flame, ice, and water, manifested around Yi Xian. Seeing the great Dao laws on Yi Xian, Yichun and his 3 companions wore grave expressions as 4 desolate auras rose. Sensing their auras, Yi Xian nodded inwardly. As the Huang Emperor in the War God Tower had said, Qingsong's ancient desolate sacred body could only be fully developed within this wilderness domain. Raising his head again to look at the 4 from the Huangyi branch, Yi Xian summoned a sky half red and half blue behind him. When he stepped forward, ripples spread across the air like water. At the same time, arcs of lightning danced around Yi Xian, and a massive thunder dragon slowly coalesced. Yichun and his companions watched Yi Xian approach with astonishment. Rumbles echoed continuously through the air. Only when they faced Yi Xian directly could they truly grasp the immense pressure he exerted on his opponents. For some reason, seeing Yi Xian at this moment, the 4 felt an unconquerable dread. Watching the scene in midair, Yi Dongwen let out a sigh before the Huangyi mansion, for he had already foreseen the outcome of the battle. Yichun and his companions harbored fear before the fight even began, while Yi Xian's momentum had reached its peak. Everyone is welcome to share their thoughts when rating with stars, because if only stars are given by, he cannot see them. Soon the 4 of them, Yichun and his companions in the air, seemed to notice this as well and quickly shouted out, "No more waiting, let's attack together." Seeing the 4 charging toward him, Yi Xian let out a faint smile. They thought he was gathering his strength, or perhaps believed that 4 mid-stage sovereigns could defeat him. But they were mistaken. In Yi Xian's eyes, not only were early-stage sovereigns akin to sages, but mid-stage ones were no different. With that thought, Yi Xian lightly tapped his left foot backward. A rumbling sound erupted, and a massive beam of light materialized in midair. Around the beam, continuous booming sounds arose, caused by the violent friction between its swift movement and the spiritual energy in the air. Desolate secret art. With 4 simultaneous shouts, the auras of Yichun and his 3 companions surged further. 4 strands of desolate energy resonated with one another. Well struck. Seeing the 4 with their greatly enhanced auras, Yi Xian's figure did not pause for an instant as he flashed past. A massive dragon condensed from 4 great Dao laws manifested. Whooshed. In midair, thunder coalesced into the dragon's head, flames into its claws, frost into its body, and heavy water into its tail. Roar. A thunderous dragon's cry echoed as the colossal dragon instantly charged toward Yichun and the others. The dragon alternately conjured thunderbolts, fireballs, bit, and lashed its tail. Gazing at the scene before him, another law radiated from Yi Xian's body. Then Yi Xian shot another beam of light toward the dragon ahead. As the beam struck, the dragon's form faltered momentarily. Immediately after, the onlookers saw the dragon's eyes brighten. A murderous aura surged from its body, and the entire dragon grew instantly ferocious. The law of slaughter. Gazing at Yi Xian in the sky and the dragon that seemed to have come alive, Yi Dongfang murmured, "His mastery over the laws is so profound it inspires awe." After a moment, "Everyone, that concludes today's challenge. You may all disperse now." Upon receiving Yi Xian's telepathic message, Nangong Wentian announced in a clear voice. As he finished, Yi Xian appeared beside him. Then the 2 vanished before the desolate Yi mansion. Although Yi Xian had left, no one else departed. For the battle in the air still raged on. That dragon persisted. Shortly after, Yi Xian left the dragon in the sky, let out a heaven-shaking roar, and lunged straight at Yichun and his companions. Boom. A thunderous crash revealed the scene. Yichun and the other 3 bore wounds of varying severity. From the final outcome, it was clear they had lost. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in low exclamations again. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and his companion had already arrived at the desolate Emperor Mansion. Following Nangong Wentian's words, the crowd outside the desolate Emperor Mansion had scattered, heading toward the various taverns within Desolate City. This was especially true for those who hadn't even caught a glimpse of the battle. For most, taverns were undoubtedly the best places to gather news, listen to tales, or learn about the fight's details. At the desolate Emperor Mansion, young Master Yi Patriarch Nangong, a middle-aged man before them, spoke with a faint smile. This man was the patriarch of the desolate emperor lineage Di Qing. Patriarch Di Qing is too kind. I must thank the desolate emperor mansion for taking care of Qing Song. Yi Xian shed his nonchalant demeanor and replied. Thinking of the desolate emperor in the war god tower and the desolate ancient spear in Qing Song's hands, Yi Xian shook his head inwardly. This karmic bond for Qing Song had been forged. Yet to him, since Qing Song was a designated follower of the system and had grown up alongside him, how could he not bear such a minor karmic debt? Young Master Yi jokes. Since Qing Song was brought here by the desolate emperor ancestor, this is naturally what the desolate emperor mansion should do. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xian and his companion arrived at the arranged courtyard. Yi Qianlong and the others were already waiting there. As he entered the courtyard, Yi Xian saw Yi Qianlong and the group deep in discussion. Third grandfather, what are you all? Brother Yi, you're back. Hearing Yi Xian's voice, Lin Yufan immediately bounced over, gazing at Yi Xian with adoration. Brother Yi, how are the prodigies of the desolate clan? Not bad. Not bad. Can I beat them? That might be a bit challenging. A bit challenging means it's possible, right? Possible is good enough. Lin Yufan, thinking he had grasped Yi Xian's implication, nodded and spoke. Old Lin, do you want to become an emperor? Looking at the smiling Lin Yufan before him, Yi Xian suddenly asked. Hearing Yi Xian's question, Lin Yufan was momentarily stunned. Become an emperor? One emperor per realm. This time Lin Yufan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he sat down lost in thought. Become an emperor. Lin Yufan was originally from the Clear Wind realm. He had heard from his grandfather in his childhood that the Clear Wind realm once had an emperor. Over the years, he had pondered this. The Clear Wind realm once had an emperor, but for 1,000,000 years it had been one emperor per realm. And among the 9 upper realms, it was one emperor per realm. Thus, he couldn't fathom how long ago that was, but Lin Yufan believed his grandfather wouldn't deceive him. After a long pause, Lin Yufan raised his head to meet Yi Xian's gaze and shook his head. Seeing Lin Yufan shake his head, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. But soon another voice rang out. Brother Yi, I don't think my endpoint is merely becoming an emperor. As Lin Yufan's words fell, Yi Qianlong and the others paused briefly, then sighed again. For the prodigies to be born in the same era as Yi Xian was both fortune and tragedy. They thought of Yi Xian beside Lin Yufan. If it were one emperor per realm, then in a contest between the two, no one would doubt that the one to become emperor would be Yi Xian. Lin Yufan seemed to realize this too, yet showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, he met Yi Xian's gaze with shining eyes. You're right, old Lin, I believe in you. Yi Xian said with a faint smile. Lin Yufan then grinned broadly, certain that Yi Xian's words were no mere consolation. Because he knew Yi Xian would never console him. Soon Lin Yufan was back to his cheerful, carefree self, donning his usual light-hearted demeanor. After this matter passed, Yi Xian turned to chat with Qing Song. Not long after, Lin Yufan suddenly sidled up to Yi Qianlong. Sovereign Qianlong, can one see the departed after becoming an emperor? Yi Qianlong turned his gaze to Lin Yufan, who had suddenly spoken. The purple-robed young man, after asking his question, stared earnestly at Yi Qianlong. Though his face was calm, Lin Yufan's heart was clenched within. He seemed to yearn for the answer, yet dreaded it. He hoped Yi Qianlong would say yes, yet also hoped he would say no. Whether it was a yes or a no, it seemed an immensely contradictory question to Lin Yufan. Even he himself didn't know what he truly thought. The unchanging state that had persisted for 1,000,000 years sometimes made him lack the courage to seek the answer. After leaving the purple bamboo grove, he discovered many who were not only born privileged, but also exceptionally gifted. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the ancient desolate sacred body beside, Yi Xian was already a towering mountain in his eyes. Observing Lin Yufan's demeanor, Yi Qianlong hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose the truth. Shu Qizhou had once confided in Yi Qianlong that the death of Lin Yufan's grandfather remained an unresolved knot in his heart. Though Lin Yufan seldom spoke of it, Shu Qizhou often caught sight of him standing atop the purple bamboo forest, gazing intently in a certain direction. Perhaps driven by this, Lin Yufan had relentlessly cultivated, even ascending the heavenly prodigy rankings of the 3,000 seas. Some claimed that upon reaching the imperial realm, the disparity in innate talent and bone structure would become increasingly pronounced. Yet Lin Yufan steadfastly believed that persistence would eventually reunite him with his grandfather. However, after encountering Yi Xian and the likes of Qing Song, he found his conviction beginning to waver. Old Lin. A sharp call jolted Lin Yufan from his inner turmoil. Hearing Yi Xian's voice, Lin Yufan instantly regained his composure, cold sweat beating on his palms. What you just did was perilous. Trust your initial choice, persist, and you will surely see your grandfather again. Yi Xian spoke with earnest sincerity. Lin Yufan nodded heavily in response. After a brief pause, Yi Xian turned to Qing Song and inquired, Qing Song, what is so peculiar about the Calamity Prayer Mountain in the barren domain? The Calamity Prayer Mountain range. We were just about to discuss this with you, Imperial Son. At Qing Song's words, Yi Xian's expression grew serious as he awaited further explanation. The Calamity Prayer Mountain Range is a cluster of peaks within the barren domain. One legend claims that humanity prayed to the gods, but demons hostile to the divine intervened, severing the gods' blessings and unleashing calamitous demonic forces, thus giving rise to the mountain range and the desolation of the barren domain. Another tale suggests that humanity offended the gods, who then unleashed the power of divine calamity, turning the land into a forsaken place also known as the Land of Calamitous Prayer. Hearing Qingsong's explanation, Yi Xian gained a concrete understanding of the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range. Regardless of the version, both seemed inextricably linked to the legendary gods. Yi Xian was certain of the gods' existence, yet their relationship with the great emperors remained unclear to him. Setting aside the divine demonic power within the ancient cauldron, even the black-clad man he encountered in the River of Time surpassed all his understanding. As for what I wish to mention earlier, rumors claim that an ancient relic has emerged within the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, Qingsong's voice once again reached his ears. An ancient relic. Yes, ancient. A relic from 1,000,000 years ago. At the mention of 1,000,000 years, Yi Xian's gaze sharpened. Is the information reliable? Some claim to have witnessed it with their own eyes. Qingsong shook his head, but the truth remains elusive. Yi Xian suddenly sensed that matters were far from simple, and the timing seemed too coincidental. He had just initiated the barren domain training mode, and the system had informed him that the core of this training lay within the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range. Was this mere coincidence, or... As Yi Xian pondered, he directly addressed his mind. System, is the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range incident a coincidence? Yes. Hearing the system's response, Yi Xian was taken aback. You didn't even deliberate for 3 seconds before answering in the affirmative. He now had every reason to suspect the unscrupulous system's role in this affair. Regardless of whether it was coincidence or deliberate arrangement, Yi Xian deemed a visit to the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range necessary. One reason was the system's reward, another more compelling reason was the 1,000,000-year-old relic. Yi Xian wondered who had spread the rumor and how they could possibly know it was a relic from 1,000,000 years ago. Seeing Yi Xian's inclination to go, Qingsong interjected, the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range is perpetually shrouded in miasmic fog, at times reducing visibility to a mere meter, though the fog periodically thins. When is the next thinning? In 5 days. Very well, prepare yourselves. We set out for the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range in 5 days. Hearing Yi Xian's decision, the others nodded in unison, agreed. With that, Yi Xian headed toward the quarters the Baron Emperor's mansion had prepared for him. The next day, at the break of dawn, the area before the Baron Emperor's mansion was already teeming with people. Those who had missed the battles during Yi Xian's challenge to the other 4 Baron clan branches arrived especially early. Word had spread that after Yi Xian's challenge to the Baron E clan, he had declared he would not continue that day, implying the challenges would resume today. Such was the logical assumption, but only Yi Xian himself knew his true intentions. Meanwhile, the object of everyone's anticipation was busily tinkering with something within the Baron Emperor's mansion. Little did the crowd suspect that the protagonist they awaited was not only refraining from challenging the mansion, but had also become a guest within its walls. System, open the exchange panel. At that moment, Yi Xian was preparing in his room for the impending journey to the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range 5 days hence. Moments later, ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for 4 Demon Sun banners. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for 30 royal grade detoxification pills. Having heard Qingsong's explanation, Yi Xian anticipated the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range would not be easily traversed, so he made ample preparations. After exchanging all necessary items, Yi Xian spoke again. System, when will you upgrade next? When the host reaches the Emperor Realm. Hearing the system's clear response, Yi Xian's heart leaped with joy. The Emperor Realm. As he idly browsed the exchange panel, his gaze suddenly froze. There on the panel, a scroll-like item caught his eye. Heavenly Tao Creation Physique. The supreme human constitution forged by seizing the essence of heaven and earth. This scroll is designed for those born without it. Reading the final line, Yi Xian's expression faltered. Acquired. Seize the essence of heaven and earth to obtain the Heavenly Tao Creation Physique. Then a line of smaller text appeared before him. Note: risk of death. Yi Xian was not particularly surprised by this warning. To contend with heaven and earth for fortune without any risk would have made him doubt the scroll's authenticity. Yi Xian muttered to himself, Heavenly Tao Creation Physique. Seize the essence of heaven and earth. Exchange cost 1,000,000 battle points. Glancing at the meager battle points in the upper right corner of the panel, barely reaching 10,000, Yi Xian let out a sigh. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Emerging from his room, Yi Xian found Qingsong and the others already waiting in the courtyard. He then produced 4 Demon Sun banners and distributed them to Qingsong and the other 3. These are called Demon Sun banners. Activate them when necessary. Afterward, he handed out the detoxification pills he had prepared earlier. Nangong Wentian accepted the pill with a composed expression, though inwardly, he was slightly taken aback. Let's go. Yixian nodded and gave the command. The group then set off toward the Calamity Prayer Mountain Range within the barren domain. The Calamity Prayer Mountain Range. Already a large crowd had gathered before the mountains waiting for the moment when the toxic miasma would begin to recede. Yixian and his companions still en route were unaware of the multitude already assembled before the mountain. Among the gathered were factions from the barren domain and its neighboring territories, even including members of the Beast Domain clan that bordered the barren domain. With the sound of wind breaking, Yixian and his companions appeared among the crowd before the Chihua mountain range. Quite a crowd, he remarked, lightly surveying the gathered throng. After all, it's a relic from 1,000,000 years ago. Though no one knows if the rumors are true, it doesn't stop people from coming. Yi Qianlong nodded and spoke. If the rumors are true, that a 1,000,000-year-old relic lies within the Chihua mountain range, then more people will come. As Yixian and his group appeared, an empty space instantly formed around them. In such a place, people like Yixian were the ones everyone needed to be wary of. The miasma is receding. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Soon everyone saw the once dense miasma rapidly dissipating. After a moment, they could already glimpse some of the interior of the Chihua mountain range. Since no one's making a move, let the Silver Wolf tribe take the vanguard. A loud laugh rang out as a dozen figures dashed toward the mountain range ahead. Seeing the Silver Wolf tribe already entering, the others could no longer hold back and surged forward. Yixian and his group followed the crowd into the Chihua mountain range. As soon as everyone had entered, the miasma that had just dispersed suddenly surged back. Someone cried out in alarm at the sudden resurgence, but the voice quickly faded. Don't panic, Yixian's voice sounded in the ears of Qingsong and the others. The miasma that rose again isn't very toxic. The group quickly gathered together, scanning their surroundings with puzzled expressions. What's going on? Qingsong asked in confusion. In the past, after the miasma receded, it would take about a month to gather again. Hearing Qingsong, Yixian's gaze sharpened. Seeing nothing unexpected, they oriented themselves and headed deeper into the mountain range. Strange, why haven't we seen anyone else? Lin Yufan asked in puzzlement after walking for a long time without encountering another soul. This mist is problematic. The miasma that rose after we entered must be different from before, Yixian said, studying the surrounding fog. The mist was thick but much lighter in color, unlike what they had seen outside the mountain. Back then, even from outside, they could clearly sense the power of the dark, poisonous miasma within. Everyone be careful. Among them, even the weakest Nangong Chioa had the cultivation of a half-emperor, while Shui Huanin had already stepped into the early emperor realm while training with Lin Yufan in the barren domain. Even Lin Yufan had been astonished by that for a long time. But even so, in this eerie Chihua mountain range, they had to tread cautiously. On Yixian's shoulder, the miniature's eyes, Xiao Jin, stood curiously looking around. The mountain was shrouded in thick fog, utterly silent. Sinister howls occasionally echoed in their ears, making their hair stand on end. This Chihua mountain is indeed quite eerie. Yi Qianlong frowned, sensing the environment. He had passed by this mountain in his youth, but had only glanced at it briefly due to time constraints. Wait. Hearing Yixian's voice, the group immediately stopped. Thump thump. Water sounds. They cautiously moved forward. Soon a massive lake appeared before them. They stared intently at the sudden sight. The entire lake was pitch black like ink, its surface utterly still like a dead lake. Yet they had clearly heard water sounds earlier. Ba Xiao Jin whispered, there's something in there. No sooner had Yixian spoken than the vast lake began to churn violently, rumbling incessantly. Then dozens of jet-black flood dragons emerged on the water's surface. As they appeared, the spiritual energy above the lake grew turbulent. Are these spirit-eating flood dragons? No, they're mutated ones. Yi Qianlong looked astonished. Lin Yufan asked in confusion, mutated spirit-eating flood dragons. Spirit-eating flood dragons are a type of exotic beast that feeds on spiritual energy. Normal ones are pale white, but these are pitch black. Yi Qianlong explained it must be due to the Chihua mountain. The Yi clan's ancestral secret realm didn't have such creatures, so Yixian had only seen them in ancient texts. But it made sense. If the secret realm had spirit-eating flood dragons, the spiritual energy there wouldn't be so abundant. Careful. With a cry, the dozens of flood dragons suddenly lunged at them. Boss, let me handle this. As Yixian was about to act, Xiao Jin's excited voice rang out. The little dragon instantly swelled to dozens of feet in size. A thunderous dragon roar echoed, accompanied by a burst of golden light. One side gleamed with gold, the other was dark as ink. The massive golden dragon stood in stark contrast to the black spirit-eating flood dragons. Seeing Xiao Jin's move, Yi Qianlong and Nangong Wentian stood aside, watching warily. Those spirit-eating flood dragons fed on spiritual energy, and ordinary attacks could hardly harm them, even becoming their nourishment. For experts like Yi Qinlong, these creatures were merely a slight nuisance. Ahead, the golden dragon was wreaking havoc like a tiger among sheep. Lin Yufan swallowed hard and muttered, "Damn, this little golden dragon is ferocious." The flood dragons in the sky fell like dumplings, no match for the golden dragon at all. Suddenly, a great roar sounded, and the surrounding flood dragons quickly retreated, trembling in fear before the golden dragon. The bloodline pressure radiating from the golden dragon made them shake uncontrollably. Then a flood dragon, also pitch black, but with a pale white spot on its forehead, appeared before the golden dragon. That must be their leader. Looking at the dragon, which was clearly twice the size, Yi Qinlong spoke. "Xiao Jin, crush it with one claw. We need to hurry and find the relic." "Boss, watch me." The golden dragon charged at the leader with an arrogant roar. "Black dragon, taste your grandpa." A cow-like bellow rang out as the two dragon figures collided. A dragon roar was followed by a miserable. Then the group saw the flood dragon leader split in two. A black pearl appeared. The golden dragon opened its mouth and swallowed it. With a puff of murky air exhaled, Xiao Jin glared at the remaining flood dragons before contentedly returning to Yi Xian's shoulder. "So there was a reward. No wonder you were so eager," Yi Xian said, shaking his head at the little dragon, patting its belly in satisfaction. Lin Yufan swallowed again. The flood dragon leader had already condensed a dragon pearl, making it nearly equivalent to an emperor-level powerhouse. It seemed Yi Xian wasn't exaggerating when he said the golden dragon could even take on great powerhouses when enraged. With a sigh, Lin Yufan realized he'd have to call it Brother Gold from now on. "Old Lin, let's go." Yi Xian called to the dazed Lin Yufan. "Brother Yi, wait for me." A chilling wind swept through, rustling the ground with a faint buzzing sound. "Hey, Brother Yi, wait for me." Seeing Yi Xian and the others already crossing the lake, Lin Yufan shouted and hurriedly chased after them. Shortly after Lin Yufan left, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly gleamed from where the group had stood. In the pitch-black riverside amidst the mist-shrouded Chihua mountains, those crimson gazes appeared starkly out of place. Moments later, thousands of scarlet eyes emerged, accompanied by a ceaseless buzzing. A flash of crimson swept by, and the corpses of the spirit-devouring serpents on the ground and in the water were instantly reduced to stark white bones. The scarlet vanished, the rustling ceased, and the buzzing faded. As the chill wind blew, the bones of the spirit-devouring serpents crumbled into specks of dust, dissipating into the lake without stirring a single ripple. "Brother Yi, do you think there are ghosts in these Chihua mountains?" Tiptoeing behind Yi Xian, Lin Yufan kept glancing around nervously. As soon as he spoke, Qing Song and the others cast contemptuous looks at Lin Yufan. "I don't know about ghosts, but I sense there might be demons." Yi Xian's voice was low and grave. "Demons? Are demons scarier than ghosts?" As they chatted, Lin Yufan gradually found himself less afraid. "What do you think is more terrifying, the ghost of the dead or the heart of a living person?" "Of course it's the living heart," Lin Yufan replied without hesitation. "Most demons are born from corrupt human hearts. So which is scarier, a demon or a ghost?" Yi Xian spoke with an air of calm wisdom. "I think demons are more terrifying." After a long pause, Lin Yufan answered with a solemn expression, uncertain if it was due to Yi Xian's words or something else. Just then the rustling and buzzing sounds returned. "Brother Yi, did you hear that?" Turning to see nothing behind him, Lin Yufan looked puzzled. "Everyone hold your breath and conceal your vital essence. Do not let even a trace leak out." No sooner had Lin Yufan spoken than Yi Qinlong's voice rang out. Though unsure why, the gravity in Yi Qinlong's tone compelled everyone to comply. Lin Yufan slowly turned to look. Soon the rustling grew louder. Suddenly a pair of scarlet eyes appeared before them. Startled by the sudden crimson gaze, Lin Yufan and the others widened their eyes in alarm. After one pair of scarlet eyes emerged, countless others appeared ahead of them. It seemed as if the Chihua Mountains were no longer shrouded in darkness, but dominated by a scarlet sky and earth reeking of blood. Then the group discerned the source of the scarlet glow. It was a swarm of ant-like beasts with wings and blood-red eyes, known to the world as bloodthirsty flying ants. These flying ants lived in colonies, moving in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. True to their name, they craved blood and vitality, leaving nothing but bones in their wake. As the group held their breath and concealed their essence, the bloodthirsty flying ants seemed momentarily confused, their gazes fixed on the spot where the group stood. After a few breaths, the hundreds of thousands of scarlet eyes turned elsewhere. The rustling resumed, with some ants flying through the air while others scoured the ground. The group remained motionless, their eyes locked on the retreating swarm until it vanished completely from sight. Phew, phew, phew. After about half an hour, everyone gasped for air. Given their cultivation levels, holding their breath for a day was trivial. But the challenge lay in suppressing their vital essence without any leakage, compounded by the tension which left even Lin Yufan and the others drained. "Judging by the scale, there must be hundreds of thousands," Shui Huanin said, taking a deep breath and staring at the direction the swarm had disappeared with a wary gaze. These Chihua Mountains are truly bizarre, filled with nothing but anomalies. First, the mutated spirit-devouring serpents in the black waters, and now these hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty flying ants. Yi Xian fell into thought, now doubting the motives behind the rumors of a million-year-old relic. Everything about this place reeked of strangeness. Not to mention the dense poison miasma that pervaded the mountains, but the ferocious beasts, especially the terrifying swarm of bloodthirsty flying ants that even emperor-level powerhouses feared. Everyone stay vigilant, Yi Xian warned before pressing deeper into the mountains. The others nodded solemnly and followed with grim determination. As countless martial artists scoured the Chihua Mountains for the rumored ancient relic, deep within the range stood an eerie dark palace exuding an air of malevolence. At the palace's core, a woman of breathtaking cold beauty wore a sinister smile, murmuring, "Come all of you, become my nourishment." Back in the Chihua Mountains, Qingsong said, "Prince, I sense something unclean in these mountains." Qingsong emphasized the word unclean. Hearing this, Yi Xian fell into contemplation. As a primordial sacred body, Qingsong had an acute perception of evil entities. If he sensed something, then the Chihua Mountains indeed harbored an unknown presence. Yet Yi Xian wasn't overly worried. Since the system had led him here, there must be something worthwhile. Surely that rogue system wouldn't betray him. System, you wouldn't do something so despicable, would you? No. Yi Xian nodded. Though the system could be mischievous, it wouldn't gamble with his life. A sudden scream broke the silence. Yi Xian and the others urgently asked, "Chioa, what's wrong?" Ahead. Following Nangong Chio's gaze, even Yi Chenlong and Nangong Wentian were momentarily stunned by what they saw. Bones, mountains of bones. Lin Yufan muttered in terror at the sight before them. Before them lay countless bones, some standing, some kneeling, others lying flat. It was a veritable sea. At the heart of this bone sea rose a mountain built from bones, surrounded by shattered weapons and scattered iron. Could this all be the work of those bloodthirsty flying ants? Shui Huanin gasped, covering her mouth. No, Yi Xian shook his head. When the bloodthirsty flying ants devour, they drain all vitality, leaving only pure bones that crumble with the wind. But this sea of bones and the bone mountain were clearly not caused by them. Everyone nodded in agreement with Yi Xian's explanation. If the ants were responsible, they wouldn't be seeing these intact remains. After a moment, Yi Xian stepped toward one of the outermost skeletons. Before the white skeleton stood a young man in bright yellow brocade robes. Judging by the skeletal frame, the deceased must have been a man of imposing stature and life. Yi Xian crouched down, gazing at the skeleton before him. The skeleton knelt on one knee, a rusted sword deeply embedded in the earth, supporting its posture and preventing it from collapsing. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian seemed to perceive a look of relief on the skeleton's face. Slowly he extended his right hand. Yet his outstretched hand paused in midair, refusing to reach further. After a brief hesitation, Yi Xian rose and stepped back, his gaze once again sweeping across the mountain of corpses and sea of bones ahead. A gust of wind passed by. Creaking sounds echoed in succession, starkly conspicuous in the deathly silence of Chihua Mountain. Could this be one of the legendary main battlefields of the ancient war? Yi Xian murmured to himself. His eyes fell upon peculiar skeletal remains, half human, half beast, unlike any creature of this cosmic world. Strange yet intriguing. Before the age of 5, he often wondered, since the underworld promised a divine reincarnation gift pack, why was he the son of a martial emperor rather than a martial god? But then Yi Xian recalled the pale-faced man in black from the River of Time. It seems even being the son of a martial god doesn't quite qualify as a divine reincarnation. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian shook his head and set the matter aside for now. It appeared he had inexplicably gained an enemy, the man in black from the River of Time. He was the first person Yi Xian had encountered who genuinely sought his death and possessed the power to do so. "Xianer, how is it?" Yi Chenlong asked as Yi Xian rejoined the group. "It's strange. Nothing is clear," Yi Xian replied ambiguously, leaving the others puzzled. Yi Xian turned and walked toward the other side of the vast expanse of bones. The others followed suit. Not to mention the earlier warning of the pitch-black, spirit-devouring beast in the water, the later appearance of the bloodthirsty flying ants had also instilled deep fear. Who knew what unforeseen dangers lurked within this sea of bones? After Yi Xian and his companions departed, the kneeling skeleton inexplicably seemed to heave a sigh of relief, as if grateful that they had not stepped into the bone sea, as if relieved that someone had still come to this place. Yet Yi Xian remained unaware of this scene. About half a day passed. Yi Xian and the others still had not found the so-called ancient ruins. Within the Chihua Mountain range, the dense foliage virtually untouched by human footsteps blocked even the pervasive sunlight. "Young master, that sensation grows stronger," Qingsong said, furrowing his brow with a wary expression. Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously activating his chaos divine body. He instantly became ethereal and dreamlike, elusive to the eye. Yi Qianlong and the others sensed the shift in Yi Xian's state, but Shui Huanyin looked on with astonishment. Meeting Shui Huanyin's gaze, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Huanyin, did Senior Water God say anything to you?" Yi Xian did not inquire about the exquisite immortal body, but instead asked about the cyan figure within the Water God's secret realm. He said he is a god. After a moment's thought, Shui Huanyin repeated a statement she had not fully understood at the time. A god? Yi Xian was taken aback by her answer. He claimed to be a god. A wave of disdain washed over Yi Xian. When he had questioned the cyan figure, the latter had feigned ignorance. Next time he visited the secret realm, he vowed to strip the Water God sea bare. With that thought, Yi Xian resolved to sneak back at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, far away in the Water God's secret realm beyond the desolate region. Achut! Can a remnant consciousness sneeze? A cyan figure rubbed his nose in bewilderment. For some reason, he vaguely glimpsed a young man in brocade robes wearing a look of indignation. Young master, a palace. At Qingsong's voice, Yi Xian snapped back from his scheming. Following the direction, he saw a sinister black palace looming before them. The palace's exterior was grand and imposing, exuding a sense of solemnity. Yet wisps of black aura emanated from it, creating a paradoxical blend of majesty and eerie gloom. It resembled a so-called ghostly palace or hellish abode. Yi Xian and his companions halted at a distance from the palace. Is this the legendary ancient relic palace? Yi Xian mused, studying the palace's architecture. It had clearly stood here for eons, only recently discovered. No rush, the others should be arriving soon. Though the rumored ancient ruins lay before them, caution prevailed. Yi Xian and his group refrained from any action, opting to wait. True to expectation, before long the sound of tearing wind filled the air. Several figures appeared near Yi Xian's group. Seeing him apparently waiting, they regarded him with surprise. Moments later, another rapid whoosh sounded. Opt! A hoarse cry rang out as a disheveled figure charged toward the palace. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted, and his hands dripped with blood. Upon reaching the scene, he glared at Yi Xian and the others like a madman. Seeing Yi Xian's party of 7 unscathed along with the miniature golden dragon on his shoulder, the man roared and lunged at them. Opt! They're all dead. Why are you still unharmed? As the man rushed forward, a flash of fire flickered from Yi Xian, instantly engulfing him in flames. A piercing scream filled the air as the burning man writhed on the ground. The onlookers recoiled in terror. The man possessed at least a late-stage sovereign cultivation, yet Yi Xian had slain him with a single law-based divine ability. This Yi clan's imperial son is terrifying. Those who had arrived earlier cast furtive glances at Yi Xian, their hearts pounding with dread. The screams faded, leaving only a pile of charred remains. With flames still flickering around him, Yi Xian swept his gaze over the crowd and declared, "Who do these riffraff think they are causing trouble here?" Meeting his stare, one person spoke up. "Young master Yi, please calm your anger. This man may have been possessed. Since we've all made it here, you must have noticed the anomalies in Qihua Mountain." Hearing this, Yi Xian glanced at the speaker before looking away with a casual nod. Soon the minor incident passed. More people gathered outside the Black Palace. After 2 hours, arrivals dwindled to a trickle. Yet those present numbered less than half of those who had entered the Qihua Mountain range. I believe you've all seen it. The legendary ancient relic palace is likely this black one before us. After a long silence, the same man who had spoken earlier addressed the crowd. Noting the speaker again, Yi Xian discreetly appraised him. A mid-peak sovereign with a steady aura unscathed, and having arrived close behind Yi Xian's group. "Young master." Qingsong shot Yi Xian a meaningful glance and transmitted a message. Yi Xian nodded, signaling his understanding. The man in the arena, seeing that no one spoke, gave a slight nod toward Yi Xian and his companions. "According to the information I've gathered, the rumored ancient ruins are precisely this palace before us, named the Desolate Hall." As the man's voice faded, murmurs of discussion arose among the crowd. The Desolate Hall, that hall which vanished 1,000,000 years ago. From this view, it does bear some resemblance to the records in the ancient texts. I never imagined the Desolate Hall would lie deep within the Qihua Mountain range. Hearing the crowd's chatter, the man remained expressionless. "Third grandfather, is this hall truly the legendary Desolate Hall?" Yi Xian asked Yi Qianlong softly. After a moment, Yi Qianlong nodded. "This palace does indeed share several similarities with the Desolate Hall." Hearing this, Yi Xian fell into contemplation. If this could be the fabled Desolate Hall, why was it called the hall that vanished for 1,000,000 years? Judging by the current situation, the Desolate Hall should have always been within the Qihua Mountain range. Why had it only been discovered now? Your Highness, it is said that after the Great War 1,000,000 years ago, the Qihua Mountain range underwent certain changes. Back then, even emperors who entered faced great peril. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Qingsong began to explain. Then once the man deemed the discussion had gone on long enough, he continued, If we open this ancient palace, we may obtain treasures from 1,000,000 years ago. As he spoke, the man's excitement was barely contained, his voice trembling. Then how do we open the desolate hall? Yi Xian asked in a clear voice. Your Highness, the divine son of the Yi clan, perhaps you are unaware. I have received information that the desolate hall was sealed 1,000,000 years ago. Now we only need to break that seal. Oh. While the crowd discussed outside, in the deepest part of the desolate hall, a woman of breathtaking beauty gazed outward with piercing eyes and whispered, let them approach, especially the one in the bright yellow brocade robe. Everyone, after 1,000,000 years, that seal must have already decayed. If we attack together, we can surely break it. A loud shout rang out, and others chimed in agreement. And how will we distribute the treasures found inside the desolate hall? An elder in the crowd spoke, his gaze drifting meaningfully toward Yi Xian and his group. It will be by each person's own ability. What you seize is yours. The Yi clan will not stoop to base acts. Noticing the elder's look, Yi Xian spoke with a light smile, his face appearing utterly harmless. Yet beside him, Lin Yufan, seeing Yi Xian's gentle demeanor, inexplicably felt a chill rising from below. The divine son of the Yi clan speaks truly. Once it's open, it will be by each person's own ability. The previous man echoed again, flattering Yi Xian with a sycophantic look. Observing Yi Xian's gentle exterior, the elder suppressed his inner thoughts and slowly nodded to show understanding. With that, everyone moved to stand not far from the desolate hall. A loud shout rang out, and the crowd began unleashing countless divine abilities and laws toward the desolate hall. As the attack struck, a light barrier instantly shimmered around the hall. The attacks only managed to stir faint ripples. After about 2 hours, seeing the barrier showing no reaction, the man spoke sternly, everyone please hold nothing back. With that, the man attacked with renewed vigor, as if truly exerting his full strength. Witnessing this, some in the crowd wore expressions of awkwardness. In contrast, Yi Xian and his group continued launching their attacks casually. Yet even those who noticed dared not voice any criticism. After all, the charred black mass on the ground was a stark warning. Another half hour later, a companion of the earlier man spoke with a gleam in his eye, their attack there. Hearing this, the crowd quickly turned to look and indeed saw a weak spot on the barrier beginning to dim. Energized by the sight, they redoubled their attacks. After some time, seeing the barrier on the verge of breaking, Yi Xian sent a telepathic message to his group. When the barrier is about to shatter, retreat immediately, as fast as you can. They exchanged solemn glances and acknowledged. None questioned why. Yi Xian himself did not know, but caution compelled him to act. Crack. Soon a sound like shattering glass echoed. Now retreat. Yi Xian transmitted urgently. Prepared, they all retreated at lightning speed, reaching a distant height in an instant. Bang. With a loud crash, the barrier shattered completely. Seeing the barrier finally broken, some were overjoyed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless wisps of black chi surged from the hall toward the crowd outside with terrifying speed. Oh, what is this? Aya! Soon screams rang out incessantly. All who touched the black chi found their bodies rapidly rotting. The decay was accompanied by sizzling sounds as black smoke billowed. Brother Yi, what is that? Lin Yufan, who had retreated far away, stared in shock at the scene outside the hall. Yi Xian shook his head. He himself did not know what the black mist was. But judging by the scene outside, even a mighty emperor would face grave danger upon contact. Outside the great hall, screams continued to echo. Only a handful of the cautious and those who had stood farther away managed to barely escape, including the man who had been directing the attack. After about half an hour, the black mist gradually dissipated, though occasional sizzling sounds lingered. Waiting a few more breaths, Yi Xian and his group cautiously returned to the front of the hall. A late-stage emperor-level expert, now missing his right arm, glared at Yi Xian and his companions with hatred. This man, having accidentally touched the black mist with his right hand while fleeing, saw it begin to corrode instantly. He was forced to sever his arm to save his life. Suddenly, Yi Xian turned his gaze devoid of any emotion toward the man. Shaking his head, he said calmly, "Losing an arm is better than losing your life, isn't it?" With that, Yi Xian felt a wave of exasperation. By any measure, they were the strongest presence here, yet this man still harbored such thoughts. Seeing Yi Xian's indifferent demeanor, the man ultimately lacked the courage to speak. He felt that uttering a single word would lead to Yi Xian crushing him effortlessly. Having said that, Yi Xian led his group onto the square before the hall. Watching Yi Xian and his companions advance, the others hesitated briefly before gritting their teeth and following. Now the crowd stood before the great hall. All side halls had their doors wide open, while the main hall's gate remained tightly sealed. Those waiting to see what Yi Xian would do next grew impatient as he remained still. Finally, someone shouted and charged toward a side hall. Fear had begun to grip the crowd. The main hall's closed doors suggested that opening them might unleash something terrible. Thus, for safety, most chose to explore the side halls. Yet a few remained, their eyes fixed intently on the main. After a moment, the earlier man's voice echoed once more. Everyone in Nyo's opinion, the main hall should pose no further problems.